The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a website like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Redactions drop, the room goes live. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. Two minds enter, one stance breaks. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just debate. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend it. This is NOerr prep debate. This is NOerr prep debate. NOerr prep.
Welcome, everyone, to another NOerr Prep debate. Tonight, it's Rob NOerr versus a mystery debater. Here's how it's going to go. All right, I'll kick things off with a quick intro clip revealing our mystery debater. Once that's done, they'll appear on the screen. They'll introduce themselves, their prompt, and once that, and then also their stance, and they'll head straight into their opening statement, which can be up to 10 minutes. Then Rob will give his opening statement after that, and we'll move into about 2 hours of open floor debate. At the 2 hour mark, I'll check in to see if we want to keep going. If we do, we'll extend and check hourly. If not, we'll go to closing statements, and after closings, if time and energy allows, we'll take audience super chat questions. And remember, throughout the debate, though, all the super chats will be highlighted live on screen. So if you want to join the action, drop those super chats in. So let's dive into this, and let's reveal who tonight's debater is.
Who's that debater?
Hello. Oh, shit.
You're up.
Okay.
Introduce yourself, your stance.
Hello, my name is Nick, or Circa R on Twitch, and I'm on the affirmative of this argument right now, which is, have you said the prompt yet?
Nope, that's for you.
I'm arguing that in the United States, secularism is more beneficial to Christians and Christianity than Christian nationalism.
All right, and now you can get right into your opening statement.
Sure. Let me start by clearing some fog really fast, okay? So secularism is not atheism. It's important to remember that. It's not a claim about God. It's a rule about government. And that means the state doesn't pick a church, doesn't run theology, and doesn't hand out civic status based on your creed. That's it. So here's the thing. Christianity isn't one thing. It's Catholics, Baptists, Orthodox, Pentecostals, Presbyterians, and 1,000 smaller currents. And they all use the same Bible, different readings, different traditions, different authorities. And I just want to point out that diversity is not a bug. It is the normal result of a book that spans centuries, languages, human hands, and different people. Now, I'm going to add the central point that I think most Christian nationalists quietly skip, okay? And that is that Christianity's prime directive, to me, isn't state power, it is salvation. And what I mean by that is that it spreads by witness, persuasion, repentance, and voluntary faith, not by coercion. When you fuse Christ with the machinery of the law, you don't protect the gospel, you rebrand it. And you incentivize performative Christianity, and you punish dissenting Christians, and you turn outsiders' first encounter with Jesus, or maybe long time believers in Jesus, into a political loyalty test. And that's a stumbling block, not evangelism. So what happens when you bolt Christian onto the state? Someone has to decide what counts as a Christian enough. That is a fact. And once you build a purity test, you've already invited Caesar into the pulpit. You've turned faith into a compliance department, and a secular state does something modest but powerful. It protects the church from political capture and keeps the gospel an invitation rather than a state brand. And that's my opening.
All right. Thank you for that opening. And with that, we're going to hand it over to Rob. Rob, whenever you're ready for an opening, I'll start this timer up with your voice. And go ahead.
Okay. Nick, correct? Can I call you Nick? Is that fine? I don't think
sir.
we've ever interacted. Okay, so I'm not trying to be rude. Excellent. So I was intimidated at first because it looked like there was 3 of them. I was like, oh shit, like, right, we're debating 3 people at once. So no, interesting topic. So I think there's going to be sort of a lot of discussion on what we mean by Christian nationalism. In some sense, I think it's a term that both of us could agree that people have used to mean different things. For example, people I like Andrew Wilson, will use the term one way. Then there's people like, what's that author? I think it's something Wolf. He uses Christian nationalism in a completely different way. So I think we have to determine what we mean by Christian nationalism to see how much disagreement we would have on this. Because I'll tell you straight up, I am not in favor of a society that says that certain civic rights be given to you only if you're a particular denomination of Christian. So, for example, I wouldn't say you must be Catholic or you must be Orthodox or you must be Protestant to be able to vote. Or in fact, I wouldn't even say that you must be Christian in order to vote. Now, I do think that some of our civic duties should be given out based on higher criteria than we do today. There should be some sort of threshold. The threshold I advocate for, because I think it is the most practical right now, is you have to be an adult, 18 or older, who is able to show up at a polling place and vote the day of an election with an ID to show that you are a citizen of this country. If you have things like military service or you have a medical condition, fine. I'm okay with absentee ballots in that sense. But I think that we need a minimal threshold of interest for people that are engaged in the civic process of voting. Because what happens right now is we have so many people that are so disinterested or unknowledgeable that are voting that it's steering our country in a bad direction. I'm also open to hearing more barriers to voting. Those could include things like having children. It could include things like being married. It could include things like, being a net input into our society as opposed to output. In other words, if you're taking more out in the forms of welfare, but really irrelevant for this debate. I'm just saying the idea that he seems to identify Christian nationalism, I'll have to get his specific definition, but he said basically that he defines Christian nationalism as sort of having to be Christian in order to have process into our governance. So in other words, presumably in order to get elected, in order to vote, etc., that you must be Christian. I would say I embrace what I would call as a different form of Christian nationalism. Christian nationalism I embrace says that we should elect people that are proudly Christian and use their faith to inform them on the governance of this country. And while there are a lot of people that consider themselves Christian in this country nominally, of which I would borderline put myself as one of them, because I think I'm a bad Christian. And I have not done things like go to church. In fact, I started going to church after Charlie Kirk was shot. It had been years before I went, other than ceremonies like funerals, weddings, etc. So I'm not particularly someone who is an overt Christian that talks about this. And I consider myself a neophyte in my relationship with Christ. However, what I think when I say that I would embrace a Christian nationalist system is we have a lot of people that call themselves Christian, but when it comes to governance, they're almost ashamed to say it. And they can't wait to speak about how, oh, no, we're all about a separation of church and state. I think if we had more people proudly embracing Christianity and the core tenets of it, even if we would have massive disagreements on specific things when it came to Protestants versus Catholics versus Orthodox, etc., I think on the bulk of things, there would be large-scale agreement. So a lot of the things that we see on abortion, a lot of the things we see on hypersexuality, on like many of these trans issues, etc., people that are practicing Christians would tend to agree more. And I think our country would no doubt be in a better position if we had practicing Christians proudly announcing they're practicing Christians, and people outside of governments announce that they're practicing Christians and vote accordingly and vote for the people that best represent those values. Instead of putting Christianity on the back burner as something that's just about our personal lives and personal salvation, I think, in fact, we ought to put it forward as governance. What is governance? What is our government? It's a collective agreement on what's best for us, the citizens of this nation. And there are different forms that could take, right? For example, you could have authoritarians, you could have monarchies, you could have republics, you could have direct democracies, etc. But all of them are supposed to be a system of sort of the collective will of the people that it's supposed to be representing that are citizens of that country. I think it is an absurd notion, and it seems to be where the thrust of where my opponent's going, and I think this is where the most of the disagreement will be. This idea that in order to be a good Christian, you must remove yourself from the political process and leave people that are antithetical to Christianity tell you how your country should be ran. I think this is absurd and has no biblical reference whatsoever. Again, I'm not someone who's going to be able to keep up quoting chapter and verse of the Bible. One of the things that I'm very serious about with my Christianity is not seeking to preach to people the gospel when I myself am such a neophyte. I would put that tantamount to blasphemy. But even in my small understanding of the Bible and my readings of it, I can see that clearly Christ wasn't recommending that we all just go home and don't get involved in the political process. That's nonsensical. Why should I want, for example, radical Islam, which denies the divinity of Christ and actually treats Christians as hostile and kafirs? Why would I want it to be in charge of this country? Why wouldn't I want to advocate for the systems of government to make sure that Christians are protected of all denominations? And oftentimes what I see is people that want to use the mantle of Christianity that come in and subvert what is best for people's lives and individuals' lives under the name of, well, Jesus was just this hippie that says that you should just let people smack you and turn the other cheek. That's nonsense. I have a right to look out what's best for me and for my family and for the people in my community, and I'm tired of pretending I don't. And that's up to and including securing our borders, saying things like the LGBT agenda and the way it's been pushed is despicable, saying things like abortion is an abomination that needs to be fought back against, discussing how the manufacturing sector in this country is being hollowed out and that we need to embrace and showing our own communities love. This doesn't mean that we can't love other people or that we can't respect other people even if they're not Christians, but all of us are tribal and there's no reason that it should be any different with Christianity. I'm tribal rurally. I care about rural Pennsylvania and rural America. Should I not do that as a Christian? Should I not care about my family as a Christian because that's tribal? Of course not. That would be nonsensical. In fact, biblically, I believe that as a Christian, as a man, my first duty when it comes to this earthly world is to be a protector to my child and to my wife and to be a good husband and to be a good father, right? So given that, it is intuitive that my concerns when it comes governmentally should be making sure that they're well taken care of. When it gets outside of that, why shouldn't I feel the same way about my community? And one of the most important communities to me is going to be my religion. Why shouldn't I want governmental policies that are beneficial and ensure that I'm able to practice my religion and the people that share my religion are able to do so? Why should we say, oh, that's not the role of Christianity? Instead, we should just allow them to teach pornographic material to 10-year-olds. Why should I say we should just allow them to enshrine rights like abortion, which are antithetical to what my Christian beliefs are? It's nonsense. It's all right to like your culture and it's all right to like your religion. And we just so happen to be so lucky in the United States that we have the best culture and to be lucky as Christians and that we have the best religion. And we should embrace that and say that we want that to be involved in our system of government. If you're a Christian, and we'll ask I'm sorry, Nick, I'm not trying to be rude there. I'll ask Nick if he is as we go forward. If you believe that this is the best way to live life, why wouldn't you want to make sure that at least our governance ensures that this freedom is allowed to go forward so people could get to salvation? And although I think it is true that the number one goal of a Christian should be to seek salvation, I agree with that. That doesn't mean that we should shirk our earthly responsibilities. In fact, I think of this as tantamount to testing God. Well, we should all step back in our little holes and just focus on our lives and our families and leave God take care of anything else. It's not true. The Bible is replete with evidence showing that God spoke to people to make their lives better and their societies better, both in the Old and New Testament. So I fundamentally disagree with what I think the thrust of the prompt is, although we may have some semantic disagreements on what our version of Christian nationalism is. But I think that embracing secularism, which isn't just, it's just a system of government that's not Christianity. Secularism is also a worldview that prioritizes living in a non-Christian way, right? And so that's how I interpret it, and I'm happy to get into definitions if he wants to say that he has a different understanding of it. But I think one of the big problems in our world today is that both as a society and as individuals, we're going away from the deeper meaning of Christianity and the understanding of a higher power and a higher purpose. And we've embraced this sort of secular materialistic worldview, which is leading to us, despite the fact we're getting more wealth, becoming more and more unhappy. And eventually will lead to this great project of the West, and the United States in particular, being destroyed through secularist left-wingers, through importation of people that don't share our culture, like people that are involved in radical Islam. And to me, the greatest bulwark against that is for us to get involved individually with our Christian churches, for us to get involved culturally as Christians, and yes, maybe most importantly, for us at this point in time to get involved politically as Christians. So that's my opening statement.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. Just a quick reminder for everyone in the chat, all the super chats will be highlighted throughout, and at the end, if there is time and energy, we will go through the questions there as well. What we're going to do next here is we're just going to open the floor right up. I'm going to have a 2-hour clock going here, but I'm not going to even have it on the stage here for you guys. So you guys can just go right into the open floor. If it gets, I'll only be here if it gets too much talking over each other or if we get lost in the weeds somewhere. But other than that, I'm going to let you guys handle it. So go ahead and jump in whenever you're ready. I'll start my clock up.
Nick, can I ask you, I will say I'm a Christian. Can I ask you if you are?
I'm an atheist agnostic.
Okay. I just curious.
Not anti-theist, though. So.
Gotcha. So like the debate will go wherever it will. I only ask for purposes of clearly when you're saying that it's beneficial to Christianity, it makes sense because I'll tell you right out of the gate, and you could push back on this, and I know that not everything is universal. It's not always 100%, but most of the time when I see atheists or agnostics arguing what's better for Christianity, I believe they have an ulterior motive. I believe you probably don't care what's good for Christians and you actually despise Christianity. And so I think that, you know, a person who doesn't like Christianity saying, trust me, Christians, what would be best for you is to cede all political power, I find dubious right out of the gate.
Well, it's wrong, but that's a little bit further into the conversation, right? Just know that it is wrong. Like my girlfriend's Christian, and I value her beliefs pretty heavily. I think that religion in general is pretty relevant to the human experience and trying to understand the metaphysical. And I feel like it's a natural way in which humans are trying to understand the universe and the metaphysical. So
when you talk about what's beneficial to Christianity, what metric are you using? Because beneficial implies
I have a prime argument, like a prime directive, but first we got to get some definitions down, right?
Okay,
so
sure.
Your definition to me, I heard a few different things there.
Mm-hmm.
One was simply just using faith to inform them on how to govern. And then we went as far as Christianity needs to be governance. So where actually is your definition?
Well, I don't know that I said that. I said I think it would be beneficial for Christians to get involved and use their faith in how they vote and in governing. Right, and that's what I mean. So when I talk, there's an
nothing
implicit,
wrong with informing yourself.
Well, so
faith,
there's an implicit like sort of point in your opening where you're like you're defining Christian nationalism in a very specific way, and I disagree with that definition. So I guess I'll first ask you.
Let me tell you my exact definition.
Let me real quick. Let me say, will you agree with this, and then you could give your definition that Christian nationalism can be and has been defined in many ways.
Sure.
Okay, and I'm happy to hear what your definition is. That's fine.
Okay, so in my opinion, we have two definitions we need to cover. Okay,
Okay.
which is political secularism. And secularism is just a governing principle, right? In which a state does not establish a religion, does not privilege one faith over others, and it protects the free exercise and equal citizenship regardless of belief, insofar as it helps those faiths as well. So it's a protection of faith in a way. Your comment about it not prioritizing Christians or Christian values, it doesn't actually have any definitional strength or weight towards that. It doesn't prioritize, or it just has like a lack of prioritization there, right? It doesn't really care what religion it is. So I guess in a way, it could prioritize a more Muslim culture, but it still is secular, okay? Then Christian nationalism isn't, here's my analytic definition, okay? It's a political program or identity framework that treats Christianity as a preferred national identity and seeks to use state power to privilege Christian symbols, doctrines, institutions, and law and policy. Would you agree with that?
No, that's not how that's not the Christian nationalist.
What part do you disagree with?
I don't think that it necessarily, read the last half of that again.
And seeks to use state power to privilege Christian symbols, doctrines, or institutions, and law and policy.
So I don't think it needs to prioritize symbols, etc. I don't think that that's part of what would be necessary for what I would identify as Christian nationalism. To me, what I would separate myself is that, for example, I want Christians governing. I want a Christian to say, I'm against abortion, right? And here's the scientific reasons I'm against abortion, and here's the practical reasons, but here's also how my faith informs me and my religion as to why I'm against abortion. And I think that's good. I want, for example, when we're talking about border security, I want faith to inform our leaders and talking about why those policies are good for us as a country, including for us that are Christians with our Christian values. That's what I want. People that are using their religion to inform why they, just like a socialist might want to elect someone that is openly saying my socialist values, what lets me do this, or an atheist might want someone elected who says, I want someone who's promoting their atheist values to inform them.
We can stop there for a second. That's bad. If an atheist wants to enact, an atheist wants to enact state atheism, can you think of a country in which that happened?
That's not, you're mishearing me. That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say I want Christians to enact state Christianity. Did I say that?
I'm pretty sure you just agreed.
No, I did. In fact, I'm saying quite the opposite. No, I don't want them.
So
I want them to say
law and policy, or
can you tell me, will you agree that Christianity is one of the levels of what Christianity operates is a moral framework for understanding the world?
To inform yourself? Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that everyone that's elected uses a moral framework to help understand the world?
I would probably assume they do.
So why shouldn't Christians be allowed to do that?
That's not really the question, though, is it?
Well, that's how I'm defining Christian nationalism.
I can give you a syllogism right now to show how that's not a good logical argument, okay?
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear the syllogism.
Sure. So let's just start with human beings exist, right?
Sure.
You'd agree with that?
Yeah.
Do you agree that human beings are imperfect at capturing information?
Sure.
And it's expected now to think that human beings would be imperfectly able to capture Christian morality. Correct?
I would say that as an
individual,
well, it depends on what you mean by that. There's a lot loaded in that. What do you mean? I believe there's an objective truth.
You just agreed to the first two. You cannot perfectly capture information. So when you're trying to extract text out of a book, you cannot capture it perfectly.
The way this works is I'm trying to explain before. What you want me to do is just say, sure, I agree. And then later if I say, now, wait a minute, I have problems with that. Yeah. So before I agree, I'm trying to hash out what my potential issues are with this part of the syllogism, the premise, correct?
You already agreed to the first two.
What does that have to do with the third premise?
The third one is
let me ask you this. Do you
already inherently agreed to it?
Let me show you. Let me give you a syllogism to explain why your syllogism and the argument you're making here right now. One, do you agree humans exist?
Engage with
one. Do you agree? One, do you agree that humans exist?
Don't start a new one.
Do you agree that humans exist?
I've already told you.
I will explain. It's going to be real quick. One, do you agree humans exist?
I'm not interested.
One,
in that
do you
yet.
agree humans exist?
We have to finish the one that already started.
I promise I'll go right back to it. I'm explaining to you why I'm questioning premise 3. You're implying because I accepted premise 1 and 2, I must accept premise 3. And I'm using a syllogism to explain to you why that's not the case. So, premise 1, do you agree humans exist?
Sure.
Premise 2, Christianity is the best moral system. Agreed?
I wouldn't agree to that.
But you already agreed to premise 1, so how could you disagree with premise 2?
wholly non sequitur.
That's exactly my point. You saying that I must agree with premise 3 because I agree with premise 1 and 2 is a non sequitur. That's exactly my point. And I use my syllogism to prove that.
Your following premise didn't have a sub element of the first premise.
Sure.
Right?
It had to do with the fact that humans exist and there would be a best moral framework for humanity. I could go through and put more steps in the premise. The idea that me agreeing that humans exist somehow means that I have to agree that humans cannot see an objective truth with Christianity is nonsensical. There's no connection between the two.
You already agreed that humans cannot perfectly capture information.
That's true when it comes to
so how are you going to perfectly capture Christian?
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, I'm thinking through this, right? So what I'm saying is, there is an objective truth, right? As a Christian, I believe that.
Perfectly capture the objective truth.
I don't know what you mean by perfectly capture.
As in human beings, we interpret things through senses. We are imperfectly able to capture information that we see, hear, and think about. That is a fact.
The information, so what I see in the wavelengths of light that I'm seeing, it's not a perfect encapsulation of understanding.
All of the information, yes.
Okay,
all of the information.
That might be true, but I think that Christianity as an objective truth and God as the foundation of all truth and the creator of all truth is different, right? And so the premise that you're saying, what you want me to say is this. This is what you want me to say. You want me to be like, well, as a human, even if there is an objective truth, it would be difficult for us to subjectively act within that objective truth or to interpret it 100%. That's your argument, correct?
To exact it on others, yeah.
Well, I disagree.
What type of Christian are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Right now I'm going to a Catholic church, but I would consider myself non-denominational.
Okay. So why don't we just move to something a little more relatable, okay?
Well, now listen, I just want to say, now I'm going through your syllogism, and what I'll say is, I don't see how your syllogism addressed my point whatsoever, at all. You made a syllogism to answer a question that didn't do anything to answer the question, or to answer the point that I was making.
The point of my syllogism was to show that human beings cannot perfectly capture
point was, the question I asked you was, if you agree that Christianity at one level is a moral understanding of how the world operates, you agree with that, right?
Christianity at one level is a moral understanding of how the world works. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And secondly, everyone who is involved in politics at some level is informing their decisions based on their moral framework, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
Then why shouldn't Christians be allowed to do the same?
Are they doing it perfectly or imperfectly?
It doesn't matter.
Are you sure?
If you're acknowledging, why is it only Christians? So the atheist, would you acknowledge this? The atheist is also interpreting information incorrectly? Not
Correct,
fully?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
So if they're allowed to use their belief system and their moral foundation for governance, and
they're not doing it perfectly, to inform
they're not doing it perfectly, why would it be any different from a Christian using their moral framework?
Okay, so when you have the government try and legislate it, it's much different.
Why? The government legislates people's moral beliefs all the time. We can move on
to the next.
No, wait a second. You already acknowledged.
No, I'm going to make it relatable for you.
Let me finish. When I'm voting for something, I ran for Congress, right? So let's say I was an atheist and I said, you know what? I think that we should legislate veganism. And the reason is, as an atheist, I have a moral framework and I think that we should maximize value for life or some shit like that. I don't know what the atheists believe. And so I see we shouldn't be taking lives, including animal lives. So we should all be vegan. So we should make meat immoral, right? That's me legislating through my moral foundational beliefs. Is that wrong?
Is that inherently Christian?
What does it matter? Why is it only Christians that aren't allowed to use their morality?
Well, one is kind of informed by the reality they live in. One is metaphysical. And
well, that's not true at all, right? Christianity is.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but just so that you guys don't have like a really bad playback after. Circa, if you have your gain way up, if you could just turn it down a little bit, because like you were quiet, so I have you turned up, but now it sounds like your gain's way up. So
sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I just didn't want you guys to have a bad playback after. Go ahead.
Is it okay?
Christians.
Check.
Go ahead, check. I'm sorry.
Check 1, 2.
That's a little better. Turn it down just a tad more.
Got it. Better.
Yeah, that does sound better.
I use an SM57, right? So it's really touchy.
That's much better. There we go.
But the point, what you just said there, you're like, well, the atheist is viewing reality through like a subjective in real world lens, but a Christian's viewing
An
metaphysically.
atheist can,
Well, that's not
can
true.
view
Both would.
reality through objective morality.
That's
as
not
well.
true. What is it?
They can
Okay,
have
then
a
what's
realism.
okay? Define objective morality. You
We
say,
don't need to
let
do
me
that
real
right.
quick.
This
Let me
is
restate.
a debate
Please,
about
let me
whether or not the secular
please.
state is more beneficial
Give
to
me
Christianity.
give me
We
a
don't need to get
second.
into other
This
stuff.
is going to be very important. So you said that an atheist uses objective morality.
An atheist can be a moral realist. Yes, that is a
No,
fact.
so but you use the term objective reality or objective
Is
morality.
a
Correct?
moral realist someone who does not believe in objective truth?
Is moral realism another term for an objective morality?
Sometimes. It depends.
Okay, okay. Then what's the what could be the difference between? Because hey, I'm no fucking semantic debater. I don't debate philosophy a lot. So explain to me what the potential difference are between objective morality, which I
don't need to
understand
do
what that is.
I think we should look back at the prompt.
No, I think that this is indicative of exactly the heart of the prompt. Because
Why
you
do
seem
think
to,
that?
because I'm saying that the reason I think that we should be allowed to have Christian nationalism, as I say, is that every group uses their moral framework to govern, and Christians should have the same rights as every other group. And you're saying, no, there is something unique about Christians, for example, that doesn't apply to atheists. I ask
Do
why.
atheists
And you
use
say,
the
let me
state?
finish. And
Do
I
atheists
say,
use
let
the
me,
state
please,
to
let me
enact
finish.
their beliefs?
Let me finish. I
Do
say,
atheists
why
use the
is that?
state to enact
Let
their
me
beliefs?
finish. I say, why
been-
is there a
you've been going on a long
difference
time.
there?
You've been
I
going on a
say,
long time.
why is there a difference there? You say it's because atheists use objective reality. I say, what's objective
I
reality?
did not say that.
Now
I said
you said
atheism
objective reality or
does not
moral
mean you
realism.
cannot be a moral realist. That's what I said.
Okay, so then the question I have is define moral realism.
I don't need to. This is a debate
Of
about
course
whether
I do. If
secularism
you're-
is more beneficial to Christianity.
Let me answer your other question you have there. Do atheists use the state? Yes, absolutely. As you've already
To enact
conceded.
atheist policies?
Yes, to enact
what?
the policies that they feel are a true moral framework.
Like what?
Do you think that at the fundamental level that atheism, much like Christianity, is a moral framework for how to view the world?
No, it's a lack of one by definition. It's
So
called
atheism by
atheism.
definition.
What does a mean in Greek? It means without. It's a lack, my friend.
Okay,
not a
without theism
substitute
means
one here.
So just to be clear, you're saying atheist means
How do you
no.
how do you
let me-
propose a policy on a lack
What-
of something?
So just to be clear, your argument is atheism means lack of morality,
It literally means a lack of belief.
lack of theism. But I've never met an atheist that told me they don't have a moral framework.
I didn't say I didn't have a moral framework.
Okay, so then atheism come to a conclusion. They say we do not believe in a God, and therefore we view the world in a different moral lens. That's also
And
what they're
policy
attempting to
are
do.
you pointing to? What policy can you
Every
give me that actually
policy-
says that atheism
every-
is being enacted at the
every-
state?
Every policy that any atheist or
Every
any
policy?
Christian, let me finish, any atheist, a Christian, a secularist, a materialist, a socialist, a communist, capitalist, a Christian, a Jewish person, a Muslim, every single policy that they're issuing for is filtered through their moral framework for how they view the world.
Okay, so
Every
secularism,
single
by
one.
the way,
There is no
specific
reason
to
that it should be
religion.
only different for Christians.
Secularism doesn't mean all ideology. It means religion. It means
And
you just brought up like economic doctrines. What are
so
you
what?
doing?
Right. We all have frameworks for how we view the world. And these frameworks are based in our moralities, right? Christians have a morality that they say comes from an objective truth. Many many atheists, many agnostics, etc., would say we don't believe there's an objective truth. But they come through a sense of morality subjectively, and whatever that framework is they come through, that's what informs them on what policies to push for. It's the same thing.
Is
For
it
example, let me give you an
affecting
example.
atheism on
Let's-
behalf of the state?
Let me give you an example. If I say, as an atheist, I'll outline the reason why eating meat's immoral. You would say that's legitimate. I could push for that
Outline the
level.
reason for what?
For why eating meat should be illegal.
Is that inherently an atheistic belief?
Let's say, as an atheist, I come to that belief through my atheism.
How? If they do it on behalf of atheism, how would that make sense?
It doesn't matter if you're
doing.
doing on behalf. There's no reason that doing something on behalf. That's the question that I'm getting to here with my point that I'm making. So if I'm an atheist and I say, as an atheist, I reject the ideas of theistic religion. I think that that's all garbage, right? And I don't think there's an objective truth. And so I think we should maximize good for living beings. And as such, because humans can exist with
You're like
only
a humanist?
eating plant life, I think that maximizing good for living beings would mean that we don't kill and eat animals. Am I allowed to advocate for that policy?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be an atheist advocation.
Okay,
right?
if I'm Jewish and I say I also want that policy, now I'm not allowed?
No, it wouldn't make the
I
policy
say my
on
God
behalf of
says
just
we should
Judaism,
meet.
ma'am.
I
It
say
wouldn't
my
be on
God.
behalf. It wouldn't be on behalf of just Judaism. And second, I think you
What do you mean it wouldn't
misunderstand
be
the
on
word.
behalf of
One
just
sec, Rob.
Judaism?
One sec, Rob. If you're doing now, like if you're enacting policy on behalf of Judaism, as in like because we're Jews we can't eat meat, then you're not a secular state anymore, Rob. I'm advocating for a secular state,
What are
one
you
that does
talking
not
about?
respect those types of policy.
You're not listening to me. If you're saying that policy itself would be something legitimate to advocate for, what does it matter if the reason that I say
When
that
the
I'm
hell did I say that?
Let me-
I just said that's not a secular state anymore.
Am I allowed to advocate as an atheist for the banning of eating meat?
Yeah, but you
Because
can't do it on behalf of atheistic reasons.
Because my moral framework tells me as such.
And you're gonna literally call on a lack of theism, a lack of belief in
I'm
God,
just
to say
asking,
that is
yes or no, is religion a moral framework for how to view the world?
again. Just be clear. You
Just
want
answer
to
yes or
advocate
no.
for a policy that is using a lack of a belief in a God.
That is not, I'll ask you again, is Christianity or is religion a moral foundation for how to view the world?
It is. It's one you can inform
Okay.
yourself on. Yeah.
Do atheists reject that and come up with a new moral foundation for how to view the world?
Maybe some, but I don't, Rob.
Okay, so you are an atheist that doesn't have a moral foundation for how to view the world. How do you know what's right and wrong?
That's not what I said. I agreed.
I just
with you
said,
in a
I
way.
literally what I just said was, and will you agree that atheists reject religion and come up with another moral framework for how to
And
view
I
the world?
said some
And your
do,
answer, but
I
not
do
me.
not.
Okay,
Yes.
so you do not have a moral framework for how to view the world.
I said I don't reject it.
You don't reject religion.
I don't reject the being informed by religious moral framework.
No.
Isn't that-
You
that's literally what
reject-
you just asked me.
No, you reject religion, and i.e., you yourself do not accept religion.
I
Christianity,
reject
Judaism.
the validity of the
Right.
literal Christian
And
faith.
so,
yes.
so I.
But that doesn't mean I can't inform myself off of the
let's-
metaphysical aspects
no
and
one's-
over time, human's history with it.
No one's saying that. What I'm saying is this: I believe there's an objective truth, which is Christianity, and that's where I get my moral foundation. You agree with that,
Sure.
right? You have no reason. You say
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
accept that. There might be things from it I can pick and choose, but I don't
Whoa.
accept.
That's not what it means, Rob. You can still inform yourself off of Christian faith and not believe it is literally true.
Okay,
Are you aware of this?
That's that. No one said otherwise. You're arguing a point I never said. I'm saying that I believe truth comes from God. Do you believe that?
I do not believe truth comes from
Right.
God.
Then we're in agreement.
Yeah.
We're in agreement.
Okay.
So my moral foundations comes from my truth that it comes from God. Yours comes from
Yeah.
somewhere different. But inevitably, we both have to come up with those frameworks, right?
Yeah. I would
Okay.
assume so, yeah.
Now, my argument is that you're against a Christian saying, here is my moral framework, which I use to inform what laws I want to get passed.
No, I'm not.
So
I'm
am I
not.
allowed to do that?
The secular societies allow Christians to vote on behalf of their informed
That's my
interests.
point. That's what I'm defining as Christian
Okay, well,
nationalism.
that's not what Christian nationalism, Rob. Maybe
You've
you should get a dictionary
acknowledged-
and
so
move your way
you've already-
forward, dude.
You've already acknowledged that defining Christian nationalism could be done in a
That's
litany
not
of
what
ways.
Christian nationalism is.
I've told you how I define Christian nationalism.
Informing
I said-
yourself in voting in the way you want your society to look is not the same as enacting
What do you want
a
me to
specific
debate when I-
framework of Christianity onto other people.
What do you want me to debate when I said right out of the gate that I would not embrace a form of Christian nationalism
Then
that
why
say
are you
there's a
debating?
state
You're
religion?
not debating for Christian nationalism then.
What?
You're just
let
conceding the
me.
argument.
So perhaps you missed my entire opening statement. I know you only
I did not
2
miss your
minutes.
entire opening
You
statement.
prepared and did 2 minutes of an opening statement. I did not prepare and did 10 minutes. So let me re-inform you since you weren't listening. The point that I was trying to make is I do not accept the idea that we should have a country that is only Christians allowed to hold office, only Christians allowed to vote. Did you hear that portion of it?
I did.
I said, when I'm talking about Christian nationalism, as one time in the past, I did a debate, which, by the way, I was uncomfortable on because I don't really like debating Christianity, as I explained, because I feel
did
like you
watch
get into
that, Rob. I didn't like the guy you debated. So yeah,
Okay, fair enough. He was not very likable, so we're in agreement on that. But nonetheless, it's irrelevant to this debate. Point I'm trying to make is you heard how I defined Christian nationalism in that debate then, correct?
I did, yeah.
And it's very similar to how I'm defining it today here, correct?
It's a little different, actually, but yeah.
Okay, well, where
It
do you
is.
think the difference was?
I mean, I'm pretty sure your claim was that Christian nationalism is a society where practicing Christians are elected and use the moral framework of the Bible and Christianity to pass laws across all branches, correct?
Yeah, well, that's part of what I said, but that's the gist of it. Yeah, I'll accept that.
Okay,
That's
so
basically what I'm saying today.
I did know what it was. It's different than your definition today. Your definition today spanned a very avoidant one. It went from using faith to just inform your opinion on how to vote and then govern, all the way to Christianity should be used as governance.
No, I don't think I said it should be used as governance, not in the way you're suggesting.
I wrote it down as you were saying it. So
what I'm saying is when I'm trying at least to be consistent through that debate to this one. What I mean by it is I'm a Christian. I should look to that for what my morality is and then use that to inform the policies that I want voted on. I want my elected leader to say, I'm a Christian, and I get my morality from Christianity, and I should announce proudly that that's where I get my morality and put forth policy positions that adhere to that. That's it. That's what I'm suggesting. That's what I suggested then. That's what I'm suggesting today. So for you to have heard that debate and then come in here in a debate which I don't get to prepare for and say, well, I'm against sort of national religion, and I'm like, yeah, that's what I said last time. So you're like trying to shoehorn into me, yeah, but that's how I define Christian. Fine, you can define Christian nationalism that way. I'm telling you, in the past, when I've said I've embraced Christian nationalism, what I meant by it was, I think you should be proudly Christian, and Christians should use that to inform the policies they want, and should elect people that are Christian to enforce policies that fall in line with their Christian belief.
There is nothing wrong with that, Rob.
Great, then you agree with me. We should have Christian nationalism.
I don't, because you just kind of yapped for a long time and it was very wide again. So why don't we just go through a little bit of a stress test, okay? Just for fun.
Sure, no problem.
You're interested? So what I chose to do for this, okay, was thou shalt not covet. Now, I'm sure you understand that's 10th commandment, right?
Sure.
Now, how would we legislate this, Rob?
What
if we wanted your ideal Christian nationalism framework?
We don't have to. You don't have to legislate. There's no call to legislate all the commandments.
Okay, well, you're not going to be in control of this, Rob. It's going to be a movement, and people might want to.
Well, right? Wait a minute. Why would I have to? So you could say you're not in control of secularism or atheism. For example, secularism could lead to people passing
people out of control with religious practice over.
No, they could have people out of control with anti-religious practices.
Remember, Rob, the most of secularists have been majority Christian. Most secularists in history have been Christian.
What does that have to do with? Your argument is, well, we can't have Christians because they could get out of control with Christianity. I could say the same with secularists.
Not even close to what I said. No, it's not.
It is what is logically being inferred by what you're saying. You saying that I wouldn't have control.
Are you saying there's not going to be any legislative action on behalf of Christian
I'll say this. I don't think that any atheist should be allowed whatsoever to be in political power because they could get out of control. They would murder Christians. You
agree? You're not a secular state.
You agree? We shouldn't allow any.
You're not a secular state, then, Rob. You need to understand what secularism means.
Wait.
It does not mean atheism.
Okay, define
it's
secularism
not atheism,
again.
Nationalism, man. You are trying to create a false dichotomy, and it sucks. Just
was the Soviet Union a secular state?
It was not. It was a state-mandated atheist. Remember earlier when I said, "Can you remember a country that did state-mandated atheism?" That is not secular, Rob. You need to learn the definition.
Okay, secularism. Where are you getting your definition from?
My definition of secularism?
Yes.
Is going to be...
I want to know where you got the definition and then read it.
It's mine, Rob. I wrote it down.
Oh, so you have a proprietary definition of secularism. Why should we prefer that to like a dictionary definition?
It's informed on behalf of,
for example, I'll read Merriam.
It's my interpretation, Rob. It's my interpretation.
So just to be clear, you're saying that I can't use my interpretation of the definition of Christian nationalism, but we can use your interpretation of the definition of secularism. That's your argument,
Rob. It's just my interpretation in my own words. It's informed by the academic definition.
I'm going to read Merriam-Webster. Here's their definition of secularism: indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious considerations. Agreed?
In government.
Yeah. So let me read that again: indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious considerations. All of those would be secularism.
Now I want you to go further, Rob. Google is irreligious practice.
Wait. I will happily Google and go further. You accept that definition I just read?
It's somewhat okay. I think.
What do you mean? What parts of it are wrong?
I don't think it's informed by academic literature. but it's
Okay,
fine.
so then give me your definition that is informed by academic literature and not
Again,
your
it's a-
interpretation. I want a definition that you say, yes, here is a stable definition that someone put out there.
Those
That
are the same thing, Rob. Just because it's my words doesn't mean it's not informed by academic literature.
it doesn't matter.
The
Then I
governing-
could say that. So what literature? Give me the literature that your definition's been informed.
Sure,
by.
there's David Hall, there's Seidel, there's
Okay, David Hall. Tell me.
Madison.
Let's go. Let's
I
start
mean,
with David Hall. What book are we starting with David Hall? Point me to the chapter and verse that it's informed your
Slow down, Rob.
proprietary
Slow down.
definition.
Slow down.
How's
We'll
David
get there,
Hall
okay?
define
We'll get there.
secularism?
We'll get there.
No.
Okay.
Just tell me now. That's what we're on.
You're
The
like,
definition
you
of
jumped
secularism.
really fast. Just you already asked me
It's
what
not
my
very fast.
definition is.
David
I'm
Hall,
going to give you
how's
my
he de-
definition.
How does David Hall define secularism?
I'm going to give you my definition.
How does David Hall define secularism?
Rob, you asked me for my definition. I'm going to give it to you.
I asked you where you got it from. I heard your definition. Go ahead. You could give
Yep.
it again, and then I'm going to say, show me what chapter and verse David Hall speaks to this.
Where he perfectly encapsulates it.
Go
He
ahead,
doesn't.
give your
he's someone
definition,
I
then
use-
show me where it comes
He's
from
someone
David
I
Hall.
use to inform me of it. Yes.
Go ahead,
also-
give your definition.
David Hall, if I'm not mistaken, is a Christian, by the way, just to be clear.
It's irrelevant.
Okay. I mean, it is not because, again, secularism means just, it doesn't mean irreligious. Okay. So it's a governing principle in which the state does not establish a religion, does not privilege one faith or sect over others, and protects free exercise and equal citizenship regardless of belief.
Okay, so you can't point to where that definition is anywhere other than your definition here.
No, it's informed by Seidel and people like
Okay,
David Hall.
so first
to
thing I'll say to criticize, secularism
Mm-hmm.
always has to be a political system.
It's a governing principle, yes.
It's that secularism only exists as a governing principle.
Correct. That's definitionally what secularism is.
Okay, so for example, Merriam-Webster that does not say that it's only that it could be indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religious and religious considerations.
Using what, Rob? Using what?
It doesn't matter.
You think it's just exclusion on the fucking, on the play yard at the
I think
playground
that
or
you could
something?
be-
Or do you
I
think
could
it's with government?
Government is in only governing like nations or any governing
It's
body?
exclusion on behalf of a government action. Okay, it's not exclusion on the playground, Rob. It means a governing principle.
I'm
The
not so
exclusionary
sure,
part-
but no, I'm not so sure. But nonetheless, it's going to
You
be
think
all
you can
cleared
be
up
secular
anyways.
without a government?
Could an anarchist be secularist,
An anarchist could technically be secular, yeah.
even if they don't have a government?
Anarchy is a government thing, okay? Even if they think it's not. You and I both can agree it's a fucking hilarious made-up term, okay?
Oh,
Because the anarchy is the action, Rob. You know that. So when it's over, you have to govern something. All anarchist, communist,
they
fucking
can say
societies
we
are
govern
still governing
ourselves. We
something,
govern
Rob.
ourselves as individuals via the
If we
non-aggression
like
principle.
semantics right now, all anarchist, communist societies are still governing something, even if they
Well,
say
they
they
would
aren't.
say we govern via principle, the non-aggression principle. And then if there is
Still
disputes,
a
we settle them
government,
as
Rob.
individuals.
They call themselves anarchists, but it's kind of fucking paradoxical.
This is
because
very
it's
funny.
an action verb.
Take the argument you're making right here and then use atheism. Atheism's still a religion. It's just claims to be absent
lack
of one.
of one.
Same argument. You're right. Anarchy's
It's a
lack
lack
of
of one.
government. Same
Like, you
argument as
can't just-
atheist.
You can't just like create a false image, Rob, just to make sure you have some
Uh-huh.
opposite to be mad at. Right?
We're on David Hall, so you're going to tell me the book he has that academically because I'll tell you, I'll just skip to the end. I don't think it's impressive when someone has a proprietary definition where they say, "Trust me, it's academic, David Hall," and they say some
That's not
guy's
what I
name.
said.
That's not impressive to me. I don't,
That's
that
not what I
means
said, though.
nothing to me. Cool.
I mean,
So
if-
then you said
If you
that
want to actually
your
engage with
defini-
what I'm saying, Rob, you don't need to
Okay,
attack
let
me.
me- let me-
It's
let
not
me-
like I'm trying to be
Okay,
patronizing here.
Here we go. I'm going to steel man your argument as best as possible. You have a definition that no one else has, which by definition is proprietary, but
That's
it is
not what I said.
informed.
Why are you strawmanning me?
What is the straw man? So you don't have a definition
You're
that no
creating
one
an
else has?
informal contextual fallacy right now, Rob. That's not what I said.
No,
Why
no,
are
no.
you
So,
saying that's what I said?
No, wait. Are you saying, so let's break it down step by step by step. The
Okay.
first thing, you're saying that I'm straw manning you when I say you have a definition that no one else has. That's a straw man.
No, I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
You have a definition that no one else has.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said it's my interpretation, my own
Okay,
words.
so then give me another person
Does
that has
that
your
mean no one
give
else
me-
has
give-
this, Rob?
Okay. So your argument is someone else does have this definition.
It's informed by literature.
Can you
So
give me
it's-
another person that has this definition? Go ahead.
It's not, Rob. It's my own interpretation, like when you put your own thoughts into something.
So it's your own individual definition.
It's not my own individual definition.
It's a definition that you've ever heard anyone else say.
Rob, do you know what, you can plagiarize something to the ends of the earth, Rob, but to truly understand something and probably communicate it better, sometimes you need to put it into your own words. It doesn't mean you're just literally abdicating all information you've.
I hate to get meta here, but here's what I think is happening. I think I'm doing my best to say what your position is, steel manning, and you're intentionally being a debate bro to be like, no,
Rob.
that's
you
a
just
straw
said
man.
that no one
For
else
example, everyone listening here knows what I'm saying. They're like, oh, this gentleman, Nick, has his own definition, and it's a definition that he's been informed by academic literature, but no one that he's read's had this exact definition.
Don't you have
and
your
you're
own
like,
definition
no,
of Christian
that's not what I'm
nationalism,
saying.
Rob?
So then I'm forced to say, okay.
Rob, don't you have your own definition of Christian nationalism that we just went over earlier?
Yes. So if you were to say this,
So what is that informed by?
What it's
Is that
informed,
a fake definition, Rob?
No, it's informed by what I consider the word Christian, what I consider the word
But you
nationalist.
put it in your own words, right?
That's true. And yet, if you
Okay,
said
so
to me, no, wait, notice,
did I say,
no,
Rob,
no,
you're-
I'm sorry,
you're
I'm sorry.
different
Wait.
steps, or
I'd
did I
like,
say,
no. I'll take back that definition. I'll say
Why?
this. My
What do
definitions
you mean? It's been
inform.
like an hour, Rob. You can't take it back.
Listen. No. I keep that definition, but I take back the reason I just do. I'll say this. No. It's not my own definition. It's informed by academic research.
It's something that you wanted to say. That's
No,
the way
it's
you wanted
informed.
to say it,
No,
right?
it's informed by
I'm
academic
okay with
research.
that, Rob. There's nothing wrong with it.
No. It's informed by academic research.
You inform it by
Academic research.
biblical literature as well as
Yes,
probably
yes, correct.
authority.
Yes,
So
literature.
there's nothing wrong with that, Rob.
experts.
That's okay.
Okay, so then I'm right. My definition's correct.
No.
Yes, it's informed by
Because you
academic
haven't
literature.
contested my definition, Rob.
Dyer,
You've
Wilson.
been sitting here trying to
Wilson,
attack me
it's
for
informed-
having a definition. Why don't you attack the definition?
Dyer, Wilson, they've informed it. So
No, why don't you attack the definition?
that's what I'm doing. I'm saying you have a proprietary definition that you came to in your own that you're
That's
claiming
not
was
attacking
informed
the
by
definition,
academic
Rob.
literature.
You know it.
And I'm not impressed when I say, then what was that academic literature? And you say, Hall.
I
And so
didn't
I'm like,
say
and then you're like,
my
and then you're like,
definition is
let me
good
finish,
because of
let me
academic
finish.
literature.
Let me
Sorry.
finish. Then you're like, well, Rob, don't you have sort of your own unique definition of Christian nationalism? I say yes. And the truth is, yeah, I'll admit that freely. I won't say, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's my own. Maybe someone out there has the same definition, and it's informed by academics
I think you're
like
misunderstanding
DPH
this.
and Wilson and Dyer. It's informed by them. You would say, yeah, whatever. It's a proprietary definition.
It's not. It's not proprietary.
Yes, your definition's proprietary.
I never said I had ownership over it, Rob.
Okay,
Sole ownership. Do you know what that word means?
proprietary means sole ownership.
In a way, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Let's look it up. Are you just making that definition up too?
Other people can use my definition, Rob.
So you think when someone says you have a proprietary definition, that means no one else is allowed to use it?
You have sole control over it, yeah. Or
I
else
don't believe that's the
proprietary
case.
cables. Proprietary cables with Apple would probably work with everyone, wouldn't they, Rob?
So then you think, if I would say, I just want to be clear. You've heard this term in debate before, right? Proprietary definition.
No, I haven't actually.
You've
Maybe
never
I'm,
heard that.
I'm using a contextually incorrect version of it. I'm thinking of business, but it doesn't matter. Okay, I think we need to get back to the topic. Seriously, I think.
I guess I'll use this. You're using a definition that doesn't come from a dictionary, that doesn't come from an academic scholar. It is your own definition that you're claiming is
That's
being
not
compiled
true.
by.
Again, you just keep repeating things that are not true, Rob. I don't.
Okay, so then your definition. So I said two things. I said two things there, and you're saying that's not true. You're using a definition that doesn't come
You
from
said
a
it
dictionary.
doesn't come from.
Okay,
Doesn't come from any scholars or anything. Is what you said, right?
it's not what I said was, if you would listen,
Doesn't come
you're
from
using a
dictionary?
definition that's not a definition from a dictionary.
Okay.
You agree with that?
Can you make words actually, look similar to what's in a dictionary, Rob? In your own words? Can I define something similarly? No? Yes or no?
Who's saying that the answer to that's no?
You
We
are.
can't
I'm
even
saying
get.
my
We can't
definition
even.
is
We can't
proprietary.
even get to the. We can't even get to the debate. This is all I'm trying to say. Give me 30 seconds. This is what I'm trying to say.
Tried.
Okay, this dude's came up with the definition of a word that I can't find in a dictionary. And he came up with the definition of a word that if I go and look at authors, they don't use that as a definition. He's saying that it's informed by a bunch of stuff he read. So my argument's going to be, cool, can you tell me what those things that were that informed it? You just said the name Hall. Can you show me who this Hall guy is? Can you show me in his literature where this comes from? But wait, I can't even get there. I can't even get there because for 20 minutes you say, no, that's not true. You're misleading when you say it didn't come from a dictionary. Nope, that's not true. It's misleading when you said it didn't come from an academic scholar. All I'm trying to get you to admit is this. I did not see this definition word for word anywhere. I created it based on things that I was informed by.
My definition, Rob.
What's that?
Contest my definition instead of
that's what I'm doing. So the first thing,
some bullshit.
The first thing I would do to contest it is to say, what informed you? Like, for example, I'll say this. My definition of the word tree is a lion. Contest it.
Okay, I can tell you what informed me. Okay,
contest
we have Seidel. I already said Seidel.
My definition of the word tree.
I said the Constitution. I said Article 7. I haven't said that yet, but Article 7. All right.
Article 7 defines
we
secularism.
have James Madison when he wrote about this.
James Madison defines secularism.
We have Jeffrey Lehman. We have David Campbell. We have John Green. We have Nathaniel.
Let's start one by one. Article 7.
Okay. Opinion Quarterly, Secularism in American Political Behavior.
You've given a lot of definition. I'm happy to accept it. Let's start with number 1. Article 7.
For the definition, Rob.
Okay.
That is a lot of information for it.
So what we're doing is we're trying to look what the definition of secularism is. You're like, I've been informed by a bunch of stuff. I'm like, great, what? You're like, Article 7.
Just ask me what is informing about.
You're absolutely right. So Article 7. Let's go to Article 7. Where does that inform you of the definition?
No, I just cited the names. Don't stick to something that I wasn't familiar with right off the bat that I could be wrong with.
The very first thing you said?
I'm remembering it. Why don't you stick to what I cited?
Article 7, that's what you cited.
David Campbell, John Green.
You cited Article 7. That was the first thing you cited.
Again, why don't you engage with what I said afterwards?
I
just
am.
Told you, I could be misquoting that, Rob. I could be misquoting that.
Just to be clear, this is your argument. If you come up with your own definition and I say, where did you get this from?
Why do you just refuse to engage with it?
I am engaging.
You're not. Engage with the actual words in the definition, Rob.
Article 7.
That's not a word in my definition.
The very first source you gave for what informed your definition was Article 7. I would like to see
what part of Article 7. I could be incorrect with that.
Okay, already. so here we go. So the first source
I don't know if I am or not, though.
Cool. The first source that you cite that had you come up with your own definition of secularism, you're now admitting with me just saying, cool, let's look at it. Well, actually, I might be wrong about it. The very first thing you cited.
Engage with this, Rob.
The very first thing you cited, you're admitting I might be wrong.
Except I said I'm not wrong when it comes to Jeffrey Lehman, David Campbell, Sumo Kotoyo, or I can't say Japanese.
Let's just start with this. I just want you to admit, yes, the first thing I said that informed me may be incorrect. Okay, great. Next, what's the next one? Lehman?
I said Jeffrey Lehman.
Okay, Jeffrey Lehman. Explain to me how he
Joffrey, by the way, Geoffrey. And Rob, no, you asked me a simple question, who informs my definition? Why don't you engage with my definition? Engage with the words.
You're saying
not that hard.
Why don't you engage with my definition of the definition of tree is lion?
No, that's not what I'm asking you, Rob.
That's what I'm asking you. You would say, well, because how would you come about
in which the state does not establish a religion, does not privilege one faith or sect over others, and protects free exercise and equal citizenship regardless of belief. What part of that is wrong?
I will say that it is wrong, and here's why. Because instead, what we should use is
Rob,
establish.
Answer the question. What part of it is wrong?
You haven't even given me a chance. Are you going to give me a chance to answer? When we're looking to define words, what we use is definitions versus counter definitions. And we should prefer definitions which come from authoritative sources that are designed to be linguistic and interpret how often people use this in our common parlance. Therefore, I think that the true definition of secularism should be indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious considerations. That comes from Merriam-Webster, which is looking at how people use that currently in our current parlance, and it's used definitively.
You think Merriam-Webster is the informed way to look at this? And Rob,
I think that current dictionaries are better than individual definitions.
Why would Christians create secularism if it excludes them? Your definition is stupid.
That's not true. My definition.
Yes, what is the origin of secularism, Rob? Do you know?
What is the origin of secularism?
Yeah, where does it
I
come
can't.
from?
Go ahead. You tell me.
Don't you think that would be important to inform yourself?
I just asked.
Go ahead. Tell me. From a letter that was given to Thomas Jefferson.
So
Thomas Jefferson.
The term secularism.
A Christian, Rob. It's the Dansbury Baptist. It's from a Christian. Mm-hmm. So why would a Christian?
I just want to be clear. Listen. Okay.
It excludes them somehow, I guess.
I just want to be clear. Your argument, just so we're clear, you're not going to backtrack later and say, maybe I'm wrong. The first time that we see the term secularism was around the time of Thomas Jefferson, not before it.
That is the origin. Yes, that's the origin.
Well, let's look that up. Let's see if that's true.
Go for it.
Fair enough. Okay. Now, if it was before then,
that's where it was given in evidence to in the writings. Okay.
No. Don't backtrack now. Don't backtrack now.
I'm not. Look up Dansbury Baptist and see what I'm talking about. It was a Christian.
You may be right. I don't know. I'm claiming I don't know, but you're the one claiming you know.
Well, why are you having a debate on this then, Rob?
I mean, why am I having a debate where you got to pick the topic?
Yes, my topic is a secular state would be more beneficial to you, Rob. I want you to flourish. I want Christianity to do well. That's my whole point.
Okay, who coined the term secularism?
I don't know that one.
When was it first used?
Different people who have coined the term in their own ways. Okay.
When was it first used?
In the U.S. because we're talking about in the United States.
When was it first used?
That I'm not sure.
You just said Thomas Jefferson.
The origin of the concept, I'm not sure when it was literally used in that fashion. Okay.
So I'm just quick searching. I'm saying that it was first used in 1851. And it was coined by British freethinker, social reformer, and agnostic George Jacob Holyoake. Agnostic.
The origin of the concept, not the word literally. There's a difference.
I mean, this is, but we're having a semantic interpretation of
Dansbury
what that
letter.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. What you're saying is, I have my own unique definition for this word. It was informed by academic readings.
That's not what I said. It uses words that are interchangeably with all of the other people I just mentioned and cited.
Well, you just cited bullshit. Your term of when the term came about was wrong. So far we've looked up two things. You said Article 7
Can you look up Dansbury letter 1802
the immediate pushback on Article 7. All it took me was saying, like, cool, let's go to Article 7. You're like, okay, I might be wrong about that. Then you're like, layman. And I was like, okay. I said, okay, let's go to this layman. You're like, Jeffrey Layman. It's spelled Geoff. I said, okay, cool. And you're like, yeah. And like, it's informed. Do you know where the origins are? Do you know where the origins of secularism are? It comes in these letters of Thomas Jefferson. I said, okay, cool. So that's it. That's when the term came from. And then it turns out you're wrong. That is not where the term.
I'm trying to tell you it came from a Christian.
No, what you're trying to tell me is this. The origins of what I want secularism to mean came from Thomas Jefferson. But actually, it wasn't a term that was used until 1851 that was created by an agnostic.
So Article 6 is what I meant to say. Article 6, Clause 3.
Okay, Article 6, Clause 3 defines secularism. Go ahead.
It's no religious test shall ever be required as qualification to any office of public trust under the United States. There's textual anchors in the Constitution that essentially advance secularism, right?
Where does that define the term secularism or seek to define it?
They help define it, Rob. As in, like, we can say that the United States is a secular country because of these things.
Okay, could you say that there could be overlap for that, but the word secular doesn't mean just and only that?
It doesn't mean just and only that.
Correct. So you could say this could fit into what we would call a secular society, but you can't say that that's necessarily informing where your unique definition for the term comes from. Your argument. Now, let me finish my point.
I'm actually wrong. It's not 1802. It's not 1802.
Let me finish. I didn't say it was 1802. I said 1851.
I said it was, bro. I said it was. It's actually 1786, the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom.
Okay, so far you're wrong about Article 7. You're wrong about the letters that got you. Now, the point is, the reason this matters is because I'm actually reading a dictionary definition of the term secularism, one which you said, yeah, you basically agree with, but there's parts you disagree. And then let me finish.
Dismantled to fit your own definition.
Let me finish, right? And then what you say is, the reason that is stupid is because Thomas Jefferson, right, and around then was a Christian.
No.
Or Christians around the time of Thomas Jefferson, yes, came up with the term secularism.
They didn't come up with the term.
Okay,
The
so then you
concept
change.
of secularism, it originates from there.
No,
You can have a concept
Prove it.
without
Prove it.
people knowing how to
Prove it.
fucking define it
Prove
yet,
it.
Rob.
Prove it.
Look up 1802, letter of the Danbury Baptist.
Okay, and it's going to use the word secularism.
It doesn't use the word secularism.
Okay.
It articulates a wall of separation, and that is quoted as protection for religious
How
liberty
does that
against state
mean that the
establishment.
current definition of indifference to or
How does
rejection?
a wall of separation as protection for religious liberty against state establishment not mean secular? Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Just for clarification here, what is the the argument right now about the definition of secularism? What is
I
the
don't know.
difference?
The reason is
not
because
really
he has a unique definition, right? Where
I
he
don't.
keeps talking
It
about.
uses words in every other
Just
fucking
wait.
source.
I'm just trying to figure out what the difference in your definitions are.
His argument is when I'm talking about we should use Christianity to inform our law, he says no, because in part you could have a quote bad Christian that wouldn't be me, and
Absolutely
I have
not.
to.
That is
What's
not even
that?
close.
That is.
Not
That's.
even close.
I'm tired of him saying I'm straw manning when I'm not. All I could do
I mean,
is
maybe
tell
just
the
repeat what
audience
I
to go
said
back.
All right,
then,
hold
Rob.
up, guys.
Write it
Just a
down.
second. Just a second. But what's the So his definition
I'm
of
trying-
secularism is different compared to the dictionary
let me
right?
finish, right? So I'm saying Christians, good. He says no, because a bad Christian could interpret it differently and do bad shit. And I say,
Not
but we
even
can
close.
say the same of a secularist. He says,
even
no,
close.
you can't, because of the definition of secularism. It wouldn't allow the rejection of Christianity. However, the
It wouldn't.
definition of secularism is indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion or religious consideration, which means that
By-
a person could call themselves
by a government.
which means that a person could say that they are a secularist by government and wants the quote rejection or exclusion of Christianity, which means
From
that
government policy enactment.
you could want the exclusion
From
of
enacting government policy, Rob.
yes. So
Come on now.
Christians aren't allowed to enact policy.
They aren't allowed to be they aren't allowed to be favored by the government to enact certain Christian policies.
No, not
because you're
just
gonna have to
favored,
legislate
they
it,
are
Rob. You're gonna have to
excluded.
choose. You have to choose a certain thing, Rob. You have to choose a certain thing.
Exclusion. It uses three terms: indifference, which would mean you can't
Rob,
prioritize,
Rob,
or
I need you to
rejection
understand-
or exclusion.
No, I need you to understand this. Rob, 1 second. Christian nationalism will have to choose a certain type of Christian moral here. When you put
I
that in the
disagree.
law, okay, you really disagree. Do you
Yes.
think all of the different sects, like Lutheran, Reformed, Anglican, Methodist, Oriental Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, do they all respect these things the same? Is that a fact?
I'm not for a state religion, so
Yes
your
or no,
question's
Rob?
not
Yes or no?
analogous. No.
Yes or
I'm
no?
not for no, I'm not for a state religion, so this question means nothing.
So can I
You're avoiding- no, 1 second. This is
can
important.
I
1
see
second.
if I
This is
can
easy.
build
This
a
is really
bridge here?
important.
I think I might see what's going on here. I've
This is-
been
no,
trying
I
to
wanna say
figure it
something
out.
to you.
There's a
Super
lot of
important, man.
loopings.
Super
Just 1
important.
second, Circa.
Okay.
So when it comes to secularism, right? This is like a principle or an ideology, but I think you're talking about like a secular state, which would be a government structure. And I went and
Secularism
looked up the
requires a
definition of
Requires a
secular
government.
state, and it says an idea pertaining to secularity, and then secularity or secularness is is the state of being unrelated to or neutral in regard to religion. So
Which
I
is
think
talking
you're
about
using
the-
a definition of secular state rather than secularism, and I think this is why Rob
I'm going
has
to appeal the prompt. I'm going to appeal
been
the prompt. In the
challenging this
United
because
States,
it's
a
obviously
secular
not
state.
the Wait, just a second.
My prompt,
just say
though.
it.
My prompt. What does it say?
It says secular state, but you guys were talking about secularism, so I'm wondering if that's where the bridge is. Maybe what happened here is like you're talking about secularism,
No.
but you should be talking about secularity.
Now, what he's trying to
So,
do is he's trying
Secular
to
by definition means, okay, it has to imply an entity that's in the definition.
it is
can't just be
indifference
feeling.
to yeah, it's fine. It's indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion or religious considerations.
By
Okay, by the state. You're saying secular state. Yeah,
no,
I
by
disagree
an
with that.
entity. It needs to be an entity.
Okay, well, your entity is the state. That's what you're advocating
And
for.
it's not exclusionary because Christianity needs to be excluded.
No, it's exclusionary, which means that they could exclude their religion or religious considerations.
From government policy, entity
Right.
policy.
Religious considerations, such as my consideration as a Christian,
Now,
life begins
I
at
really
conception.
think this is important to get across, okay? So when I was talking about, let's just talk about the thou shalt not covet, okay? This, in my opinion, I think this might enlighten this conversation a little more, okay? Now, the commandment, thou shalt not covet, do all of the different sects of Christianity interpret this the same way? Yes or no?
No, and now we'll do a quid pro quo. Am I saying?
Yet,
am
Rob.
I
Don't
saying?
interrupt me yet. Don't interrupt me yet.
Yeah, we'll do a quid pro quo because I've already
Don't
answered.
interrupt me yet, Rob. I'm going to continue. Okay.
Okay, as long as I get the same, I'll give you the chance.
That's
right
fine.
now
You can
to
have
go
a
through your
little bit
line of
afterwards.
question.
Okay?
No problem. Okay.
Now, coveting is an interior desire, right? And liberal criminal law generally targets external ones. So classical liberalism doesn't really want to enact government control or criminalize thoughts. Okay, this is John Stuart Mill, Lockean philosophy, yada yada. Now, Christians are split on this, right, Rob? Like you just mentioned. So when it comes to, let's say, criminalizing covetous intent, okay, mens rea without act. So almost all Christian sects reject this as incoherent or tyrannical, but they do it for different means. And if we go further, we can get to something like envy speech. So some Christians believe in civil penalties for envy speech, as in insulting the wealthy or resentment rhetoric. Reformed people who are on the fringe, Rob, unfortunately for them, they entertain this as a broad moral code that they would want the government to enact. Would you be okay with that?
No.
Okay, so what happens if that brand of Christian nationalism comes into power? Is that not exclusionary towards you, Rob?
Yes.
So do you honestly expect your version of Christian nationalism to enact the perfect laws or moral codes? How is this going to work?
My version of Christian nationalism isn't a state religion.
Isn't a state religion?
Correct. Everything you're saying is irrelevant.
The government enacting policies.
Yes, it says that you should use your Christianity to inform your morality and issue policies based upon that. I still do not believe we should have an official state religion.
Rob. You want the government to not enact a Christian moral code.
That's not true. Now I gave you your chance. Now you'll not
you
interrupt
answer
me.
The question, Rob. Are you saying you're okay with it if it does happen, or are you saying that you would like it to happen?
I answered all of your questions. Now you'll give me the same.
You're purposely leaving out an answer right now.
Now you'll give me the same generosity.
You're purposely leaving out an answer.
I answered everything you said. What part didn't I answer? If you simply
just informing your vote, Rob, then that would be secular.
No, that's not secular.
Yes, it is.
That is not. Now, let me go through my line of... Am I going to get... Now, I sat here and answered your irrelevant questions. Now, can I go through my line of questioning?
You just conceded the prompt, Rob.
Can I go through my line of questioning?
Yes, you can now.
Okay, first, would you admit that secularism, my argument is that as a state, if the form of Christian nationalism I want, right, doesn't mean just because someone could call themselves as Christian nationalism and do bad stuff, that means we should reject it as a whole. So let's go to the definition of secularism.
You would be okay
Can
with
you
it
read
happening.
to me your definition of secularism?
You would be okay with it happening.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because you just said something very important.
Why are you
You
interrupting
would be okay
me?
with it happening.
I went
yes
through your line of questioning. Why are you interrupting?
Would you be okay with it happening?
I refuse to answer this question. You're interrupting me.
That's funny.
Yes, it is funny that I politely went through and allowed you.
Come on
now. Can you give your
say it with your chest right now? Would you be okay with it happening?
I'm refusing to answer this question as you did to me because it is my time for questioning, and now you're interrupting and derailing.
I think that's probably why.
No, it's because you said you would give me the same courtesy that I gave you. Why are you refusing?
Yeah, you did say that. You did say that. Let's give each other the courtesy so that we don't have to bring up a timer. All right, let's keep it open.
You can continue.
Can you give your definition of secularism again?
Again, it's a governing principle that doesn't favor one sect or religion over others, and exercises the free exercise clause and equal representation of citizens.
Can you define what a sect is?
A sect is a denomination of Christian. Well, I mean, not inherently, but for this conversation, it would be like a denomination of Christianity.
Okay, so a denomination of a religion. It could be Judaism, Islam, right, Shia, Sunni. Got it. I'm not trying to throw any trick question. So in other words, what you're really saying is that it rejects sort of favoring or promoting a religion or religious sect, correct?
When it comes to governing principles, yeah.
Okay, that's it. Is atheism a religion?
It is a lack of one. So yeah, it's not a religion.
Okay, so then is it possible that a secular government could ban Christianity?
No.
Could it ban all religions?
It is definitionally inaccurate, Rob.
Why couldn't it ban all religions?
Because if you ban religion, you are then not secular anymore. It respects, as in you cannot make a law that actually limits Christianity in practice, Rob.
Where does your definition? Read your definition? Read your definition again.
You can't have a governing principle that outlaws a religion.
Read your definition again.
That is what secularism is.
Read your definition again, and let's see where it says that.
So it is a governing principle. All right.
Governing principle.
Yeah. Sorry. A governing principle that doesn't favor a certain religious or religion or sect, and promotes the exercise or the free exercise of, with respect to equal citizenship rights to doing it.
Okay.
So if you ban Christianity, Rob, you are not, promoting the free exercise thereof, right?
Okay. So you have to promote the free exercise thereof of any religion in secularism.
That's not what I said.
What I'm doing is, what you're saying is the reason that you can't ban Christianity because secularism mandates that you promote the free exercise of their religion.
Yeah, except if it's ISIS or something, right, Rob? Then you can't
why? Where does your then that wouldn't
because
be secular.
ISIS doesn't value secularism. It wants to enact fucking Muslim extremism.
So
that
then
is not respected among secularism.
So then you're allowed to reject.
It inhibits the free exercise thereof.
You're allowed to inhibit religions that don't respect secularism.
Yeah, and secularism is circular here. It respects religion.
No. It doesn't. I don't think there's any definition other than your unique definition here that says secularism respects religion.
Okay, so that's just not even close to being true.
Secularism has
allowed, Rob, all of the different Christian denominations to coexist peacefully.
That's not true, right? And here's what I'll say. Now,
you want to use some historical context for this?
Yes. So let me finish my point here. Your argument when I talk about Christian nationalism wouldn't lead to, I said, I don't think that Christian nationalism means that we have to legislate the 10 Commandments to make things that are outlawed in the 10 Commandments be illegal.
But I don't think it means it.
Let me finish.
I'm sorry, that's important, Rob. You would be okay with it happening, though, right? You got to answer that question, dude.
I'm not
let him finish and then ask the question.
I'm not answering any more of your questions until I get through the points that I'm making here. As the same courtesy I gave you. Right now, the point I was making is I said that no, just because we'd say thou shalt not covet, that doesn't mean we have to have a law that says coveting's illegal. There's all sorts honoring your mother and father. No, I don't think we need a law that says it is illegal to not honor your mother and father. In fact, those could mean different things in different cultures. Honoring your mother and father in my culture may mean that, I do what they tell me when they ask me to take out the trash and I respect them. It might mean I take off my shoes when I enter the house in a Japanese culture. So I wouldn't be for making those illegal. What it is the laws, it's more of the spirit of following Christianity of these commandments than it is the letter of the law. In fact, that's one of the reasons that Jesus didn't like the Pharisees, right?
Define that for me.
Define what? The spirit of it as opposed to the letter of the law?
How would you legislate that?
I wouldn't. I'm just telling you that. That's exactly my point.
Okay, so
I've been clear on it. Yes,
then.
I would not legislate thou shalt respect your mother and father. That's exactly what I'm saying.
You have a secular state then.
Okay, so if I'm a Christian and I don't want to make it a law that says you have to honor your mother and father, then I'm secular?
Yes, because you're not creating a law that favors one religion.
Hey, we're in agreement then. So I think that I want what I want right now, then I'll say hypothetically, I have zero problem with people that call themselves Christian nationalists and say we should make homosexuality illegal, but we don't want a law that says you have to honor your mother and father. You would say, well, they're secular.
They're not secular on the first
You just said if you are a Christian.
You included a first premise there.
You were very clear. You said anyone who doesn't
What was the first thing you said, Rob?
You said that anyone that doesn't want to legislate what honoring your mother and father would be secular. I said, great, fine, no problem.
And you added one. What did you add, Rob?
Homosexuality being illegal.
Why?
Because that's something that oftentimes people would say that comes from a religious conviction.
You don't think it does?
Possibly. I'll say in my hypothetical, absolutely. That's why they did it.
Okay. Well, I think I think we can go a little further than this.
No, I think I'm going to get through my point. I've been generous enough. So the point that I'm trying to get is
your point was to try and trap me in this paradoxical statement, which didn't work. Rob,
no, the point is this. The point is this, right? When you say no, but you can't say that you wouldn't, as a Christian national, legislate all of the commandments. Otherwise, that makes you secular, because that would be what other Christian nationalists would do. And I say that's nonsensical, just like other secularists might.
How do you twist words? I just don't get it, man. It's weird.
All right. So if you could put a timer up or something, speakeasy, I'm done interacting if he's incapable of allowing me to speak unfettered.
Yeah, we can definitely do it. Timer here. Give me a second to bring.
I don't know. Why do you twist words so much? What is the point of this?
So if he wants to go first with his time, that's fine. It's unfortunate that it's came to this, but no problem.
You can go first.
Okay.
Let me just get that presented. Sorry. All right, there we go. 30 seconds good, or you guys want
a minute? I think a minute.
A minute? A minute?
Yeah, 30 seconds a little.
Sorry. Yeah,
no problem.
No problem. There we go. We'll do a minute. Oh, it's going already. All right.
So the point I was just trying to make is him trying to lump me in and saying, as a Christian nationalist, that would mean that I have to legislate all of the commandments is not true. I think that it's just nonsensical. Most people that call themselves Christian nationalists wouldn't push for a law that says that you, for example, have to make coveting illegal, or you have to make not honoring your mother and father. But by the same token, secularism, in the definition of every definition other than his own, says sort of absence of religion, etc. There's no reason that that couldn't mean rejecting religion. For example, the Soviet state could call themselves a secular state. He says, no, they were atheists, but he already admits that atheism's not a religion. So that would be a country that rejected and excluded religion. That would be secularism. So if I have to be beholden to what bad Christian nationalists could do, and therefore that's a reason to reject, why wouldn't we hold him to the same standard that a bad secular society could ban Christianity or do all sorts of other things? That's the point.
All right. I'll start it over for you, Circa.
Am I able to ask questions, or does you just want me to?
Yeah, I'll be brief with my answer. Sure. You could ask
questions. I guess I could just, because when I ask you questions, you don't really answer them. So why don't I just talk to myself? I never said I would be okay with all commandments being legislated, right? You add words into your dialogue, and I don't know why, unless you're trying to be, intentionally bad faith, okay? Now, my main question at the end of this, Rob, I need you to answer is, would you be okay with some section of Christian nationalism actually enacting government policy? And then second, the reason that the Soviet Union was not secular is because the practice of banning Christianity is non-secular. You cannot ban a religion in a secular state. Okay? It doesn't promote the free exercise of that religion, which is inherent to what secularism is. Again, the origin of it is 1782, Virginia Statute of Religious whatever, and then the 1802 famous Dansbury Baptist letter was from a Christian who was worried that he would be oppressed and removed from his community.
So on that latter point, we'll start with that, and then we could get to his first question. No, that's not true. His unique definition of secularism, he adds in that you have to respect all religions. However, even on that, he puts caveats and says, but we would allow some forms of religion that we think would violate secularism. The actual definition of secularism that's the best one that's been given here is indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion or religious considerations. There would be no evidence whatsoever why you couldn't ban a religion, and that wouldn't fall into the category of indifference to or exclusion of religious considerations. In fact, we can see that the current secular society he cheers for has done that. Oftentimes it's gone against Christians' beliefs. For example, forcing them to pay for abortions. It has forced a baker to bake homosexual cakes, etc. These are things that went against the practice of their religion. So the idea that we would be able to say that I should be beholden to what bad Christian nationalists would do, but he shouldn't be beholden to what bad secularists could do is nonsensical. Furthermore, would I be okay with some Christian nationalist policies? Yes, in the way that I'm identifying. There's also true that we should be allowed to have certain commandments like thou shalt not kill be law. I don't think he has a problem with that.
Rob, is this what you're reading?
I can't see because of the clock, but probably not. I'm not using AI. I was using Merriam-Webster.
It says involves the indifference to, exclusion of, right? Or separation of religion from. Does your definition continue on, or are you just leaving
My
that out on
definition
purpose?
is very small. I'll read it again. Secularism, noun from Merriam-Webster, indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious considerations.
So you went to the website, right?
Yes, Merriam-Webster.
Okay. Now, did we see examples of it, or are we just literally going to use?
Are we still doing timers here?
Yeah, it's just dark. We can go.
All right. So this is your time here, Circa.
I mean, I find it funny that he thinks that you can just define secularism with some Merriam-Webster fucking hand wave. He clearly has no idea what he's talking about. So
Is that
you
your
didn't
time?
answer my question, by the way. Would you be okay with a Christian nationalist movement enacting certain moral laws based on their Christian nationalism? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So I think we can move on now. Speakeasy.
Oh, you want to give
My
it back
turn?
to
My turn?
Rob?
Yeah, okay.
No,
problem.
I think we should move on to something.
You can move
more
on when it's
like
your
our
minute.
prime
I'll take
directive.
my minute to talk unfettered. You were incapable of not interrupting the whole time and constantly saying, no, that's not what I'm saying. So this is how we have to do it. You can talk about what you want in your minute. Okay, I'll take my minute. This was my argument. Yes, absolutely. I'm okay in the way I define Christian nationalism. I have no problem with each and every group doing what is inherent to them, which is using their moral framework to use that to inform laws that they want passed and governance they want passed. That's what atheists do. That's what people that are agnostic do. There's no reason that Christians shouldn't be able to do that, or other religions. Seeing as how we're majoritarily Christian, it makes no sense why Christians themselves would uniquely not be beholden to this. For example, if Christians want to pass laws informed by their Christianity that murder should be illegal, I'm cool with that. I think that that's absolutely a law that should be passed. However, I'm against having some sort of state religion, which I've said the whole time, which he knew. I remind everyone, he prepped the debate. I didn't. He heard me talk exactly how I define Christian nationalism in the past, which is exactly how I'm defining it today. And he's the one who took umbrage with it. It is clear that what he's suggesting here, right, is that Christians should reject their Christianity in a form of government and it would somehow be better for them. He's doing so as an atheist and agnostic because he wants Christians to fail and have less power.
Okay. Very interesting. I've already said I want you to flourish, Rob. I want your Christianity to probably, continue to get better. I'm not sure why you're trying to say something else when I clearly said that earlier, but it's pathetic. Okay. And I really think it's kind of telling when you say that you don't want a government entity to enact some form of Christian moral code, but then in the same breath, you say, I'd be okay with that happening, though. Which answer is it, Rob? You can't have both. You can just end my minute now.
I'm saying that I don't want a national religion, right? What I'm saying is that I'm absolutely okay. For example, he used the 10 Commandments. One of the 10 Commandments is thou shalt not kill. Am I okay with laws against killing and murder? Yes, that would be informed by Christianity and the moral code that Christians have. I'm perfectly fine for that. Do I want a law that says it's illegal to not honor your mother and father? No. If a group tried to say we're Christian, we're pushing that law, could I be against it? Yes. That doesn't mean that just because I'm against that specific law of that specific group that says we should do it, then I'm against Christian nationalism or Christian informing law. Similarly, I'll turn the question on him. I'll say, Nick, are you okay with Christians that have overwhelmingly been the people that voted in this country voting for laws that make murder illegal? Are you okay with that? A simple yes, no would be fine.
Yeah.
Then clearly you're for Christian nationalism. Okay, you can end my minute.
Okay, so I'm not going to answer or address the non sequitur. It's kind of weak. I'm going to move on to talk about permission structures, Rob, so we can actually get something out of this conversation, okay? Christian nationalism in particular, even though you seem like you're okay if there's a specific brand that does enact it, right? You'd be okay with it, right? As long as they're the primary voting bloc. There is a permission structure that happens for coercion here. Now, I want to ask Rob, what is the ultimate goal of Christianity? And is it something that is self-interested, or is it to get more people to the faith, to save more people on behalf of Jesus Christ, right? Now, when you create permission structures like what could happen in Christian nationalism, you will be excluding other Christians, and you may end up pushing people who were Christian out of the faith. To me, I think that is destructive to the whole idea of Christianity. What would you say to that?
Okay. I noticed that he claimed what I was saying was a non sequitur. It was literally an inversion of what he said to me. He said that if I favor some laws that are informed by Christianity, then I would have to favor any law that any Christian would say if it's a matter of their faith. When I said, well, the opposite would imply if you favor any laws that Christians push for that were informed by their faith, then you favor all of Christian nationalism. He says, no, yes, clearly we're in agreement. So that would mean that it's okay to say some of the shit that Christian nationalists would put forward as I define it is acceptable, but I would be against what other people that are Christians may say. Now, he claims about like if the ultimate goal is to seek salvation of others. I'm not so sure that's true. It might be more of a personal thing, but for the sake of argument, I won't argue that hard on it. No, he's again defining Christian nationalism in the frame of which he wants. I'm not saying only Orthodox Christians should create law and it should be their exact interpretation that creates law. I have not said that once. Therefore, it doesn't exclude other Christians. He can't grapple with that. He knows that this is my position because he heard it before, and he continues to try to shoehorn me into his definition of what this is, one of which I don't believe.
Okay, Rob, the difference between informed and coercive is pretty big in your first response there, right? I don't have a problem with Christians voting on behalf of their informed opinion on Christianity. Secularism just wants the state to not enact on behalf of that Christianity, okay? You can vote with Christianity informing it, though. Once again, you've just severely just misplaced something on purpose or just don't understand this conversation. And then second, you did say that you would be okay with a Christian nationalist, like, let's say, a certain sect taking control of the country and then enacting policy, though. So whether or not you already said you disagree with a state enacting that law, you did say you'd be okay with it, right? And how is that not exclusionary? Because there's been a lot of history on this, Rob. They fight a lot. There's the 30-Year War. There's the English Civil Wars. I mean, we can go down in history.
For someone who talks about misinterpreting what people are saying, let me make it clear for like the 70th time here. No, I would not be okay with the government saying we are officially Orthodox Christian or Catholic, and only they get to inform laws and create laws. For the millionth time, no, I'm against that. Now, back to this definition of secularism. He implies that secularism would have been informed by sort of the founding fathers and things like that, and that would mean that religious couldn't inform. I'll ask you this question. At the time of the founding fathers and the framers of the Constitution, did individual states have specific criteria for religious, like sort of criteria for voting?
I'm pretty sure.
They did. But wait a minute. If the Constitution, which was all ratified by these states, and it didn't say what these states are doing here are illegal, wouldn't that imply that they allowed this state test for religion?
Rob.
That's okay. You can give my minute up. He doesn't have an answer.
No, I'm going to answer. I'm just waiting for you to finish. Okay. A few founding fathers did want to advance their own version of Christian moral code, correct? But that wasn't the majority, Rob. Okay, you can read Madison on this. You can read Thomas Jefferson. You can see where the informed opinion went. And if you refuse to know that or acknowledge it, that's a you problem, not a me problem, Rob. You can't sit there and act like a few of the founding fathers who did want this is somehow now the majority in how this country was founded. Or else it would have been founded that way, Rob. So you can let my minute go now.
Okay. You could say that, and yet we don't have to go to interpretation. We could actually go to what actually happened. He's conceded at the time of the ratification by the 13 states of the Constitution, individual states had state religion. If his interpretation is correct, then that would have meant the founders would have said, no, you can't do that. We refuse to allow religion. And yet they didn't say that and ratified the Constitution knowing full well this is how these individual states did things. Now, what this goes to show is his interpretation of what Christian nationalism is, that this is cut and dry thing, that you can't have religious institutions, have specific criteria, etc., and it's informed by the founding fathers is untrue, right? And what I'm telling you is you should prefer what I'm saying Christian nationalism would be, which is sort of Christians and the ideology that they have have coming together. His only attack against the specific prompt is specific sect of Christians would outlaw other specific sects of Christianity, which isn't what I'm arguing for. Once more, I'll say I'm not for a specific sect taking over and being a state religion.
Then you're arguing for a secular state. Again,
Disagree.
if you refuse to understand, I'm talking, Rob. If you refuse to understand that, again, that's a you problem, not a me problem. Okay? And then second, Rob, the no religious test clause came about 11 years after the ratification. I'm not really sure why you don't know that, but history says that you're wrong in the fact that we can just look at it and that's how it was founded, okay? The Enlightenment and secular ideas overcame these over time. All right, just because a few states had religious tests doesn't mean that that's what the country was founded on, Rob. I mean, you're kind of going up and beyond of what your actual sentence and claim can do. Now, I really want you to engage with the idea of what Christian nationalism means, okay? Like, you have this definition that ultimately to me seems kind of weak and ungeneralized in a way that's undefinable.
You're constantly confused, right? So, for example, the no religious test portion is Article 6, Clause 3 of the Constitution, which was created in 1787. It wasn't 10 years later. That was ratified finally by New Hampshire in June 21st, 1788. After that, even after that provision, we had states that allowed religious tests for who was allowed to vote, including for federal office. So he's fundamentally wrong on this. Additionally, it doesn't mean that I'm saying that the founders said that the country was founded on wanting a religious test. What it says is it was not founded on exactly what he's saying, is that there couldn't be any form in each individual state of these things. I'm telling you not what ought to be, I'm telling you what was. Also, what I'm telling you is I'm not saying that an individual denomination should be in charge. What I'm saying is Christians as a whole should vote for their bloc and their interest, and just like every other group, allow their morality to inform the laws that they pass. I would not be for them passing laws, for example, that make being an atheist illegal. That's not what I'm for. Just like as a secularist, he wouldn't be for one making Christianity illegal.
Wait, so you just conceded then? I don't. What are we having the conversation for? You said, as a secularist, I would not want Christianity banned, right? That's true. So I don't really know what you're arguing on behalf of, Rob. I'm arguing that secularism benefits Christianity more, which is essentially what you're saying. Vote with Christianity informing you, but don't make the state enact Christian moral code. That's what it is, Rob. So I'm not really sure what to argue with now. You've conceded it. I don't really know where to go from here. You can just end my minute now. So
Once more, what we're arguing is, one, he knew how I interpreted Christian nationalism from a prior debate. Second, I didn't prep for the debate. He's the one who came up with the topic. I didn't know what it was. Third, I'm clear that what I'm defining Christian nationalism is allowing Christianity to inform your morality, Christians coming together to do that, and then voting for people holding office that are Christians, that are enacting laws that are informed by their moral structures, just like atheists do, just like every other group does. There's no reason that we should obstruct Christians from doing that. He says that he's for that. Great, then he's for what I would consider Christian nationalism. It's not my fault if there's not a lot of then pushback on where our differences are if he created the topic knowing what my interpretation of Christian nationalism was. In addition to that, just because his form of secularism would say he doesn't want to ban Christianity, that's fine. I'm saying my form of Christianity wouldn't mean that I ban other forms of Christianity. If we can accept his ideology of what secularism means, that it wouldn't be for banning other shit, why can't we accept my form of Christianity and Christian nationalism not be for banning other sects or other religions?
How is it possible that you say two contradicting statements, paradoxical statements in that minute, man? You said we should be able to enact laws on behalf of our informed Christianity. You literally said that 20 seconds ago.
Yep.
And then at the end, what did you just say, Rob?
I'm not banning
we should not
other
allow.
sects.
But that's going to happen when you try to legislate the moral code. You don't think so? Again, do you agree perfectly on everything, Rob? You think you're going to be able to legislate this?
If you're do you want me to answer, or do you?
I mean,
I can answer in my minute or now, whatever you want.
You said a paradoxical statement, man. I need you to reconcile that right now. So yeah, my minute's done. Oh, actually, one sec. For the last 15 seconds, you said that we should not allow Christianity your version of Christian nationalism should not be allowed to enact laws on behalf of Christianity. Except at the same time, you say we should be able to do that at the end. Which one is it?
It is not paradoxical. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we should be allowed to use Christianity to inform our moral framework, but I don't want a state religion. And so I don't think that we should ban other forms of Christian sects. Now, his argument is, but some Christians may do that. I turn it to him. I say, okay, but secularism, which says that we reject religion when it comes to politics, could ban religions in the rejecting of that. He says, no, not my unique definition of secularism that no one else has. I say that part of secularism, we have to respect all religions, except then he says, but not all of them, because if I feel that a religion violates the principles of secularism, then yes, we are allowed to ban that or ban the practices therein. So the same argument he makes to me, saying it's paradoxical that, well, just because you as a Christian say that your Christianity should inform your morality and how you vote and what the policies are, well, that means if some other Christian wants to do something you disagree with, well, that's paradoxical. I say the same thing with him with secularism. Clearly, we're allowed to say that our interpretation, and in this case, my interpretation of Christian nationalism is good. It is informed Christianity and Christians that are actually using that to pass law. That's good.
Yeah, no. I mean, we could just refer to the Bible here, right? Some different verses. I mean, we can refer to John 18:36 about how Jesus says that the kingdom is not of his, my kingdom is not of this world. I mean, there's a lot of parables and wisdom to be known in the Bible about not trying to enact Christian moral code. At the time, it wasn't, known to be Christian moral code, but nonetheless, parables exist. And as well as the famous saying, which I'm sure you know, Rob, and Jesus answering said unto them, render to Caesar unto things that are Caesar's, and not to God the things that are God's. And they marveled at him, right? So, no, Rob, I just disagree, man.
Okay. Wait, ready for me again? Yeah. So first off, right, what specifically different denominations and how different people may interpret the Bible is different than what my claim is. My claim is I'm not making a denominational claim. I'm saying that together as Christians, we believe on most things together, 80% to 85% on the important issues Christians believe of different sects. I'm saying that we should be allowed to use our faith to inform our moral framework and inform what laws we want. And we should have politicians that use that as a framework in how to pass laws. And that's a good thing. Yes, Christians will disagree on differing things. For example, there could be things that Christians would disagree on that aren't even biblical. What should the tax rate be? Things like that. That's the point I'm making. In my next minute, I'll happily talk about some verses, although I'm a neophyte, but I'll try my best to talk about some verses. But I fundamentally reject the idea that Jesus said, render unto Caesar which is Caesar's, means that Christians shouldn't vote or use their faith in voting in how to govern their society. That is nonsensical. And once more, despite the fact that he says it's not the case, it sounds like something an atheist would say to get Christians to get out of the political process, which is ridiculous.
Not true. It doesn't mean that Christians can't be active participants and vote with Christianity informing them. It means you should not try. Right before that, Rob, if you remember, Jesus says to the guards when he's being brought to, what's his name again? Pilates or whatever. Pilates. That why aren't they fighting for you? And Jesus says, well, they know that my world is not of the material things, and they know that salvation will come to them afterwards. So it's not about not simply voting. I think you're reading in a little bit more than what's there. It's about remembering the fact that earthly kingdoms are not the same as the heavenly kingdom. And trying to bring the heavenly kingdom down to earth is a fool's errand, one that even Jesus doesn't do. And we should be wary of that because, I mean, even further into John, we can look at how Jesus defines what is the good shepherd and what are wolves in sheep's clothing, right? So,
again, I'll read some passages here in a minute, but think of the fundamental insanity of this position. We shouldn't try to govern and have society structured in a way that would please God because the kingdom of heaven is God's alone and is the ultimate kingdom. That is nonsensical. It's abdicating our duty as good men and Christians to say that we should allow people that are anti-Christian or that are against the principles of Christianity to set forth the laws. That is nonsensical. God would clearly favor a more moral society made in his image. And we as men should do our best to make sure that society is being as moral as possible. Similarly, it'd be like saying, well, we shouldn't be charitable because after all, being charitable in this world is meaningless. Who cares if we help people in this world? It's only the kingdom of heaven that matters. That is nonsensical. And again, there are passages that speak to this, which I'll get to. Once more, I cannot stress this enough. It is insulting to hear atheists tell Christians that it is their Christian duty to remove yourself and not want Christian policies, and instead the more Christian thing to do is allow anti-Christian policies like abortions up till birth.
Yeah. Again, you're just kind of saying things that I didn't say. First off, a lot of arrogance there. How come you think you know what God's image is supposed to look like in this earthly kingdom, Rob? It seems to me like you are now very eager to try and enact what you just said you would decline earlier. I don't know why. Maybe you've had a change of heart. I guess we'll have to see. Now, you don't really see a problem with trying to enact your own earthly kingdom on earth? You don't think that's dangerous to do? I mean, what if you get it wrong and you push away Christians again who ultimately could have been saved, Rob? I know you said earlier you disagreed with the primary directive of what I said Christianity is, which is ultimately to spread the gospel and be saved by Jesus Christ. I have no idea how that's possible, but you don't think that it would be a bad thing if you pushed away some people who could have been saved because they were not the right type of Christian? Yes or no?
Okay, so think of this. That's not what I'm saying, as I've answered dozens of times here. Think of this. I think that part of the image of Christianity would be that the laws that God set forth, that even if I'm flawed in how I'm interpreting them, are things that I as an individual should follow. Do you agree with that? That makes sense for a Christian?
I do, yeah.
Okay, I think that it would also intuitively make sense that I should go forth and do my best as a human being to help the world enact that vision as well. And so therefore it would make sense for me, for example, if God says, thou shalt not kill, to say, hey, I think I should push for laws that say that we shouldn't kill. I don't think that you would say, now hold your horses there, big guy. That's arrogance. You're assuming what God wants the world to look like. That's arrogance. You shouldn't do that. Instead, you shouldn't allow your morality, which all of my morality and everything I believe because I'm a Christian is going to come from Christ. You shouldn't allow that. You shouldn't allow that morality to inform you that we should push for laws that say you don't murder. Instead, you should allow people that have a morality that comes from somewhere else to make those decisions and hope they come to the decisions you hope. That's nonsensical. Christians deserve to have their morality just as much as any other group inform their decisions.
Is prohibiting murder favoring one religion by a government entity?
No.
So why did you bring that up? Thou shalt not kill. That's not anti-secular. That's still secular.
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah, go for it.
I'll answer it with a question. Is saying thou shalt not steal favoring one religion?
It's not.
Is saying thou shalt not covet favoring one religion?
In and of itself, no.
Then what's your problem with that law?
Because the way you would legislate it, Rob.
What? Define.
How would you legislate it?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question. You'd pass the law.
Are you an Orthodox Christian?
No.
Yeah, maybe you said non-denominational, right?
Correct.
Okay, so here's where the problem starts to arise, Rob. Some forms of Christianity want to banish speech like envy speech. Reformists do. If they get into power, Rob, then you will be excluded.
Okay,
even if
finish.
You think that's not how it should be.
No, according to, so even his argument here is nonsensical because even all these laws that he talks about that he's against, as long as it doesn't exclude based on a religious basis, he would have to accept it. The point I'm trying to make is the argument he made there about, well, how could you know what the kingdom of God on earth would look like, et cetera, because I'm reading the Bible and trying my best to interpret that objective truth. And if that objective truth is something that me as a Christian, as an individual should strive for, there is nothing in the Bible that suggests, even though you strive for that as an individual, you are to abdicate being able to inform your government and your politics. That is nonsensical. Again, I remind you, my form of Christian nationalism would just be that we all inform our morality through Christianity and then vote for policies accordingly, not something that is excluding by specific denominations. He has no interpretation whatsoever. The rationale that he's given, he's going to have to backtrack from this whole, how would you know the kingdom of heaven? All of those arguments would equally be arguments why you as an individual shouldn't seek out salvation. Because how do you know what God really wants for you? We do our best to interpret the word of God. We act accordingly.
There's a difference between personal journey and enacting that on others. Now, again, you just conceded this debate, Rob. Yes, you did. You just said, I would not be okay with certain laws being enacted on behalf of Christian principles. I'm okay with them being informed. I'm okay with that too. That is what secularism is. The majority of people who are secular have always been Christian. That's a fact. And they still have always voted with religion informing it. I'm okay with that. So I mean, you just conceded it, man. I don't know how we can go any further.
Okay, it's my minute. All right, would you concede this, that a Christian nationalist could be okay with some laws informed by his Christianity, but not others?
Informed, yes.
Okay, and want to pass through there. Like, for example, a Christian nationalist could say, I'm for banning homosexuality, and at the same time, I'm against having Orthodox as the state religion. Could a Christian nationalist do that?
A Christian nationalist could actually try to, just repeat the question.
Let's run out the clock. Sure. Could a Christian nationalist have these following two positions? On one hand, I want to make homosexuality illegal because of my religious interpretation. On the other hand, I do not want my specific denomination of Christianity to become the state religion.
What would be the reason for banning homosexuality?
It's a sin.
It's a sin. And is it universal between all of the Christian sects?
I would say no. There are people that identify as Christian that don't think it's a sin, I think.
Okay, so we now have come to the same problem. You're favoring one section of Christianity over others.
So that doesn't answer my question.
Yes, it does.
It does not.
Yes, it does.
What was the question?
We're now favoring one section of Christianity.
What was the
over
question?
others. You asked me. I asked you, is it...
no, what was my question to you?
Would you be okay, or would you say that it is, if we ban homosexuality, right? If that would be informed of Christian...
That wasn't my question.
Then repeat it for me.
Do you guys want to move back into open floor now and give it a try again?
We can try it if he
Okay,
wants.
we'll give it a try back into open floor, and then if it gets too rowdy again, we'll bring back the timer. Let's try that.
The question was, could a Christian nationalist have the following two policy positions? One, I want to ban homosexuality. And second, I don't want my denomination to be enacted as a state religion.
Okay, sorry. I actually misheard you the first time because
Okay,
the second premise of your two questions is inherently antithetical to Christian nationalism, just as a definition alone. But your definition, Rob, which you've told me
Okay,
at
well,
lunchtime,
let's say that it is.
it is okay. It does actually seem like it's okay in it, but I argue that your definition of Christian nationalism is secular. So,
okay, that's fine. Under your definition of what Christian nationalism is, would a person be considered a Christian nationalist if they stood up and said, I have two policy positions? One, I find homosexuality a sin and it should be illegal. Second, I'm Catholic. I don't want Catholicism to be the official state religion. Now, you're saying that second part's antithetical to Christian nationalism. Great. So that person that says those two things, are they a Christian nationalism or not?
that's not what you said in your first definition. So this time I'm hearing it clearly, right? The first time, or the second premise you had was a Christian nationalist that does not want to enact. Right? Isn't that what you said? Nothing about
for the
nothing
fifth
about
time, I'm going to talk real slow. Okay, you
Okay.
ready? I have two positions.
Okay.
First position, I think homosexuality is a sin. I want it made illegal.
Sure.
Okay, you got that, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no question, no ambiguity about that, correct?
Yeah.
You know exactly what I'm talking about here.
Rob, let's come on.
Okay, position two. I, as a Catholic, do not want Catholicism to be enacted as a state religion. Do you understand what that means?
Okay, so yeah, that would be antithetical and paradoxical to Christian nationalism.
Okay, but yet I hold those two positions. Am I a Christian nationalist or not?
No, by definition, no.
Okay, so then you have no problem with people passing laws to ban homosexuality. That's not a Christian nationalist position.
No, the second premise is what makes him not a Christian nationalist.
Okay, but as long as someone wants to ban homosexuality but say, hey, I don't want my religion to be a state religion, they're not engaged in Christian nationalism.
Okay, so let's follow the first premise. Fine, we'll follow the first premise. the next question, Rob, is how are you coming to this, this law? What are you informing this law with?
Remember when we said there's no ambiguity
Rob,
with premise one? Let me repeat myself. I think homosexuality is a sin. Therefore, I think it should be illegal. You said, I get it. You don't have to keep hampering on it. I get exactly what you're saying. Okay, so now you know.
Okay, instead of yelling.
That's how I talk.
It sounds like you're informing.
That's how I talk, motherfucker.
It sounds like you're informing this law with Christianity, right?
That's what it sounded like, yes.
Do all Christians believe that?
It is irrelevant to what I'm asking.
No, it's not, because it's going to be exclusionary.
I do not believe all Christian people that call themselves Christians believe homosexuality is a sin. They should. Okay. I think almost all do, but maybe some don't.
That person is now a Christian nationalist, and they're excluding Christians, so it's less beneficial to Christians.
So now you've changed your answer. Now that person that holds those two positions is a Christian nationalist.
Yeah, I am.
Now, do you see the confusion? You continually flip-flop on your positions. You have you prep for this debate. This is your prompt. And you continue to waffle on your own positions. Even just now, you've back and forth of if that one person is a Christian nationalist or not.
Yeah, I was incorrect. Semantically, though, a little bit confused. That was my bad. But ultimately, Rob, what was the answer?
So that
secular state is more beneficial to Christianity.
Okay, so
there's no flip-flopping happening.
Okay, so just to be clear, anybody that passes a law that, quote, excludes what some other religion's morality is a nationalist for that religion, whether it be Christian nationalist, Islamic nationalist,
creating a law on behalf of and favoring one religion or banishing another religion? Is that what you're doing?
Well, that wouldn't be banishing a religion.
Are you prohibiting the free exercise thereof?
Is there any religion that gay sex is the free exercise? Is that religion? I'm unaware of that.
Not all Christianity believes that it's a sin.
So what? You could still practice your Christianity and homosexuality be a sin?
Okay, so my prompt, though, is that the secular state is more beneficial to Christianity as a whole.
But I'm not.
Nationalism is excluding Christians now.
How does that exclude Christians in any way, shape, or form?
Because some Christians could be gay, or some Christians don't think that gay people are a sin, right, Rob? So now we have one brand of Christian.
Okay, but
that is now creating laws on behalf of them.
But that's unique to any political philosophy. Like a secular governance will also exclude Christians on specific laws.
Like,
for example, could a secular government outlaw homosexuality?
I guess it could.
Oh, wouldn't that exclude gay Christians?
I guess it could, but it would have to be informed
so then where's
of
the
a
uniqueness?
Religious reason.
What's the difference?
Favoring one religion over another, right?
Well, that's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with favoring a religion.
Actually, wait. If it's banishing homosexuality because of their Christian faith or the religion, then that would be non-secular.
It doesn't matter. It would still be exclusionary to gay Christians. That was your whole argument.
If it's about them being Christian, then yeah, it would be non-secular. The state would be no longer secular.
No, your point has, there's no reason why this unique difference that you're talking about here would matter. A Christian that's gay is going to feel excluded if being gay is illegal. He would feel excluded if it's a secular government that made it illegal or if it's a Christian government that made it illegal. In both cases, he feels excluded, correct?
Except the moral code is being written by religion, right?
Wouldn't matter. He still feels excluded. That's your harm. That's the harm you're identifying.
Well, no, secularism is about, creating non-exclusionary practices.
No, that's not true at all.
Yes, it is. It promotes the freedom of Christianity.
That's first off, again, I go back to this, right? That is your unique definition, right? I can't find any other. Secondly, even if that's true, that doesn't mean it's about non-exclusionary. Like even a secularist excludes all kinds of shit. There isn't a benefit of inclusivity to secularism necessarily. For example, you would exclude all the things that you make illegal would be excluded. That's by definition exclusionary. You don't think that's bad?
They would be abridged. Yeah, by definition, it means abridged. But here's an example. Okay, so why don't we just think of secular courts and prayer out of schools? This is a big topic. So for prayer out of schools and prayer in schools, do you think public schools should allow prayer? Well, like let's say a football team, hypothetically, does a prayer before.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say that it is a type of prayer that is non-Catholic. It can be Reformist, Lutheran. The translation they use, it's not something that like the NRSV that a Catholic would use, right?
Okay.
Who decides what prayer is the right one to use? As in, like, what translation? Does that matter? Do you think we're just
For whether or not it should be allowed?
No, I mean, like, do you think people are gonna have a contesting over which prayer is in the correct translations to be used?
I don't know.
Or-
I'm not trying to be tricky here. Are you saying for it to be allowed, like legally, or are you saying is your preference of how you would want to pray? Do people have a disagreement on what Bible
again,
translation?
It's not really about like the law itself. It's more like, let's say we allow prayer now in public schools. Okay.
Yes.
So now we're talking about what is more beneficial to the Christian now. So there's lots of different types of Christians. They don't agree on the same
I would say
translations. What if they use a prayer that their sect, like Catholicism, doesn't agree with?
Some Christians would prefer like King James Bible. Some would prefer NIV. Yeah, sure.
Exactly.
Okay.
So isn't that more exclusionary for Christians, depending on, let's say, their high school coach, likes this version, and now he knows that one of his kids is a Catholic, so he looks at him differently because of it. This
No, I don't think
in real life.
I don't think it would be more exclusionary. Let me explain why. So your argument is the counter. So the counter to that is we should not allow prayers by the football team before the game. That's the counter.
By public schools, that way all of these types of Christianity don't have to feel excluded.
Let's go down this line. So I went to a public school. I played football. We prayed before the games. You're saying that should not be allowed because that was a public school.
I mean, technically, it's not, right? Well, actually, recently the Supreme Court. I don't know if you were.
I'm just saying. You're saying that my coach said everybody huddle up. Let's say a prayer. That should not be allowed. Coach Clark, God bless his soul, used to pray for us.
I do say yes, Rob, only if it's on the field in the public setting. I mean, what if you had a Muslim kid on your team or a Catholic who didn't, agree with the version that you use?
So I just one more time, just to be clear.
Or a Jew.
I just want to be clear. Last time you're saying we should not have been allowed to pray on the field before the game.
Rob, I said yes, and then I said other things.
Fair enough. I think that's more exclusionary to Christians.
I don't know how you can think that. There's no one saying you can't practice Christianity.
I think it's just one thing that what you could say.
Other Christians on the football team, Rob, who don't share the same view as you, might disagree, and then they're excluded.
That's right. They may. That's right. They may. And they're not being forced to engage in that prayer. You're literally saying that I can't voluntarily do that prayer. How do you enforce this? By the way, what if I as a person want to kneel and pray myself? You're going to run out in the field and say, wait a minute, was that a prayer? Were you just praying? You're not allowed to do that. It's a public field. You see the nonsense of that?
I know it sounds tune-like, okay? It sounds tune-like, but like you don't think there's any element of coercion on someone who just maybe doesn't agree with what the prayer is, a Jew or something.
No.
You don't think there's any coercion for that kid to then, even if like his position on the team might be taken away if the coach doesn't see him praying?
That would be coercive.
You don't think that happens at all?
Whether or not it happens isn't what the law should be. Whether or not we should legally be allowed to pray.
Do you not want to protect that kid on the team?
I want to protect my right to pray. And if that person wants to be
no one
Muslims,
is taking away your right to pray.
Yes, you just said you are taking it away.
No.
Yes.
Kids can pray. Kids can lead a prayer on their own.
You just said, I was very clear. I said we as a team gathered and we all prayed. And you said that specifically should not be allowed.
I'm talking about the coach. So if I misspoke and said that you leading a prayer, it doesn't matter. I'm talking about the coach.
So I'm allowed to pray, but my coach isn't allowed to pray.
Yes, because he could be excluding a kid now.
Okay, now he's excluding everyone.
No, he's not. You can still lead a prayer. He just can't favor a religion as a public government servant.
On one hand, the 95% of our team that was Christians are now excluded because we're not allowed to engage in this as a team, which we were. And on the other hand, under your system, the 5% of people are being excluded. I'll take the 95. The Christians would be more happy that they get to pray. Yep. So your prompt is factually wrong. It would be worse for Christians. It would be worse for Christians.
Yeah. I mean, over time, Rob, it would, because you start off with disagreements you don't see right now, but over time, you'll start disagreeing on a lot of things. That's how history works.
So just to be clear, there's spaces that are given in public schools right now for Muslims to do prayers. Should we ban that because kids could feel excluded?
Students doing prayers have always been able to do that. You can be a Christian and lead a Christian prayer as a student, Rob.
Well, wait, not necessarily.
A teacher cannot lead a prayer.
Wait, not necessarily. right?
What do you mean
For
not
several
necessarily?
reasons. Well, let me explain why. One, because there's differences. For example, Muslims are allowed to get out of actual school time to do these prayers. Are Christians? If I said, my denomination of Christianity is 5 times a day, I want to get out of class and go in the hall and have a special place where I could face north and pray, would I be allowed to do that?
No, but they're not enacting you to do that, Rob. There's a difference between.
But Muslims are allowed to do that.
There's a difference between asking for religious exemption and then enacting that on other people, Rob. Right?
No one's suggesting enacting it on other people. You don't have to participate if you don't want.
Then you're advocating for a secular state.
No, I'm not. If my coach is a Christian and says, everybody sit down, say a prayer. Johnny, the gurney just came out to take Johnny. Let's all hold hands and pray. Heavenly Father, please protect him. Don't leave his leg be broken, blah, blah. You're saying that's illegal. That should be illegal because there could be one kid on the team that's not Christian. But that's
Rob,
less
I
exclusionary
wanna
to
engage
Christians
with that.
than if
I
we said it was illegal.
I actually think that your scenario there, it probably has happened before. I'm not
All the
really
time.
that against that. I'm not.
But wait a minute.
If, like, the team,
Then you're Christian
if the-
nationalist. Then you're
if
Christian
the team wants to do that when a player's injured, okay. My point is that we shouldn't legislate the inverse here, Rob.
No. That's
Okay.
not your point at all. What's the difference between if a kid's injured or before the game to pray so no
I'm
one gets
fine
injured?
thinking of this standard versus law. If you know law, okay, if you know how law works, you can look at this as a standard instead of a rule, and we can take this case by case. In this circumstance, I would not want the coach punished.
Okay,
you want my
but you
real
would
opinion?
if he prayed before the game. Please
I
don't
don't
let
want
Johnny
the
break his
government
leg.
policy to enact that it can happen all the time.
No,
That's
but
the difference.
No. That you have no differentiation why there would be a threshold difference between a coach praying with this team before the game, please let us all get through this game uninjured, versus praying when someone is injured of please don't leave the injury be that bad. Tell me what the threshold difference is.
The threshold difference is it's exclusionary for people who are not the same type of Christian or Christian at all. That's
Why
the
wouldn't that
difference.
be exclusionary in the latter example?
It is. I'm just okay with asking.
What's
Actually,
the
Rob, I'm
difference
okay with-
threshold?
because if we use a standard here instead of a law, we can look at this case by case and actually think about this in a more human way. Okay.
Sure.
Wouldn't you
Why is
like
the
that?
second more human?
Because one is mandating a policy that's day to day. That's okay. The other is under this circumstance. You know what? I don't think we should prosecute the coach. He shouldn't lose his job.
I don't think that it's day to day. I think that the idea is the same in both accounts. Both are appealing to
It's
what
not,
they
bro.
see as a higher power to keep someone safe. One is
I
before
sure
the
hope
game, before
the
injury.
gurney
The
isn't
other is
picking up
during an
an
injury.
athlete every
There's
day,
no
Rob.
difference.
Come on.
They're both exclusionary, right? And the point is, I could be as absurd as you and say, wow, then that proves that you're for some level of Christian nationalism. The point that I'm trying to make here is
No,
quite
it's not.
simple. Like, and you picked out this ridiculous hypothetical. I'm making a point, right? We shouldn't mandate Christianity. I don't think that by the way, we probably have vast disagreements on what we think the role of the government is in education anyways. But to the effect that we have public schools, I don't think that we should force all kids to pray, but I think we should absolutely allow them to do so. And I have no problems with the teachers
We allow
praying
kids
as well.
to pray. We allow.
Do we
kids to pray.
allow, should we allow a crucifix to be on the wall?
What type of cross is? What if it's like an
a
Orthodox
Christian-
cross? What if it's an
whatever.
Orthodox cross?
Any specific cross you could think of any religious denomination, should it be allowed to be on the wall of a public school?
I don't think so, Rob.
How about a pride flag?
A pride flag is not a religion.
I choose to disagree. I think it is their religion.
Well, I don't. There's nothing to debate here, Rob. It's not.
Of course,
It's
there's
not.
something to debate.
There's not. It's not a religion.
Of course, it's their religion.
It's literally just a
What's
reaction
the
to
difference?
history.
What's the
I mean,
difference?
I'm not gay. I'm not really transgender. I don't really care that much, Rob. But come on.
Can having the
Logically
pride flag
stupid to
can
say it's a
having the
religion.
pride flag be exclusionary to people whose religion think it's a sin?
I guess.
Oh, so why
I
is
can
that
think that.
exclusion allowed?
I don't agree with it. I said you asked me if they could feel that, and I said I guess, but I don't think it's true. I don't think it's.
Why wouldn't it be
rational.
exclusionary? If I think homosexuality is a sin,
Because I think they're wrong and uninformed, Rob. The Bible never even talks about
oh, so your
homosexuality.
subjective belief is they're wrong. So therefore, it's
Yes.
okay to exclude them. Okay, well, Christian subjective belief is
I
the
don't think we should
homosexual is
enact
wrong.
laws
So it's
based on
okay
their
to
preference
exclude.
of what they think the Bible informs them on, bro.
Okay, I don't think we should. But the question is exclusionary. The reason you say that is because it's exclusionary. So explain to me why it's okay for teachers that want to put up pride flags or trans flags to exclude Christians that think it's a sin, but it's not okay for Christians
Sorry.
to have prayer that
How do
exclude
pride flags
non-Christians.
exclude Christians?
Because it is glorifying a sin that they don't want to engage
You
in.
already agreed, Rob, that some Christians don't think it's a sin. So That's not a good
Some
argument.
do. The ones that do would
So
be
how
excluded.
does a pride flag exclude Christians?
It excludes certain sects of Christianity
How?
because they think it's a sin.
Are they not able to participate? Are they not able to?
In what way are they not able to
Are
participate?
we favoring gay people over them? Come on, let me see.
So
Let's
then
see
if
the
there's
logic to this.
if there's a cross on the wall, why is that favoring Christians over them? Over
If
gays?
it's an Orthodox cross,
It's
is
just a
enacting
regular
religion
We'll just say it's a,
on the cross.
it's just a regular cross.
How will the Orthodox Christians feel
I think they'd be more fine with a regular crucifix up than an Orthodox crucifix.
right now, but maybe not in the future?
Okay, so then like think of what you're saying here.
You're
Well, if
setting a
you just
permission
had
structure,
a
Rob.
regular old crucifix on the wall, hypothetically in the future, an Orthodox could say, you know what? I don't like that regular crucifix. I'd rather it be an Orthodox crucifix. Therefore, hypothetically in the future, they could be excluded. However, it's perfectly fine for the trans flag to be up there and exclude them currently. That's okay.
Except trans flags don't exclude Christians.
Yes, it
A
does. It
certain
excludes,
type of
does it exclude
a certain
Orthodox?
type of Christianity, Rob, does exclude Christians.
Okay,
It
so just to be
excludes
clear,
other denominations of Christians.
just to be clear, does a regular crucifix exclude Christians?
It would exclude certain Christians.
Okay, does a pride flag exclude Christians?
No, it has no relevance to them.
Let me give the answer you should have given. It excludes certain Christians. Exact same answer.
No, it doesn't.
It
No, it
doesn't.
doesn't.
So
No, it
there's
doesn't.
there's no sect of Christians that feel that that's a sin.
Feeling that it's a sin is not excluding you
Sure,
by
it is.
government policy. No, it's
Forcing
not.
my tax dollars
Having
going.
a classroom, Rob, having a classroom, pick like a, let's say the 10 Commandments, you want to put them on the wall. Having a classroom use a wrong translation is exclusionary specifically to other Christians who believe in the
That's-
same thing.
This is one of the worst arguments I've ever heard. I have to be honest.
Really?
Yes,
You
I think
Christians have
anyone of
different
remote
forms of the Ten
anything of
Commandments?
remote. If you asked 100 Christians, look, if we put the 10 Commandments up there, but it was a slightly different translation than yours, would you find that more exclusionary to you than a trans flag? I think
No,
of
the
100
trans flag
Christians,
don't have any
99 would
meaning to
say,
me, and it's not
no,
religious.
the trans flag would be worse. And you're like, no. That Christians would be more offended at the translation of the 10 Commandments that was slightly different than what they believe. That's
What
laughable.
moral code is a trans flag putting up there to enact on other people?
Celebrating pride of the trans community.
That's not a moral code to be
It's
enacted
a
on you.
sin. Yes, it
It's
absolutely
literally
is.
a self-expression. I don't know how the fuck you think that even
So
matters
then a
to you.
crucifix is a self-expression of the Christian's moral
No,
code.
it's not. It enacts
Why not?
a moral code given by authority in Christianity dogmatically. What are you talking about?
Who are you to say that? It's a symbol. Both are symbols.
Okay, one is a dogmatic authority-driven symbol.
Yes, the trans flag.
Is
Agreed.
pride a dogmatic authority-driven
Yes,
symbol that
yes,
excludes
Yes,
Christians?
the
Are you
left
serious?
wing. Yes, the left wing. For example, you don't think it's exclusionary. Can you explain why a gay couple went
I
shopping
must have missed the
bakery?
pride authority.
Can you explain to
My
me
bad.
why a gay couple went shopping bakery to bakery until they could file a lawsuit when they found a Christian that wouldn't bake a cake? Was
I
that
can't. It's
exclusionary?
You're using fundamental attribution error. This is not indicative of all gay people. Why are you doing this? Stop. It's
Right.
dumb.
It doesn't matter if it's indicative of all gay people. Nothing I said was
It
indicative
does,
of.
because you can't just go on and extrapolate that and say it's all about all gay people. That's how it
That's
works.
absurd. That's exactly what you're doing with
It is
Christians.
absurd. That's why I just said it was
It's
absurd.
exactly what you're doing with Christians.
No, it's not.
Yes, it's the exact same thing.
I think it's absurd to actually put exclusionary practices in the classroom that actually exclude Christians. I don't want an Orthodox cross
like the
there.
gay flag.
That would make
Pride
a
flags,
regular
trans flags.
Catholic feel excluded.
No, it doesn't make them feel excluded.
It will, Rob.
It will not. And what would
Let's
make
say,
them feel?
let's
what
say
would
this
make them
teacher
feel-
says Orthodox Christianity is the best all the time. They submit a book report. They get a D. They wonder themselves, I wonder if this teacher thought that I didn't deserve the grade because I'm a Catholic. Rob, we don't want that to happen.
Okay, and what if they see the pride flag up there and they get a D and they say, I wonder if this teacher went against me because they know I'm a Christian and I think that
That's
homosexuality is a sin.
discrimination under a secular state. They can sue them.
Okay, well, that happens.
And they sue them.
Okay, you could sue under the crucifix on the wall too.
Fucking-
Why couldn't you?
No, you can't. Not in
Why
your
can't-
state. In a secular state, you can because there's
That's
protections
not
against
true.
it, Rob. That's what I'm
not
arguing.
True. You're
Yes, there
entailing.
is.
You're entailing that a Christian. You're entailing that if we allowed crucifix on the wall, it would therefore intuit that automatically you would not be allowed to sue any teacher that intentionally diminished someone's grade that wasn't Christian. That's nonsensical. That is not an entailment of Christian nationalism. That in order to be Christian nationalism, you would not be allowed to sue a teacher that intentionally harmed the grades of a non-Christian. Prove it. Show me any definition of Christian nationalism that says that that's an entailment.
Well, when you want to enact government policy, Rob, you have to choose something.
What are you talking about? That's a non-answer. Answer my question.
When you allow government, like let's say government public spaces to introduce crosses, you have to write it in law, Rob. You have to allow it to happen, right? Now, you can write a law that says all different types of crosses are available, but ultimately what's going to happen is a permission structure of exclusion based on certain Christian sects. This is historically true.
I just want you to answer a simple question, right? And a yes, no will suffice. You can elaborate after, right? Would it be possible to have a Christian nationalist society that voted and said in every public school there is a crucifix? And if teachers intentionally harm the grades of students that aren't Christians, they could be sued. Is that a potential Christian nationalist society?
What would the basis for this case be?
What do you mean, what's the basis?
What's the basis?
I don't understand the question.
What are you suing? What is the standing here? What are you suing them for?
You're not allowed to discriminate against people academically based on their religious
views, right?
Right?
That's secular. Oh my fucking.
Okay, so just to be clear, if we pass a law that says crucifixes must be in every school, but also they say, but you're not allowed to punish kids that aren't Christian, you would say that's not a Christian nationalist society.
So here's the thing, though, Rob.
Why is this a hard question?
No, I'll agree with you. Yes. Okay. So here's the thing. What you're saying is antithetical to just putting a certain cross into a classroom that's paid for by the government. When you are a public servant, you are representing the government, Rob. That means if you put a certain style of cross in there, you are now favoring that type of religion.
I didn't hear an answer to my question.
I said yes.
Okay, so it would still be Christian nationalist, or it wouldn't be Christian nationalist is your answer.
No.
I don't understand what you're saying, yes or no, because instead of just answering, you go on this big tirade and then we have to go back. My question is quite simple. Please answer yes or no. Would it be a Christian nationalist society if you said in public schools there are crucifixes on the wall of every school, however, you're not allowed to punish kids on their grading if they're non-Christian? Is that Christian nationalist or not?
It still would be Christian nationalist because the public space, which is paid for by the government and represented by the government, is choosing a certain style of cross.
Okay. So
I just want to let you boys know we're coming up on 2 hours. Do you want to keep going here?
Yes, I would like to finish my point here, right? So let's rewind.
Okay, just wanted to give you a time check. Go ahead.
Now let's rewind to how we got here. You said if you had a cross up on the wall, and then the teacher gave little Johnny a D and he's Orthodox, he might say, did I get a D because I'm Orthodox and that's not an Orthodox cross? And I said, yeah, but couldn't little Johnny, if he gets a D and he's a Christian and there's a pride flag, go, did I get a D because I'm a Christian that thinks homosexuality is immoral and there's a pride flag? And you said, yes, but you could sue. And I said, yeah, but you could also sue in the example of the Orthodox versus the regular crucifix. And you're like, no, because of Christian nationalism. And now I've got you to admit, absolutely, there are Christian nationalist society where you'd be allowed to sue. So you'll concede that you were wrong there.
No, because pride and LGBTQ rights are not a religion, Rob. So you're now
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to answer your specifically about to answer your specific objection there. It doesn't matter. Now we'll move on to, is it okay to exclude people through non-religious beliefs and what you interpret? One, I would interpret the way that these progressive policies and people that advocate them act as their form of religion. But even to escape that, the question becomes, why is it okay to exclude on non-religious grounds?
Well, no, Rob, the answer here is that it's bad in both areas. If someone is literally discriminating against a kid because they have different views on pride, we allow discrimination lawsuits to happen. Okay? A secular state doesn't say that, it needs to be okay that the pride flag is now in the classroom to do something like religious, okay? And your version of Christian, like when you say put a cross in the classroom, by definition, already you are now favoring a certain section of Christianity.
That's not true.
That is a fact.
That is not
yes,
true.
You are.
That is not true.
That cross means something different to every one of the people in there. It's part of their religion.
What sect of Christianity is this cross?
again, Orthodox Christianity has a different cross than regular Christianity.
What sect of Christianity is this cross? Can you tell me?
I mean, it's just the normal crucifix, yeah.
That's just a normal crucifix. What sect is that?
What does an Orthodox Christian Christian?
I'm asking you. So this is a normal crucifix. So that would imply all Christians?
No, Orthodox Christians have a different cross.
Yeah, but each church has specific different crosses for different things. Would an Orthodox Christian recognize this as a sign of Christ?
They might.
Okay, so then why would that be offensive to them?
Some of them might want their version of the cross actually being favored by the government.
It's not exclusionary. Saying we got
yes,
some
it
of
is,
what
because the government will overwhelmingly want the normal cross. That's the problem.
But I don't. The argument is this: right now, Orthodox Christians are told you are not allowed to have any cross in the classroom. And then the alternative is, well, here's a generic cross that represents all of Christianity. And Orthodox will say, well, that's worse than no cross because we wanted our specific cross. That's your argument.
Except history, Rob, will tell you that that's not how it works.
That's not
you're
true.
Setting a permission
that's not
structure.
true.
You're setting a permission structure.
You're going to give an example that's not analogous to the question and the point that I'm making. Why would it be more offensive to say no crosses than yes, the generic cross is allowed to an Orthodox Christian? Have you talked to an Orthodox Christian? For the simple fact that all of these different sects and denominations exist in the first place. Why did they start to exist? Because they disagreed. They disagreed on things in Christianity. Hey, Orthodox Christians that are watching, I know that you're watching, send in a super chat to Speakeasy. Would you be more offended of a generic crucifix or no crucifix? Go ahead, Orthodox. Say, I'm Orthodox, and this is what I would be more offended by. Go ahead.
They can send in what they like, Rob, but what I want is all of them, every Christian denomination, to be able to practice their religion freely and not feel coerced into doing one or the other.
Having a generic crucifix would not coerce an Orthodox.
Orthodox Christians would not be represented in classrooms that's
not true.
Publicly funded. Wait, let me finish, Rob. Orthodox Christians would not find themselves represented in public classrooms that are government funded at the same way that normal Christian sects would. That is a fact. You think that wouldn't affect them over time? Why wouldn't they think to themselves, how come we don't have our cross up there?
They would say, because there's all sorts of denominational crosses that aren't up there. It's just the generic crucifix that represents Christ, which is more of a representation of our religion than no cross and pride flags.
Right now it is.
And in the future.
No, it won't. In the future, you'll fight about it. And I want that not to happen.
Do Orthodox Christians view the generic crucifix as a sign of their Christ?
So they probably do, in a way. I'm actually unfamiliar with this completely, so you can probably look it up and find out. I'm sorry.
Okay, so if they do, why would it be offensive to them?
My main premise of this, Rob, is why would they have a different crucifix in the first place if it didn't feel like that was more representative of them?
Well, they could. Yes, religions could have different symbols. You could have all sorts of symbols. For example,
exactly.
Catholics have a bunch of different versions of the cross they look at. Right?
So
a bunch.
The identity of Eastern Orthodox, right, is like communion of autocephalous churches, I think Greek, Russian, and Serbian, I want to say. And then there's sacraments, there's episcopal succession and things like that, right? No single universal bishop with Roman-style jurisdiction, right? Now, they have big disagreement lines with like Roman Catholic, papal jurisdiction, binding water, or how binding with later Western dogmatic definitions are. They have real ones with Protestants, right?
You're saying a lot of stuff that has nothing to do with your argument. Yes, let's say this. Let's say that Protestants use 4 crosses, one of them's a generic crucifix. Lutherans use 4 crosses, one of them's generic crucifix. Catholics use 4 crosses, one of them's generic crucifix. Mm-hmm. Orthodox use 4 crosses, one of them's generic crucifix. So we put the generic crucifix on the wall, and all of a sudden, Orthodox, for some reason, are like, yes, that is a symbol that represents our God. But you know what? We also have other symbols that also represent, and they're not in the wall, so I'm offended by that symbol that represents my God.
It's not that they're offended right now, Rob. It's just it sets a permission structure to do that in the future, or else they wouldn't have separated.
I have no idea. Why would a symbol? So just to be clear, your argument is this. Let's just say hypothetically there are 4 crosses that Orthodox use. Okay, one of them's the generic crucifix. Okay, so if we put a generic crucifix on the wall, there is a chance in the future The Orthodox will say, even though that's one of the 4 crosses we use, we're offended because we want another one of our crosses up there.
Because they disagree, Rob.
With the symbol that represents their religion.
Correct. Symbols absolutely can drive different Christian sects. That is
okay. I think we should take pride flags. Listen, we should take pride flags off the wall because hypothetically, let me finish.
Christians will not start wars over different symbolism?
Like, let me finish. We should take pride flags off the wall because hypothetically, in the future, there could be different pride flags from different groups that don't feel representative. So it's exclusionary. So pride flags must be taken off the wall because it could be viewed as exclusionary to other LGBT in the future. You agree?
If it becomes that, I'm sure the secular.
What do you mean if it becomes? We're talking about, it's not what it is now. It's hypothetically in the future could happen. Therefore, we should remove them now.
Yeah, this is not analogous for a lot of reasons. One, it's not religion. It is. Second, I know you want it to be religion. No matter
doesn't matter if it's religion or not. The
no
principle
matter how
of not
much you want
excluding.
to be religion, Rob, it will never be religion. I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter. I disagree with you, but it's
essentially
irrelevant.
a self-expression thing. I don't understand it, Rob. I'm not gay. I'm not transgender, but it's self-expression. It has nothing to do with enacting something on other people. Second.
So wearing a crucifix is self-expression. I'm not enacting on other people.
Yes, it does, Rob.
No, it
doesn't. It enacts different beliefs of Christianity.
It doesn't. Okay. How does a cross being on the? You're an atheist. If you walk into a room, a courthouse, let's say, and there's a cross on the wall, explain to me what happens to you.
I probably don't mind it if it's a public courthouse. I don't know. I feel like it's probably
nothing negative.
I feel like it might be against the secularism of the state, but ultimately, Rob, I don't know if I really want to legislate on this right now. That's not the argument right now.
Right. So in other words, maybe it's against law.
No, I just think it's not really relevant to conversation.
So it might be against the law of what secular is, but personally to you, it doesn't really do anything. Right. So the same would be true of the cross in the school. It's not personally doing anything to harm people.
I can't speak any
different than
the
pride flag would personally be harming people.
On behalf of other people in this circumstance of whether or not the cross would make them not feel okay. Now, I'm going to give you a very real example, okay? Not a pride flag. I'm going to give you a very real example. Let's say your teacher is Catholic and she has you do sacraments every time you walk into class.
Different?
Well, how is that different?
Forcing me to engage in something that I don't want to? If she had a list of the sacraments on the wall, that would be different, wouldn't it?
But that's her religion. That's her Christianity. I mean, that's a normal thing.
Forcing me to do something is different than a symbol hanging on the wall.
It is primarily symbolic, though, right? It's just a symbol.
So is the pride flag. It's a symbol.
So is the cross.
Yes. So why is one allowed,
so
not the other?
you're now agreeing that we should not use symbols to enact exclusionary policies in other Christians.
No, you just jumped to that conclusion.
A cross is a symbol.
So is the pride flag.
Sacraments are essentially primarily symbolic.
But they're forcing someone to do a sacrament's different than you doing the sacrament yourself.
Are you sure? She could just put them in the classroom and then say, do it at your own will.
She could. That would be different, wouldn't it? Than
forcing. Do you think that would be exclusionary or not?
It depends. Probably not.
Depends.
Yes, probably not.
Why not?
Because I'm not being forced to do something.
Okay, so what if, again, in the future, over time, some branch of this Christianity, Protestantism, comes out of this and says, we don't want to do sacraments anymore. We don't care about, the papacy.
Again, I don't understand. Nothing you're saying is disanalogous to what I'm saying about pride flags. We have entire curriculums that's talking about celebrating, classrooms that talk about celebrating the pride movement. Is that not exclusionary?
What about putting the saints inside of a classroom?
Putting the saints inside a classroom is different than forcing someone to engage in sacraments.
It's the same thing as doing a symbol like a cross.
Right? I don't have a problem with the cross.
Christians do not really believe in, let's say they put Mary up there.
Okay.
Do every Christian believe in Mariology?
No.
Do they believe she's a saint?
No, I don't believe so.
Would that not be exclusionary to you? Would you not feel as if the government is now preferencing
like the pride flag? Yes, like the pride flag. If I had to, as a Christian, if I didn't believe in Mary, I would feel less exclusionary if the church had a picture of Mary up there than a trans flag. Yes, That would be.
Stop,
I would feel
stop
less
making
excluded.
This false dichotomy, man.
It has nothing to do with soft
fucking
dichotomy.
care about trans
your
people.
Principle,
okay?
Your principle, your prompt is a secular state is more beneficial to Christianity.
Exactly. So stop talking about trans people.
The reason is because you're saying if we had a Christian state, hypothetically, that it would be exclusionary to certain brands of Christianity. I'm explaining to you how the current. Let me finish. I'm explaining to you how the current secular state is more exclusionary to Christians than a Christian state would be.
That is nonsensical, man.
It's not nonsensical at all.
I don't know why you need to tether trans people to this right now. It makes no sense.
What do you think feels more exclusionary to most Christians? A crucifix?
There's no reason.
Let me finish. A crucifix or a trans flag? What? Just answer the question. What do you think most Christians would find more exclusionary?
I don't know how a trans flag, which promotes self-expression, pride in oneself,
sin.
It's not agreed upon. We already said that every Christian
most Christians would agree. Most
that
Christians.
It's a sin.
Would you go back? Steal me my position. Steal me my position. What was my question?
It's impossible, Rob, because just because it's a self-expressionary flag, there's no way to make it about you unless you really try. If you stay at the ground long enough, you'll find dirt, Rob.
What was my question? What was my question?
If you put a trans flag or a pride flag on a classroom wall, will it not make a Christian feel excluded?
That was not my question. My question was, what would a Christian feel? Most Christians would feel more excluded by a trans flag than by a crucifix.
Okay,
you disagree? Do you disagree with that?
Yes, because you can't feel excluded from a pride flag.
I just want to be clear. Your argument to this statement.
There's no government enactment going on there, man. There's no
just want to be this is the debate.
Trans
Here you go. Whoever's clipping this, here's the debate, right? I'm going to ask this question. Just answer with the yes, no. You ready? It is your argument that if there were two public rooms and one had a crucifix in it and the other had a trans flag, most Christians would feel more excluded by the crucifix than the trans flag. Your argument is yes, they would feel more excluded by the crucifix.
No, my argument is I hope to God the English course teaches them how words work so they can understand that there's no way it could possibly be exclusionary.
So then you're not answering the question.
No, it's just funny, man. There's no reason.
Are you going to answer the question?
Yeah, I answered it. It's nonsensical. It doesn't make sense.
No, that's not an answer to the question. The answer to the question is either yes or no.
The answer is it's dumb. It doesn't make sense.
That it absolutely makes sense.
Fine. Okay. How does a Christian feel excluded by a trans flag?
Because they feel that they're being forced to
celebrate. Explain to me the mechanisms here.
Their tax dollars is being forced to go into a public thing that is celebrating pride in something they feel is a sin.
No, it's not. It could be a teacher putting it up themselves. And I'm
Doesn't
pretty sure
matter who's paying the teacher's
salary.
Sure
that's how it works. I'm pretty sure
who's paying the teacher's salary.
Doesn't matter. They can use their money in any way they want afterwards.
So they can put a cross up.
No, because that's savings of religion.
Oh, so then explain to me. The question is, do they feel excluded? Why would you feel excluded if there's a cross up?
Is being a woman the same as religion?
No.
Oh,
congratulations. Wow. Is eating a sandwich the same as running up a hill?
I thought trans and
the answer is no. I guess I win. Right?
I thought they were just related to gender topics, right? If you already said being a woman is not the same as religion, then how are you actually going to conflate
It's impossible to get a straight answer out of you. So let me explain, right? The reason, if I'm trying to steal me in your position, you would say, in a public classroom, if there's a crucifix on the wall, I could feel excluded because I'm of a religion or a set of beliefs that doesn't represent.
You have the same religion that has a different denomination.
I'm of a religion or sect that crucifix doesn't represent.
Yep.
Okay, which is nonsense because the generic crucifix pretty much represents all forms of Christianity. Nonetheless, let's say that you're right. But if I see a pride flag or a trans flag, which I say that's a sin, the idea of pride's a sin, and the idea of homosexuality and trans is a sin, right? I can't feel excluded by that.
How about being a woman? Is being a woman a sin?
No, being a woman is not a sin.
Okay. It's not.
What does that have to do?
Being a woman is not religion.
Okay, define woman. I'm happy to have this debate. Go ahead.
No, we're not switching it.
I'm just showing you. Then what was your
how
question
religion is not sexual identity?
When
Rob.
I said trans and you said is being a woman a sin,
if someone put a flag up that said women's rights, would you say that excludes Christians?
Oh, you're running from that debate, aren't you? Define woman.
No, if a woman put a if a woman
What
put
was
a
the
woman's rights,
relevancy of your point then?
if a woman put a women's rights flag up, would that exclude Christians?
It could exclude groups that are against women's rights. Could it not?
No.
If I put a Republican flag up, am I excluding Democrats?
That's awesome, bro. How do you make
If
that
I
about
put
yourself?
if I put a Republican flag up, am I excluding Democrats?
No, you're advocating Republican.
Okay, so then you'd be perfectly fine with public schools having Republican iconic free across their rooms.
They're not allowed to advance political parties like that, if I'm not mistaken.
But it
Inside of
wouldn't
school,
but why? Why wouldn't they be allowed if it's not exclusionary?
because we don't want to exclude people.
You just said it's not exclusionary.
In the classroom, it is.
You just
Because
said
it
it wasn't.
Okay, so a woman's rights flag doesn't advocate fucking policy
No,
that
no,
enact on
wait,
other
let's
people.
not get
It's just
off-
women's rights.
I'm happy to go to the women's rights
A
issue.
Republican
However,
flag
I'm-
advocates for Republican policy that enacts policy on other people.
I am absolutely happy to move on to women's rights. You
I know you
literally
are, because you make no sense.
Now you have to interrupt again. I get it. We go back to the 1 minute clock. You literally just said no. Having Republican flags up in these buildings is not exclusionary to non-Republicans.
No, you
And
said
then I
putting a
said,
Republican
okay,
flag
then
up.
you'd
You
be
said
okay
putting
with
a
it.
Republican flag up.
Can we go back to a
No
minute?
school. You said you didn't say any school.
I'd
at
like
all.
to go back to the minute.
All right. We'll go back to the minute. Let me bring up the minute clock.
Mom, we were having fun. What the fuck?
Oh, I'm having fun.
All right, go ahead.
Do you want to go first,
Is
Nick
it-
or B?
Is it me this time? Okay. I could
go
have
first.
sworn that there was never any mention of inside of a public space. It was if I put a Republican flag up, which could mean on your property, anywhere, that is not exactly the same thing, Rob. But once you say put it in the classroom, the secular state has laws to prevent that because it's anti-discrimination laws, right? You kind of defeating the argument here, man, because putting a cross up is the same as doing that, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. We want people to, in public spaces that have taxpayer money, we don't want to favor something over another. We want people to feel like they can freely, without coercion, choose whatever, or believe, sorry, not choose, but believe in whatever Christian denomination they want, without fear of coercion in a classroom or in some other public space. Is that not important to you? Again, I'm going to defer back to Mary, a saint. She puts up Mary like a Mariology figure, okay? Calls her a saint. You disagree with that. What does that do to you, Rob? What if you feel pressured to try and change the way you write something to fit that?
So what he said was, if you had in the classroom a Republican flag, that wouldn't be exclusionary. It's just celebrating Republicanism. Then he said that should be illegal because it would be exclusionary. Then he laughs and chuckles and tries to interrupt because he realizes that once more, he just defeated his own premise. The same thing could be said of women's rights. It's not just saying, oh, women's rights, that's all it is. It's also advocating for the policy positions of the people that use that symbology, right? And much of that won't be represented by me. For example, a lot of the women's rights stuff says that we should allow abortion. I feel that's murder. Therefore, it would be exclusionary to me to celebrate the idea of iconography of women's rights that is synonymous with the political position of pushing for abortion. If he says no, then the same thing could be said of the Catholic cross. It too is just a symbol that is celebrating Christianity. He says the mere fact that it's celebrating one is exclusionary to all the other groups that don't exactly meet in with that. But the same would be true of pride flags. Anybody that doesn't want to celebrate that or adhere to that as something that we should look to is also being excluded. He has no reason as to why that exclusion, because it's, quote, non-religious, shouldn't be something to be avoided.
Okay, a lot of tangent there. I'm going to try and address it one by one. One, the beginning sentence, we can throw that out. You lied. I mean, you're just being completely dishonest right now. That's not what you said the first time. I clearly said what you did say, and then you just decided to do what that was, whatever that was. Second, believing something is murder has nothing to do with legislating a certain type of Christian nationalism by the people. Okay, women's rights is not about enacting some framework of policy on other people. It is about reducing the disparity and acknowledging certain aspects of a woman's life in which they come into that disparity. So that means, like, it may be women should be assigned to the draft. I don't know. But the point is that it's not the same. You keep trying to equivocate things to religion, which is away from the prompt, to try and informally and contextually make my position weaker, man. But it's not doing it. You need to stay on the prompt. You need to stay on a religion. I'm talking about religion.
So I'm specifically staying on the prompt. If you look, the prompt is specifically that a secular state is more beneficial to Christianity and to Christians themselves. The reason, he's only given one reason why theoretically Christian nationalism would be bad for Christianity, and that is it would be exclusionary. So I'm saying what we should do is compare a Christian state versus a secular state and see which would be more exclusionary to more Christians. He is so far behind in this debate, he is making an argument that is one of the most laughable things I have ever heard. He is saying that a generic crucifix, a symbol, as far as I know, of recognized by every sect of Christianity, would be more exclusionary than a trans flag or a pride flag in a public school, because hypothetically in the future, the Orthodox who accept the general crucifix as a sign of Christianity might say, but what about the rest of our crucifixes that we use? That is laughable. Anyone claiming that the crucifix would be more offensive or exclusionary to Christians than something like the pride flag is lying through their teeth or so stupid they're not worth listening to.
Okay, I'm stupid. I'm going to try and explain this again, okay? And I don't want a timer for this, if that's okay, Rob. We can just...
No, the timer's fine. That's what we've agreed on because you couldn't stop interrupting.
I mean, I need like a quick little syllogism again. Or not a syllogism, but just like a quick yes and no. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah, he'll answer during your minute. Go
I'll
ahead.
be quick, as brief as possible.
Go ahead.
Okay. So for something to be exclusionary, all right, if we look at the cross, when we look at crosses in general of Christianity, all sects of Christianity are inclusive inside of Christianity, right? They feel as if Christianity is representative of them, right?
All Christians feel Christians represent them? Yes, I think, if I understand the question.
So when you enact certain types of Christian moral code, though, that's where you exclude, because people feel like they are represented by Christianity, but you're still excluding them, correct? No?
I don't understand
when
the
you
question.
mentioned the Mariology and the Sacrament.
You can pause
earlier.
the clock because I'm not trying to run it out. I really have no fucking clue what you're trying to say here. Are you? Let me rephrase the question, see if you're saying, if I enact laws specific to my denomination of Christianity, would that feel exclusionary to other Christians?
Because they feel represented by Christianity and are no longer being represented by them in a certain way. Correct? You have to feel included in Christianity as a whole to then be excluded.
Wait, so your argument is that if I am like, I'm Christian, and everyone's like, yeah, cool, you're Christian. Mm-hmm. And that means I'm part of all the Christians. Yeah. But I'm Catholic. Yep. And so therefore, I want to push for Catholic stuff. That's more exclusionary to the rest of Christians.
Because they're included in Christianity as a whole.
So that's
it feels like it's their identity in a way, right? It's part of it.
No, I disagree with that. I disagree with the
You don't think that's exclusionary on the basis of the fact that they identify with Christianity, but Christians are pushing them out?
No.
You don't think that's exclusionary?
No. Not of Christianity. It's exclusionary of that sect.
Of
their denomination, of whatever they are.
Of?
All right, so I'll continue to go with this. So then his argument is, then we shouldn't even allow denominational churches. The mere fact that an Orthodox Christian would feel more excluded by going to a Catholic church for a service than a satanic church, or to a gay pride event, or to an abortion center. Because it's more offensive to have Christians that believe 95% of what you believe, but have slight differences on other things, than people that are quite literally antithetical to your entire religion. That's nonsensical. And again, he's going through this hypothetical. Please don't interrupt. I didn't ask you to. It's antithetical to sort of what his position is in the first place. Like, again, he represents this by saying, therefore, the crucifix that's accepted by all sects of Christianity can be offensive to some forms of Christianity, because in the future they'll say, but you only showed one crucifix. What about the rest we use? This is on its face ridiculous. If there was a government that was 90% in agreement with everything Christians believed, but they disagreed with the other 10% versus only 50%, which one would you think most Christians would prefer?
For the time being, I bet they would prefer the one with 90%. But history is what we can look at. We don't have to look at the future, Rob. So if you look back at history, does this dominant majority Christian state ever stay that state, or does it change over time and renegotiate? The answer to that is obvious. If you refuse to acknowledge it, then again, that's a you problem, not a me problem. I want that not to happen. I want Christians of all denominations to have the freedom to practice their religion. That's what my prompt is. Secularism allows for that. If we deny secularism here, and you can contest the definition, I think we can probably wrap it up pretty soon, then you don't understand it, because it's not about banishing or atheistic practice needs to be mandated. That is anti-secular. Once again, what I'm saying is if you want to help Christians the most and have people get saved by Christ, which is the ultimate goal, is to save the most people possible, then secularism allows for you to do that instead of pushing them away.
It's nonsensical, and the harm that he isolates with Christian countries would also be true of secular countries. A secular country today could change leadership and what it believes in the future, and eventually one of those secular countries could become antithetical to Christianity. There is no reason whatsoever why you, like Christians, would prefer a government that was only 50% of the things they want as opposed to 90%, because in the future that 90% could drop to 70%, which is still higher than the 50% which currently goes. The question I have for Nick is this. Are you aware that there are currently people that are advocating Christian nationalism as a political movement?
Yeah.
Can you name one of them that have suggested banning other forms of Christianity?
Jason, a guy I debated in Horse's channel not that long ago.
What forms of Christianity did he suggest making illegal?
He's a Messianic Jew, and he wanted to ban Islamic practice, if I'm not mistaken, and then other types of Christianity.
What types of Christianity did he suggest banning?
He didn't get that far.
Oh, so you can't give an example. Can you give me any prominent person other than one rando you debated
serious,
online?
Rob? Is that, you're not serious right now, are you?
Yes, I'm absolutely serious. Can you give me any person other than one random person that didn't give you the specifics?
You asked me for a person, I gave you one.
Can you give me one that's not some random person that didn't give you the details?
I'm pretty certain that like Andrew Wilson is a Christian nationalist, right?
Sure.
And I think he kind of plays a little bit of the game. No, he's an Orthodox Christian, right? So I don't
He's
know.
Orthodox, correct?
Is
your claim here? Are you trying to claim that Andrew Wilson's advocating the banning of certain sects of Christianity, making them illegal?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, he certainly isn't. Okay.
Okay.
Any other examples?
That's what I said. So I'm not going to make a claim.
Keeping the minute still?
Yeah, we could keep it. I'm sorry. He could go.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm not really sure what you're asking me, man. Are you asking me if to name Christian nationalists like that are nameworthy, or people who are making policy right now? I mean, the Secretary of Defense, or War now, I guess, has a book called The American Crusade that wants to advance a certain type of Christian nationalism. Said it in his book. I've read it. I don't know if you have.
I've not.
I mean,
what sect did he want to ban?
There's a prominent figure. He's leading a cabinet position, dude.
What sect did he want to ban? Go ahead.
Well, he's a certain brand of a Protestant evangelist. He follows Doug Wilson's church specifically. So whatever Doug Wilson's is an Orthodox Christian church, I think, right?
I don't know.
His church is based on the Russian Orthodox Christian one, I believe. So he would probably want to ban many other types of them at some point. Yeah.
Show me one example of him ever suggesting it. I believe you're completely lying.
I mean, I can go excerpt his book if you'd like, but no, I'm not.
Yes.
He calls himself a Christian nationalist. He wants to enact a certain brand of Christian nationalism that he thinks is proper.
Okay. I do not believe, we'll leave it. I challenge anyone out there to find any quote from Pete Hegseth ever saying he wants to outlaw certain forms of Christianity. I do not believe his book says that. I believe you're lying.
Okay, well, Rob, I'm making the claim because of, logic here. If he wants to enact
Did you guys want to get back into the open floor?
We can try if he wants.
Okay, let's try to get back into the open floor. All right.
If Pete Hegseth wants to brand a certain type of Christian nationalism, he's going to have to choose something, Rob, which is then going to be doing what to other types of Christianity, Rob?
I don't think Christian nationalists and favoring one form of Christianity means you would ban other forms of Christianity.
It would de facto. It means that you would exclude them by definition of having to choose something in law. That's the whole point.
Every Christian's excluded already in secularism that's not allowed to be in law.
They're not excluded.
Of course they are. Can Christians advocate under secularism? Could
Christian in this country has to feel like they can't open a church because of the state enacting policy on behalf of a certain kind of church.
Okay, so Pete Hegseth is advocating not allowing via law certain types of churches.
You didn't answer my question, man. Under secularism, if you are a Christian who wants to open a Baptist church, you have no fear that the state has a certain brand of Christianity that would stop you from doing that, correct?
No, because by definition they don't have a brand of Christianity. Will you answer my question?
Now, in Christian nationalism,
Wait,
no,
I answered yours.
I'm almost
Wait,
done.
we can
I'm
go back to
almost
the
done.
minute if you want. I answered yours. Will you answer mine?
Or you can just let me finish the quick.
No, you can finish in a second. Now answer mine. Under Christian nationalism, is there any sect of Christianity that has to feel that they will be skinned alive for practicing Christianity?
Why are you introducing?
A yes or no will be sufficient.
You're literally being bad faith.
A yes or no will be sufficient.
No, your question sucks.
So the answer is no. So just like your question is non sequitur, so is mine.
No, I never said skinned alive.
Because no, there is no prominent Christian nationalist alive that is suggesting that they would not allow certain forms of Christian churches to open. Zero.
They
so
would,
you're saying currently
because
right now
they are going to favor a certain type of Christianity.
Show me.
They have to write it in law, Rob. They have to choose something.
I did use, I'll admit this is AI. I said, did Pete Hegseth say in his book he wants to ban other forms of Christianity? It says, no. There's no evidence or direct quote from Pete Hegseth's book, America Crusade, Our Fight to Stay Free or Others, where he states or advocates for banning other forms of Christianity. His writings and associated views, as reported by various sources, focus primarily on promoting a conservative evangelical or Reformed Protestant form of Christian nationalism, criticizing leftist ideologies, and calling for restrictions on non-Christian religions such as Islam. This aligns with this endorsement of figures like Doug Wilson, who emphasized banning non-Christian faiths. Hegseth has critiqued religious pluralism in contexts like the military. So show me the prominent Christian nationalist that said he would ban other forms of Christianity.
If you're okay, you got to stop turning your brain off. If you're literally asking me, does Pete Hegseth say outright, we need to ban certain sects of Christianity? You're going to be waiting a long time, right?
Right, because no one says that. Yeah.
How about we think about this logically and pragmatically? When Pete Hegseth goes to enact Doug Wilson's brand of church, he's going to have to put something into law, Rob. That is going to de facto do what?
Nothing.
You think nothing, even though Christians disagree on a lot of these moral codes.
First off, I do not see anywhere that Pete Hegseth is going to enact his religion via law. He's going to do what I want, which is use his religion to inform the laws that he wants passed. But he's not going to. Did Pete Hegseth suggest making his form of evangelicalism state religion?
I don't know.
You read his book.
It seems like he wants Doug Wilson's.
So, did Pete Hegseth say in his book that he wants a state religion?
You read at the end he wants Doug Wilson's.
No, it says he agrees with Doug Wilson, some of Doug Wilson's
the parish of Doug Wilson, yeah.
Okay, does Doug Wilson say that we should have an official state religion of his denomination?
I've watched a bit of Doug Wilson. He's pretty extreme. He definitely wants to enact laws specific to his type of religion, yes, which many different denominations disagree with, Rob.
I don't know what to say other than as a Christian, I would feel more comfortable with someone who was running things that was a fellow Christian that's a slightly different sect than someone that is antithetical and saying we will never have Christians be allowed to run this.
That is literally not how it works in secularism.
That is exactly, again, your proprietary definition of secularism.
Which is weird. Again, Rob, the majority of secular people are Christian. Remember.
So? The majority of Christian people don't want to ban other sects of Christianity. Why would the
majority of Christian people advocate for a type of state in which they are never allowed to run things, Rob?
Because that's the political belief that they choose to have? How is that relevant to the discussion?
As Christians?
Yes, so?
Or maybe they thought about this and went, well, the best way for all of us to actually stay in agreement and not kill each other is to allow all of us to practice freely. Let the kingdom of God be in heaven. Let the earthly kingdom be described by us.
What you're suggesting is you can see how you're the person using a unique definition. So, and we should take your unique defense of this. So your unique defense is things like this. We can't have churches or crucifixes in the school. We can't revoke gay marriage. Would you be for revoking gay marriage?
I would not be for revoking gay marriage.
Would that be Christian nationalist to revoke gay marriage?
I feel like the underpinning of it would be. Yeah.
So your argument is it would be more exclusionary to ban gay marriage for Christians than to not ban gay marriage.
It's just discriminatory, right, Rob? I feel like that's what it is, not really Christian nationalism. But
so now banning gay marriage wouldn't be Christian nationalism.
It would be discriminatory, and it's not really relevant to a secular
Would it be
state,
Christian nationalism is the question. The
two
terms
it would
are not.
Be.
So it wouldn't.
It would be discriminatory.
Okay, so just to be clear, if a bunch of Christians want to ban gay marriage, they're not enacting Christian nationalism.
They're enacting discrimination, which is banned.
What does that have to do with shit?
It doesn't. That's why I'm literally lost now. It doesn't fucking matter. We're talking about secular states. We're talking about religion.
Discrimination
We're
is not
religion, bro. Quit talking about gay people. I don't understand it. Why are we talking about gay people so much?
Discrimination is not banned. That's a lie.
Discrimination is literally not allowed.
Really?
I can't discriminate against you for being a Christian. Like, let's say you want to apply for a job, Rob. I can't be like, he's a fucking Christian. Fuck that guy.
Can I hire a job looking for a woman only?
Yeah.
Oh, that's discrimination, isn't it?
Kind of. There's certain ways.
So it's not banned, is it?
Discriminatory. There's certain ways.
So it's not banned, is it? That's discriminatory.
If you are doing it on like Craigslist, Rob. If you're doing it on Craigslist, not like an official title, bro, you can get away with it. Yeah.
Shit. So in other words, discrimination isn't illegal on its own.
Rob, you can get away with it if it's not a titled job that has some form of like, recognized taxation.
Why couldn't I do it with a titled job?
If you did it on Craigslist, the government can't literally go, I'm sorry, you can't just only hire women for your Craigslist car wash, Rob. What the fuck?
Why not? Why is it being on Craigslist any different? And it's not exclusive to Craigslist, which I don't even know if it exists anymore.
If it's a real position, Rob, no, it would be discriminatory.
That's not true. I used to work for okay, let me prove you wrong. So I worked for a home health care agency, right, that dealt with adults with developmental disabilities. We hired specifically men or women many times to have to do with this.
Let me finish. Did you say that in the job requirements?
Yes.
You said only women.
Yes.
Then you're just waiting for someone to actually file a lawsuit then, I guess.
Okay, so the woman who has been sexually assaulted her entire life that now needs in-home care and only will allow women to work with her, it is illegal to hire just a woman to work with her.
In that case, I'm wrong. That's different.
Why is that different? That's discrimination.
It wouldn't be discrimination at this point.
Why? You're discriminating against men.
Because she has a medical, I'm sure you can probably.
So in other words, the specific job requires a specific biological sex to accomplish.
It's not that the employer is requiring it; it's that the person.
No, the employer is requiring it.
The person who needs the help.
No, that's not true.
Support,
the employer is requiring it.
No, the employer is requiring what the person of interest wants.
Right, and the person of interest, there could be specific jobs in many fields,
and it's probably contracted now, right?
Wait. It's not just contract. In fact, state funds go to these organizations.
No, I meant like a 1099 or something similar to that, like you're a contractor now, right?
What does this matter? Even if we accept that, it's still discrimination.
It does
you can't just be like, yeah, but that's different. It's still discrimination. That's my point.
It does change the way this discrimination policy works.
We discriminate based on education level. Am I allowed to discriminate based on education level in my hiring practices?
We have discrimination in a lot of different ways. You got to elaborate.
You said that it's always illegal.
No, elaborate on what you mean by education level. What do you mean by that?
I can say it's required that you have a bachelor's degree for this job.
Okay, that's not discrimination against an identity.
Of course it is. Define discrimination.
Or a protected class, Rob. That's not a protected class.
Define discrimination.
I don't remember the fucking protected class of diploma.
Define discrimination.
What the fuck?
What does it mean? Tell me what discrimination means.
In the context of the civil rights, which is what we're talking about, Rob.
No, we weren't talking about the context of civil rights. Untrue.
Yes, we are.
That's not true.
We're talking about discriminatory fucking laws.
You said that the reason gay marriage must be illegal, it's not Christian nationalist, it's discriminatory, and we don't allow discrimination. That's not true. We do allow discrimination.
We don't allow discrimination against protected classes, Rob. Maybe
that's not true. We also allow discrimination against protected classes.
Which ones?
For example, you could allow discrimination against a class that we would say is protected, like women. Are women a protected class?
No, in your circumstance, it's different. I'm sorry. There's nuance.
What's the protected class?
We don't just allow employers to go, you're a woman? Sorry, fuck you. That's literally not how it works.
Tell me some of the protected classes.
It would be in the titles. So we have Title I, Title II, Title III, Title.
Define some. I don't know. Title I, Title II, Title III.
Why are you arguing it then?
You said there are different protected classes. Tell me what they are.
Dude, you brought up diploma. You don't even know what the titles are about.
What are you talking about?
I didn't bring up Title I. Title III is about discrimination against desegregation, so segregated spaces.
You said there are protected classes. Tell me some.
Yes, like fucking gender identity is now a protected class.
Okay, gender identity. Are women
I'm
a
actually
protected
not sure if
class?
it's a congressionally federal one
Are
yet.
women
I'm
a
actually not
protected
sure.
class?
Women are a protected class under discriminatory laws.
Okay. Am I allowed
And
to
even further
discriminate
in
and
Title
say,
IX, we
am I
expand
allowed
upon
to,
these things.
okay, women are a protected class. Got it. That's all I need. Am I allowed to offer a job that women can't apply to?
You cannot explicitly say that women cannot apply to this job.
That's
You
not true.
actually have
Yes,
to
I
leave it
can.
open. You can say we require women, like you said earlier, but you cannot deny women from applying.
No, yes, you absolutely can't. Well,
Oh my.
I guess not, but no one's saying that. That's not what the law is. No, wait a minute. So just to be clear, blacks are a protected class. And I'm allowed to say, I will
your
never
race,
hire, let me finish.
ethnicity,
I'm allowed to
protected
say,
class.
I'll never hire a black, but I'll allow them to apply. You're allowed to apply. I just am telling you I'll never hire you. That's
This
perfectly
is why
fine.
discrimination lawsuits are hard, Rob. You're figuring it out.
So I just want to be clear. That's what you're saying. You could
I mean, that's how it
state,
works. You
I'm
know how
not
hard it is to actually get like legal penalties for this? You have to be an idiot and like send a text like, fuck that bitch, she's a female.
Your interpretation of this is so ignorant, it's laughable. No, it wouldn't
Okay,
be
got it,
okay for you to say, as long as we allow you to submit an application. I don't even know how you prevent someone from submitting an application. What's to prevent anyone from putting an application
Give
in
them
the
a
fucking
question
post
maybe that
office
says,
box?
are you black? And if so, you cannot apply? Maybe?
So that, yes, there are jobs that say this job's exclusively for men.
What? I'm sorry, but everyone can apply. Yeah, no, seriously, everyone can apply.
Okay,
You cannot
so just to
literally
be
deny the other sex to apply.
Can you show me anywhere where someone says you're not allowed to apply? I've never heard of this in the current, last 40 years.
Again,
Show
it
me
would be
one case
discrimination against
with the
a
job.
protected class.
So, for example, I
You
might
can
have.
ask for special
So
needs.
just to be
like
clear,
you said, Rob.
so just
You
to
can
be
ask.
clear, a company says this requires a doctorate degree, right? But I don't know that it says, so if you don't have a doctorate degree, you're not allowed to apply.
A doctorate degree is not a protected class.
It doesn't
Okay.
matter. It's the same principle.
There's
No one through
no title, Rob.
No one through their discrimination or their exclusionary hiring practices, no one that I'm aware of is saying you are not allowed to apply. No one. Show me an example.
I can apply to be a doctor right now, Rob. They can
That's right.
discriminate against me on the basis I don't have a doctorate degree.
But it's not discrimination because you're
But they
allowed to
can't
apply.
say you have to input your doctorate's degree and you have to answer under oath. Do you have one? And I can't apply.
No one says that. No one says
Oh
it.
my-
Show me
You can't deny it though. That's the whole point. I fucking.
What are you talking about? This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. No, the way that civil rights legislation would be, it doesn't say, oh, you didn't say you weren't allowed to apply. You just said whites only. But you didn't say, therefore, blacks can't apply. So therefore, that's cool.
You just
No
can't
one says
put
that. You're
black
the
in-
only person I've ever heard
because
say that.
it's illegal, Rob.
What?
I don't even know. What are we talking about, bro?
Your argument is it wouldn't be illegal unless you say you can't apply if you're not white. You could say
Depending
we
on
won't
the
hire you
circumstance.
if you're not white, but you can't say you can't apply if you're not white.
Remember your example was special needs, right? The woman had like a sexual assault that happened, so she requires a woman so she can feel comfortable, safe. That's special needs.
Your
That
argument.
overcomes the discriminatory practice.
Your argument is this, that discrimination is always illegal. I gave examples where that wasn't the case.
I never
Your
said
response,
discrimination is always
your
illegal.
response to that was, well, just for protected classes. I said, are women a protected class? You said yes. I said, okay, same circumstance. You could hire just men for certain jobs. And you're like,
have to-
yes,
you have
but
to
as long
specially
as you
request.
don't say women can't apply, you can say we will only hire men, and that's fine. That's not
You
discrimination.
cannot say I only can hire women. No, you can request for women only. You cannot say we will only hire women.
That's not true.
Okay, whatever you want to say, man.
This job is
we
for
can move
women.
on, though.
I
Move
just
on.
want to be clear. You're saying that you cannot put a job application up for woman only.
You can request women only, but you cannot
That's
say
not true.
women
What's the
only can
difference?
apply.
So I can say we'll only hire women, but I can't say women only apply.
Yeah, you can request for women only.
Show me the
Due
law
to
on that.
special needs.
Show me the law on
Special
that.
needs.
Show me the
No,
law.
this is so fucking far off
I
the
want
debate
you to
topic.
show me
It's
the
just
law. This is
ridiculous.
one of the
You don't
most
even
upset-
know what the titles are, Rob. Why would
It
I
has
fucking
nothing to
waste
do.
my
It
time?
has nothing to do. You're
Yes, it
full of shit.
does.
You're full of shit.
How are you going to argue the Civil Rights Act if you don't even fucking know what each title is?
You are absolutely full of shit. Okay, tell me each title and each group within them. Go ahead.
No, that's not the debate prompt.
Go ahead. Tell me, because you don't know. You're desperately looking it up
I
right
already
now.
told you one of the most obscure ones. I'm not going to waste my time debating something that's not the debate
You don't
prompt.
know.
Why don't you stay on
don't
topic?
know.
Catch up.
You d-
Let's go.
You don't
Catch up.
know. No. No, like what we're seeing here is your unseriousness and the fact that you just have talked out your ass this entire debate. There is no one serious. There is no one serious. I have never heard this argument in my life that it is not discriminatory to say this job is for men only, but it is discriminatory to say men only apply. Can you explain to me what the difference is between those two? Why one's legal and one's illegal? What's that?
Can we move to our closings?
Oh, hey, I get it too, man. If I got this shellacking on each of these points, I'd be desperate to move to closings too. So sure, I'll give you.
You gotta at least know what the titles are first, buddy. I'm sorry.
What does that have to do with shit? You're the one bringing up the point. Show me any case law, any law, any attorney, any legal scholar that ever has said what you're claiming right here. Any, and I'll eat crow.
I'm not going to. Let's move to closings.
That's right. You're not going to because you can't. That's fine. We can go to closing.
It's because the prompt is we can argue this another day, and I can fucking kick your ass on that one too. But why don't we stick with the prompt?
You've done so poorly throughout the entirety of the debate, and you won't be able to kick my ass on that because it's laughable on its face. The reason we came to that, and we get to closings after this, the reason we came to that is the entire idea of what Christian nationalism is and whether or not it would be Christian nationalist to ban gay marriage, right? And you're like, no, it wouldn't be. It would just be discriminatory. One, it's just laughable on its face because there's not proof that it's absolutely discriminatory. In fact, a court may overturn Oberfell. Then it wouldn't be, I guess.
Is that your closing?
It's not my closing. I'm asking a question before we get to closings.
I think we should get to closing.
Fine by me. Crying uncle, totally get it.
All right. So we'll move ourselves into closing statements here. So who since you went first, Circa, we'll let you go first again for the closing, and then that'll give Rob.
I'll let him go first this time. We can do it inverse, right?
Sure. I would want to go last too, so you can spread bullshit. You already cried uncle and tapped out, so you want to go last too. No problem at all. No problem. How long do we have for the closing?
I'll give 5 minutes. That should be good.
Yeah. That's no problem.
Okay. I'll get the timer up there for you too, so that you guys know what you got there.
No problem.
All right, and I'll start it up with your voice.
Okay. Yeah, so it's an interesting debate. Despite the contentious nature of it, I actually had fun. I enjoy these debates, so no hard feelings to Nick whatsoever. I'm glad you came to come do this. The prompt is laughable in its face value. One, he's already heard me define Christian nationalism, and my form of Christian nationalism is just saying that we should use, like every other moral faith or every other sort of moral framework, whether it be atheism, secularism, materialism, whatever you come to your moral philosophy for, that you should be allowed to intuitively use it in order to vote and to pass legislation. There's no reason that it should be different with Christianity. He knows that that's what my position was and chooses to define Christian nationalism saying that it would necessarily have to be some sort of state religion or something like that. Even when we get to the specifics of what it would mean, as you can hear in that last thing, sometimes he says, yes, it would be Christian nationalist to do this thing. Then he'll waffle like 2 minutes later and say, actually, no, I misspoke. It wouldn't be Christian nationalist. He has no idea. What this is the classic example of someone who is atheist wanting to tell Christians that they should withdraw from the public sphere and public policy. You can hear it when he says things like, Jesus said, render unto Caesar. He wants Christians to come out of the public space. Now, the prompt specifically talks about whether or not it would be beneficial to Christianity, which is even more laughable. And you could hear him make some absurd statements in order to defending this. The most absurd of which was, if you had crucifixes up, it's more exclusionary to Christians who all celebrate the crucifix as a sign of Christ than a pride flag or something like that, because hypothetically in the future, they might want different crucifixes. This is the sort of nonsense that you're getting here, right? The truth is that Christians are excluded many times. I talked about how it plays out in a secular society, such as the Christian baker that was trying to be forced to bake the cake for the gay couple, etc., having to pay for abortions, other things of this nature. Christians are excluded all the time in this secular society, and his unique definition of secularism, where he says, not only does it mean basically what the actual dictionary definition is, which is indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious considerations, he says, and I add a part to that says, but you have to allow the practice of all religions as well. Then he says, but not all all religions, because if we think that your religious practice goes against secularism, then we're allowed to remove it or exclude it. And you can see quickly how this will snowball out of control. Now, when I talk about my form of Christian nationalism, wouldn't deny any sect of Christian practicing. In fact, it wouldn't force anyone to be Christian. And not only that, it wouldn't deny other religions from practicing. It would just say we're a majoritarily Christian nation. The principles and philosophies of Christianity and the objective truth of Christianity is something that we should use culturally, individually, and politically as a society, and would put us in a better space. That's something that we should prefer. He says, no, every other group that's non-religious should be allowed to use their moral framework, but not us, not Christians. We should not be allowed to do it. And he says, even if we accept my interpretation of what Christian nationalists, some other bad Christian nationalists could do bad things. Same could be true of any group. A bad secularist could come around and do bad things. In fact, we can see what happens when you have governments that say you're not allowed to have religions we consider ourselves secular, such as Stalin, the Soviet Union. We see what happened to so many Christians there. And there are other examples of this. He says, yes, but if you have a Christian nationalist group now, hypothetically it could change hands, etc., etc. He admits, though, in the here and now, Christians would overwhelmingly be in support of Christian governance, right now, especially in the form that it's not a state religion, as I'm suggesting, but maybe hypothetically in the future, they would be less happy because there would be bargaining and changing of power. But that's true in the status quo of secular governments as well. Even if they're happy now in a secular government, there could be a changing of hands of power. And another secularist can come along and say, you know what, actually, I think Christians do have to pay for more abortions. I think they do have to pay for Plan B and all of this other stuff. You can see over and over throughout this debate, he was forced to admit when we got to specific things, he'd be like, oh, wait, I changed my position on this. Even when we talked about where he gets his unique, again, I can't stress this enough. He has a definition of secularism, and this is his prompt. He's already heard how I define Christian nationalism. He decides to come in and basically agree with me that, yeah, until he tries to push back, which just shows that it's not really a good faith argument. It's about subverting Christianity. But he's like, yeah, it's secular. What you're suggesting secularism, Rob. No, it's not. I'm suggesting that we use Christianity to inform our policies. And then when he picks the prompt, he has a definition of secularism that's totally unique to himself. When I ask him, well, how do you come about this? He immediately starts saying things that upon pushing, he has to backtrack. Well, Article 7, really? Well, okay, never mind. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Well, the term first came up in these papers to Jefferson in 1805. Really? Because I'm reading the term first came across in 1851. Well, I don't know. Trust me, that was the roots of it. He doesn't have an argument here. He looked really bad the whole way through the debate. He can't name a prominent Christian nationalist that would ban other sects of Christianity. It's laughable. He asserts Pete Hegseth. That's a joke. Here's the truth. Classic example of an atheist that wants Christians to remove themselves from the public square. We should do the opposite. Christianity-based, keep pushing for it, push for it culturally, push for it politically, and we should do more of it. That's the reason that the country's going in the wrong direction. Less Christianity, so we need more.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement, Rob. And Seeker, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
I just want to reiterate, I don't really think it's honest to try and say that I don't want what's best for Christianity. Again, I mentioned that my girlfriend is Christian. I feel like religion in particular is deeply valuable for humanity as a whole. I feel like it's part of the human experience. So I'm just going to dismiss that right away. Now, in closing, I want to say that and maybe summarize what we've kind of learned a little bit. What have we learned tonight, okay? We learned that the core move of Christian nationalism in this case is to be categorically in error and undefined. It is lukewarm at best and plays every number between 0 and 100. It treats secular government like godless people, including myself, that we just heard him tirade about. But a secular state is a structure, not a soul. You can be devout and still want the government to stop playing favorites. I don't think that's a compromise. That's restraint. Restraint matters because Christians disagree, and none of us has perfect access to what God's moral code is as a legal blueprint. I don't think any Christian would be foolish enough to say they do. So when the state says legislate Christian morality, it must pick an interpretation and enforce it. That is the state taking sides inside the church. And once the state becomes the guardian of true Christianity, the fight shifts. It's no longer Christians debating scripture in churches. It's Christians lobbying judges, agencies, and legislators to bless their faction. And in my opinion, the irony is simple. To defend the faith, you hand it over to politics, and then politics uses it. And And to put it plainly, it's essentially, like I said in the beginning, you are giving Caesar the job of refereeing doctrine. Caesar will pick a team. Maybe it's your team today. Maybe it's not tomorrow. Either way, the church becomes a tool of state legitimacy, and dissent becomes suspicious. So a secular framework doesn't insult Christianity. It protects it. Caesar will pick a team. It protects it. It lets the church be the church, not a department of public policy. It lowers the stakes of sect differences, reduces social conflict, and keeps the gospel an invitation rather than a state brand. And in my opinion, strong faith doesn't need a strong state. It needs a free conscience to be saved. And that's my closing.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. With that, that's going to wrap up the 1v1 here. Did you have to get out of here, Circa? Or
no, I'm okay.
did you want to go through the super chats?
Sure. Let's do it.
Okay. Let's see what we got here. So if you guys want to get a question in, get it in now. All right. Let me move that there. And then first one we got says $20 from Wrath of Reason, says just cause use hate as fuel, not one step back. Thank you very much, Wrath of Reason. Then we got Vigilante TV for $2, says, why does Rob sound like AI from AI's Toy Barn?
Al? I don't know what Al's Toy Barn is. I have an annoying
Oh, is it
voice.
Al? Oh, okay.
I definitely have an annoying voice. I usually hear Booger from Revenge of the Nerds, who's also Snot on American Dad. I hear that a lot, so I don't mind.
Okay.
I'm married. I'm not trying to impress any of the ladies, so I'm all right.
Sempiternal Chaos just sends in $2 just to show support. Thank you very much. We got JJ Beans the OG, says W Rob for $5. Thank you very much. Mr. B, member for 3 months. Thank you very much, Mr. B, says W Speak W Rob. Thank you very much. Kyle ran a mile. Send easy your monies. Thank you very much, Kyle. Sempiternal Nothing just sends in 5 to show support. Thank you very much. And then Kyle sends another 2, says super chat. Thank you very much. A lot of these we don't have questions. Oh, wait, we do have questions after this. Okay. $5 from Organized Chaos TV. Thank you very much. Says nothing, just showing support. Trench with the salute. Thank you very much, Trench Deacon. Salute to you as well. Lavin for $5 says, ask Circa to define religion.
Probably choose different things here. I haven't really thought of that. Maybe belief in dogmatic belief in like an authority or power above. I guess it doesn't have to be an authority. I don't have a good definition for that.
Wait. How could you not have a definition if your definition for secular is ruling through non-religion and you don't even know what religion is?
He asked me for a strict definition of it. I think we colloquially know what religion is, man.
Sure we don't. I disagree. I think there are all sorts of left-wing beliefs that are religious in nature.
I don't think this is relevant.
I think it's absolutely relevant. This has to be a key term. If your entire thing is we need to govern through non-religious and you can't define religion.
If you want me to have a perfect definition for you right now, I'm not going to have one.
It's your prompt. If I was advocating for a secular society, I would
My prompt is a secular state is more beneficial to Christianity.
Yes, and so you would think you would know the terms in your own prompt, correct?
I don't have a perfect definition for religion, Rob. I don't know what kind of
so
subterfuge you're doing right now, but it's not going to work, buddy.
I mean, you'd see the silliness of this. If you're using the term secular, which the word religion is part and parcel to what secular means, and you don't know what religion is.
He asked me for my definition of it right now.
Yes, I would think that you would be prepared for that coming into this debate.
And
I'm ashamed I didn't ask you.
Whatever you're trying to do right now is not really good.
I'll leave the audience judge for themselves whether they want to listen to someone who's advocating for secularism, which means governing without religion, who can't define what religion is. Now you see the problem. You see the problem.
Is me allowing myself to not have all the answers, unlike yourself. So just relax.
So I will say that the real reason this matters is you can quickly see how people with this mentality, right, will be able to just outright ban and disregard things that they disagree with. He even said it throughout the debate at some point. He said, well, I just disagree. I think that that's wrong. So you can see here, he doesn't even have his terms. He's advocating for an exclusion of religion in being involved in our politics, and he can't even define religion. That means
Rob,
he'll be okay.
Where did
Trust
you
me,
introduce
bro.
this in the debate? If it's so integral, if it's so integral to the debate, why didn't you bring it up, Rob?
It's a great point. I'm ashamed that I didn't ask you to define it.
Exactly, because it's not. So
it's definitely important, right? And like what you can see is all of a sudden things that many of us would, by some definitions, consider religious, and we're like, sure, let's get that out. He'll be like, no, those are left-wing causes I agree with. So they can stay.
Man,
they can
it.
stay.
You need to find
I don't consider
to really
them religious.
try and bad faith argument on right now. It's just not good, dude.
It allows them when he can't define this, when he can't define what it'll allow him to do.
I mean, I can
is
attempt
anything,
to. I like
anything that
saying,
the rest
Rob.
of us might say, wait a minute, that's a left-wing religion. We want to get rid of that. He'll say, no, I don't believe that's religion. It's okay to govern that way.
I just didn't like my own definition as I was saying it. I can define religion, probably not to the degree of what I would like right now. That's what I'm trying to say.
Sorry, I assumed.
Is that okay with you?
I'm so sorry. You're right. Excellent lesson. Get you to
if you
define your
assumed
terms.
you would have brought it up in the debate, Rob, or else you're just saying a self-report of how stupid you are right now.
No, I should have. I did
Aren't
bring it up in
you?
the. No, I am saying that I
You're
should have.
not. If it was so integral, Rob, you would have brought it up. I thought.
I am admitting that I should have brought it up. I did bring it up on sort of an outlier stance, not asking for a specific definition. When I talked about, listen, are you gonna you made a point? Right? You made a point. Will you let me finish?
Supernatural power, is that not good enough, Rob? I don't think it's good enough.
Okay, you get it all out? Okay,
yeah,
excellent.
My definition, I did say it. A belief in a supernatural.
All right, let Rob answer.
Okay, all right, got it all out. So you can see when I was talking about things that were specifically, I thought were religious.
God, just answer the fucking definition, dude.
Did you get it all out? You good?
Fucking yapping and then answer the definition I gave. If my definition is not good enough.
Did you get it all out?
Let Rob get it out.
I want you to engage with what's actually being said, Rob. You like fucking scurry away like a little rat, dude. Just I told you a belief in the supernatural. So tell me exactly.
Did you get it all out? You let me know you got it all out.
I did. Right. Now answer it.
Okay, so when I brought up, for example, in the specific debate, when I said things that are left-wing that I thought was religious, and he goes, no, they're not, right? That was me sort of showing that, like, he's going to be subjective in his interpretation of what a religion is. Now, he's given one definition of religion, and as he did throughout the debate, he defines something or makes a claim for something, immediately gets pushback on it, and then changes. So here now, he's given a definition for religion, now he's changed it. So just to be clear, your current definition of religion is, quote, a belief in a supernatural power.
Yeah, right now. Yeah. I didn't say it was good enough.
Okay. Yeah, so for example, if I believe ogres exist and they're magical, Oni exist, is that my religion?
It could be. It's
but
probably
it's
not that
necessarily.
Organized. No, it is to you. It's just not organized.
No, that's not
like
true.
Christianity.
I could believe supernatural things exist and that's not religion. I could believe ghosts exist. That's supernatural. Doesn't mean that it's religion. There are plenty of people that call themselves atheists that believe ghosts exist.
Okay.
So your definition sucks again.
I guess. I mean, if we recall, Rob, where does trans people get included in this? Didn't the pride flag, wasn't that religious? So doesn't that also just mean that your definition sucks ass too?
No.
Where is the belief in supernatural for trans flags?
I didn't say my definition of religion. Wait. So just to be clear. Just
I thought you said it's a religion, Rob. It's the belief in a supernatural fucking trans person.
Okay, get it all out and then I'll answer. You good? You got it all out?
Come on, dude.
Now what we're doing is he just gave a definition of religion, a belief in a supernatural power, which I completely shredded and how ridiculous it was. He admitted it.
I also said I didn't think it was good enough.
Did you get it all out? Did you get it all out?
I didn't think it was good enough. Remember, I did say that.
All right, let Rob answer.
Where's the trans flag though? Where does that fit in, dude?
He's going to explain what's going on. Just let him answer.
Is it in the Synoptic Gospels or what, dude?
Okay, did you get it all out? You ready?
No,
right.
It's too funny, bro.
Did you get it all out? Okay, we good?
No.
So now because he had a bad definition that religion is a supernatural power, he's like, aha, but trans isn't a supernatural power. It's not my definition.
You said it was earlier. You said it's a religion. You said trans ideology is a religion. Trans flag is a religion.
I said that. Did I say that
religion? Do I need to clip it for you?
No, I agree. I said that. Did I say religion supernatural?
Oh, you made a mistake. Should I just sit here for 5 minutes hounding on that mistake, or should I just like not do that and actually act like a real person?
Are you this stupid? Did I say that religion, my definition of religion is a belief in a supernatural power?
I'm sorry, the irony must have missed you. Let's move on.
Did I say that my definition of religion was belief in a supernatural power?
You said it was trans flags. That's the problem.
Did I say my definition of religion was belief in a supernatural power?
It's a belief in supernatural trans.
Did I say that my belief that a definition of religion was that trans is that religion is a supernatural power, belief in a supernatural power?
You did not. You said it was about trans flags, though. You said trans flags, all right. So how does that get included?
You finished? Did you get
I
out?
mean,
okay.
I'm waiting.
So then his claim now is, aha! So if religion's not a supernatural power, and you said that the progressives are engaged in a religion with trans ideology, but it's not a supernatural power. Right, I didn't say that's what religion was.
You said it was a religion, though.
That's true. I didn't say it was a belief in a supernatural power.
So what is it then? What is religion? What's the definition?
I think it's a dogmatic belief, or dogma's not even necessary. I think it is a belief based on faith of objective truths.
So how is trans ideology?
Because they
religion?
Objectively accept it in this sort of dogmatic way that it's just true.
Dogmatic requires an authority, so I don't know how that's possible.
There is an authority. There is absolutely
Who's the trans ideology authority?
How about the DS5?
The metaphysical
DSM-5?
one?
Yeah, sure. All the progressive academic, yes, the academic and sort of cultural movement to accept and validate trans people against all scientific evidence. Yeah.
Man, you grasp really hard at this false dichotomy.
I don't grasp.
Shit. Why?
I don't grasp really hard. You
Why
can disagree.
Do you need to make something opposite of what you think it needs to be? There's no need to.
What are you talking about? The
you
dogmatic belief.
Trans people with religion. I just don't
That's
understand.
not true. I'm not equivocating trans people with religion.
Why
I'm
did you call
equivocating
it
the progressive idea.
then?
I'm equivocating the belief and the celebration of trans as a
And you're
dogmatic
equivocating
religious
it
belief.
in a false dichotomy because it's not
not
reality.
It's not a false dichotomy.
It's not reality.
It's not.
Just stop. It's weird.
It is true.
Weird, dude.
It is absolutely true. And furthermore, it's better than your bullshit definition of if you believe in ghosts, that's your religion. If you believe that there's supernatural stuff that we can't explain, that's your religion.
Bob,
you can't
I'm
even
perfectly
define
fine
religion.
saying my definition wasn't that good. I said that from the beginning.
Right. Well, your whole debate performance was
But I
that
didn't
good, so
call
at least it's
trans
in
people
theme.
religious, right?
I didn't say trans people are religious. Can trans people be religious?
Yeah, this.
Then why are you
not even
laughing?
relevant.
It's almost like I
It's
never
not even
said
relevant,
trans
Rob.
people are religious. I said the
Rob,
ideology behind
That's
pushing
not
the
relevant. Let's get
celebration
the
of
next
this shit
super
is a
comment.
dogmatic religious
Let's
thing.
get the next super going.
I know you want to. I get it. You're embarrassed again. Got it.
I'm not the one who called trans ideology religious.
A
dude.
little meta thing. You notice how you constantly interrupt and giggle when you know you're getting embarrassed each time? You notice that? It's a
Sure.
little bit of a tell.
I mean, you must know what I think.
It's obvious to everyone watching. That's exactly what's happening. Go ahead,
I'm
everybody, go
honestly,
back
Rob,
and watch. Every time he gets embarrassed on something, he goes and just interrupts.
I'm
the whole
embarrassed
time.
for you,
That's-
man, because you literally said trans ideology is religious. It's
I said
stupid
that
as
the
fuck.
advocates, yes, the left-wing progressive ideology is a dogmatic religious ideology they're enacting.
Okay.
Why
All
is it?
right. We got Organized Chaos TV says for $5. That's like saying a septum ring would be offensive to a liberal. Ha.
That
I'm
the
not
cross
sure
would
what they
be-
were referring
What
to.
they're
there.
referring to that a crucifix would be offensive. to
Oh,
Christians.
yes.
I must
Okay.
have forgotten when a septum ring was ever some symbol that's important to a religious sect.
Pride flag's a symbol that's important to a dogmatic sect.
Dude,
of
always back to the
Democrats.
trans people. What the fuck?
Right.
Trench
Pride's not just trans, dumbass.
Trench Deacon for $5 says, I would feel represented and we don't get hung up on it. We are not to make our fast piety a costume or display. So the generic cross is fine.
There's an Orthodox that disagrees with you.
And then following that was another Orthodox says, my family, my parents, and I are all Orthodox Christians. Of the 6 of us, 5 wear a generic cross. These crosses were all approved and blessed by our priest.
Can I
Can you-
ask this guy?
Thank you both for the
Can I-
super
can I
chat,
ask?
by the way.
Can I ask Sweater? Why did the Orthodox cross even come to fruition?
Maybe he'll
Yeah,
answer. Can I
question
ask
for-
you what the relevancy of that question is?
I mean, if the generic cross satisfies, then why did Orthodox Christians create a different cross?
Because it could satisfy in that it's a symbol, but there could be other symbols that represent
That's
things.
not a good enough answer, Rob. And I'm
Of course
asking
it is.
Sweater.
It's well, it's probably going to take Sweater time to talk, right? It would be the equivalent of this. Well, wait a minute, Rob, you're a Pittsburgh Steeler fan, right? Sure. And so the symbol of the Steelers represents you, yeah? Then why did they create alternate jerseys and symbols? Wouldn't that mean that you're offended? Wouldn't that mean that you're offended by the Steelers
the Steelers
logo?
a religion, Rob? How do you keep equivocating things that are not fucking religious?
It does not matter. You keep just saying because it's religious, that's somehow different.
It does matter, Rob.
It's like this, right? If there's 4 symbols for a particular religion, and you're like, hey, we're going to celebrate one of those symbols, your argument is quite literally, but the fact that they have more symbols than just that one's means that those specific religious people will be offended that you're celebrating one of their symbols because you didn't celebrate the other 3. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
What do the bars in Orthodox Christian, what does the bars in the crucifix for Orthodox Christians represent? What do they mean?
I don't know. I'm not an Orthodox.
Okay, so it does satisfy to wear a generic cross within the dominant Protestant America we live in right now. Is that going to, can you say for sure, Rob, use your logic here, I know you have some, that will stay the same forever?
Oh, here's your answer. Circa. The Orthodox cross is a more historic representation of what Christ was hung on. The top line represents the sign hung above Jesus, and the bottom slanted line represents the footrest.
Correct.
Okay.
So it's a more accurate depiction of what Jesus would have been hung on.
So the symbol itself is something that Orthodox Christians, and I think the 16th century with Ivan the Terrible is the one who adopted it for the Russian church. He felt it was more appropriate, or at least more symbolic of Orthodox Christianity.
Cool. Do they still accept the generic crucifix?
I'm pretty sure Ivan the Terrible did not. He put only the Orthodox Christian cross, or Orthodox Christian cross.
Let's look that up. So then your argument would be,
or else he would have put generic ones, Rob.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay.
Saying if he didn't put generic, that proves he's offended by the generic cross is absurd. That's an absurd statement.
No, it's not, because he chose the Orthodox cross.
Okay, so just to be clear,
because it's a more historic representation.
Sweater said there are 5 of the 6 people in his family, all Orthodox. 5 of them wear a generic crucifix, right?
Yes.
That means because those 5 wear the generic, they're offended by the Orthodox cross, correct?
No.
But wait, then why are they choosing to wear the generic?
Sweater, it seems like, knew what the Orthodox cross represented off the top of his head. It means it's more symbolically relevant to him.
And your argument is if you
choose
to display, your argument is
not to you, Rob. I wonder why.
Your argument is if you choose to display one cross, that proves you're offended by the others.
No, it doesn't. That's not what I said.
Okay, then explain to me why displaying the Orthodox cross proves that you would be offended by the
generic. It is a symbol to other Orthodox Christians, is it not?
Yes. Explain to me how that proves.
What is it symbolizing, Rob? What is it symbolizing?
Explain to me how that proves.
Doesn't it demarcate someone from thinking that they're a regular generic Christian or Protestant or an Orthodox Christian?
So just to be clear, Sweater's family, he's lying.
Answer the fucking question. Answer it. Does the generic cross?
What's the question again? What's the question?
Does a generic cross do the same thing to an Orthodox Christian as an Orthodox Christian seen an Orthodox cross?
No. Do any 2 crosses?
There you go. You answered the question, Rob. Good job.
Okay, so how does that prove that you would be offended by a generic crucifix?
I didn't say it automatically means they're offended. You're just assuming words again because you like to fucking make shit up. I don't know why. It's a you problem, not a me one again.
Okay, last question. If you're not saying that, why would they be offended to see a generic crucifix, which is what you're claiming?
I didn't say they would be offended by it. I said in the public spaces, they would feel like they're not represented.
Okay, why would they feel that way if it's a symbol that includes
them? Because it's not representative. They might feel like it is. No, they might feel that the Orthodox cross is underrepresented in public spaces.
I legit, just to be clear, once more. I mean, it's one of these things. I guess we're just going to have to move on after I say this because you can't argue with a mentally deficient person like this. It's one of the dumbest arguments. There are several crosses that the Orthodox accept. Displaying one of them will feel exclusionary to the very Orthodox that say that's one of our symbols because they have another symbol that's not also.
Why would they even use the Orthodox cross then?
Because they have different crosses that represent different things.
And if it's underrepresented by the state, how would that make them feel?
it would make them feel better that one of their symbols
Oh
is
my
now
God.
represented by the state.
Bro, you were
All
almost there.
right.
You were almost there.
And I guess just to add in for anybody who might want to know too, the slanted bar also is raised toward the thief on the cross who went to paradise. Just for anyone out there that may.
By the way,
to
why
know
should
that.
we prefer you over actual Orthodox that are saying what they think?
I never said me, Rob.
Oh, so your
Where the fuck
interpretation?
did you get that from? Where the fuck did I say represent me? I want me in the fucking classroom.
No.
I
Maybe
want
you
my atheism?
maybe you
What the
misunderstood.
fuck
what I
are you
said.
talking about? Quit fucking adding words in my mouth, bro. Be a fucking man. Have some fucking respect.
Why should we
Stop
represent
doing
your?
that. It's fucking dishonest. It's
Why?
disrespectful. I don't get it, dude.
We get it. Good,
I
bro,
never
clutching.
fucking said that. I'm
Why should
literally
we?
trying
Why,
to help people understand
Get it
why
out, get it out.
Christians
I
should
get
not
it.
exclude other Christians.
it,
Why the
get it
fuck
out.
do you just assume things I
Get it
say
out.
that I don't fucking say?
Get it out. You ready? Okay. Why should we take your interpretation of what Orthodox would find offensive other than the Orthodox?
That's not what I said either, Rob.
Okay, so you're saying Orthodox would find this offensive, and then we have Orthodox people saying, no, we wouldn't. And you're
You're
like, yeah, they
automatically
would.
assuming that it's automatically offensive already. I never said that, Rob. Once again, I have to keep fucking reminding you to stop fucking putting.
Maybe
words in
I'll
my mouth.
help build the bridge here. Are you saying
Maybe if you
excluded
fucking
isn't
listen,
always
instead of fucking
offensive,
talk, you
Circa?
actually
Sorry,
hear people
Circa.
speaking.
I'm going to try and build the bridge here. Are you saying excluded isn't always offensive?
Yes.
Okay, let me rephrase then. Hey, Orthodox out there, can you type what the gentleman that just said there? Do you feel would you feel more excluded if schools put up the generic crucifix
More
than if they
what?
don't? Than if they don't, like the status quo.
There's literally no way you can make that fucking argument, dude. If there's
Why
nothing
not?
there, how do you make a comparison?
Right now, they're not allowed
If
to have
there's
the
nothing
cross.
up there, Rob, what are you comparing the exclusion to? The air?
Is crucifix allowed in public schools right now? Are crucifixes allowed in public schools right now? Are
No,
crucifixes allowed?
not on behalf of the
Okay,
state.
so then what I'm comparing is the state saying you can't have a generic crucifix up versus a generic crucifix being up.
The
Would
state
you
is
find
saying you
it
can't
more
favor
exclusion?
a certain
Would you
crucifix.
that's what I'm comparing. So I'm asking an Orthodox, would you feel more excluded with the generic crucifix up than the status quo?
Which is
Simple.
nothing.
Right?
How do you have more exclusion from nothing, Rob?
Sweater
don't
says I would
feel
not feel excluded.
Wow.
That's fine, but let's logically take this to its end, right? How would you feel more excluded from nothing, Rob?
Because you're not allowed to have your symbol up right now.
So it doesn't favor a particular religion.
But you're not allowed to have your symbol up, and now you're
allowed
to
to
have
wear
one
one on your
symbols.
person, right? You're allowed to wear one on your person. You're able to tell other people that you are a Christian,
The
right? As a
status
teacher.
quo- the
The
status quo-
government just cannot spend money on a cross,
yeah.
Rob.
Let's say that you have 4 crucifixes that your religious use.
If there's an absence of it, how do you feel excluded from it? You idiot.
Because it's not there, you're not allowed to have it.
It's not mandating the absence, though. It's not
Yes,
mandating that you
it's
can't
exactly
do it.
that-
No, it's not mandating you can't do it, Rob. You idiot. You can't feel excluded from nothing.
It is mandating that you can't have crucifixes hanging up on the wall.
Paid for by government dollars.
Okay, now that mandate is lifted and a crucifix is allowed up there.
And now 90% of the classrooms have regular crucifixes. How is the Orthodox Christian who actually, knows what the Orthodox cross means, are they going to feel excluded?
No, that's what he
Are
just
you
said.
sure?
Yes,
He
that's
said
what
right
an
now,
actual
he's
Orthodox
not understanding.
man,
I'm
an
sorry.
actual
This
Orthodox
chatter is
man
not
just
understanding
said,
the future of
everyone
what
in
this
my
might be.
chat is laughing. Many of them Orthodox, like,
I don't
of
give a
course
fuck,
we
Rob.
wouldn't feel
I make my
excluded.
opinions for myself. You should try it, you fucking loser.
Wait, so your opinions for yourself as a non-Christian, and so
Stop
you
worrying about
formulate
what
your
other people
opinions of
do
what
and
Orthodox
say,
would
and
think.
start making opinions for yourself instead of being a weirdo, okay? And worrying about trans
What the
people and how it's
fuck?
religious.
What are you talking about? If it's
I'm
just
telling you, I want to protect people who are Orthodox Christian by not mandating that in time, 90% of classrooms will have a generic cross. And then over time, Orthodox Christians will wonder, how come our cross is never represented?
their
Is
crosses
that
are
not
represented.
a reality?
One of them is represented.
Not the Orthodox Christian cross.
One
though,
of
the
them
one that
is
they care
represented.
for, the one that
Again,
they like, the one that they think
why-
actually historically references Jesus' death.
You're saying, think for yourself. And that's what you're doing. So in other words, we shouldn't
Because you
actually.
just appealed to your chat like some weird
You're
goblin.
appealing to Orthodox people. Neither of us
Is
are
that-
Orthodox. How could you
my
talk about what would offend them?
I can. Because actually, wait, Rob, I never said that it would automatically mean they're offended. Remember, I'm talking about exclusion.
Okay, how could you say that? How do
So
you know?
quit putting words in my mouth again. I'm actually getting caught up in your stupidity because you keep fucking saying and repeating the same thing. But I never said they're automatically offended. Again,
What do you
instead of
think
talking, listen to words, okay? I am acting on behalf of what I think would benefit an Orthodox Christian. I don't want them to feel underrepresented.
You have no evidence that they would feel excluded by having their symbol.
History says otherwise, Rob. Maybe again, that's a you problem, not a me problem. You need to fucking
you
read some history then.
you have no evidence.
History has shown the sects actually are born out of Christians disagreeing and doing this very thing, dude.
You have no evidence.
30-year war.
You have no evidence. You have no evidence whatsoever. None.
You can't just hand wave that away. Again, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Hey, I'll let you get it all out. This is why we had the timer. Everyone could see. You could see the direction it went. Someone's spurging out because they're being made a fool of, and that's fine. So you get it all out of your system and tell me when I can talk.
You have no idea how to listen to people when they talk.
Go ahead.
Okay, and it's because you have no idea how to listen to people when they talk. You essentially like enter every conversation. I've noticed. Adding and injecting another word that I never said. Are you not aware of this? Do you rewatch your own videos? No? Yes?
You good?
I'm asking you a question.
I don't know when I could talk because you're just going to immediately interrupt.
That's bullshit. You've been doing the same thing.
You said both that people would find it offensive and exclusionary.
I never said offensive. I said exclusionary.
So if we go back, you never used the word offensive.
Again. I never said automatically offensive, dude. I don't get it.
It's irrelevant to the point that I'm trying to make is you have no offense that the status quo that says
especially if you make it up. I'm sorry, dude. You're just full of shit sometimes. What are you doing?
All right. Let Rob answer, and then you answer whatever you think is wrong after.
You have no evidence that if we're comparing two things, the current secular government that says in a public school you are not allowed to have a crucifix on the wall, versus a future that says, yes, we are allowed to have a generic crucifix on the wall, that Orthodox would feel more offended by the crucifix than not being allowed to have a generic crucifix. You have no evidence of that. We have, to the contrary, actual Orthodox people that are saying, no, I would not feel more excluded.
That's great, Rob. Now, history. What does history say for this? When you favor a religion, what are you doing, Rob? You are setting a permission structure to inevitably fall down an action of law on specific Christian moral code. Yes or no?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Really?
No.
Then you need to read some history, man.
Show me in history.
That's a you problem, not a fucking me problem, dude.
Can you show me in history where we've had a symbol where it said you're not allowed to have Christian symbols?
I'm not going to be able to find a point in history where a classroom isn't hanging a fucking cross, Rob. What the fuck are you asking me?
Right. So you're using a bullshit analogy. Yep.
No, I'm not. You're using a bullshit analogy.
Yes, you are.
You're trying to tell
history
me.
Has not
you look in history and find a place where a cross in a classroom in the United States, I guess. How about the 30 Years' War? How about French Wars of Religion and St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre, 1572? English Civil Wars. All of these were fought because of religious tensions around worship.
There's plenty of religions.
There
were plenty of secular governments where religions were harmed. And what's this have to do with the cross on the wall
and feeling more excluded? What does advocate for, though?
The removal of religion from government.
No, it doesn't. It does not. It does advocate for removal of religion from
no, it doesn't.
Government
yes,
policy,
it does.
from government policy making.
Okay, and
that's different, Rob, than what you just said. So
the removal of religion from government.
So what does that mean?
Yes or no? Does it advocate for
does
that?
Secularism actually promote harming Christianity?
Why don't you answer my question? Does
secularism promote harming Christianity? You just told me secular societies have harmed Christianity. You fundamentally don't understand the fucking definition.
Yes or no? Does secularism call?
I answered your question, Rob.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. You just said plenty of secular societies.
Don't say another word. Don't say another word.
You just said plenty of secular states.
You answer the question so Speakeasy can tell us what your answer is, right?
Plenty of secular states have harmed Christianity. Is that not true, Rob?
Speakeasy. He answered the question. Did you hear his answer, Speakeasy? Go ahead.
Answer the question.
Did you hear his answer, Speakeasy? I didn't hear it.
Not the exact answer to that question.
No, he didn't answer. I didn't hear it. So I'll ask again.
You asked me the question.
Yes, and you didn't answer.
And I answered.
No,
yes, I did.
You said yes. Well, now, and then you went in a big tangent. So I
because
don't know
you
what
didn't
your
finish
answer
your
is.
sentence, you idiot.
Is secularism called
The
for the
definition of
removal
secularism
of
is that
religion
it's not supposed
from
to harm
government?
Christianity. It's not supposed to harm Christianity.
Does secularism call for the removal of religion from government?
From government practice and entity lawmaking, yes. From enacting moral code.
Okie dokie. Yeah. So then when you were like, oh, that's not what it says. That's exactly what it says.
How does that harm Christianity?
Because when you remove, there are governments that have removed religion from government and then went on.
That is not secular, you fucking moron. How many times do you have to say that?
Show me the definition.
If you act on irreligious principle, you are then there not secular. The Soviet Union was not secular, you idiot.
Why not?
Just because you watched
did it call
a PragerU video, just because you watched the PragerU video and watched fucking Dennis Prager say the secular nation of Soviet Union doesn't mean you know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yes, it absolutely means
it does.
It has nothing to do with me talking or reading Dennis Prager. It has everything to me to do. If the definition
by prohibition of religion, it's not secular, Rob. I don't know how to say this to it any other way. You're just wrong. Do some research. It's a you problem, not a me problem. That's it.
All right,
okay.
So let
government, it's in governments that have removed religion from government. Yes, many of those governments have went on to attack Christianity, such as
that's not secular anymore.
Define secularism.
That's not secular anymore. And again, you're just being in bad faith. You have no idea what you're talking about. Go read the definition. Come back.
Your definition is unique to yourself.
No, it's not.
Then show me another place that has that definition.
I'm sorry you don't understand what using your own thoughts to form a definition of something is when you're using similar words that are used in other people's ideology and other people's citations. That's a you problem again. Maybe you should learn to think for yourself instead of doing your stupid fucking chat.
If it's not unique to you, and you just said, well, yes, it is, it's me using my own words, then give me the definition from a credible source.
You're playing semantic language. You know what the fuck I'm saying. I'm just saying I gave you a definition in my own words because I like to think about them, but it's informed by citation and academic literature.
Then I'll define Christian nationalism as a Christian government that never bans other forms of Christianity.
You're stupid. Your fucking definition in the beginning was like, I like it when people are informed of Christianity when they vote, and then all the way to, I think Christians should govern entity-wise. You realize that, right?
My argument was the same the whole way through, but now I've changed my definition. My definition is Christian nationalism is a Christian government that will never ban any other forms or practices of other denominations.
Except in your initial definition, and we can probably have someone pull it up. You said, I believe that Christians should govern as an entity. I wrote it down. Maybe you can't remember the only things you say.
No, I know exactly what I said. Right? What I said exactly, it doesn't matter what the old definition, but just to be clear, the original definition I had was that Christians should get their morality from Christianity and then inform that in order to govern. They should do that when they're voting, and they should do that when they're governing.
Policy on behalf of it, right? Not enact them in the name of government policy.
I don't know that I said that specifically. What I said was that they should use that to inform their morality, but I don't want a state religion.
Okay, so you're secular then. You are literally secular.
I'm not, and I'm defining. Listen, I'm redefining, just like you've changed the definition of things. I'm redefining.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have. Religion.
No, I haven't.
Religion.
I have not changed the definition of secular.
You literally, and so far, I've given two definitions of religion.
If you don't want a state religion, Rob, what are you doing? You are removing a religion from the what? Say it with me now. We're all in Big Bird's paradise, Sesame Street hour, dude. If you want to remove religion from the state, Rob, not have a state religion, what are you doing?
I don't know what you're trying to say.
Oh, sorry.
If you want to remove...
I just want to clear something up earlier from the debate because Rob had here. Let me just play this really quick.
Oh, my Lord, man.
Recognize this as a sign of Christ?
They might.
Okay, so then why would that be offensive to them?
Some of them might want their version of the cross actually being favored by the government.
It's not exclusionary. Saying we got...
So yeah, Rob had asked, why would that be offensive? And then you...
I said, it might. Is that automatically...
Well, no, then you said why. He said why, and then you gave an answer of why. So like we were talking about offense at first.
Overwhelmingly want the normal cross.
Okay,
that's the problem.
I don't. The argument is this: right now, Orthodox Christians are told you are not allowed to have any cross in the classroom, and then the alternative is, well, here's a generic cross that represents all of Christianity, and Orthodox will say, well, that's worse than no cross because we wanted our specific cross. That's your argument.
Except history, Rob, will tell you that that's not how it works.
So it was about offense, right?
No.
That part was.
It's about exclusionary practices.
But we're answering.
How could
about
Christians
offense
take offense to the cross in general, but they might feel excluded because they value the Orthodox cross?
So I'll just say this point, if I could
They're
get this out
underrepresented.
interrupted.
And then
What
there's
he's
a state
done is
religion that is favoring a portion of Christianity that is not theirs. Correct?
one of the problems with secularism, as it's defined, is when you say it'll be a government, or I'll use the exact definition I was using, indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious
Finish
considerations.
the definition.
Yes, I will finish the definition. Merriam-Webster, secularism. Now,
That's not a good
let me
definition, Rob.
indifference
Use it in
to
a sentence, Rob. What the fuck are we doing?
a sentence. The influential author derived secularism in the modern world. Robert F. Worth, The Atlantic, February 2026.
So it's excluding the religion from the state, right, Rob?
I read the entire,
Which is rejecting the religion on the state. It's not a state religion. You're rejecting the religion as a state religion.
Secularism. You're saying
Correct.
you're saying. Listen, I think that it doesn't
Yes or no,
necessarily.
Rob? It's a yes or no.
No. The answer is
You are not rejecting the religion being a state religion.
you could have, if you'd let me finish instead of being an asshole.
No, there's no need to finish. It's a yes or no.
No,
You're
the
trapped.
definition.
You
No,
realize this, right?
I'm not trapped. The definition
Yes, you
of secular.
are. You either want a state religion or you don't, bro. You either want a state religion or you don't.
Well, let him answer. Let him answer.
No,
He's already answered. He's trapped.
That's not. I'm not trapped, and your question's
Yes, you
irrelevant
fucking are,
anyways.
dude. It's fucking
and
hilarious,
the
dude.
reason you keep interrupting is because you know you're embarrassingly
No,
bad.
because I don't want to watch you wiggle away, dude. That's why.
It's not wiggling away, and the question you're
Yes,
asking is
I
irrelevant
don't
to the
want
point
you.
I'm
You
making.
don't want a
anyway.
state religion.
I mean,
You
my
want to
God,
reject that.
my God, my gosh.
Here,
I don't know what to say.
Give a
No,
a
because you
minute
have
each for
nothing to
this
say.
last one. Give a last minute each for this, and then we'll go to the next super chat. So go ahead.
You want I don't want the minute clock. I want to explain this. Here
Okay,
real quick.
go ahead. Go ahead.
It doesn't.
Actually, I want the minute clock because I'm done hearing this guy fucking whinge away and fucking.
Well,
screw away like
you
that.
guys gotta stop interrupting. And let him finish though.
He doesn't even know what I'm saying. And the point that he's making is irrelevant. No, the Merriam-Webster definition says indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious considerations. He's saying, that means only the state. No, for example, you could have a corporate board that is secular. That's not the state, but it would still be secular. Agree or
And
disagree?
what is it rejecting, Rob?
Not the state.
What it's doing is rejecting religion from being the corporate religion, right?
Okay, so your whole.
What do you mean,
doesn't
okay?
that mean
That's literally the
state?
answer, you
Doesn't
idiot.
that mean state?
You just
Doesn't that
fucked yourself
definition
again.
mean state? And what I was
Secular
trying to say,
corporation now
what I
means
was,
we do not
what I
have
was
a
trying-
mandated
what I'm
state
trying to-
corporate, or sorry, a corporate religion.
What I'm trying
Dude,
to
you
say,
literally have no idea what you're talking about.
what I'm
You
trying
just fucked
to,
yourself again.
I
you just
can't
fucked
believe
yourself.
this.
Okay, just let him answer though. Let
I
him
can't
answer.
believe it. He won't let me. So the point is, his specific point that he's demanding I answer, which is completely a red herring and irrelevant to anything I'm saying. Quite literally, the Merriam-Webster
No,
definition
it's
does.
not.
Speak easy.
Circa, let him finish, man, or I gotta mute you, right? Just stop doing that, or I gotta mute you. Just let him finish.
So it's irrelevant. The point I was trying to say is he kept interrupting. No, I don't know why you're saying, does this say state? But your prompt says secular state. So clearly we're talking about state. That's literally what I was trying to say. But if you're going to be an asshole and say, that specific definition, does it specifically say state? Well, no, it doesn't. And that's irrelevant anyways. The point that I'm trying to make here is this is what you've done. You take the definition of secularism.
Rob, what does this definition say?
You take the definition of secularism. It says
What does that
rejection.
say?
Hold up. Let Rob finish.
How long do I have to
Then
let him go on?
You can get off your whatever you want to say after.
You take the
What does that
definition.
All right, go ahead. I got a dispute for now.
You take the definition of secularism, which says again the indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious considerations. And I'm like, well, here's the problem. If you have a government that does that rejects or excludes religion or religious considerations, eventually that could lead to being hostile to those religions. He says no, because my unique definition of secularism says that we can't do that. And I'm like, well, where's that definition at? Trust me, bro, that's the real definition. So what he does is he takes the harm to Christians that could come from a secular society and redefines the term secular to be, but we're not allowed to harm Christians. Then simultaneously he says, well, if Christians ran things, hypothetically bad Christians in the future could harm other Christians. And I have to be held to that standard. But he doesn't have to be held to a standard that secularists could harm Christians because he has a unique definition that he can't point to anywhere else. So it'd be no different than if I said, well, my definition of Christian nationalist is they're never allowed to harm other Christians. You see how stupid that is? That's the point.
Is this Merriam-Webster definition wrong? I thought we were talking about secular states, right? It's in the prompt, secularism in general. Are you being stupid on purpose, or?
I read to you word for word the definition from Merriam-Webster.
Should I use somewhere else? I thought Merriam-Webster was good, Rob.
I'm using Merriam-Webster. What is that you're using right there?
Merriam-Webster.
Scroll up. Let's see.
What a shock, dude. What
Scroll
a shock,
up. Let's
dude.
see. That doesn't look like Merriam-Webster.
Oh, fuck. Yes, it is.
Where?
It's being covered by the versus sign, bro.
Okay.
Look, it says it right here. What does that say? Merriam-Webster, I think?
Secularism, noun. Indifference to or rejection
Of or relating to the government rather than the church. Wow.
What?
Now let's
is
go to
that, so what's
secularism.
no, wait.
What does this say, Rob?
That's not
Definitions are
Merriam-Webster. That says Oxford.
Definitions are hard, bro.
What the fuck are? Okay, I can share my screen as well. I guess if that's what we're gonna do.
I mean, are you going to show Merriam-Webster?
Yes.
Holy fuck. In the context of this debate, Rob, arguing
pull that up,
definitions
speaking
and
of
dancing around them is kind of funny when you know what we are talking about.
Merriam-Webster dictionary: secularism, indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religious or religious considerations.
Sure. Now apply it to the prompt.
No, wait. I thought you said that's not what Merriam-Webster
Apply it
said.
to the prompt, Rob.
Okay, so secularism with the state.
There you go.
Okay.
So you understand what it means now. It doesn't mean rejection of Christianity as a whole. It means just rejecting Christianity as a state religion.
Indifference to or rejection
Rob, this
or
is not hard, bro. You literally just said it. This is not hard.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you just made it about.
I'm gonna try one more time.
Dude, you gotta stop trying to fight this.
I'm gonna try one more time. Could a person, if we accept this definition, a person that's running a government that has, quote, indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religious and religious consideration, that would be secularism, correct?
Sure.
Could that government then be openly hostile to religion?
No, that would be antithetical.
Why?
To religious or
it is the rejection. Would that
irreligious or irreligiosity is actually anti-secular.
Would that be?
You have to think of, bro. Go further than just looking at the definition of Merriam and apply it to the prompt.
Would that
Look
be
what
a
secular state means?
Would that be a quote rejection of religion?
No, you just got to be smarter than this, Rob. Go
Why
look up
would that not
secular
be a
state.
If so, banning religion. Just to be clear,
state.
banning religion would not be a rejection of religion. That's your argument.
Banning religion would be not secular.
Would banning religion
neutral?
Would banning religion be a rejection of religion?
Banning religion would be a rejection of secularism, which is what I'm advocating for. I don't really care what the fuck you're trying to say, Rob, but a secular state needs to remain neutral. If you refuse, again, to know this, that's a root problem.
Would banning religion be a rejection of religion?
I guess of that religion, yeah.
Okay, so therefore, if the definition of secularism is indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion, then rejection of religion would fall within the definition of secularism.
Apply it to the state.
Okay, so a secular state that rejects religion by banning it would be secular.
Nope, that's not true. It needs to be neutral. You literally are just refusing to go further than the Merriam-Webster definition because you're stupid, or you really don't want to be wrong. One or the other.
So your argument is that we shouldn't
look up secular state, Rob. Look up what a secular state is.
So Merriam-Webster's wrong.
You're using the most fundamental basic definition, and it actually changes when it goes to the state, dude.
No, you just said
secularism. Does. Look up secular state, you idiot. You can't just sit here and act like you can hand wave this away.
Your entire argument was clearly
Bro,
this
I'm sorry.
Merriam-Webster.
No more of this fucking Gish Gallop bullshit. Look up secular state.
Clearly, you said. Clearly, you said.
Do me a favor and just do it right now. I'm sorry. I'm not going to listen to this garbage anymore.
You said
it's a Chrome tab away, dude. It's a Chrome tab away.
You said clearly when they're talking about.
It's a Chrome tab away. Look it up. I'm tired of this bullshit.
You said clearly when they're talking about secularism and Merriam-Webster, they're talking about
secularism in my prompt means secular state, Rob. Look it up.
Yes, and you said, of course, you went to great pains to say your definition, Merriam-Webster, clearly they're talking about secular state. Christ, to be secular, you have to be secular.
Bro, you're like a child who just refuses to fucking accept something.
That's your argument.
No, you're just refusing to accept the definition because you're a child. This is
I
weird.
don't know what to say.
It's a Chrome tab away. Look it up.
What on Merriam-Webster?
Secular state.
On
Write that in.
Merriam-Webster.
Because the prompt is about a secular state, right, Rob?
I told you. Where is your definition from secular state coming from?
Again, I already told you it's informed by academic literature.
So you don't have it. So you're telling me
that doesn't favor a religious institution or religion in general or sex and promotes the freedom of exercise clause.
I'm a Chrome tab away from getting your unique definition.
No, you're a Chrome tab away from understanding what a secular state is, I think.
But you just said your definition that you're accepting is unique to you.
It's going to be similar.
I looked up secularism, which you said clearly
no, you
that
didn't
means
look up secular state, Rob. Don't fucking lie to me and yourself in the same sentence.
What are you looking at? Where
Look it
is
up.
the definition of secular state that you're telling me to look at?
Look it up. Google it.
What site do you want me to look? You want me just to scour the
I want
internet?
you to
How many
find
definitions
any
do you
site.
want me to find before I find one that you're like,
Bro,
that's close enough?
this is not funny, dude. I don't get it. Like, what are you doing? Just look it up.
Okay, secularism.
If you wanted to understand corporate fascism, if you want to understand fascist corporatism, right? Fascist corporatism, would you just look up corporatism, you idiot?
No, I'd look up fascism.
There you go. Now look up secular state. Wow, this is hard. We're almost there. Again,
I don't.
Big Bird
Why don't
Sesame
you
Street
look
Hour
it
is
up?
on
Why
call.
don't you look it up and show me?
Sure, fine. I'll do it. I thought you could handle it. It's a fucking Google search. It seems like you've been good at doing that already, right?
You're going to bring up a dictionary definition.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
Secular state. Look, Rob, this is crazy.
Wikipedia.
Neutral.
That's
neutral.
Wikipedia.
Oh my fucking god.
Wikipedia.
Okay. Yeah. We're going to contest that. Got it. Well, I'm just go to Marion then. If you're going to contest every definition here, okay, it's going to be a bad time, Rob, because it defines a secular state as government not under religious control, often characterized by separation of church and state.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so if I, under that definition, go up there. Wait. Go up. Go back up. Why run from that? Okay. According to
I'm not running from anything, you freaking idiot.
Now listen. So
it's neutral.
All right, listen. A government not under religious control, often characterized by separation of church and state. That's the definition. No. Why are you leaving? Why?
Oh, you don't like when people put the word scholar in, do you? You don't like when people put the word scholar in, right, Rob? Is that accurate?
You bitch! Oh, the first definition didn't agree with me. Time to move on.
You don't like the word scholar, I'm assuming, right?
Why don't you go back to that definition?
Rob,
go back to
does this make you uncomfortable?
Go back to it. Go back to that definition.
You don't want like a more thought out
Go back to the definition. Go back to the definition you were just at.
Dude, Rob, this is pathetic.
Go back to the definition you were just at.
I'm going to go back. This is pathetic, Rob. It's not a good look.
You would like literally just pick anyone. Okay, first one you brought up.
Not under religious control. Separation of church and state. That means
so
mandating a state religion, like you say, atheism is not possible.
Bring it back up. Break it big. Here we go. No, I need Speakeasy to make it big because it's under the graphic.
Okay, are we done actually? Because I'm
government not under religious control, often characterized by separation of church and state.
So can you ban us a religion on this?
Would a government that banned Christianity fall under that definition?
No.
Why not?
Because there's a separation of church and state. That would be not separating
separation of church and state doesn't
banning a religion. Rob, is not the separation of church and state.
It's not
banning a religion de facto means a fucking state is banning a religion. That is the definition of not
separation of church and state means that the state can't be controlled by religion.
It cannot banish a religion either. That is not separating church and state. That is actively prohibiting.
So
religion.
just to be clear,
idiot.
So just to be clear, if we banned Daesh, like ISIS religion,
dude, no more fucking Gish Gallop.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
All right, well, we'll move on to the next super chats here. We got Eli Nix for $10 said, Circa, your whole argument rests on there being more disagreements than agreements amongst American Christians in lawmaking and ethics, which you not only haven't proven, but it's just laughably false.
I would only ask this person to read some history. That's what I said.
All right. Remember
Laugh at that, Rob.
If you read
Probably
history,
because you haven't read history, dude. So you should probably do that too. But
member for 15 months job hunting. Thank you very much. All companies have discrimination in hiring. It happens, and we just accepted it to a certain percentage.
Yeah, it's called protected classes.
They hire like this on purpose in the name of diversity.
No, that's not why.
All right.
It's protected classes. We accept certain levels of discrimination when it comes to whether you can perform the job, right? Like if you're a doctor, you need to have a doctorate in medicine, but we have protected classes under titles. So I'm not really sure what this commenter is trying to say. We have titles that say protected classes. So yeah, I guess we do allow some discrimination, but we do value certain types of it more than others.
All right.
You wouldn't want a doctor with no degree.
Sempiternal Chaos for $2 says nothing, just sending in some support. Thank you very much. Bandit sends in $2, says another good debate, speakeasy, keep it up. Thank you very much for the support. I appreciate that big time. Johnny Dollar for $2 says support the channel, keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Johnny Dollar. The Wrath of Reason. Why you no donate to Rob and Circa, you pork eater? He's referencing someone that said any donations I get, I should be giving out to the debaters. I don't know where you got that logic.
That's okay, you can keep them. I don't want to take you.
Wrath of Reason says not even $2. Thank you. And then also says, how dare you, oink. Thank you again. Thank you again. Organized Chaos TV for $5 says that Cope laugh is cringe, bro. Be better.
I'll work on it.
And just to be clear, I just want to be clear. Did the Soviet Union claim they were a secular state?
They did.
Interesting.
I'm sorry, just claiming you are something mean you are something?
No, but what we could see
exactly.
is
we can move on now. Thank you, Rob.
So
Thank you
what we could see is they claimed
that was worthless and it wasted a lot of time.
What we could see, right?
Let him answer. I'm not interested in hearing you fucking yap.
Your insecurities are amazing.
Come on.
He answered the question.
Your insecurities.
Yeah, but like he wants to say more, so like, come on.
Your insecurities.
No, he already answered the question. I'm not interested in hearing him fucking yap.
Then you could go get
everyone
take
else
a
in
piss.
the audience is,
Go take
so
a piss and do whatever the fuck you want. No one's interested in hearing your yap.
You answered the question and it's not good. You know that.
I didn't.
Sorry.
Okay, let him answer.
Right. The point I'm going to try to make.
No, it's next comment.
Circa.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
I gotta mute you, bro. I gotta mute you, bro.
No one gives a fuck about you.
Go ahead.
I'm going to make my point, and if you don't like it, go fuck yourself. You don't run the show. Fuck off, bitch. You fucking pencil neck fucking pussy son of a bitch. Want to sit there and act like a tough guy? You're such a fucking loser that sits there and needs to fucking jibe in and constantly interrupt because you have so little confidence in your argument. You stupid, goony fucking moron. Shut your fucking mouth and learn something. You fucking piece of shit. There, feel better? I feel great. Now, the point I was trying to make is they officially started a project as a secular state. That's officially what they were. Went to the murder of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Christians, including the Orthodox Christians. It started out secular. That's what they claim to be on paper. The point is, when you have these secular governments, they too can advance to going further. So just saying because we call ourselves secular, that doesn't mean that we would ever damage Christians is bullshit. That government that prioritized secularism and getting the Orthodox Church out predictably led to ditches that were built as Orthodox Christian after Orthodox Christian was put in those ditches and shot. You just saying, well, in my interpretation, that went beyond secularism. Maybe, but secularism led it there.
You have zero self-awareness, bro. You literally talk for fucking hours. What are you talking about?
I think that was like 60 seconds.
Yeah, it was very long. There's no way I'm going to get that much time. That's for sure. I mean, self-awareness.
Yeah, you can go ahead and respond. Go ahead.
Yeah. So just because they say they're secular doesn't mean they are. You already agreed to that. If I say I'm a Christian and then I say that Christianity is this, Rob, and I act as if this is what Christianity should be, and you say, well, no, Christianity doesn't actually believe that. Can I just say, fuck you, it's Christianity?
That's your argument. Or no? That's your argument. Yes.
That's not my argument. That's fucking your argument. What are you doing?
No, that's not true at all.
The Soviet Union says they're secular. They don't practice secularism, but they say it.
Does
that mean we should just think it's secularism?
Two things.
There you go.
Two things.
We can move on now.
Right, before I get ask the question before I answer. Okay, time to move on.
Wait, you just asked him a question. You just asked him a question. Let him answer.
Isn't that great? I asked the question. Now we can move on. Now we can move on. Don't answer.
What the fuck is the point of this?
Now here we go. Here we go. Now we'll get the constant interruption. Ask the question. I'll answer. 2 answers to this. 1.
Do you think that self-identity representation means that that is true, or the definition of it?
He already answered that. Let him answer the question you just asked.
I'm a
Let him answer the
Muslim.
question
I'm
you
a
just
Muslim.
asked.
I practice Muslim beliefs, Rob. Does that mean I can just make what Muslim is?
Let him answer the question you just asked.
All right. 2. How would you know? You won't give me an opportunity. So 2 answers. 1, right? The first answer is they called themselves secular and acted secular, and then yes, they did.
You seriously don't understand history.
I
of
mean,
Russian Revolution,
this is surreal. At what point did they cease to be secular?
Were the cultural Bolsheviks, were they secular?
Yes. Initially, they started off pushing for the removal of church and separation of church and state. Eventually, they became more openly hostile. I think that that's still secular. You disagree, but certainly they started off as secular. And it predictably please,
they had
shut up.
You asked
Circa, he's going to let you answer. Just you got to let him answer.
They had
you gotta let him answer,
and then
dude.
they abdicated them for non-secular beliefs.
Circa, let him finish, and then you can point out what you think is wrong with his answer.
He's just gonna keep going, though, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not really interested in letting someone talk for 10 hours.
It's not 10 hours, though. You know, Rob just fits a lot into a minute. He can fit a lot into a minute. Just let him go.
He straight up said they.
Okay, I don't want to do the meta, Circa. Come on. I'm known for not muting people. So please let me keep not muting you and let him answer.
One, they no doubt, I believe they continue to be secular, but even under your definition, they certainly started off secular, which led to them killing Christians. You could say at some point they became non-secular, but the point is it led from secularism to killing Christians, which shows that even if you say, trust me, bro, secularism would never lead to that, you don't know where it would lead. Secondly, your argument of just because you self-identify, does that mean what it is? Well, Christians make the same argument to me, and you say yes. So, for example, if an Orthodox Christian says, I don't think the Mormons are Christian, I don't think this group's Christian, I don't think that group's Christian, you say, yes, they are. Yes, they are Christian. You say you don't get to, as an Orthodox, say the other sects aren't Christian because they identify as Christian and say they are, so therefore they are. So yes, according to your own explanation of Christianity, yes, if you call yourself something, then you are that.
No, we already went through this, Rob, and you keep muting me, but like you let him go on for a minute and a half, man. What's going on there?
Yeah, when you keep interrupting, I'm gonna mute. Yeah, if he keeps interrupting you on your answer, I'll do the same.
He does. I just don't let it get to me that much. If you've noticed. Now, it seems to me that I never said one thing, that secularism means that you cannot be anti or non-secular in the future. That's definitely not something I said, right, Rob? I think it's more beneficial to Christianity and Christians. That doesn't mean that it can't not become non-secular, which I think would be non-beneficial to Christians. So what do you think I'm advocating for here?
You gonna let me answer? Your argument is, yes, in the here and now, Christian nationalism, as I'm saying, would be beneficial to most Christians. However, it could turn into something ugly in the future. I'm saying so could secularism.
Oh my God. Dude, you literally add, it wouldn't be non-secular in the future then. It would be non-secular, Rob. I'm not advocating for that. Obviously.
It doesn't matter if you advocate. If we say that
yes, it does. It matters very much if I advocate for non-secular or secular. What the fuck are you talking about?
All right, I'm not advocating for banning Christian sex in the future of Christian nationalism.
But that's going to happen because you have to choose. You have to choose a state religion, Rob.
Right.
You can run from that if you want, but actively picking a state religion means you will choose. That's a fact.
So when I point out a point in history where secularism predictably led to Christians being executed, you say, but I don't advocate for that. But then when I point my form of Christian nationalism, you say, but in the future, that could lead to something bad. And I say, I don't advocate for that. You say that doesn't matter. That's what history did.
Keep going. He's going to keep going. Okay. Is your form of Christian nationalism, which again, your definition is lukewarm at best. Okay. I can point to you right now, if you'd like, the type of Christian nationalism that I thought this debate was going to be about, which is the actual definition, as in like the White House Faith Council, Paul White, things that they want to introduce on the White House Faith Council. You probably don't know anything about that. But my
example.
point is secularism advocates for more benefits to Christians than that, Rob. That is going to choose a state religion. You cannot deny that.
Give me an example of what Paul White says.
Paula White brandishes a certain type of prosperity gospel, right? She has already on records that she wants to promote certain types of moral code.
Like
using
what?
the White House Faith Council.
Okay, like what?
I'm not going to run through the entire thing for you, Rob.
But you're like, well, this is what's bad. And I'm like, well, what's bad about it? And you're like, well, I'm not going to tell you.
Logically, they have to choose something.
Well,
I'm not saying it's bad because you don't all agree on it.
But again, I don't agree on the
so
current
how are you
government.
going to legislate it? How are you going to legislate it? You have to answer this question.
The majority of Christians, as the super chatters said, agree on like 90% of issues. If we had people that agreed on those issues and that was governing, then there won't be these big differences.
That's just not true. I'm sorry.
It is
move on
true.
to the next matter. I'm wasting my time.
You definitely are wasting your time, but it's helping me.
You really just have like this.
The audience loves to see.
They love this weird, rosy tinted fucking view of what Christianity has done in the past. Historically, that's not how it works. I want all of you to flourish. I seriously do. You keep thinking I don't want that.
You can say that. I don't believe you, but it's irrelevant.
You just said you should believe people when they say something.
What?
You did that for the Soviets, right?
What? I didn't hear the part.
Yeah. I know, it doesn't matter.
All right. Member for 4 months, unapologetic preacher, thank you very much, says, this is not a generic cross. It's a Latin cross used predominantly by the Western Church.
Fair enough.
All right. Thank you for that. Mr. B with a big 20 says, I've been Eastern Orthodox for years, visited Orthodox churches in Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. You can buy regular cross necklace and prayer ropes there. Seeker is a lying POS. It doesn't offend us, nor do we feel excluded.
Okay. So in Russia, Eastern Orthodox is the dominant religion there, right? Or at least in your area, if I'm not mistaken. I'm assuming that's probably the case, right? Why would you feel as if you're being excluded if you're the dominant religion there? Or did you misunderstand this entire conversation, Mr.
No,
B?
that's no. What he's saying is, even in the region where it's dominant, they use these
exactly.
crosses.
Why would they feel exclusive or like excluded? The person who's going to feel excluded in that area is going to be the person who actually doesn't represent Eastern Orthodox.
I mean, let me explain this to you. If they're dominant there and these symbols don't represent them, they would have no reason to put those symbols out. This shows that that symbol is not one that they feel excluded by. Would you not agree? Would you not?
By private businesses, or does the state mandate one of them? Does the state put them in public spaces?
It would be irrelevant to this.
No one's saying you can't sell a cross here, Rob.
No, what we're saying is...
And just to add in, it's Mr. B as well. He sent it right after this. He said, our cross is just a historical cross designed to differentiate denominations. Google Orthodox cathedrals and you'll see our churches using both crosses. The Seeker guy is a perfect example of a millennial woes tweet.
No, he just doesn't understand that some churches last a while, and then when Ivan the Terrible in the 16th century decided to make this the cross of the Orthodox Church, he mandated that one go up. I'm not actually trying to be, I guess example of, what do you say, millennial what?
Millennial woes tweet. So much of arguing
I don't
with
know
lefties.
What the fuck that means. It's just why
I think it's basically like if you have
listen,
a woe for something. You're
no. I was explaining exactly what it was, and he interrupted. A millennial woes tweet that he's talking about is a tweet that's the name of the guy, and it says so much of arguing with leftists is them pretending to not understand something, thus making discourse impossible. And that
like
is
the history of Christianity, I assume.
So what I would say is, if your argument is this is an area where Orthodox is dominant, and in that area there would be nothing preventing them from putting forth the crosses that felt that they represented them and didn't exclude them, and yet in those areas on official churches being given out and everything from the actual parishioners, they're still wearing those crosses. Why? There's no pressure that they wouldn't be able to.
Are you done? Except during Ivan the Terrible's leadership, when he changed the cross, he essentially state mandated that one, right? So
did he?
Public spaces, yes, he's the one who fucking decided to use that cross. Ivan
Just
Terrible,
because he
16th
decided to
century.
use it doesn't mean he banned the other.
That's favoring a certain religion, though, Rob. That's the fucking. It can change
doesn't
over
mean-
time. Right now,
What-
it might be fine, Rob. Historically, this is how it works, though. You're setting a permission structure. Again, if you don't want to understand this stuff, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
I don't think you understand, right? Ivan the
You
Terrible
can't
saying,
just
and
say
here,
that to me after I say that to you.
and Ivan the Terrible saying, and here's another cross that we think represents us better, doesn't mean that he was like, and the other
favoring.
crucifix doesn't. It
Trying
might
to
be
demarcate.
favoring. He might be favoring the second particular crucifix. That does not mean that the other crucifix doesn't still particularly represent more than no crucifix.
No crucifix is not something that can be exclusive.
Sure, it can.
The prohibition of one, as in your person, is anti-secular and would be a problem. That would be exclusive.
The prohibition
But
of them
the
in public.
the state simply not having any religious symbolism inside of it during public spaces, because all of our tax dollars go to fund them, Rob, is not exclusionary. You are
They
making
disagree.
it up. You are
Christians-
making that up because it's advantageous to your argument and it's not good.
What matters is
Try
if
again.
what matters is if the people themselves feel excluded. Correct?
No.
It doesn't.
No.
Okay, so just to be clear, like, I don't know what to say to this. Like, I would feel more included if my options were state allows a crucifix up than state doesn't allow a crucifix up. That's pretty simple. I would feel more excluded by not being allowed to have the crucifix up than having the crucifix up.
Except it's publicly funded and you can have it in your home. There's no
Okay.
exclusion there.
Okay,
You can
that's
wear it
true.
on your person, Rob. There's just no money in the state that's funding the symbolism in public spaces. In the same way you wouldn't like Mary as a saint being put in the classroom with tax dollars.
No, I don't think that is a symbol that's universal of almost every
Oh
Christian,
my
that
fucking
Christians on general would feel more excluded for having that symbol on the walls.
Okay, you just avoided the question. and-
I didn't
or
avoid the
statement.
question.
You avoided the statement right there. I
didn't.
purposely
What
used
you-
something relatable to you because you don't agree with that. I know you don't.
What your argument is here is like, let's say that
No,
there's a
just
cross that
Stop
is, let's,
fucking hand waving, gish galloping. Answer me.
I am answering you.
You're not
Mary
engaging.
Mary represents a symbol that is unique to one denomination or one.
And would
or
you be
couple.
okay with tax dollars funding that in a public space?
I would be more okay with that than pride flags or trans
I asked
flags
you
being funded.
specifically in this context. I don't want to hear about
Yes.
whether or not the absence
Yes.
of one
Yes, I would be
So-
okay with it. Yes,
that you would.
yes. It's better than the status
You
quo.
would be okay with, again, sacrament
Yes.
being in the room, public funded, as
Yes,
in your
as long
tax
as you're
dollars
not
go to pay
forcing.
for that.
Yes, as long as you're not forcing. Yes, I would be okay.
It's
with that.
coercive,
better.
though.
It's not coercive. Is the pride flag coercive?
Oh my fucking god! No,
Why
it's
isn't
not,
it
Rob.
coercive?
Look how you fucking deflect immediately to something
What?
that's not religious again. Has nothing to do with
We're
secularism.
testing.
This is
We're
pathetic.
testing.
It's pathetic,
We're
bro.
testing
I'm
your
just-
claim.
I'm
Is
over
the
it.
pride flag
I'm over it.
coercive?
I'm over it.
Is
I'm over
the
it.
pride?
Literally,
Why can't you answer?
no reason to engage in this fucking.
Why can't
stupidity.
you answer? Why can't you answer?
Because it's not a religion, Rob.
What's it matter? We're not talking about whether or not it's religion. We're talking about
Secularism is about religion.
whether. Okay, I'm not asking about religion right now. I'm asking if it's coercive.
It's a good thing my prompt is, Rob. Maybe you should catch up.
It doesn't matter. I'm asking if it's coercive. Why can't you
It does
answer?
fucking matter, bro.
Because it's coercive for something you agree with, so it's okay.
I don't agree with sacrament in the fucking classroom being
Pride flag.
paid
You
for by
agree with
tax
pride
dollars.
flag. You agree for
It's
pride
not
flag.
religious. Your
You
fucking
agree with the
pathetic
pri-
attempt to
Is it
somehow
coercive?
equivocate this again
The
is
question's
stupid.
not
bro.
if the question's not if it's religious. Is it coercive?
It's not coercive.
So
Actually,
why isn't it?
wait. I'm misspoke. I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to give a concession. It might be a little bit coercive for someone. If I'm going to give myself an internal critique right now with a religious person, it might feel coercive.
Fair
They
enough.
might feel because it's
Thank
sin, it's coercive.
Thank you for
That
your
is true.
honesty. Thank you for your honesty and being consistent. My argument would be that if that's the status quo secularism, most Christians would feel excluded by that because it's coercive, and so it would be less coercive to have something like a generic cross up there. By
I
far,
disagree. And the reason being, I disagree, Rob. Even though I'm going to make another concession that I feel like the coercive nature of the flag, as it pertains to someone who believes that it's a sin. If I'm going to make an internal critique right now, you have to think like, someone who thinks it really is a sin. I think it is coercive in a way. Now, does it have the same weight in a coercive way as a government entity policy? No, I don't think so, Rob. History has shown us that Christians fight over this. Okay, the Swedish Protestants fighting the fuck. The Germanic, not Germanic, I'm fucking it up. The point is, a lot of history has shown that denominations will fight over their favored denominations.
Okay.
I want to avoid that.
It's not a matter. There's no guarantee that
That's what Christian nationalism represents, though.
No, it's not. That's what you think it'll lead to, that one denomination takes power. That's not what it necessarily has to be, right? And the point that I'm trying to make, when we look at
if we abandon secularism, that means the state is now a state religion. That is
no,
de facto.
that is not. Again, that is your. We've already proven through your own words that that's not the case.
Then you're advocating on Christian nationalism. That's secular.
Okay, so let's redo this again. If I'm a person that has the following two positions of my Christian nationalism, that believes you should ban gay marriage because it is a sin, and that believes that we should not have an official state religion, am I a Christian nationalist?
You're discriminating.
Am I a Christian nationalist?
No.
You said, so far you said no, then yes, now you're saying no again.
No, remember we fixed it because I just misheard you that first time, right? And I said no, it doesn't. It makes you acting on discriminatory policy.
So to be clear,
I can enact. So
just to be clear, is I could advocate for any policy that I want based on religion, as long as I don't advocate for a state religion.
That is, if you're making the government enact a state policy, that is state religion, Rob.
No.
What do you? If you are when you vote, if you're informed when you vote on things, okay? As in, like, I think my Christian, like the Bible, okay? I think the book of John informs the way I believe I should vote in a country. That is very different than I think we should legislate government entity on behalf of the book of John. I think it says this. You have to choose something.
If I say, listen, I don't think you understand. You've already said this wouldn't make me a Christian nationalist.
Answer the question.
I am answering the question the best I know how, because the question is vague. I don't even know what the question is.
It's not vague. It is literal choosing. You have to choose what you are going to put into legislation. That is not vague.
Okay. I choose what I put into legislation. What's the question? What's the question? You're like, you have to choose what you put
in legislation. Are you all going to agree?
What is the question?
If you want to legislate what you think the book of John says, okay, just for example, into government policy, are you going to have all Christians agree with you?
No, probably not.
So we should not do that.
Okay, so then I say
that's secular.
Okay, so I say my reading of the book of John is homosexuality is a sin, therefore it should be illegal. Am I a Christian nationalist?
No, you're discriminating.
Great. Okay. So then the only thing that would make me a Christian nationalist is if I say there should be a state religion.
If you say that there should be a policy on behalf of my religious reasons, that it is a sin, yes.
Okay, I think there should be a policy on behalf of my religious reasons, then homosexuality should be illegal. Am I a Christian nationalist?
You're advocating for a specific section of Christianity that would be trying to enact policy, so yeah. We already discussed, Rob, certain Christians don't agree with you though, right? Isn't that choosing some sect of Christianity?
This is so fun. So you literally, in this debate, we've gone, yes, that's Christian
nationalism. You literally already
agreed
to this,
no,
Rob.
it's
I don't
not
even know why the
Christian
fuck you think you can handle it
yes,
that way.
it's Christian nationalism. No, it's not Christian nationalism. And now we're back to, yes, it is Christian.
Because you add words every time.
You have no clue.
You add words every time.
I was so clear every time.
No, you're not. You literally inject new phrases into everything that you think I say. I had to literally stop the debate to tell you to fucking be respectful and not put words in my mouth.
Fair enough. Then you tell me what I said before. Fair enough? We could decide this easy. Tell me what I said before when you said it wasn't Christian nationalism and what I changed it to that made it Christian nationalism. Go ahead.
That you're essentially enacting the policy in government. Your reason for it is because it is a religious reason. You're favoring what you think it is sin in Christianity, right? But you already agreed that many Christians don't think that it's a sin.
Okay, that's been my position the whole time. So where did
I know, but
change?
You're choosing now a type of Christianity that you want to enact, right? Are you not?
I in all circumstances, when I say, listen to me, when I said, did I say this every time? I think homosexuality is a sin, therefore I want to make it illegal. That's what I've said the whole time, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Wouldn't that imply that I'm using my religion when I'm saying because it's a sin?
Not unless you say it.
But I said that every time. I said I think homosexuality is a sin, and therefore I want to make it
Time,
illegal.
I'm pretty sure you said ban. It doesn't matter, but the first time you said ban homosexuals, not because of sin. The second time you injected
No.
sin. Third time I understood what you said because I misunderstood the second time. I don't think it's relevant, Rob.
Of course it's relevant. Every time I've said, if my reason for banning homosexuality is because I think it's a sin, does that make me a Christian nationalist?
The only relevant thing here, Rob, is that you've now chosen a specific sect of Christianity that believes this, even though all Christians don't.
Okay,
Have
so
you
then
not?
your answer should have been
Then you're
universally
legislating a certain type of Christianity.
every single time I asked that question, your answer should have been yes, that's Christian nationalism.
really just
Instead,
wanna
you
engage
said
with that.
yes, then no, then yes, then no, then yes. You've changed
you
5
engage with that?
times.
Why don't you engage with it?
I am engaging with it. What I'm
If
engaging
you,
with is
if
this.
you
I
say
don't
you want to ban, if you want to ban homosexuality because you think it's a sin, and we've already agreed, Rob, that some Christians don't think it's a sin, what are you doing? You are legislating a certain type of Christianity.
Okay, and seeing as how that was the point
do you mean,
initially, and you
okay?
said
That is-
you said no, that's not Christian nationalism. What has changed?
No, I
Why is
said
it all of a
is
sudden
at the very
Christian
end.
nationalism when it
You're
wasn't
just
5
trying
minutes ago?
You're just trying to revert back to a contextual misstep, and it's just not going to work on me.
It's
Sorry.
So now anytime that I want
It's not
something
gonna work on me,
done,
bro.
so now anytime that I want something done because it's
Maybe on
important for my-
someone who isn't stupid.
So
It's not
now
working.
anytime so just to be clear, now let's go a step further. If all Christians believed it, right? Is it now Christian
don't.
nationalism? But if they did, if it was an issue that all Christians believed,
It probably would.
would it still be Christian nationalism?
Yeah.
But then what's it matter if all Christians believe or not? What's the point?
Well,
Why are you
because
differentiating?
they don't
it?
all agree, Rob.
Okay, but you're saying that's irrelevant. It would be Christian nationalism even if they did all agree.
I want neither of those.
But why do you differentiate in this point? You see what I'm saying?
Well, Rob, what? No, because I don't want either of those outcomes. I want the separation of church and state, right? I'm not asking for all of the agreement.
Here's what I would say if I'm in your
You still have
position.
to worry about the other religions, Rob. I've been targeting only Christianity. But what you just said is done because you're still going to advance something against other religions.
I don't know what to say. Like I don't.
Do you want me to open it up? We can have this a little bit larger.
What I'm saying is this: like the way you
Do
argue
you think that
makes-
Christian
the
nationalism
way
will not
you're just making shit up as you go. You're
argue?
You're
and use the
hyper
state
focusing
on
on
behalf
stuff.
against Muslims or
I
something?
mean, I don't understand what you're even doing now. Here's what happened. You changed your answer. You've changed your answer 4 or 5 times, whether or not that policy would be
Quit
Christian
reverting to the fucking
nationalism.
contextual
And then the
informal
last
shit,
time
dude.
you
Quit doing that.
changed
It's not gonna work on me.
the
It's not gonna work on me.
last time
Not gonna work.
you changed it, the last time
Next,
you
not gonna
changed
work.
it, it was
Sorry,
because
stupid.
you did.
It's stupid.
If you want to leave, you can. I'm going to explain it. No one's obligating you to be
No,
here,
I
but
just
I'll talk
meant, like,
unfettered.
you keep
I give
reverting
you
to
a
the same
chance to
thing.
speak. So,
You know,
so
like,
the last
contextual
time that you,
misstep.
the last time that you changed this was because you were like, well, here's the difference. Because not all Christians believe it. And I'm like, but what if they did all believe it? You're like, yeah, it's still Christian. So why did you
And they
spend so
still
much time?
use the state to hurt non-Christians.
But why even
I
bring
can
up
go
the
further.
why even bring up the differentiation of whether or not something's Christian nationalism based
Because
on
reality is Christians will actually exclude each other. We don't live in this hypothetical that you just gave.
Okay, but either way, it's Christian nationalism. So when answering that
And
question,
I want neither of them, Rob. Neither of them are
but
secular.
if you want neither, why bring it up as a differentiation as to whether or not it's Christian nationalism?
You did.
You did.
You did.
So I'm just to be clear, I'm the one that answered. Yes, it's Christian nationalism.
Rob,
then
Christian
I said
nationalism
no,
has
and then I
to
said
choose
yes
one.
because not
No,
all
Rob,
Christians
you're
believe. I'm the one who
completely
said that.
misunderstanding this. You are
I'm
completely
the one who said
misunderstanding this.
that.
I didn't say Christian nationalism means that you have to exclude other Christians. I said Christian nationalism means that you have to choose something. And because of that decision, you will have to exclude other Christians.
But wait, no,
It's
you
not
said,
dependent.
You said
It's just the
reason-
outcome. I'm
the
talking about
reason that
pragmatic
what
outcome
you
here.
started talking about when we were talking
No,
about
Rob,
whether or not.
stop talking.
No, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to say my point.
Try and figure out what I just said.
I'm going to. I understand what you want to do is once more change your position as you've done the whole way through this
No,
debate.
I'm not fucking
Here's
acting
what
this way.
happened. Here's what
Engage
happened.
with the definition.
I'll leave you go,
Engage.
and then I'll say my piece. So go ahead
I
and say
already said
everything
it,
you
and
need
you
to.
don't want to hear it.
Say everything you need.
Christian nationalism doesn't depend on excluding Christians. It is the natural outcome of choosing and legislating some state religion. You have to choose something. If you think you can just fucking magically hand wave, oh, well, now we're going to fucking, legislate this way whenever we feel like it. What universe do you live in?
Now, what we saw was when we questioned, when you waffled like 3 or 4 times on whether or not banning homosexuality or making it illegal would be a sin, you said that the reason you changed, you started to give this, you were like, well, because you would necessarily have to pick a denomination and not all Christians would agree.
You do.
But
You
now,
do.
but
yes or no? Yes or no? Rob, no, sorry. I'm not going to let you keep going. Yes or no? You have to choose one.
You got to let him finish. You say he's talking forever. That I just timed that. He was 12 seconds and you interrupted. 12 seconds.
He didn't even engage with what I said at all, though, Speakeasy. Not a single word was engaging with what I said.
okay, now
Correct?
I'll finish. So the fact that you differentiated based on that seemed to imply that you were saying the reason you changed your answer was because some Christians would disagree and you had to pick a sect. But the question was the same the entire way. If I want it to be illegal because I think it's a sin, and you waffled over and over whether or not that would be Christian nationalism. Even here, the response you make here, where you're like, well, it would have to be like legislating morality. But we all do that. Like, for example, if my morality comes from religion, you agree with that, right? That my reality comes from my religion, right? How is it possible for me to separate that and what I want legislated?
Because you don't all agree on what it is.
But you just said that's irrelevant as to whether or not it's Christian nationalism.
It is most definitely not irrelevant to the outcome.
The outcome's one thing, but we're talking
I
about...
just told you, Rob. I just told you. The definition of Christian nationalism is not tied to how many Christians it excludes. The fuck?
Yes, so then Christian nationalism's inevitable.
No.
Yes.
No, because we shouldn't have any entity of the state have a governing principle that favors a religion. With secularism, this doesn't happen.
Wait, what? But your argument is, if I want a law passed that's informed by my sense of morality and I'm Christian, such as if I want homosexuality made illegal because I think it's a sin, that's Christian nationalism.
No.
Yes! Yes! You've changed again! We're on time 7 that you've
No,
changed!
you keep changing the way in which you present it, and it's really annoying.
All right, let me make it as clear. Every
It's
single time I've
extremely
said
annoying.
this,
I don't know why
if
you keep
I
doing this.
want
If you think it's a rotunda of fun, it's not for me.
if I want homosexuality made illegal because I think it's a sin, that has been the exact same thing
You've
I've
now
said every
you've now propelled
single...
it from informed voting only to I want government entity to favor this religious position.
Do you
Rob,
want...
get it through your head.
I don't know what to say. What I'm telling
Voting
you
with
is every
informed
single...
religious ideas is different than enacting religious principle in government. Get it through your head.
Every single person who
Dude,
votes...
Get it through your head, bro.
Every single person who votes has a sense of morality that's informing what
And
policies
informs them,
they... Okay? If Christians, if their truth comes from Christianity and religion, they're going to say, I want things for X reasons. And most of it's going to come down to a question of morality, or at least a lot of it.
You can't all agree on what truth is in legislation.
That may be, but you're saying that's
What do you
irrelevant.
mean that may be? That's the whole point.
No, it's not the whole point.
Yes, it is.
Can something be Christian
You
nationalism?
can use religious ideas to inform your voting, Rob. I actually do that.
Can something
In
be
a way,
Christian...
you would agree to that.
Can something be Christian nationalism if all Christians agree with it?
Yeah. Especially
Okay,
if it
so
asks
then,
the state,
so then the
especially
question...
if it asks the state, Rob, to then use what it believes is the provision or favorable position that the religion wants.
So then
That
it's
would then be
irrelevant.
nationalism.
So then again, you keep going back to, well, because different Christians would agree. That's irrelevant as to whether or not something is Christian nationalist. And what
No,
I'm
it's
telling
not.
you is,
It's about the state.
if it is Christian nationalism to say, I want homosexuality to be illegal because I feel it's a sin, then you literally
You're enacting a religious position that is not held by all. Okay,
But
you can't
that's
agree on that.
irrelevant as to whether or not it's Christian nationalism.
No, it's not. The Christian nationalist part is asking the state to try and legislate it, dude.
Right. And even if all Christians believed, it would still be
That's
Christian
the
nationalism.
outcome. I'm sorry. No. Okay, so the exclusionary part that I'm talking about is the outcome, bro.
I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back.
Please do, because you're just nonsensical, dude.
It's surreal.
I don't get it. It shouldn't be that hard. Is there any other super comments? I mean, it's been a while now. Well, I'll take this time to say that it may sound like I'm anti-theist. I'm not. just to be clear again. My intention here is to have all denominations of Christianity flourish, truthfully, okay? And
I'm going to try one more time to make this as clear as possible. I don't understand why you keep coming back. What you're saying is, let's see if I can steelman this. What you're saying is this. Well, the reason using Christian nationalism would be bad because not all Christians would agree.
No, you didn't steelman properly.
Okay, can you explain that?
Rob, Christian nationalism is dependent on asking the state to try and state mandate policy through the religion. Different from informed voting of religious value. I don't know how else to say this to you.
Okay, great.
You're
so
just
then it's
this on purpose or because of ignorance.
So just to be clear, it's irrelevant as to whether or not all Christians agree. If Christians, okay, so then we could dispense with it. So when I say the next thing, please don't say
it's secularism.
When I say the next part, please don't say, but not all Christians agree. That's irrelevant as to whether or not it's Christian nationalism.
My prompt is what's more beneficial to Christians.
Okay, we'll get to that. My claim here is
part of the conversation.
My claim right now is based on how you've defined Christian nationalism. It's inevitable. It exists now. That's my claim. So that we're not making an odd claim, we're making an is claim. So it's irrelevant to whether or not the only thing that matters for this part of the conversation is right now, it is irrelevant as to whether or not some Christians disagree. Right? So do you think let's go through.
No, you're asking me a question. There's more to that. Christians are what I've chosen to show as a relatable aspect of this, a crux, a fulcrum. But there's still the other religions, dude.
Okay, it's irrelevant to the point. Fair enough. Now,
I think when I say Christianity needs to flourish, I think all religions should be able to flourish.
Cool. Do you think theft should be illegal?
Cool.
But it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It does because secularism allows for that. And my claim is more beneficial to Christianity, but
the claim we're making right now is I'm saying, I think based on what you've defined Christian nationalism is, it occurs right now and it's inevitable. And you're like, but I don't want Jewish people to vote religious. What does that have to do with the statement we're on right now?
Secularism does not advance Christian policy and legislation.
But even in what you're calling a secular society, it's not true. It's actually a Christian nationalist society.
No.
Okay, let's go back. If I want homosexuality banned because it's a sin, and 60% of this country agrees, and they vote for that, and homosexuality is banned. Is that Christian?
The government to enact this policy.
To make it illegal.
Using a religious.
My reasoning for this
is
now
advocated secularism.
Listen, okay. Me, and 60% of this country all say because we think homosexuality is a sin, we want it made illegal.
Using religious reasons, right? So you want to have the state
it's a sin.
Mandate a religious practice into its law.
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Not secular anymore. I think it's less beneficial to Christianity.
Okay, but you
what
think
about the Christians who are gay?
Forget about if it's good or bad. You're saying that would
be
Christian.
My prompt, Rob.
But you're saying that would be Christian nationalism.
Yeah, because you're asking the state to now abdicate secularism on behalf of Christian nationalism.
I'm asking
legislating a certain type of Christianity.
I'm asking the state based on my morality, which comes from Christianity, to make something illegal that I find immoral.
Is your morality Christian morality?
Yes.
No, it's not. I'm sorry. That's fucking ignorant. Arrogant as fuck.
What does that have to do?
That's arrogant as fuck, and you know.
My morality is informed from Christianity.
I didn't know you were the arbiter of Christian fucking morality.
Again, it has but you just said if you call your wait. So where do you think my moral code comes from?
You would get it informed from Christianity.
Okay, so if a bunch of people get a moral
now,
code,
what you think is now Christian morality, though?
I think that it is what.
I'm
not saying that
that your beliefs are Christian morality.
So just to be clear, anything that I advocate for making illegal because I say is a sin, you can't say is Christian nationalism because no individual Christian can claim what the morality is. So therefore,
when you start asking the state, Rob, that's the fulcrum.
When I ask what you're saying is when I ask the state to make something illegal because I find it immoral based on my moral beliefs, and those moral beliefs are informed by Christianity, that's Christian nationalism.
It's what you believe it to be informed by Christianity. I'm not going to invalidate what you believe, but Rob, is what you believe Christian morality? Yes or no?
I believe that we would call it in the context of
yes or no, Rob?
Yes, in the context of this
conversation.
You believe
Christian morality is yours.
Oh my fucking God. I
know
do
it's
not
hard.
believe I am the sole arbitrary of Christian morality. I believe in the
Then we should
context
not
of this.
legislate on behalf of your
Please, let
feelings.
me be quiet. Be quiet. I do believe in the context of this conversation, you would say that would be considered Christian morality and whether or not we qualified as Christian nationalism. Otherwise, you would have to say nothing's Christian nationalism
No, the
because
moment
no
you
one
ask
has
the
a claim
state-
on what Christian
the moment
morality
you
is.
ask the
Therefore,
state
there
to
is no real
respectfully
Christianity.
favor your
So there is no
religion.
Christianity. My
The
argument,
moment you ask the state to abdicate its separation and choose your Christian morality that you think it is the moment it becomes Christian nationalism.
it doesn't matter. What the key
Yes,
point
it does.
is
That
this.
is the
key,
fucking full point of
let
this
me,
bomb.
okay, that's fine.
Then
Great.
you are
so what,
getting rid of
right.
secularism.
So the red herring of, well, you don't have
There's
the
no
true
red herring here.
Christianity
Nice try.
is irrelevant. The point I'm
There's no
trying
red
to
herring.
make the point that I'm trying to make is this. I, through what I think is immoral, want the government to make it illegal. The reason I think it's immoral is because of where I get my morality, which is religion. Got it?
And is what your morality that you want to dictate what Christian morality is, or do you seriously?
Why is that relevant as to whether or not it's Christian nationalism?
Because now you're the arbiter of Christian morality.
No.
Yes, you are. The state is now
Why?
acting on your arbitration.
Okay, I'm a Christian, and I think it would be immoral to punch someone in the face. Does that mean because I choose to believe that I'm the arbiter of Christian morality?
I'm sorry, is that a religious policy?
I'm not talking about the government acting. I'm saying me as an individual.
Is that a religious doctrine that punching people in the face is in what? What parish are we talking about?
It's like pulling
It's
teeth.
like what, dude?
It's like pulling teeth with you. The point is, what
It
I'm
is
trying to
because
say,
you're not making sense, Rob. Your analogy sucks.
I am absolutely making sense. So
No,
let me
you're not.
again. It's like again. So much of arguing with lefties is them
I didn't know
pretending to
punching
not
people in the
understand
face,
simple
Rob,
things to
was
make
a
discourse
Christian
possible.
thing.
So I'm
I
going
didn't
to
know it
have
was
to
a
take
Christian
some
thing.
time. I'm going to have to take some time to explain this. Here we go.
I know you're gonna have to go through the parishes and the.
Here we go.
Yeah, where
the
does it
concept-
actually say that that's a Christian policy, Rob?
Okay, let him explain. Let him explain. Let's.
I would love to hear how he can explain that punching someone in the face is a Christian doctrine.
Okay. Now, what I'm saying is we all interpret Christianity. We think that it's an objective truth, but as humans, we do have a subjective tendency to not get things perfect. However, what I'm doing in my personal life is trying to live by a code of morality that I think is Christian. Now, we wouldn't say, that means that you're claiming to be the sole arbiter of Christian morality. There is no difference why that would change if
Oh, you're
I'm
missing
then...
a step.
Please
You're
be
missing a
quiet.
step. You're missing a step.
Please be quiet. Please.
Let
You just
him
added
finish.
words to my mouth. No, I'm sorry. He just put words in my mouth again. He's missing a step.
Okay, but
I'm not-
point it
I'm
out.
not-
Point
Go
it out
ahead.
after he's
Go ahead.
done.
Leave him
Like-
say the step that I'm missing. Go ahead.
The state mandating. I'm not against you using your Christian morality to live your personal life, Rob. That is not something I'm against.
No one's
When you
saying
ask the
that.
state,
No one's
that's when it
saying.
becomes a problem.
No one's
Okay,
saying
can-
that. I
let-
was literally,
let-
I was
let him
literally
finish.
getting to this point, and I was saying, so therefore, if I advocated for those
doing
policies to be at the
sequencing,
state, so I was literally saying, therefore, if we advocated those policies to be done at the state level, that's not me saying I am the sole arbiter of Christian morality. I believe these things are sin and these things aren't. And I act like that in my personal life. That doesn't mean I'm the sole arbiter of Christianity. And if I want legislatively things to match up with that, that's not me saying I'm the sole arbiter of Christianity. Nor
You
are
do have
these
to choose
claims,
one.
nor are these claims of the sole arbiter of Christianity relevant to the discussion in any way
Yes,
as to
they are.
whether
You
or
have to
not
choose
it is.
one, Rob.
Let me finish. As to whether or not
sorry, you have to
it's Christian
choose one.
national. It's to
You have to
whether
choose
or
one.
not.
You do. I'm sorry. You can't run away from it. You have to choose one. There's nothing
Let
I
him
can really
finish
tell
and
you
then
about.
point it out. Though, why is that so hard?
He already finished. He repeated
No,
the
he
same thing
didn't
3
finish.
times.
He was
Yes, did.
clearly
He said
still
it's
talking.
irrelevant to have to choose them, man.
That time it was 28 seconds. I have the timer up. I'm doing it each time now because like the last time you interrupted every 15 seconds, bro. Just let him talk.
I'm not
And you're
timing
saying
you
he's
interrupting.
doing it plenty. He hasn't done it. So I don't like you
Okay,
can
well,
play this back, bro. I'm a
gonna take
fair
your word that you're
moderator.
being very fair
It's
here,
not
okay?
like
I'm-
that. So just
I'm not
let
gonna-
him talk
I'm
and
not
then
gonna
you
call you
can
out.
take as long as you need to answer.
No, I want to say, can we spend less time on this like contextual nonsense and then
Yeah, what
engage
you're
with
doing is,
something?
again, we got in a 20-minute tangent for nothing. Because if we take to the logical extension of what you're saying here is, oh, Rob, you're not the arbiter of Christianity, then I would say, fine. Then you can't say that me wanting these things are Christian nationalism because it's not real Christianity, according to you. I'm not the arbiter, so it's just
I never
Rob's
said that.
morality. It's
Again, I
just
never
Rob's.
said that.
It's Rob's morality, therefore it's not Christian nationalism. Each
I never
Christian.
said it's not true
Let me finish.
Christianity.
Let me
No,
finish.
you putting
Let me
words in my
finish.
mouth
Let me
again.
finish. I don't care if you
Why
said
is
it.
this
It's
so
the
hard,
logical.
man? Just
It's the
let him
logical
finish, and then
extrapolation
point
of
it
what
out
you're
after.
saying.
Dishonest,
It's
he's
no
being
one.
dishonest.
Listen,
But point it out after. That's fine. If you think he's being dishonest or whatever he's wrong about.
Should I set my fucking alarm clock for 3 a.m.?
yes, set it for 3 a.m. That sounds great. You'll get through it if you just let me.
Dude.
I
If you
mean,
just let me, I'll get through it.
yeah,
It's
if you just
absurd.
let him get through it. Like Rob talks
Fine.
faster than anyone I know, dude. So I don't know what you mean. He's not.
That means he
taking
should
long.
be able to do it quick, though, right?
Yeah, so
I'm
just
trying,
let him.
and you keep
let
interrupting.
him. Like I'm telling you, this is craziness. Come on, let him talk, bro.
The point I'm
Fine.
trying to make is he's in a double bind here. And one, if he says, oh, well, only objective morality questions whether or not something would be Christian nationalism, then I could say, well, since no one has the objective morality, there is no such thing as Christian nationalism. Or counter, we could say if people are advocating for things that are informed by their morality that they get from their religion that's Christian, we would call that Christian nationalism. Fine. That's what I've been operating under. Him saying, but you're not the arbiter of what's real Christianity is irrelevant to the point that I'm trying to make, which is, if you're
it's
saying
not.
that people using what they get for their morality to inform the policies they want is a form of Christian nationalism, my argument is it's inevitable. That's what every Christian will always
Except
do
you've
because they
advocated
get their
for a secular
morality.
state.
Because
Dude,
they get
how
their
long do I have to let him
morality.
go on?
Why
How
can't
long?
you let me finish? It's the last sentence. Because
He's
they
literally
get their,
wrapping up. Just let him go.
because they get
Bro,
their morality
come on
through
now. Come on.
Christianity. It's inevitable.
It's still going. Like, what? You advocated for secularism with Christian informing of voting. Good job.
Okay, then you get. So then, if I want homosexuality illegal because it's a sin, is that Christian nationalism?
That's not what you said, Rob. You said
That is
if
exactly what I
voting
just
is
said.
informed by your Christian principles. You never
Correct.
mentioned the state enacting a Christian governing principle.
I'm voting to make homosexuality illegal.
Now it is Christian nationalism because you're advocating or favoring a certain religion with the state. It's state religion. You have to
But
choose.
Why
And
is
legislative.
it? Why is it advocating a certain religion? All of my beliefs.
What do you
come
mean?
From, let me finish. All of my beliefs come from my certain religion. Correct.
Okay.
So if my belief is I think theft's a sin, therefore I want it to be illegal, is that me advocating for a certain religion?
It's the government now favoring it.
So then it's Christian nationalists for Christians to want theft to be illegal.
No, it's the government now favoring a Christian doctrine. Is theft okay? Thou shalt not steal. Are you going to really say that that's a Christian just because it's in the Ten Commandments? It's older than Christianity, bro. It's Jewish for one.
What's
It's in
Can I-
Hammurabi Code. If
Can
you're
I
about
try
really
to
say
see something here?
that
I just
this
want to
is
see
something that's a
about.
Christian doctrine. That's ridiculous, Rob.
I just want to ask you a question, Circa, based off what's going on here. If Rob was atheist and wanted to ban homosexuality just because he thought it was detrimental to society for some
It's not secular
harm
anymore.
benefit, it wouldn't
It's not
be
secular.
Christian nationalism?
No, it would be some. I mean, I guess in Rob's view, it would be like atheist
No, in yours. I'm
nationalism.
asking in yours. I'm
Or-
asking in yours. In yours.
Yeah, no,
like
I wouldn't
if
be
it
okay
was,
with
if
that.
like
I wouldn't
say I was
favor
an atheist and I'm like
atheism
I
wanting-
want to ban.
Yeah, I answer your question. I would not be in favor of banning homosexuality because atheists think that it is religiously.
Oh no,
something
no, I
that is-
wasn't asking if you were in favor. Sorry, I'm asking would that be Christian nationalism if an atheist wanted to ban homosexuality just because it's detrimental to society?
So the law, when you legislate it, right? This is important. They're going to cite what they believe is the reason for the law. If it's atheism, then that's the same thing as a Christian nationalist. It's just a different version. You can have Muslim or Islamic nationalism, right? Or a nationalist. What they do is they want theocratic, legislative state religions. So an atheist government, like the state mandated one in the Soviet Union, is not secular because it mandated and prohibited the free exercise of religion.
That's not the question. It's not religion. It's gay marriage or homosexuality.
Yeah, I'm asking if an
The
atheist
purpose
wants
of
to
the law,
ban
though, is done through
homosexuality.
religious reasons, though, right?
Yeah, he just thinks it's
Atheists aren't
detrimental.
religious.
Yeah.
I don't think they are either. So this wouldn't be a secular question. This would just be a discriminatory question.
Is it Christian nationalist?
Yeah, that's all.
No,
I'm
it's not
asking.
Christian nationalist because it's not informed by the Christian doctrine. Or at least
Okay.
what you think it might be.
So this is the point I'm trying to make. Everyone, the atheist, like every single person, regardless of their religion or lack of religion, has a moral code. And that moral
Okay.
code informs what they want to be legal and illegal. Why should Christians not be allowed to use their moral code?
Because it's advancing a state religion.
It's not.
Moral realism is not tied to religion, Rob. Are you
It
serious?
is
You
not.
wanna
It
go
is
to
not
philosophy right
advancing.
now?
It is not advancing a
Do
state
you really
religion.
think that atheism is tied to, let's say, moral philosophy? As in, you can't come to these things relatively. Even I'm
No,
not. I don't,
it's-
you don't even know if I'm a moral relativist or an anti-realist or moral realist. You
What
think
does it-
that these
what
are
does it-
religious ideas?
No, what I think is that we all
Because
come to.
secularism again is about religion, Rob.
No, but that's not what I'm like. What I'm saying is this: everyone has a code of morality. With Christians, they have what they say is an objective truth that is God, where truth
That
comes
is
from, and
religious.
that's okay. That's religious. So that informs their morality. Atheists
Sure.
say no. So there's other ways that they get their reality. It's
None of
okay
those are
for
religious.
it's okay for the atheist to say, here's how I came to my morality, which informs what I want to be legal and illegal, but it's not
It's not
okay for
religious.
Christians to do that. Why is it that
not
just
religious.
religion's bad?
'Cause that's what it's not that religion's bad, Rob. It's that the state needs to remain neutral on it.
But why is this only religion? Only one form of how we find morality.
Because state religions, like you've already agreed with, are not beneficial.
I'm not
to Christians
advocating.
even,
I'm not
or just
advocating.
people in general.
I'm not advocating for a state religion.
Holy fuck!
I'm saying,
Then
again,
you want secularism? Thank you again.
no, again, I was so clear on this. And like,
No,
I
you're
don't
not.
know how
You're
many.
not clear. You don't understand the definition.
If I want homosexuality banned because as a Christian I think it's a sin, is that Christian nationalism if we vote
You're
for that and
advancing a
get it?
Christian practice, therefore it is not secular anymore.
Okay, because my
Now
morality's
a
but
state
it's
religion.
Christian, but it's Christian practice because that's what Christians think their morality is.
It's a state religion now.
It's not a state
legislating-
religion.
You are favoring a religious. You're making legislation
why-
in favor of religion on behalf of the state. That is state
Why,
religion.
in this
definitionally.
context, religion's just a moral framework. Why is it okay to say you can't favor a Christian religious moral framework if that's what the majority of the country is, but you can
Because
favor other
secularism-
moral frameworks?
Secularism is about religion in general.
But why? What is unique about religion if it's just about a moral framework informing what we think ought to be allowed or not?
Because
Why
it's
is
a
it that
word
only religion's
describes
not allowed to?
religiosity, dude? It's about religion, state religion, and
Why?
non-state religion.
But what is it unique about that says that
Are you
I
trying to
can't?
argue something other than the prompt, Rob?
No, I'm specifically arguing the prompt. You're saying
Why
that
are you
if Christ-
arguing words that aren't being put in the prompt?
Because the prompt is what you're saying is you define Christian nationalism as a group of Christians coming together saying we
religion.
think homosexuality is a sin, therefore it should be made illegal. You call that Christian nationalism.
Using religion to mandate a legislative
But
process.
all's
in
religion
favor of the
is,
state.
all's religion is informing my morality. And all of us,
That
every
doesn't
person.
mean you have to go
Let
on
me
and make a
finish.
state religion,
Let me
Rob.
finish. Every single person, when they're thinking about what policies they want the government to act, are using what they think is moral and good, correct? The atheist, the
Sure.
Christian, the Muslim, the Jew, correct?
Yeah, but
So
here's
if
the
an
thing.
atheist is allowed to
A
say,
state
let's-
religion is not
let's
something
say-
that all of you agree on, and it's not actually that clear.
So again, we get back to this. So let's say the atheist says, I'm a secular humanist. And here's the secular
Not a religion,
humanist.
Rob. There's no reason to keep
Right?
fucking
Let me
dancing around this
finish.
definition.
And so the secular humanist says, here's the secular humanist manifesto.
If you want to argue a different
Let me
definition,
finish,
Rob,
please.
fine. No,
Let me
because this
finish.
is pointless.
Let me finish, please. And so they say,
Why are we arguing a word that's not in my prompt?
because what I'm telling, like, this is so dumb. It's
It
so
is because
dumb.
you're not fucking understanding what the word
I
means.
do understand
No,
fundamentally
you
what's
don't.
going
You
on.
keep bringing up something that's not secular.
If you shut up and listen. So the secular humanist says, here's what the secular humanist manifesto is. That informs my morality. And because of that, I want this policy enacted. And if the Christian says, I'm a Christian, and here's Christianity, which is sort of my manifesto, the Bible, and here's where I get my morality, and therefore I want this policy enacted. Why is it okay for the secular humanist but not the Christian?
The secular humanist, I guess. I don't even know why you're conflating the two. I know this is like a phrase that people do take on, but it's not all secularists are secular humanists, Rob.
I didn't say
The
that.
majority of secularists are Christian, once more.
Irrelevant. I asked a question. The
It's not
majority of
irrelevant
secular
because you
humanists are
clearly
not
just don't
Christian.
understand the definition of secular. You keep trying to fucking funnel
What's
in
the
some different
definition of
word.
secular? What's the definition of secular humanist?
It's about religion. It is about no favoring of a religion on behalf of a government.
Is there a
government
secular
principle.
humanist manifesto?
You've already said there is no atheism as a religion.
Is there
so why is that relevant?
Is there a secular humanist manifesto?
Is it a religion?
It's irrelevant. I'm asking if it's a manifesto.
No, it's not to the word of secular.
Is there a secular humanist manifesto?
I don't know.
There is. And so that informs their morality. It's a group of people
Is
that
it a
collectively-
religion?
We'll say no, it's not a religion. And what's the
So
point?
it doesn't matter for this. We're talking about secular,
the question I have is,
flavors.
what is it just magically about something being a religion, that unique parallel situation?
Because that's what the word is describing,
Let me
dude.
finish. So all secular humanists can come together, have an agreement on a book that informs their morality, and then use that morality to push for laws. Christians could all come together, have a book which informs their reality and push to morality and push for laws. The Christians aren't allowed to do it. The secular humanists are. Why?
Because one's a religion, and this word is about religion.
What uniquely about religion means that we shouldn't do that or shouldn't allow that?
The fact that the word describes non-favoring of a religion in government.
But wait, just the word. There's
You're
no
just
value.
You are staring at the ground right now and trying to find dirt. Stop.
No, you're like,
It's
the
weird.
reason is, what you're
It's
saying is
weird,
like,
dude.
you're saying we ought to be secular.
Why don't you just try and learn what the word means?
Yeah, I understand. We've
No,
gone
you don't.
secular. Do you want to go through it again? You want secularism,
It's
indifference
specific to
or
religion.
or rejection or exclusion of religion. Right. So you're saying
religion.
this is, listen.
Religion.
Yes, you're saying this is good, right? Yes, secular good.
On the
right?
state level.
Yes, you're saying that's good, right?
To not allow for a state
You're
religion.
saying that's
Yes.
good, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm like, but wait a minute, why is it good? And you're like, well, because we don't want people using their religion. And I'm like, well, why? And you can't give
We
an
don't want
answer.
state
You're just like, because the word secular says no to
No, we don't want
religion.
state
But you're
religion,
not
Rob.
giving a reason why we should prefer that.
I'm not giving you a reason why state religion is bad.
What? No, not state religion, because you
That's
said
what
it's,
I'm fucking talking about, dude.
no, because you
Secularism means no state religion.
Is it a state religion for me to come together and say, for Christians to come together and say, we think homosexuality is a sin and therefore we want it to make illegal? Is that state religion?
That is now mandated in state religion.
Okay.
You want me to help you out? Hey, let me help you out, Rob. Let me help you out. Okay. So the first half of what you said, we come together and we think homosexuality is a sin. That is something that is perfectly fine within a secular country. What is the wrong part is the second part, where you now want to enact a Christian doctrine through the state, de facto state religion. What the fuck are you misunderstanding?
Nope, I get that. Great. Now, let's go to the secular humanists. They don't say sin, they say immoral. They say the secular humanists, they too have a book. They too have
Is it a
collectively
religion?
came together. Yes, they're a group, right? They have a book. They have a
You
manifesto.
said it wasn't one earlier.
Let me finish. They come together and they say, we think that homosexuality is immoral. And therefore,
I do
we
have
want it
to.
illegal.
I do have to point out that the very definition of secular here is paradoxical to a religious secular humanism, because it's neutral on religion. Especially if we use your definition, Rob, where it's just a rejection of religion in general, like you seem to think it is. Then how the fuck is that possible to have a secular humanist religion?
I'm
Or
not
do you not
saying that. I'm
understand
not
how
saying
that's
that it's.
paradoxical?
I'm not saying it's religious. So we have this. Listen, Paul Kurtz founded the Council for Secular Humanism, the Secular Humanist Declaration, 1980. Humanist Manifesto 2 came out in 73. Humanist Manifesto 3 came out in 2003, published by the American Humanist Association. This version is the most concise and explicitly secular. It focuses on 6 primary themes: knowledge through science, human evolution, values derived from human experience, life's fulfillment through service, humane ideals, the social nature of human, the maximization of individual happiness through societal benefit. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is they're not religious. They don't believe in a creator, right? So they're like, how do we get morality? So they came together and they're like, here's what we're going to do. A bunch of smart people that aren't Christian came together and said, where do we get our morality from? And they created a book. And they're like, here's how we determine what's moral and what's not. Here's how we determine truth claims. So they come together and they're like, okay, now we have a framework for morality. Christians have a framework for morality, and it's God. It comes from God. We have a different framework, and here's what we come to. And through that framework, we've decided homosexuality is immoral, and therefore we want it made illegal. Why is that allowed but not the Christians?
Well, for one, the word is specific to religion, Rob. I'm going to keep reminding you of that. Words do have meaning. Second, this history you just fabricated is weird. Most secularists have been Christian.
It's irrelevant to the point I'm
How is that
making.
irrelevant?
Because it doesn't matter. I'm saying
The majority of Christians are
there is a
secular.
group- There is a group called secular humanists. They exist.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if most people
Is it a religion?
aren't secular humanists.
Is it a religion?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. The word secular is about religion.
Why? But you're not giving any
Use a different word and a
to
different
be
prompt then, Rob. We can
secular.
have a different argument.
Your only reason to be secular is you're like, because the word secular
Why
means
am I
without
arguing religion only right now? Because that's what the word means, Rob.
But
Congratulations.
You're advocating for secularism. I'm like, why?
Yes.
And the only thing you say is like, well, because it uses the word religion.
No, because
But
neutral,
why is it religion that's unique that we should avoid?
Neutral, non-state religion is better and more beneficial to Christians and religions in general.
Why? But if we want secularism, which is non-state religion, which means we shouldn't allow
No, it is
Christians,
neutral.
which means we should not allow Christians to come together, say things are a sin, and then advocate for policies to make them illegal. If that's
make laws. Make laws.
What?
Make laws. You mean make laws?
Yes, make laws.
So making laws means you have to choose a certain type of Christianity now. De facto, state religion, de facto.
Can you explain to me why that's bad?
What would it be, Rob, besides a fucking religion now being favored by the state?
Could we try and do this? What is it? What's your definition of a state religion?
I mean, a fucking state that favors one religion over the others and mandates law and legislation and practice of it. Probably, I mean, that'd probably be fine,
Why is it
acceptable.
bad for just that with religion? Can you just explain? Forget about
It's
everything
bad
else.
for all religions.
But why? What is it? Just explain why. Why
It's
is it bad?
self-defeating. I've already told you. Permission
Why?
structure, all of these other psychological reasons for it. Again, you just refuse to even engage with any
No,
of
I
them.
don't. I honestly
Yes,
have no
you did.
clue.
You started talking about trans people, but be
The
quiet.
only
No,
thing
that's
I've heard
ridiculous.
from you is this. You tell me if I'm wrong. This is what I've got clear from you. Because some religions would disagree.
That is
Right?
a big problem because
Okay,
when you
well, other than
legislate,
that-
Rob, no, when you legislate, you have to choose one. And when people disagree, especially on morality, like Christian morality, that's a problem.
So just to be clear, let me.
What do you
try to
mean?
Let me just steal me on this. The problem is this: when we have a group of people through their morality that we legislate their morality, other people might not share that morality. Therefore, that's bad because it excludes.
Is it a
them.
religion?
Why is it explicit religion that's bad? That's what I'm
Because
asking
the
you.
word secular is inherent to religion, Rob. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
I think
But why
I
should
think what
we
I'm
prefer-
seeing here
Why
that
should we? Wait.
Why am I
Why
debating
should-
what the definition of secularism?
So
when
then
you
why
yourself
don't
said
I
it's a
say
rejection
this?
of
How about
religion.
this? I'll say this. Your prompt's wrong, and here's why. Because it's not just religion. We should reject any framework of morality that's preferred in the creation of laws.
Because it might be more beneficial to me. I'm okay with that, but that's not my prompt, dude.
Okay, so just to be clear, for the
You know,
exact
you might
same
be
reason,
able to say that
just to-
secular humanism is
just-
bad in a lot of ways. I
just to
could
be
say
clear,
that we shouldn't
so
legislate policy on it.
just to be clear, you would say the problem is the only reason you're saying though is like because religion comes up with the moral framework and not everyone shares that. So that would be
No,
that would mean
because I
that the
chose the word
logical
secular,
entailment of
dude.
that would mean that the logical entailment of that is any philosophy that comes up with a moral framework
No,
and
it
seeks to
doesn't.
enact
It
it by
doesn't because
law.
the word secular has a meaning, Rob.
But you haven't given a reason why we should only prefer religions to not do this.
The
You're just like,
conversation is
because the word
contained.
secular says so.
No, the conversation is contained inherently because guess what? The word secular is about religion in government.
but no,
If you want to have if you want to have a separate conversation about different philosophies, we can have that.
What I-
Engage with the prompt.
I am engaging with the prompt.
No,
and
you're not. You're trying to define it differently.
That's not true. You're not giving
Then
a
what
reason.
does secular mean?
It's part of secular saying that you have to defend that
What
secular
does
is
secular
good.
mean?
Secular means, once more, indifference to a rejection or exclusion of religion or
Of
religious consideration.
Religion. Thank you. So why are we
I mean,
having a conversation
this
about
is-
something other than religion right now?
I don't know what to say other than I don't know that I've ever debated someone this fucking stupid. In all honesty, and it's weird because the appearances you seem to be able to string.
That
it is
homonym
literally
here is
one-
not a good
Your
look,
argument
because
is
you
literally
really are
boils down
trying
to this.
to stare at the ground and find dirt.
Your
It's bad.
argument is literally this.
You're literally putting
Every
circles
single
and
person.
squares. It's not really my fault.
Your argument is this. Every
If we
single
wanted to
person,
have an overbearing philosophy
Sturka.
discussion, okay? No, speakeasy. You just called me stupid when I'm
Yes.
literally my prompt is about religion in government. There's no
well,
other
you
way.
guys have called each other stupid. That's beyond my point here. But when I asked you to define state religion just now,
Yeah.
you didn't include the state doesn't have to declare an official religion of the state for it to be a
It
state
does.
religion.
De facto by favoring a certain legislation on behalf of a moral code in Christianity.
No,
is a
no,
fact.
I'm asking, does it have to officially declare? I'm not asking
No,
something else
the process
implies
part-
it. I'm asking, does it officially have to declare it in your...
No, it doesn't. So when you favor one over the others, it's essentially inherent, because if you favor one religion over another, essentially on moral code, you've now established it officially.
So,
even
like,
you
if a
haven't
Muslim, was to vote for abortion to be allowed, because
or no
in
Christian
Islam they
denominations in
believe
our
that
country,
should be allowed, that would be an Islamic state.
or something like no Christians in this Islamic country. That would be them now de facto creating a state religion on behalf of a certain type of Islamic faith that disallows Christians. It's
My
favoring
argument
one or
is,
the other.
I'll just make my argument. I don't know that I can engage. It's talking to a brick wall, but I'll make the argument here. My problem with what he's saying is that it's literally innate in every human, right? Every single human will come up with a moral framework. They'll come up to what they think the truth is and what's moral. Christians do it through what they think the interpretation of God is. They then push those values and policies that they want to see enacted. Christians do this, atheists do it, all groups do it. His argument is we should have secular, not allow Christians to do that specifically.
No.
And the reason that
secular
we're
is not
not
religion.
talking, we're not talking about other groups that do it that are non-religious.
We're not talking about
groups.
other things that aren't religion.
Please let me finish. Right. And
Dude.
so he's saying we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't allow Christians because they're religious.
I never said that. Once
is
again,
exactly-
you're putting words in my mouth.
Please
no, it's
be
not.
quiet. Please be quiet, and you'll be able
No,
to say what you
you're
want
putting words in my
afterwards.
mouth. I'm going to fucking respond. I never said that. I actually made the concession. If you listened, Rob, instead of talked, I said, if secular humanism tried to advance a policy on behalf of something that I disagreed with, because I guess it's in secular humanism, we'll just make it a de facto religion now, I guess, then I would be okay with that. They shouldn't favor secular humanism here.
But they're going
But this
to
conversation is not about moral philosophy. It's about secularism.
What is incredible here is what he's conceding to is this. Every single person that votes will vote because they have a moral framework. And inevitably, they're going to have some sort of way that they came to that moral framework. So the problem is this. When Christians come together and they're like, we have a moral framework based on our religion, and therefore that informs us that we think that this is a policy that should be passed. In this instance, we're just talking about homosexuality as an example. So we think it's a sin because our moral framework says such, so it should be made illegal. He's like, that shouldn't be allowed. That's Christian nationalism, and that's favoring a religion, which shouldn't be allowed.
Religion.
And let me finish. That's state religion, and therefore it should be banned. We should not allow that, right? That's bad. But when other groups, which are inevitable, every single group, including atheists,
they're not religious.
it doesn't matter. Let me
Yes,
finish.
it does for my prompt.
Let
I'm
me
going to keep saying it
finish,
because
you fucking idiot.
Just let him finish, though. Just let him finish.
Mad, bro.
Just let him finish, though. Like,
Shut up.
It's annoying, right? Just let him finish.
Do we want to debate a different prompt, Speakeasy?
What?
My prompt is specific, man.
Yeah, but he's answering what you've been saying, so just let him answer, and then if you think it's wrong, just answer out there. If you can't remember and that's why you're interrupting, write it down.
No, what's annoying is he keeps trying to define my prompt as something that's moral philosophy and not just religion. It's about government and religion.
Okay, explain how that is so after he's done talking.
I mean, fine.
Okay. Every group does this. It's inevitable, right? And so when other groups do it, such as atheists, they too are setting up a moral framework and pushing it. That would favor their moral philosophy if that law gets in pass. And the only thing is, he says, yeah, but my prompt is secularism. So it only has to do why it's bad with religion. But what I'm saying is it's literally inevitable with every group. All of the harms he talks about favoring religion, or in this case, favoring a moral philosophy, are inevitable because everyone's using a moral philosophy to push for laws. And so in effect, what he's saying is it's only Christians or religions that I'm concerned with. I'm not concerned when non-religious people also have a moral philosophy that they use that to influence what laws they want to push. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that in the context of this prompt. My argument is the prompt is stupid because it's inevitable. There is zero chance of Christians not using their religion to inform the laws they want passed. Therefore, anytime a Christian says, I want this law passed because I'm a Christian and therefore I think this action's immoral and that influences what I want, he would make the claim that's Christian nationalism. Because that's you as a group coming together saying, here's what our morality says the law should be passed. That means that what he's really advocating for is Christians aren't allowed to vote. because it's inevitable they'll use their religion to frame their moral opinions, which they then use to frame their policy prescriptions. And he says if those prescriptions would be enacted, that would be favoring Christianity.
No, not even close. I don't think Christians should be allowed to vote and then be informed on their voting by their Christianity. Once again,
Yes,
you put words in my mouth.
You're a liar.
No, I didn't. Once again, you put words in my mouth because you have nothing else. It's pathetic. Second, I guess I look forward to seeing you as the good shepherd, my friend. I think this debate can probably end now. I'm glad you think you are.
You are lying. You specifically said that Christians
I'm
are not allowed
glad you
to
think
vote.
you're the good shepherd, man. I think we're done.
You specifically said that Christians should
I don't
not
really
be
want to be
allowed.
disrespected by some goblin over and over again. So
You specifically said that Christians should not be allowed to vote based on their religious convictions to make
they
homosexuality.
should not enact
illegal.
government policy. Again, you're putting
Right.
words in my mouth. I said informed decisions upon Christian faith is different than enacting government policy and what you think that is.
Right, and the informed decision that they're making is enacting
Right,
the
right,
government
right,
policy.
right. So quit disrespecting me and putting words in my mouth.
It's not
And
putting
again,
words.
I look
It's not
forward
putting.
to you being the good
Dude,
shepherd.
It looks like you put a lot of things in your mouth that some dudes might offer, but I ain't putting shit in your mouth. So stop
fine.
fantasizing
I
about it.
think-
What I'm saying
think
is,
the debate's
what
done.
I'm
We can
saying
probably
is,
get to the result.
you're saying that Christians are not allowed to
I think we can get
use
to the
the.
result. I'm not interested in
If
fucking
you're saying that
having a
Christians are
conversation
not, then leave. Fuck off.
No,
You're
I'm just-
saying that
we can get to the
Christians are
result.
not allowed to use their religion to inform them of the policies that they want to pass.
I never said that. I said they can inform their policy voting decisions. Okay, with Christian
Yeah.
morality.
So they're allowed to inform voting.
Once again,
to make,
you're just trying to
so
not.
just to be clear,
say what
just
I'm
to be
saying.
clear, this is the differentiation. They're allowed to inform their policy to say we want to make
Mm-hmm.
homosexuality illegal. They're just not allowed to make homosexuality illegal.
They cannot legislate it. Yeah,
Okay, so what I'm saying is every piece of
they can inform
legislation
their
that
personal
Christians,
life. Right?
everything that Christians push for is going to come from their morality, right? That they want
That's not
legislatively.
true because everything that Christians want is not the same, Rob. And now you've acted like
That's
it is
not
a monolith.
That's not true. It
Again,
might
I
not
look
be-
forward to
it
you
might not be that-
telling
it
us
might
all
not
how
be-
you're the good
It
shepherd.
might not be the same, but you're putting words in my mouth. That's not what I said. You're putting words in my mouth. I said
Again,
that a Christian.
congratulations on your title.
Where's a Christian get their sense of morality from?
Congratulations on your title.
Where's a Christian get their sense of morality from?
We can move on to the.
Where's a
results,
Christian
right?
get their sense of morality from? Why can't you answer?
Because you're the good shepherd, my friend.
Why can't you answer? Where's a Christian get their sense of morality from?
I guess from you.
No, from God.
I mean, law is going to be legislated on that, right?
Where do they get their morality from?
I mean, it's from their interpretation of what they think God says.
Correct. So that means that morality is going to inform
Is that what God says?
that doesn't matter.
Is
if
that
they're
what
right.
God says? It doesn't matter what God says.
It's literally right. It doesn't matter. Every policy that they want is
I
going to be
look
informed.
forward
Every
to
policy that they,
hearing the
every
good shepherd
policy,
make
every
policy.
policy that they want is going to be informed by that morality. Correct.
Sure.
Okay, and that means every single policy that they want passed will be from Christian faith.
Okay. So being informed by Christian morality is different than thinking you have the answer of it.
What are you talking about? It's irrelevant.
It's not relevant to this conversation.
So
Again,
just to be clear,
I'm glad you found your title, my friend.
So just to be clear, now that we've gotten here, if I want homosexuality illegal because I think that that's the Christian thing that makes it immoral, you're saying that's Christian nationalism. If that gets enacted.
You enact it in government policy, as in
But
you
what if I
want to
say-
favor that, then yes.
But what if I say, but I don't think I'm the final arbiter of Christianity.
Then
Now
you're
it's
not
not
doing
Christian.
Christian nationalism. You are doing a personal decision of
So just to
informed
be clear-
Christian morality.
Oh, excellent. So if Christians come together and admit, look, no human being could truly know the entire word of God. So none of us are the
Yes.
final arbiter, but we all want homosexuality banned. That's no longer Christian nationalism.
I'm sorry, that is not appropriate. Again, not all Christians believe in this.
But I'm asking if that's Christian
And I
nationalism.
think we could argue a lot longer than this. I'm not going to do it because I'm fucking tired. But
I'm sure you are.
Yeah,
The
we still
Bible
got
does
we
not
still
even
got
really mention-
quite a few super chats here to go through too.
the Bible
so-
doesn't even really mention homosexuality.
It's irrelevant to the- it's
How
irrelevant.
informed is your decision here? Is it really the word of
It's
God? Rob?
irrelevant. You
No, but
already
you're saying you want to enact the word of God, right? Inform
I get a
Christianity.
morality that I think comes from the word
Is
of
it really
God. Yes.
God's word or is it your word? It's starting
It
to
is
look more like
what-
yours.
It is what I think the word of God is.
Again, I like that you found your new calling.
So just to be clear, because it's your interpretation that I could never actually know the word of God, then nothing I advocate for is really Christian nationalism.
I think it's
Because it's
arrogant to
not
think
real
that
Christianity.
You actually know the exact word of God, dude.
Okay,
Don't you
you're
think
right. I don't. Therefore, nothing I ever advocate for could be Christian nationalism. Because
No.
I'm not the real Christian.
You can
I don't know
still
the real
personally be informed of what you think the Word of God is. That's not what I'm
which
saying.
is my
thinking.
argument. And every Christian gets their morality from that personal informed what you think the Word of God is.
Sure.
So every
those are all
policy,
different.
that's true. But every policy
So
they
let's
push,
legislate it. Nice.
every
Good job.
policy they push for and want legislated will be from Christianity.
Yeah, let's legislate it, even though they're all different.
It doesn't matter. Anything that they
What?
get passed will be from Christianity.
Not your brand.
True,
or
but it would
maybe,
still be
sorry, maybe it
someone's
might be your
brand.
brand.
It
Maybe
would
your
be
brand.
someone's brand.
Because they're all a monolith. Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm admitting they're not a monolith. It doesn't
So we
matter.
should
It would still
probably
be
let
Christian.
Christianity, do these things within the church, right?
I don't. I just don't. I don't know what to say. Are you this obtuse?
Yeah, I guess it is weird that you don't understand the word secular.
Let's say me,
Yeah.
you, and Speakeasy are all Christian, right? And we all three have, Speakeasy says, I think the top corporate tax rate should be 10% because over that, and I think it's theft. I say I think it should be 30 because under that, and it's not charitable enough, and over that, it's theft. And you say, I think it should be 50 because anything under that's not charitable. All three of them come to that idea from our different interpretations of Christianity, okay? Got it?
Sure. Yeah.
But we all want it passed because of our morality of Christianity. So if one of us builds a coalition of like-minded Christians enough,
I like
to
how
get
you say that with so much confidence, ignoring all of history, man. It's so weird.
if one of us build a coalition big enough of like-minded Christians to get that law passed, that's Christian nationalism, according to you.
Yeah, fuck everyone who's not the majority, I guess.
But if it passes, it was the majority.
The majority does not represent all Christians.
Okay, irrelevant. Wouldn't it still be Christian nationalism?
So secularism allows for all Christian denominations
But
to
again,
equally. Again, my
can't you
prompt
answer the
is more
question?
beneficial to
Would that
Christians.
would that be Christian nationalism?
My prompt is not, let's make it more beneficial for some Christians.
My question is, would that be Christian nationalism?
I'm sorry. You've kind of jumped. What were you asking?
10% for me, I'm a Christian. 30% tax rate says Speakeasy, he's a Christian. 50% says you. We're all Christian. Speakeasy builds a coalition
So
big enough of like-minded
I
Christians.
can answer now. So if you make a law establishing favoring that 50% majority, right? Now you are doing Christian nationalism. You are now abdicating a separation of church and state. You are favoring one.
Do you understand what I'm saying? That means that literally every policy that a Christian pushes for, you'll call Christian nationalism. Even a 50% tax
it's
rate.
on behalf of the state.
Yes.
You can still
Every
you can vote
policy-
for policies that don't need to have Christian doctrine and
every
asking the state to do it, Rob.
You just said if
What are you talking about?
Oh my God, you just said something as benign as the tax rate. If I am informed by what I want the tax rate to be based on my Christianity and other Christians me vote and that gets passed, that's Christian nationalism.
Do we vote on, or do we ultimately say we're going to do a progressive tax rate because some Christians like it more than others?
Every Christian, if you're getting
Answer the question.
Yes.
We do. We
That's why
have a
Christians
progressive
vote.
tax rate because not economics. We have it because some Christians like progressive tax rates.
That would be irrelevant. You just answered.
Are you serious?
It would be irrelevant. You just answered that it would be Christian nationalism. You literally just said yes.
If
That
we
would be
started
Christian.
to make laws on behalf of just it's the right majority Christian thing, then yeah, that'd be Christian nationalism.
Right. And so the point I'm trying to make is it is inevitable that Christians will use their religion to inform the policies they want passed.
There's
So
no
that
reason
means
to
that
assume,
anytime
Rob, there's
that
no
a
reason to
group of-
assume that Christians need to enact their Christian, like their morality of what they think it might be on other people. That is not true.
That is
There's
absolutely true.
No, there's no reason to presuppose this, Rob.
Why would I, if
There's plenty of verses that say otherwise.
You've acknowledged that all Christians are using their faith
You
for
think
their.
Christianity is surrounding oppression? You think it has to deal with oppressing other people?
You've acknowledged that all Christians are using Christianity for their sense of morality, correct?
They inform their sense of morality, yes.
Correct. And they're
Does that mean
using.
you need to enact your idea of Christian morality
Let me
on others?
finish.
De
Let me
facto,
finish.
yes or no?
Let me finish. No, not
Yes
de
or no?
facto. No, not de facto. Now
Then
let me finish.
you
Now
failed.
let me finish. Now, am I going to use my sense of morality to push for the policies that I want?
Sure.
And if that comes from Christianity, that means that every single policy that I push for that I want passed would be Christian in my eyes. And that would be
In
Christian
your
nationalism.
eyes, yeah, I guess Christian nationalists think that what they advance as state religion is, in their eyes, Christian, yeah. What
Okay,
they believe
so that
it to
means
be.
every policy.
But is that true, Rob? Is
yes,
that
according
Christian?
to you.
No, according to you. You are the one who wants to enact a state law on behalf of a single religion.
You literally said in the scenario I
No,
outlined.
Rob, you are literally wrong here.
You've said it. You've conceded.
What the state tries to do is not going to be what God says.
It doesn't
no
matter. I'm
yes, it
forcing
does.
me with my coalition of like-minded Christians are forcing the state to enact.
So now your coalition of like-minded Christians is the de facto authority. They're the authority.
If we win the vote,
coalition.
If we win the vote, aren't we the authority?
So they're the authority on Christianity now.
We're back to this. It doesn't matter. They think their version of Christianity is what's informing them.
It's the authority, though, now. But on behalf
it doesn't
of the
matter
state.
if they're the authority. Why is it relevant?
It is relevant to whether or not I think it's going to be more beneficial to the Christians who are not in the
completely irrelevant majority. As to whether or not it's Christian nationalism.
It's not irrelevant. You're hilarious, dude.
It's irrelevant as to whether or not it would be good for other Christians.
No, it's not.
Not irrelevant to whether it be good
state
for other
religion
Christians.
It is obviously not going to be good for some sects of Christianity.
It is irrelevant to the question of, is it Christian nationalism? You've already
my
conceded.
Prompt is whether or not secular states are more beneficial. Christian nationalism is going to be an abdication of that.
You've already conceded.
That means you have to mandate a state religion.
You've already
You are
conceded.
now creating an authority around what you think in your coalition, not God's morality.
You've already conceded that in the example we gave of me, you and Speakeasy advocating
corporate. For that.
Yes, I'm answering. You've already conceded
because you're not answering.
I am answering. You've already conceded it. You've already conceded in the example of me, you.
You're dish galloping.
You've already conceded. You've already conceded in the example of me speaking. You've already conceded. You've already conceded in the example of me, Speakeasy, and you, each using our Christianity to inform what the tax rate would be. If we build up a coalition of people to push that, that would be a Christian nationalist policy. That proves that because
I did not concede that. You're wrong. Putting words in my mouth again. No, I did not.
Did he not say yes? That would be Christian
when you
nationalism?
inform the way you vote, it doesn't mean you have to enact that on other people.
Right, but if the way you vote is policies,
you're just like presupposing this for some reason. Like you have to be an asshole. I don't know why.
When he bring up the example, you did agree that would be Christian nationalism.
If it's state religion, as in like if you are making the state favor this Christian policy that you have in your coalition, that is Christian nationalism now.
Yes, so a 30% tax rate.
That is not necessary from the first precondition.
What are you talking about?
You can inform the way you vote, but not actually vote on enacting state religion.
But your definition of state religion, I think state religion is like the state saying Catholicism is our religion. You say no. That's not state religion. State religion is defined. Let me finish. You're saying state religion is defined as a group of Christians coming together and pushing a policy that's informed by their Christianity to enforce on other people.
That's
like
a part of the Christian doctrine. Favors their doctrine.
What do you mean favors their doctrine?
If you are using Christian doctrine to advance a state legislative policy, what are you doing, Rob?
Using my moral framework to push policies I think are morally good. Using my moral framework to push policies I think are good.
No, Rob, what are you doing?
Using my moral framework to push policies I think are good.
Answer the question, Rob.
I'm
He's
answering
literally
as clear
answering.
as I can.
No, he's not. He's
so
purposely
confused.
avoiding the word that I know he has to say.
What are you talking about? Every single person.
If you are advancing a Christian policy, you are now
think it's. But the
making
problem
a state
is, there is
favor
no policy.
a Christian policy, right?
Based on your definition of what a Christian policy would be, there is no policy as a Christian I could ever push for.
Not
that
true.
Would be
Religious doctrine, especially Christianity, is pretty well known.
I don't. You just said that everyone has subjective different
Somehow
interpretations.
you brought up the idea of taxation, as if we don't just use economics to understand these things. I guess we use Christian doctrine to do that.
What is the relevancy of it?
That's why I brought it up. It's not relevant. How about we talk about things that are Christian doctrine?
But your idea that but other people might have an idea of why they want that tax policy that's not just Christians irrelevant. It's to whether or not it's Christian nationalism. There could be other reasons that people have. It's irrelevant to this point.
So no, it is, because secularism is about whether or not you inject religion into your government policy.
And what I'm telling you is, based on your definition, any policy that a Christian pushes for, because it will be informed by their religion. Let me finish because
You're
it's
wrong.
informed. Let me finish because it's informed by their religion would be a Christian policy.
Is it Christian doctrine?
Yes.
Does it favor a Christian religion?
It favors my interpretation of what I think is more
tax
under
policy favors a religion.
Wait, what?
Does tax policy favor religion?
You already conceded that policy would be Christian nationalism.
No, I conceded if they actually say, here's what the text says, Christianity says, 50% of us, you gave your little different variations of progressive tax.
Correct.
And they mandated the state to legislate on behalf of what that text says. That doesn't exist, though,
No,
Rob.
that's not how it would work.
Yeah,
the law doesn't get passed to say 50% tax break because the Bible says. It's just Christians saying,
they probably think of, I think taxation is theft a little, right? That can be informed of a bunch of different ideologies, right?
That's right. Fair enough. So then banning
Christian doctrine.
Sure. Then we could make homosexuality illegal because a bunch of Christians say it's
Christian
a sin.
Doctrine?
As long as the law doesn't say we're doing this because of Christianity. Now that's not Christian nationalism, correct?
I guess not, but good luck doing that.
What? So do you see the insanity of this?
I guess it's just that simple, man. I've been this is a fun universe. I guess you just
That's
advocate
your
for a law.
argument.
You advocate for a law using Christian nationalism to enact the state to act on behalf of this, and then you just turn around and go, oopsie, no, we're not actually doing it for that reason.
Right. That's your argument.
Is that serious? Is that a serious question?
Why would a Christian advocate for a policy?
Why would I advocate for a policy?
Yeah. Why does any person advocate for a policy?
You can actually advocate for many policies as a Christian and inform yourself of them via Christian morality, but know that this doesn't favor or legislate a state religion. You're aware of this, right?
Define legislate state
I think
religion.
you're conflating the two as inseparable.
No, I'm not, because you say something there that sort of sounds reasonable, but then the way you define
it is reasonable because that's reality, Rob.
No, because then the way you define legislate state religion is if a bunch of Christians come together and say, because of our faith, we want this policy passed, that's legislating state religion. And what I'm telling you is it's inevitable. Every Christian, because they get their morality from Christianity. Yes, they think it is.
If it's Christian doctrine, then it's not something that is secular, and I think it's less
Christian
beneficial.
Doctrine. Define Christian doctrine. What's Christian doctrine?
Apparently, it's going to be yours, right?
Define what it is. Define what Christian doctrine is. You're saying that Christians...
I'm very confused, though, Circa, by what you've been saying, because it seems like you're saying, like, the states right now, that maybe they are predominantly Christian and they voted against abortion. Those are state religions?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, Christians vote against abortion in their state, say. So now abortion is illegal in their state. Is that now a state religion?
Part of the state is not secularism is not a binary, right? So it's a continuum. I'm advocating for secularism overall, but yes, secularism can decay and be turned into.
Well, I'm asking a different question. My question is a yes or no answer. Is it
in a way state religion,
Christian nationalism if a bunch of Christians that live in a certain state vote to not allow abortion?
In this regard, yes, it would be a form of state religion and Christian nationalism. Yeah.
Do you see what you're saying? What policy could Christians say because of my morality?
Rob, you think it's a binary? You think it's a fucking on-off switch?
Let me finish.
Is it just one day of Christian nationalist, one day not? What the fuck are you talking about?
No,
is it a light switch in the room, Rob? Is it a light switch in the room? No, it's not. What the hell am I doing?
That's right. You're the one saying it's a light switch in a room, not me. You're the one saying
I did not. I just said that secularism is a continuum, you idiot. You just walked away.
What you're saying is, what I'm saying is, the obvious interpretation of what you're saying is because all of Christians' morality will come from their religion, and they're always going to use their morality on what policies to pass, that would therefore by default be a religious doctrine, and that would be Christian nationalism. So, for example, the abortion question, you're like, yes, that would be Christian nationalism. A little tangent.
You think all of the morality inside of every Christian is only informed by divine command theory?
Yes, that's where they get their sense of morality. Yes.
I mean,
where do you think Christians get their morality? Where do you think they get their?
I pull my morality from many different places.
You're not a Christian.
So I can still inform my morality from Christian beliefs. What's wrong with that?
I think my computer may have crashed. Can you guys still hear me?
Oh, yeah, we hear you. You're just frozen.
Okay, well, we'll see. But no.
Is that not a thing?
Oh, now you're cut out.
This has been really long, by the way. I feel like we're just going in circles. At the behest of, what are the rest of the super comments while he's getting back? Preferably ones that are directed at me, I guess. You know.
Well, he may want to respond though too. Let me see here. We had Trench there saying not at all about the crosses.
I mean, I'm not just going to sit here and try and invalidate Trench. I mean, he obviously feels the way he does for a reason, but
trying to think.
There's a reason Christian denominations exist in the first place. It's not by accident, man. On the topic of this country again, a lot of people in here would probably understand that persecution of certain types of Christians by the state religion of the Catholic Church in England was a big reason that this country even became secular. It was a mismatch. So,
one second.
History would say otherwise.
Now, what you're saying, what I'm trying to say is, sorry about the computer crash. What you're saying, the logical entailment is that anything that is formed by Christianity or informed by Christianity itself becomes Christian nationalism, whether if it's literally tax rates, if it's abortion, because we have to. You're like, yeah, but I receive my morality from other senses. But Christians believe there's an objective truth. That's where our morality comes from. And so everything that a Christian that truly believes in God, that calls themselves a Christian, their entire moral code comes from their religion. And you're saying if they use that religion to inform the laws that they want passed and then enact those laws, that's Christian nationalism. But it's inevitable that every Christian will do that. They're always going to use their moral code, which comes from Christianity. Give me an example.
Right now, do you think every Christian believes that they can legislate or they know what God wants?
No.
Okay, there you go. There's your answer.
Do you think every Christian thinks their code of morality comes from God?
I don't believe that it only comes from God.
Okay, but do you think Christians believe that?
I think it seems like you do, so I'm not going to say you don't.
I think that's sort of part and parcel.
That would be a little weird, right?
Why would that be weird?
If I said that you didn't, I'm like, I don't know. What you think.
Like that's the whole thing. Like truth.
But,
like Christians believe
it is inappropriate to go on and say that every Christian believes that they know what God wants.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
they don't want to be the authority. It's not, if you're a Christian, it doesn't mean you actually know how to be the authority, and that means legislating law.
So then you're saying that because they don't want to be an authority, they shouldn't try to pass laws?
No, a lot of Christians don't believe that they can act as God or act.
That's true. I believe
what God wants.
Yes, I believe that.
Okay, so why are we legislating it?
So then why? Because
we're literally thinking that we can take people's lives.
Should Christians be allowed to vote?
We can push people away from the faith potentially.
Should Christians
mandate a religion that is wrong or at least exclusive?
Should Christians be allowed to vote?
Absolutely.
Okay, and when people vote, do they vote based on their code of morality and what policies they think would be best?
They are informed by what they think. Yes,
and do you think Christians
probably is divine command theory?
Do you think Christians are informed by their religion, their code of morality?
Correct. Now you cannot presuppose the second part. I'm sorry.
So that would mean that every policy that they
presuppose the second part. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you there.
What second part do I not? What second part?
You're about to say that means their policies they should be able to legislate on.
No, that means that any policy that they want is a Christian policy in their mind.
No, it doesn't.
How is that not the case?
You're not understanding what secularism is. Again, you can be a Christian who informs myself with Christian morality, a religion like Christianity when I vote, even though it has informed my decision making.
You're informing your worldview.
You're literally not understanding.
Let me pause. You're favoring.
Is it
your moral worldview?
My preference is my moral worldview.
Right. So then
is it a religion, Rob?
Okay. So everyone that votes is preferencing their moral worldview.
Is it a religion?
Everyone who votes is preferencing their moral worldview, right?
Holy fuck, dude.
Yes or no?
Am I doing a debate with a different prompt today or what?
Why can't you just answer the question? Everyone who votes
because this is not the prompt and it's not relevant. If you want to debate this,
why can't you just answer the question? Everyone who votes is favoring their moral worldview.
I just want you to know that what you're doing is dumb and it has nothing to do with my prompt. And it's not advancing the position.
Can you just answer the question? Everyone who votes is favoring their moral worldview.
I already did. I said yes.
Okay, that means if Christians' moral worldview comes from Christianity, then anytime they vote, they're favoring their moral worldview.
Okay, and not everything is going to favor Christianity.
But
even
it's
if it
always favoring their
is
moral
false. No, it's
worldview,
not.
which
I
comes
just
from
told you.
Christianity.
No, it's not. I just told you I'm an
Yes.
atheist who can use Christian morality to inform my voting,
But
which does not favor Christianity.
It does not matter. It's you already admitted that it's
Yes, it
every
does.
single. You just admitted. You just conceded. You literally
No, I
just
didn't.
conceded. You said every single person
Bro,
that
what
votes
in the fuck
is
are you
quote,
talking about?
You just conceded every single person that votes is favoring their
No, I'm
moral
not.
worldview.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you get to legislate Christian
if you're-
favoritism on behalf of the
if
state, Rob. You're
if
literally
your
making
moral-
a
if your
non sequitur.
moral- If your
You're
moral
doing a non
worldview
sequitur.
if your moral worldview is Christianity, every time you vote, you're
Dude,
going
how long
to
do
be
I have to hear
favoring
you
them.
jump from A to Z? How long do I have to hear you jump the entire alphabet right now?
What are you talking about?
You're fucking crazy non sequitur. That's what I'm talking about.
It's not a non sequitur. My point
Yes, it is.
I'm trying to make the point that Christians, under your interpretation, anytime a Christian votes, it's Christian nationalism.
It's not favored in a state religion every time they make an informed
favoring
voting
their moral
decision.
worldview, which is
That
Christianity.
doesn't mean it is favoring a state religion.
But you said state religion is favoring
It
your
doesn't
Christian
mean
worldview.
it's favoring a state religion.
But that's
I'm
because
sorry, that's the
yes,
prompt.
it does.
Holy shit.
You define state religion.
We already did, man.
Yes, you said I
You want me
define
to do
state
it again?
religion as you promoting your religious
It's a
worldview.
government or a governing principle or a government that uses a governing principle of enacting a favoring a certain style of religion or sect of religion and does not exercise the free doesn't do free exercise of clause or whatever.
Okay, so then it's not just a sect of religion, it could be a religion as a whole, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then if Christians come together and vote for something and get it passed because of their moral worldview, which is Christianity, that is by
That
default
doesn't mean it's
Christian
favoring
nationalism.
Christianity. You're
Why
wrong.
wouldn't it be? It's favoring their
Because you
worldview,
can
which is
use
Christianity.
Christianity to inform your decision making. That doesn't have to favor Christianity.
But it favors Christianity as they see it.
No, it doesn't, Rob. You're just kind of
That's-
connecting from A to Z right now.
So then, name me a policy that would favor Christianity.
How about why don't I name you a policy that can be informed by Christian morality that doesn't actually favor a state religion of Christianity?
Okay,
yeah?
sure.
So how about like love thy neighbor, or using Christian morality to understand that freedom of religion is important. So not banishing Muslims. You can inform yourself of Christian morality by saying that other religions exist and you should love thy neighbor.
So wait.
Hippos, circle of life.
So wait.
Or love, sorry, circle
So
of
wait.
life.
If I vote, what is the law that says love thy neighbor?
I can finish. I mean, you're already deflecting and changing to something else, right? Love thy neighbor is a Christian principle, right?
Sure.
Now, does that mean I'm trying to mandate a state religion if I actually inform myself of the way I'm voting in that? Yes or no?
What's the law?
Yes or no, Rob?
I can't answer until I know what the law you're pushing for is.
Fucking Christ, dude.
How can I answer?
Because the question is open-ended. It's, do I need to advance a state religion if I just vote with the information of that, as in loving thy neighbor? Is
Let
that
me tell you why I'm
advancing
confused.
Christianity as a state religion?
If
Yes or no?
I'll tell you why I'm confused and why
Dude,
the
just
answer
answer
is
yes
not
or no.
as simple as yes or no.
Yes, it is. It's that simple.
Okay, I'll say no. Now I'll explain.
So
Right.
now
the reason
we've
is
learned-
the reason is this. If 70% of Christians come together and say, we want a law that says it's illegal to not love thy neighbor because Christianity tells us, is that Christian nationalism?
If you're using Christian doctrine to advance this on the state level, then yes.
Okay, so then when you were like, yes, it's simple, yes or no, it depends on what the law they're pushing is, right?
No, because one is just informing yourself of a Christian principle, not advancing Christianity as a state religion. The other is explicitly, you just said, advancing a state religion legislation.
It's not state
What the
religion.
fuck
It
are you
says the
not getting?
reason. It
What
says
the fuck are you not getting, dude?
It says the reason that I'm pushing for this is because of my morality, which
You're
comes from religion.
conflating the idea of informing yourself with Christian morality and then acting on what you think it is.
That
Always.
how would I inform myself in Christianity and not act on what I think it is?
I already asked you, does every Christian think they know what God wants?
Yes.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Every Christian thinks they know what God wants.
They have an interpretation of what they think God is telling them.
Interpretation, thank you. So they don't know what God wants exactly.
That's true. Correct.
Okay, so now let's move forward with this. That means that advancing a state religion on behalf of what they think he wants is antithetical. You can inform yourself there, but you don't have to go further and advance a state religion.
What are you talking about? No, because their entire system. Are they going to
vote on? Does the Christian still inform himself with Christian morality, even though he doesn't know what God wants?
Yes.
So he doesn't want to submit an authority on behalf of that because he doesn't actually know. He just knows what he thinks he knows.
That is absolutely not true.
What the fuck? Dude, come on.
Yes or no? Did you not concede that everyone is
one person just informed themselves with Christianity, but they don't know what God wants?
Yes or no? Did you not say?
Did you not just agree to both those premises?
No. Listen to me.
What
I'm saying is, I could say, I am human and I am fallible and I don't know exactly what the word of God is, but I'm doing my best. And I've came to my interpretation in life that like God doesn't want me to cheat my wife and God wants me to eat fish on Friday and all this, right? That's my morality.
All those have to be state mandated.
Let him finish, please.
I might say, I can't 100% know definitively that's the word of God, but as I'm interpreting, that's the best I can. That same moral framework that I'm using for how to act in my life is also the exact same moral framework I'm going to use to decide what to vote on. The exact same.
Do you want to mandate state religion-wise how you should love your wife?
I might want
Isn't there a framework there? You're saying they're inseparable.
Yes.
You're saying they're inseparable.
No, I might say this. I don't think that my interpretation of Christianity.
Did you or did you not say they're inseparable just now? You got to answer my question, man. I let you talk.
Did I or did I not say they're inseparable?
Yeah. So you said my moral framework is that I should love my wife. I should love my wife a certain way. Are you comfortable taking that and putting it into state religion?
The answer is I've neither said yes or no that they're inseparable.
Dude, would you want to legislate that very idea?
I think as a Christian, I want to legislate relationships with wife based on my interpretation of Christianity.
And is that the right one? Do you think it's the right one?
For me, yes. That's where my moral framework.
So
yes,
every Christian doesn't agree with that. They don't think
that's true.
My interpretation doesn't mean, even though I inform myself of Christian morality, that doesn't mean that they go on to just assume that they can enact policy on it.
That's not true. That's not true, as I'll answer now. So we went through your red herring. You've conceded, did you not, that every single person is advancing their preferred moral framework where they push for laws?
We're talking about secular religion.
Every single person, religious or non-religion, is advancing
We're talking about secularism, dude.
Every single person, regardless of religion.
Right. How many times do I have to say this?
Why can't you answer? I just answered your questions. Why can't you answer mine? Every single person.
You're trying to actually do a red herring, bro. Definitionally. Maybe you should learn what fallacies are. Red herrings are when you use a contextual, unrelated thing.
It is not a red herring.
What the fuck does moral philosophy have to do with secularism, Rob?
Why can't you answer the question?
Because you're literally committing the thing you just accused me of.
Why can't you answer the question?
You don't even see the irony in it,
all
bro.
All right, Speakeasy, can you put a couple-minute clock up there?
No, I want to move on to the super comments.
So I'm going to, since he's unwilling to engage, I'll explain, since he's unwilling to engage, every single person is using what they think is their moral framework.
How long am I going to be trapped with this guy?
Every single, you could leave now. No one's keeping you here.
I don't want to be disrespectful.
You're not being coerced. Okay, if you don't want to be disrespectful, shut up and let me answer.
No, right? I don't want to hear you talk anymore because you're not engaging. You're literally being
put it on mute and come back. I don't give a shit.
There's no reason to.
Stop. Let me finish. I said there and answered your questions. You're refusing to answer mine, so let me talk.
Yeah, you got to let him answer. If you want to leave, you're free to leave.
Then leave.
I mean, you don't want me to stay around for super comments?
Would you just be quiet and let me finish?
That's not listening to super comments.
Yeah, it's totally up to you. But yeah, there's usually engagement.
I'm gonna
back
finish
and forth
my
with the super
right
chats,
now. The point I'm gonna make: he's already conceded that every person, religious or not, is using their moral framework in order to push for the policies they're advocating for. This would mean that it doesn't matter if I have a different interpretation than another Christian. I am advocating through my moral framework, my Christian beliefs. And what I think is the Christian beliefs that informs my morality when I push for every law that I'm pushing for. That means that it would be Christian nationalist. He then he's already said the following things are Christian nationalists: pushing for making homosexuality illegal, pushing to end abortion rights, pushing for a 30% tax rate. All of these things, if they're informed based on my Christianity and we enact them in law, would be favoring my Christian worldview and hence be Christian nationalism. He's conceded to all of that. What this means is because as a Christian, my sense of morality comes from my belief in God, every single policy that I push for is going to be framed in my sense of morality, which would mean if they get passed, it's always Christian nationalism. Every single time. It's inevitable. That's the point. I'm just like the atheist. It's always going to be, every single policy that he pushes for is going to be framed by the moral worldview that he has and he's pushing forward. That means, according to my opponent, every single law that groups of Christians come together and push, whether it be tax rates, whether it be border security, whether it be abortion laws, no matter what it could be, to go to war or to not go to war. Every single one of those, if they were like, I came to that conclusion because I'm informed by my moral code from Christianity, would be Christian nationalism. So he's trying to tell you, in effect, once you understand that that's what he's saying, how could a secular state saying the only way it could be secular is for Christians not to vote be beneficial to Christianity? It's laughable.
It is laughable because you just misrepresented me again. It's been 3 hours, Rob, and you still don't actually know what I said. I don't know. That's incredible, man. Incredible arrogance, incredible ignorance. Sorry.
You can't show where I'm wrong.
I'm not going to now.
That's right. All right, we can move to super chats.
Yeah.
All right. That last one was from Trench. This one here, Eli Nix, live for $5, says Orthodox Christianity, 2,000 years of brutal martyrdom, so famous for not wanting to be excluded. You need to read history, Eli says. And then we got $5. I'm not reading. Trench, come on, man. Fucking guy.
I mean, he's got money on him, bro. Take it.
I love you, Trench, but come on, bro.
No, I'm not that insecure, though. Just letting you know, Trench. That's not me.
I'm impressed. Trench says for $10. I'm impressed with Rob's patience. I would have crashed out already. Speakeasy would have had to yeet me, or I would have had to rage quit. Circa is a toxic female gaslighter. This is schizo ball torture.
I agree.
$5 from Dan the Man says, Circa, you're such a smug, bad faith person. You've not engaged in Rob's argument, thrown ad hominem, and won't shut up long enough to listen. Grow up.
Disagree and agree.
All right. Mr. B says, that's not only disrespectful to Rob, but to you, Speak. This dude thinks he runs the flow of your stream and is taking over moderation.
I'll let you have the opinion on that.
Well, thank you, Mr. B. I appreciate that very much. All right. I'm going to stay non-biased as much as I can. All right. Circa is the dumbest, but acts like such a condescending, unlikable person. No one likes you. What I want to say is much more harsh, but YouTube won't let me. W Rob and W Easy. Thank you very much, Cool Vic.
Well,
I'm sure you guys will catch the review of this on Cool Vic's at some point.
He does reviews? I'll actually
yes,
watch
he
it.
does very good debate reviews, so go check it out after.
I will.
Eli Nix comes in for $2, says Rob's CN will legislate ethics, not theology.
I'm fine doing that, but the debate is about religion.
Yeah, but my
We can
ethics,
debate ethics if I brought a prompt that wasn't about that.
but my
but
ethics
I
come
did
from my
bring it.
religion, which you're
Rob,
saying then makes them
Rob, I'm
Christian
not interested
nationalists.
in continuing down this fucking scrolling the drain. This prompt is about religion. Okay, if you want to talk ethics, we can talk ethics at a different time.
But
Right?
but if I may, this is why this is kind of hearing that kind of confusing
Literal
as a
word.
viewer. Almost every time you were asked like an example of like Christians just pushing for some type of legislations,
It doesn't
you
have to be
had
Christian.
said that would be like Christian nationalism, and like as a viewer listening to this, if I was to put it like in the smallest sentence possible, it sounds like you're saying Christians should not take part in democracy.
Absolutely not. If that's what people think, then I encourage them to listen a little harder.
But then wouldn't democracy allow for Christians to vote for the things that they think
Enacting
should be
Christian
policy?
doctrine.
But that's not
Enact-
Rob had brought up like abortion, other things, and you said that would be Christian nationalism. That's why it's confusing to me even listening. I
Enacting
was like, I can't
abortion
even
in
grasp a
particular?
hold of what you're saying it is.
Okay,
I mean,
so when you are trying to favor a certain sect of a religion in government policy. Just because you inform yourself with Christian morality doesn't mean you actually want to enact government policy as a state religion, as in like you want to assume what what God wants and then do it legislatively.
But
there's a difference.
But no. What
do you mean, but no?
Because you say it that way and it's like, oh, I get it. And then it's like, oh, by the way, can you define state religion? And you're like, well, here's an example of what state religion would be. If Christians want a 30% tax rate, that's state religion.
That's not what I said, Rob. I'm not interested in you putting words in my mouth again.
Yes or no? Did you say
we can move on?
Did you say yes or no? Did you say
I'm not doing it again, Rob?
Yeah,
you keep putting words in my mouth.
I'm not putting words. You said it. Every one of us heard it.
You are, bro.
Every one of us heard it.
I said not the 30% tax itself. I said if they're doing it because of Christian doctrine, as in like an authoritative reason within the text, which most of them don't agree on usury laws, by the way, Rob. Do you know that?
Yes.
Okay, so using the ideas of usury laws right now, we'll just switch it to interest type, lending. That's not something you can really legislate without essentially being detrimental to some Christians. That's what I'm talking about.
But that has
why do you want to do that?
It has nothing to do with. There is no policy that you can't legislate that won't be detrimental to some Christian.
Not true. You can
name one.
Inform yourself with Christian morality and not act on what you think Christian doctrine says for usury laws. Try again.
Name one policy you can
think of. I just told you.
No, you didn't.
Example. You just refuse to listen because you just want to repeat the same thing in your head over and over.
You did not.
And I'm not interested.
You made the claim.
I'm not interested.
You just made the claim.
Let's move on.
You just made the claim. You'll be quiet. You'll be quiet and let me say what I want, and we can move on. If you choose to not answer, you don't get. You could leave. I'm going to talk. Right?
You just how long said. Are you gonna trap me, dude?
Well, let him answer, and then we can move on. The more you interrupt, we can't move on, right?
You don't have to answer.
Crapping
just
me.
Be quiet.
Just let him make his statement, and then we can move on.
Yeah. You just said, because what I want to, why would you want to do it? Because if you enact policies, it could be detrimental to other Christians. But for example, I could act Obamacare, and that harms some Christians. I could revoke Obamacare. Please be quiet. I could revoke.
Christ, dude, is that religious?
I could revoke Obamacare, and that could harm some Christians. I would do both of those policies based on my moral framework that comes from my religion.
You think
so?
Christian
Yes,
doctrine
it would be religious.
You think Christian doctrine enacts Obamacare or doesn't enact Obamacare?
I think that Christians that voted for Obamacare probably use their morality based on their faith and where
Christian
they think.
Doctrine has many different verses on this, right? You could say
yes.
It's exclusory, or you could say that it is inclusive. So which one are you going to choose, Rob?
That makes my point for me.
No, it doesn't. It means that you're now mandating a state religion and excluding people because you have to choose. You just refuse to accept that.
I'm telling you that Christians get
you could choose a part of the Bible that says that we should give health care to all. You can also choose a part of the Bible that says that we should deny it to all, depending on what verse you choose.
Are you just saying that policies that lined up with Christianity are state religion? Is that what's going on here?
Absolutely not. It's when you try and enact what you think, because the Bible is interpretation, right? You're interpreting it. You don't know what the person who wrote it actually said, correct? You can never know. You don't know. It's also not the word of God. Doesn't claim to be. So when you try to enact legislation on behalf of the Bible, you're doing something, in my opinion, inerrant.
But again, does my morality come from the Bible?
You inform yourself from it, yes.
Okay, so seeing as how that's the case, everything that I'm going to push for that follows in through my morality comes from the Bible.
So
everything.
Which verse are you going to choose to enact global free healthcare for everyone or deny it?
It doesn't matter if I have a specific verse. What
the problem here is when you use Christian authoritative text to try and say that you know what it is. That's the problem.
Again, it doesn't matter if I officially say I know what it is. What matters is it is inevitable because I'm a Christian.
When you make the law, you are saying you know what it is, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When you make the law, you are saying a specific one.
Please be fucking quiet. Please just be quiet.
Dude, I'm not. You're trapping me.
Please shut the fuck up, man. Just shut the fuck up.
You're picking one when you legislate it, Rob. You cannot deny that. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let Rob answer now, right?
All Christians will get their morality from the Bible and from the Word of God. You might say, well, I think you're picking and choosing this passage, or you're not looking at this passage. That's true. You could say all of that. But inevitably, when they vote for a policy, they're picking one. And because they're saying, I'm picking this policy from my morality, and that morality comes from Christianity, you would say that that has to be Christian nationalism.
Which Christianity does it come from?
It doesn't matter. Mine.
Which verse are you going to use to
It
legislate?
doesn't matter. I could use whatever verse I want. It's my
It
Christianity.
doesn't matter? Okay, we can move
It's
on. He's
irrelevant
right.
to this question because the point is,
move on.
like, again, you're in a double bind with this.
Oh my
If that's
fucking
your
God.
argument, then nothing's Christian nationalism because there is no real Christianity.
No, it's not.
And you're
Stop
like,
putting words in my
you
mouth.
said, well, no. If people think they're doing it because they're Bible, then that makes it Christian nationalism. My argument is, yes, all Christians get their morality from the Bible. Therefore, if they're voting based on their morality for specific policies, that would make the reason they're voting for those policies their morality, which they get from Christianity. So, for example, you could talk to someone who's a Christian that's for a big welfare state, and they might say, that's because I think that the Bible teaches us we should be giving. And so, therefore, I think that's moral and we should help the less fortunate. That's Christian nationalism, according to you.
I think, yes, and it's non-secular. If we think that we can just accept Christian doctrine to make state religion legislatively mandated.
Now, do you
Right.
see? Now, the last thing I'll say, and then we can move on to the next
What
one.
the
if you wanna
fuck? You're
go
just
back and
moving
forth.
past that. You're not even acknowledging.
No, I'm answering. This is exactly what I'm talking. Now he says it's Christian
How are you
nationalism.
answering it with another
Let
60-second monologue?
Now he's saying that it's
Holy
Christian.
fuck, bro.
Now he's saying it's Christian nationalism for
fucking
a
wrong,
Christian
dude.
to vote for welfare because they're informed to be generous to others from their Christianity. He says, yes, that would be Christian nationalism. Again, can you name me a policy that a Christian would vote for that's not informed by their morality? He can't. He
I said
already
no.
acknowledged that everyone that votes is voting based on their
Not
morality.
every policy is going to favor one religion over another.
It
though.
doesn't matter.
No.
You just said
Yes,
it
it
doesn't
does.
have
That's
to.
exactly what secularism is.
You literally
Congratulations.
just.
We're circled again.
Does welfare favor one religion over another?
Not inherently. It's not a Christian
Okay,
doctrine.
but you just said it would be Christian nationalists if a
If you
Christian
use
voted for welfare
a Christian doctrine
because
to
of
try
their
and
Christian.
say it, Rob, if you try and
Right.
legislate it with Christian doctrine.
Right, but you're going to do that because your morality comes from religion.
No, you might inform yourself of it through Christian morality, but that doesn't mean that's your only way of
But that's where
determining
Christian's
policy.
morality comes
What
from.
about optimal amounts of welfare with government involved?
Why would optimal be
Do
something
all
we should
Christians
prefer?
only use biblical doctrines when they think about welfare, or do they use different ideologies,
If
Rob?
Christians believe that,
Sorry, answer the question.
yes, they all do
There
it
you go.
through
You're fucked. Let's move on.
morality. They do it through their morality. All of their morality
Yep.
comes
They
from
don't use
the word
like
of God.
ideology like economics or like, laissez-faire economics, none of that.
What? So what would be the goal with using laissez-faire
Capitalism,
economics?
maybe? Nothing,
Okay,
none of that?
what would be the goal using
Is
capitalism?
that inherently a Christian doctrine?
No, what would be the goal of using capitalism?
No, it's not. Thank you.
What's
Let's
the
move
end
on.
goal of using capitalism? To do what? Capitalism is a system,
It's not to be Christian doctrine.
but to do what? Why would a person want to use capitalism? To do what?
Inform their opinion on how they think the economy would run well.
Well, to run well. Define what well
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Define well.
Optimal, produce good outcome.
and good. Define good. How's a Christian define good?
What the fuck are we doing?
I'm telling you that, yes, it all comes down at the end of the day that people want good outcomes. And they're going to define good based on their code of morality, which comes from Christianity. So they might say, as a Christian, I want outcomes that benefit the poor. So I think we should use capitalism to enact this policy. But the moral framework still comes from Christianity.
Okay.
So every policy that a Christian ever advocates for would be Christian nationalism.
Are we done?
Sure.
All right. Next one. How long Nate for $2 says, hello, found some play points. Thank you very much, Nate. I appreciate that big time. Trench Deacon says, Rob, just let him speak for you already. Thank you very much, Trench. Hellstorm says, Pride, rainbow flag, trans flag, and LGBTQ flag are often in class. The pride flag is historic but not inclusive. Because it excludes others, it should be banned and prohibited. Also, trans flag. W. Rob.
Interesting.
If exclusion is something to be avoided, we shouldn't just avoid exclusion based on religion.
I don't know why you think it excludes you, but
Of course it does. If I think it's a sin, you already conceded it. You said, actually, if I was going to do an internal
coercive.
critique,
I think it's a little coercive, yeah.
but so then
That's
it's
what it says.
exclusion. If it's coercive, it's exclusionary.
It's coercive in the way that it probably wants you to change your opinion. If I was doing the internal critique, Rob,
Yes, you acknowledged it's exclusionary. You did already.
It's exclusionary, but coercive nature. I mean, I guess it could be exclusionary. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Carolina Fort Worth for $2 says freedom. Government should not tell me how to worship.
No one says they should.
Thank you very much, Carolina.
No one suggested that here.
Dude.
Did I ever suggest it?
You're okay with it happening, I guess.
Who said that? I specifically said I don't want a state national mandated religion.
So you don't want doctrine favoring what I just move on.
No, based on your interpretation, I do. If you're saying it favors, I'm going to finish my point. I'm going to finish my. You can't tell me to be quiet, right? If you choose to not engage, that's fine.
You're trapping me again.
Speakeasy can tell me.
You're right.
Hey,
you're right.
Just let him finish his point, and then we move on. Right? You make it longer when you keep interrupting.
I don't think it's necessary, man. We don't need to hear it.
That's fine.
I didn't give a point.
That's fine, but there's like 400 people almost watching, so like they might think it's necessary.
Right. And
so
you did make a point.
Finish.
You said that I want state-mandated religion, and I said based on how you interpret it. You're saying if I promote my religious views through my morality and informing my voting, that's me promoting a state religion. I disagree. I think promoting a state religion is like saying the government says you have to be Catholic or Catholicism.
How many times do I have to correct you?
Go ahead. You could go back and then I'll answer.
How many times do I have to correct you?
That's exactly what you're saying. So correct away and you'll say the same thing again.
I legitimately and clearly, Rob, demarcated the difference between legislatively mandating a state-favored religion versus being informed by Christian morality. Get that through your fucking head.
And when we asked the specifics of it, you said things like this. If a Christian votes for welfare because of their moral beliefs, then that's mandating favoring a state religion. That's what you said.
No, you just move forward. I want you to address what I said.
I just did. I said the way you define that.
Did I not clearly demarcate the difference?
No, you specifically said them favoring a state-mandated religion would include the following things. If a Christian informs their morality from the Bible and says that it tells them to be charitable to others, therefore they vote for welfare, that would be Christian nationalism. That's what you said.
You're wrong. Sorry.
You did say that.
Circa,
you even said it.
Circa, you did answer this like this, and I even asked to try to be clear. If a bunch of Christians vote against abortion because they believe that every human bears the image of God, if a bunch of Christians, because they believe every human bears the image of God, votes against abortion, is that Christian nationalism?
If they use Christian doctrine to try and do it,
I just said it. They all believe that everyone bears the image of God. That's written in the Bible. They believe this.
You're now that would be it. Yeah, because you're favoring.
So that would be Christian nationalism. So a bunch of Christians voting for a policy based off their morals is Christian nationalism.
No, it's not. It's not Christian doctrine.
Said
because
yes.
They inform them. No, because informing yourself in Christian morality is not Christian doctrine. No, speak easy. Informing yourself of Christian morality is not Christian doctrine.
No, but voting based on your morals. You just said it. You just said. Okay, listen. Let me ask you one more time, Circa, because now I understand where the frustration is coming from. Me, you, Rob, all Christian. We have the majority vote now because there's 3 of us and 2 of them. All right. Sure. We have the majority vote. We believe every human bears the image of God. So we're going to vote against abortion. Christian nationalism, yes or no?
If you enact a state policy legislatively, yes.
Okay. So if the policy is no abortion, then that means Christian nationalism, right?
Do you have to try and enact a state religion, or can you keep this Christian morality information to yourself?
Wait a minute. So as long as I don't publicly say...
No, Rob, stop. You're interrupting me now. You're not required to try and enact legislation on what you think it might be.
Huh?
Wait, I'm so
confused. Why are we
we
assuming that you have to enact a state legislative process on this?
I didn't say anything about have to or anything. I just asked.
Well, that's the Christian nationalist part.
So that we can get the Christian nationalist and state religion. Is it a state religion if 3 of us vote against 2 for abortion to be banned?
Holy fuck, dude. If you're enacting the Christian nationalist part is when you try to enact the legislative process. You can inform yourself actually without any voting happening or trying to make the state do what you want. Right?
So let me be clear. Can I steelman this? You tell me if I'm wrong.
You
We
are
could
not very
say
good at
us
steelmanning,
three
so
in
let's
this
not do
example.
that.
Please, let me finish. In this example, us three could come together and say abortion is wrong and it should be illegal. We just can't vote to have the state do it. Once we vote to have the state make abortion illegal, now it's Christian nationalism.
It is Christian nationalism the moment you try to do that, yes.
That's exactly what my point's been the whole time. That's what you're saying, and you keep saying, no, I'm not
no,
saying
it's
that.
not. You were saying informing yourself of Christian morality.
No,
that's not the same, is it?
Informing yourself and then voting for those preferences.
I'm sorry, is that a compound phrase? Does it require voting?
But wait, if
Rob, does it require voting?
That's what he was talking about. He said inform his vote off his morals. I don't know.
You can inform yourself.
Now
on
I feel
Christian
like
morality,
you're trolling. This is getting crazy.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm not, because you don't actually have to vote to enact legislative policy. Okay?
What?
And the reason for this is because when you do that, Rob, you have to choose something. Abortion is not really in the Bible, by the way.
But again, like the problem is, I said
What do
that
you
the
mean
fundamental.
again?
Listen, the fundamental problem I said with your position is what you're really saying is Christians should not be involved in the democratic process because every time they vote for something, that's Christian nationalism. And now you're like, no. And then when it comes down to brass tacks, you're like, see, what I'm saying is Christians are allowed to look at the Bible and say, this is moral and this is immoral. But as soon as they vote for what they think is moral and immoral, now it's Christian nationalism. In other words, what you're saying, let me finish. In other words, what you're saying is Christians must reject being part of the governmental systems. Because as soon as they start to vote for their morality based on their religion, that becomes Christian nationalism.
I never mentioned that.
I mean, I don't know what to say. Do you really think that Speakeasy and everyone else that's listening is confused?
I don't form my opinions for other people.
Assholes?
I don't inform my opinions for other people. You should try it.
You're debating for an audience.
You should try it.
I am. And if everyone in the audience says we can't understand you, we don't know what the fuck you're saying. There's probably something wrong with me.
That's okay with me. I understand what the psychological term here is. I understand the psychological text. Just know that your example here, okay, is not good. You're putting words in my mouth and it's wrong.
What words did I put in your mouth?
I never said that Christians can't vote.
Okay, how can Christians vote?
How can Christians vote?
Yes.
They can vote. They don't have to vote to enact a state religion, my friend. They don't have to favor their own religion when they vote.
But abortion law, but you just said,
moving on.
Right, but again, you just said state religion would be voting to make abortion illegal. That's state religion.
Yeah, and where does the Bible say abortion is wrong?
That's irrelevant.
How is that irrelevant to what you just said?
Because the hypothetical that Speakeasy said was...
answer the question. Where does the Bible say abortion is wrong?
It's irrelevant to this situation because
no, it's not, because you're just using your vibes and fifis to fucking legislate.
All humans bear the image of God. That's where it says it. Just let me write it out for you. Maybe if you read this sentence, it'll help. Bunch of Christians get together, use their morals to vote for no abortion. Christian nationalism, yes or no?
It's Christian nationalism.
Yes or no? Yes or no, please, Circa, so I can be clarified in my head.
This is not hard.
Yes, I know it's not hard. Yes is a three-letter word. No is a two-letter word. Which one?
Yes or no? And then explain.
Circa, please, bro. Yes or no?
It's yes if you try to do it through the state.
How else do you vote for no abortion?
Again,
where else do you vote for? In the movie theater?
That entire topic is gonna be Christian nationalist. Yes.
So then when I say that Christians can't vote because they're always using their morality to vote.
Is abortion every vote that a Christian makes? What the fuck?
But it's an example.
But what?
It's an example that we're saying.
I didn't know every voting was done on abortion.
Why do you do this? Why do you keep
because you're hilarious, bro.
You say something, then I try to answer and you immediately come in. Abortion is one example. Here's an example of us using our morality that we get through Christianity to vote for a policy. In this case, abortion. Okay. You're like, yes, that would be Christian nationalism. And then you're like, but isn't there other things that Christians believe? Yes, but you would say every time they vote for that, it also would be Christian nationalism.
Sorry.
Okay, give me an example of when it wouldn't be.
Where does
when
the Bible
Christians
say
are informed
abortion is
by the
wrong?
Bible and their morality and they vote for something. Give me an example of
Where
when it
does,
wouldn't.
where does the Bible say abortion is wrong?
Why is that relevant to this?
If you're going to inform yourself with Christian morality, you better be able to
Speakeasy said it
talk
says
about Scripture.
in this example, we all came to the conclusion that it says it because it says that we're all made in the image of God.
I'm sorry, that's your words, though, right? That's your words.
That's what Speakeasy said, the hypothetical.
I'm sorry, is that what God says? Is that what the Bible says?
The Bible says at parts that we're made in the image of God. Yes.
That doesn't mean anything about abortion.
What is the relevance to this anyways?
If you're going to legislate what you think the Bible says on abortion, don't you think the Bible should mention abortion?
Okay, fair enough. So then the Bible doesn't
What do
mention
you mean
abortion.
fair enough?
Okay, no, wait, I'm conceding. The Bible doesn't mention abortion, therefore this can't be a Christian nationalist policy, correct?
It's your vibes and fifis policy.
But it's not Christian nationalism.
I'm sorry, what? You're using what you think it is.
Speakeasy, can you put that quote back up there?
You're using what you think it is. You're trying to enact a state religion that you think it is.
So a bunch of Christians get together and use the laws to vote for abortion. That's not Christian. Let me finish. That's not Christian. That's not Christian nationalism because the Bible never says anything about abortion. Or is it Christian
nationalism? No, that's not what I said. You can still try to enact Christian nationalism without actually trying to do what the Bible actually says.
So then what's the point of you saying, well, but listen, me and Speakeasy are like, do you realize this is saying...
just conceded, bro.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Do you realize this is what just said? We see this and we're like, so yes, name me a policy then that a Christian using their moral framework that they get through Christianity could vote for that wouldn't be Christian nationalism. Your response is,
no,
where does the... Let me finish. Your response is, where's... Let me finish. Your response is, let me finish. Your response is, where does the Bible talk about abortion? What is the relevancy? If you're like, well, you're wrong. The Bible doesn't talk about abortion.
The relevancy
but it's still Christian
here,
nationalism.
Rob, would be accidentally trying to assume that you know what Christianity wants and needs, or that you know Christian morality. You're now legislatively being authoritative on it, and it's not even in the Bible. Isn't that dangerous?
You could say that, but my question is,
That's still Christian nationalism,
wouldn't that be true of every position that Christians vote for that they come through their moral framework?
I'm not interested in money in the water.
Give me an example of one it wouldn't.
Move on.
Give me an example of one where it wouldn't.
No, I want to move on. I'm not interested in money in the water.
I mean, you're right. So stop saying I'm putting words in your mouth when I'm articulating clearly that you're saying that anytime Christians vote based on their morality, it's Christian nationalism.
That's definitely not what I said. So
yes, you can't give one example.
No, congratulations, you fucked it again. It's really impressive.
I don't know what to say. I
know it's really weird, bro. I know you're trapping me. Let's just continue.
I apologize that I got so frustrated. The constant interruptions and this level of stupidity.
Don't accept it.
I don't know what to say. It's remarkable. It's a remarkable level of stupidity. I just don't get it.
Oh my fucking God.
And this is what I'm saying. Just one last thing I'll say, and then we go to the next.
No more.
You don't have to listen. I'm talking to the audience. You see what I mean when I said that, like, so much of atheists will tell you, as a Christian, here's what's good for you, Christianity. You see the bullshit that we're dealing with? I mean,
literally never said that.
Take it at face value what we're witnessing here.
Literally never said that, Rob. You're fucking pathetic.
Re-examination show sends in $5 to say non-circuitor. Non-circuitor, that's funny.
Very pathetic.
Thank you, re-examination. Birdie the dog sends in $5 to say W speak easy. Thank you, Birdie the dog. I appreciate that big time. $5 comes in from Darth Grumpy Dad. Says, Circa, how would you feel if you hadn't had breakfast this morning?
I did, so I can't really tell you.
True. $2 comes in from Re-examination Show. Atheism, super neutral to religion, you guys.
It is. I want Rob to be able to practice his Christianity freely.
Except just not vote.
Yeah, no.
Am I allowed to vote for abortion being illegal? Or is that Christian nationalism?
That would be Christian nationalism. Yeah.
All right.
There you have it.
Yeah, I didn't know the faith revolved around you trying to enact a doctrine of what you think Christianity is. So.
Name me one thing that I could vote for that wouldn't be Christian nationalism.
Keep going.
I mean, I don't know what to say. Like,
but also being a legislator.
I mean, for fuck's sakes, you see what I'm saying here, right? I mean, holy fuck.
I have
mean, you
been
did just
super
say that I don't
confused.
think
I
you should
can't
vote,
lie.
which is
It's
hilarious.
been hard to
Here's the things. Here's the thing.
grasp what
Everything
you're
we've talked
saying
about,
is.
every single example we've talked about voting for as a Christian, every single one he said is Christian nationalism. Everything from abortion, gay rights,
except you're assuming that
welfare
all of
state,
Christian morality
tax
is
rates,
assumed to be
every-
favoring Christianity on behalf of the state, which is not
again,
true.
Audience, you can talk after I'm done. Every single one of these,
Dude,
he
that's
says
literally
that
gonna
a
be a
Christian
freedom
can't vote on because it's Christian nationalism. Abortion, gay rights or gay marriage, progressive tax rates, welfare. To vote on any of those as a Christian is Christian
none of that's
nationalism.
true.
Every single policy we've talked about, he says Christian nationalism. Christians vote
None
for.
of that's true.
But hypothetically,
let him finish.
there's some policy out there that he can't name that a Christian could vote on that wouldn't be Christian nationalism. He just can't name
Let's
it.
move on. Let's move on.
All right. Carolina in Fort Worth for another $2 says Mennonites say no pants for girls. Make that a law?
I think
Would
this
it
is
be
for
a
you, Rob.
Mennonite state if they voted it in?
I mean, what if the majority wanted it?
What if the majority of atheists want it?
Okay. I mean, I'd probably say it's wrong.
Okay, so like and I think this audience member.
We don't have to
this-
continue. Let's go.
Oh,
Let's
this
go.
audience member, I think fundamentally. I mean, my goodness, the audience person asked a question. I'm responding, and you're flipping
Okay,
out. You can
okay,
leave.
okay.
No one's holding you here. Leave. Jeez, oh man. So where I think you're getting it wrong, Carolyn, is we're not saying that everything that religious people believe should be enshrined in law. In fact, I said this, the Ten Commandments says, honor thy mother and father. I'm not saying that that should be enshrined in law. The problem is, it's clear that what my opponent is defining as this says that we couldn't vote on anything. So not only could we vote on a law that says no pants for girls, I can't vote on abortion. I can't vote on gay rights. I can't vote on a welfare state. I can't vote on the border. All of that's informed by my Christianity. So it's clear that his position on this is wrong because on one hand, we're saying, look, we should be allowed as Christians to use our moral framework to tell us which policies we should push for, right? And on the other hand, my opponent's saying, no, because your moral framework's endemic in everything you think and every policy you'd want, you can't vote. So clearly the one being more authoritarian here, and specifically when the prompt's about being beneficial to Christians, the guy saying my secularism means Christians can't vote, it's clearly worse for Christians.
We got Eli Nix for $2 says state religion is the state declaring an official one.
Exactly. I'm against it. He says no. He keeps saying state religions doing things like voting to outlaw abortion is state religion.
Wow.
All right.
I mean, you can preference a religion over the others and de facto create an official religion, but
All right.
I guess we can
Five.
just do a sleight of hand.
Oh, sorry. Did you want to keep going?
I guess we can just do a sleight of hand. Just oopsies. I didn't actually say it. I mean, when
No,
you
you did. You did.
No, I didn't, Rob. Shut up. Oh my fucking God.
You said that every single policy that we've
When
talked
you
about
make
in
a
Christian-
policy on behalf of a state that's favoring the religion, you are now officially, because it's a law, Rob. Laws are official by the state. Wow, incredible!
all
You are now
laws are
favoring a certain religion.
all laws are
Congratulations.
all laws are by the state, correct?
They're official.
So
And
all
if they
laws are by
favor
the
one
state.
religion over the other,
All okay.
then
all
you
lo-
are then
just
favoring
answer,
a de facto
answer-
one state religion.
answer the question. All laws are
I
by the
did.
state.
Let's move on.
All laws are by the state. He won't answer.
Let's
He'll
move on,
say
please.
yes if he
Jesus
was good
fucking
faith.
Christ.
Therefore,
12
the only
o'clock.
part we're concerned is
Okay,
his
just let him
faith.
finish. And we
The
can
only
move
part
on.
we're concerned about is the favoring one religion over another, because anytime we're voting, it's through the state, right? And he says it's favoring one religion over another.
dude.
If you use your Christianity to inform a
How many
policy
times
you
do I have
want
to say
passed.
that's not what I
For
said?
example, he says that if you vote to make abortion illegal, that's favoring one religion over another. Therefore, you shouldn't be allowed to vote on it. That's his argument. If you vote for a welfare state because it's informed by your Christianity, that's favoring your religion over another. Therefore, you shouldn't be allowed to vote on it.
It's favoring your version of Christian ethics, which is not in the Bible.
Correct. So that would be Christian
So
nationalism.
that is bad. That's bad.
There you go. Why are you arguing? Just say, yep, that's actually what I believe. Why
I
do you
don't
keep
think
saying
Christian
no?
nationalism is good.
And then we go
Like my
through it and
prompt.
you're like, well, yeah, that is what I mean.
Jesus Christ. Let's move on again.
All right. Hman for $5 says Have we defined what's beneficial, and by what metric it can be universally applied? Not sure an ungrounded secular humanist can actually do this.
We tried, and it wasn't going anywhere. Like, for example, one part
Probably
just
because it's not relevant to this conversation. So.
Well, yes. What's the
Also,
prompt
you
that
don't
says?
even know if I'm a secular humanist, and it's kind of
Can
arrogant and ignorant.
Speakeasy,
again,
can you lower
that.
the monetary thing there
Is
just
it
so we
not,
can see the prompt?
Rob? I never really assumed your position, right?
It is.
Well, the prompt does have.
It says the word beneficial, and so the
No,
question's
he's
like
secular humanist.
Well,
he's
implying he's implying you're a secular humanist. That might be wrong, but what I'm saying is, have we defined what beneficial is? And I'm saying, well, we tried, but no, we were incapable of doing that. That's important, seeing as how that's in your prompt.
The beneficial part of this is that it doesn't exclude Christians when the state starts to favor a certain type of Christianity.
So the only beneficial we got was exclusion, and we went through an hour on how the current system that doesn't allow any Christianity, including you can't vote on abortion, is more exclusion.
That's why they left the Church of England. That way they could escape
exclusion?
Not persecution, right?
You're saying that a secular state would mean that Christians can't vote on abortion, correct?
No, I'm not, dude.
Yeah, you.
No, yes. I'm not.
I mean, Speakeasy made this as clear as day, and you answered affirmatively three fucking
you're
times.
You're missing the end point of that, which is using Christian doctrine to try and say that. And the truth is that you could actually vote on abortion using non-Christian doctrine.
How?
I'm sure someone could think of it. They can think of this as
they can come
to the conclusion that a fetus is a person has personhood without religion at all. By the way, dude.
But we define what is good.
Sorry, you need to continue your fucking
But listen,
argument.
No, but we are all going to vote based on our morality. Like the very reason.
Just avoided what I fucking said. I'm so fucking over this, dude.
Listen,
yes, you did.
So let me explain something real quick. You can shut up.
No, stop trying to explain things you don't listen.
You can shut up. You're just going to interrupt 50 times. So I'll explain this.
Because you literally just fucking ramble, bro.
So like in policy debate, what we'd see is there's like different stages of an argument. So like if you had a disadvantage, let's say Speakeasy, you were like, here's my plan. I might have a disadvantage, and it would say, you say, my plan is we should enact Obamacare. I would have something called uniqueness, the way it is. So the economy's good now. Link, how your plan affects that. That's the link, right? So the link would be, your plan hurts the economy. Impact, hurting the economy causes war. You get it? Uniqueness, the way things are. Link, how the plan changes it. Impact, why that's bad.
Arguments.
Okay? So what we need to see is, you could always go one step further on an impact, right? Like, for example, I could say that the impact is it causes war. But Speakeasy might retort to that and say, but war is good because humans are bad, so let's eliminate them all. And I could say, but you see, we could keep going further with impacts, right? That's the same thing that we see happening here, right? So he'll say, well, hypothetically, you could decide that it is good to vote against abortion through non-religious means because you think that that baby has personhood. But why does personhood matter? Because it has to be something that you would want to preserve under your moral framework. And where are Christians getting their moral framework? Christianity. So that means that even saying, I could say this scientist over here gives an argument why at conception that's a person and we give them personhood. Still, the reason that I would be against allowing abortion is it is morally unjust to kill a person. And how do I know it's morally unjust to kill a person? Because my religion is where I get my morals from. So even in that sense, that's me using Christianity to push my religion.
Except the Bible doesn't actually say
irrelevant. You said all that matters is I think that it does.
Oh my fucking God. You really think that's irrelevant to what you just said?
Yes. We already went through this loop.
Incredible. We
went through the loop. I said, therefore nothing's Christian nationalist, right? Because the Bible doesn't say it. You said, no, it's still Christian nationalist because you're interpreting the Bible that way. Right.
What's the next super comment?
Should we allow murder? The Bible is against it.
I think no.
That sounds pretty Christian nationalist to me.
It existed before Christian faith, actually. It's Old Testament, right? Isn't that Jewish? Actually, it's before that too, Rob. Do I need to remind you of history again, or what?
So
is that inherently a Christian thing?
Well, there's a lot of.
I'm sorry, is it or is it not?
I don't know if the first time. Hammurabi's Code.
Hammurabi Code is where it comes from.
Is it?
Do you know that for Eurasian communities? Yes, I am very aware of this. I
Okay,
don't
so
know
just
how
we
you
okay.
aren't,
Let's say that
but
that's
it
true.
is really telling to think that you actually know that it is Christian nationalism. It's the first thing you said. It's hilarious.
Because you're
Why?
saying, let
You
me
really think
explain
this
why.
comes from Christianity? It's not even in the New Testament.
Okay, so this is why I said that, right? Because according to your interpretation, why do you think I think murder is bad?
Apparently, it's Christian nationalism.
Why do you think I think murder is bad? Why do you think I have that belief? Where's my
Probably from
morality?
the Old Testament, which
The Bible, my Christianity, my religion.
Jewish. Yeah, it's Jewish.
My religion. I don't know if you
Judeo-Christian.
knew this. This is going to blow your mind. Christians also believe in the Old Testament. Blow your mind
Parts.
there, I know. Okay,
Parts, yeah.
so my religion. So if I want to vote against allowing murder because of my Christian beliefs, is that Christian nationalism?
No,
Why not?
no.
Why not?
It's not inherently Christian doctrine. It doesn't favor Christianity.
What do you mean? It favors my version of Christianity.
Yeah, if you're stupid and don't know where it comes from.
What does that have to do with where it comes from? My morality comes from Christianity.
I mean,
That's
if you
where
just
I
think
come
that
to.
everything comes from you, then I guess you can say everything is.
But I'm voting for things that
You,
follow my moral
nationalism.
code. That's why
if you
I'm
just think
choosing to
everything
do-
comes from you, Rob, you can just say I'm advancing you nationalism, me nationalism.
Okay, let's do this. Is abortion in the Bible?
Abortion is in Exodus 22 or 21, and it's not really an abortion; it's miscarriage. It's about when the law concerning violence.
Okay, so
when
abortion's not really in the
two
Bible.
people are
right?
fighting and they injure a pregnant woman.
So abortion's
That's
not
really
really.
the only place, dude.
So abortion's not really in the Bible then.
It's
It's
not. It's
miscarriage.
notably absent on
Okay,
this topic.
so therefore, me and Speakeasy voting against abortion can't be Christian nationalism.
It can, because what you think it is the problem. What you think you're going to legislate on behalf of the state religion, you're not favoring what you think it is. That's the Christian nationalism part.
Okay, I think murder is bad because of my religion, and my religion tells me
Dude,
bad.
you're not
So
understanding this.
so is it Christian nationalism for me to vote against murder?
You're not understanding this, dude.
I am
I'm sorry.
understanding. This is
No,
literally
you're
an
not.
apples to apples comparison.
No, you're just not understanding it.
Your argument is this. I'll steel man your argument. It doesn't matter
You
what the
are.
Bible.
I've been notoriously bad at steel manning this entire night. Let's not.
I
do that
disagree
again.
with you. Anyways, I'll finish my point. Your argument is this. Look, it doesn't matter if abortion's in the Bible because Christians get a moral framework from the Bible and think that
What
tells
they
them what
think
to
it
think.
is. Yes.
Please be quiet because Christians
Do you
think
disagree? Do you disagree?
you interrupted me to agree with me and then say you disagree.
Yeah.
So be
That's what I
quiet,
said,
So
let
just
him
be
finish
quiet.
talking.
right?
bro.
So because with
How
abortion,
much longer?
leave. Why do like I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm confused. Why keep interrupting to say how much longer? I've already said you are free to leave whenever you want.
So I'll go
I mean,
back to this.
is that
So with
disrespectful to you
abortion,
or what? He's literally
It's more
trapping me right now, right?
disrespectful to stay and keep interrupting, to be honest.
It's not disrespectful to let a monologue for 3 minutes.
no. I let
And-
you talk as
Well,
much as
anything
you
that I
want.
didn't
Steph.
Never
say?
3 minutes. I swear. It's never
You
3
didn't count the last one, speakeasy.
So what happens is we have these-
It was a minute and
have
30
the
seconds. I
interruptions.
did finally.
We have the
That's not
interruptions,
three.
then we have these discussions. That goes 4 minutes, and then
Come
I
on.
speak for a minute and a half, and then you go, let's just move on. Every time. So I'm going to finish this. So with abortion, it doesn't matter if it's really in the Bible or not. All that matters is we think that we're informed by our religion on how to vote in abortion. Therefore, that makes that Christian nationalist. However, for some reason, what we think we're informed of about murder, which comes from the Bible, that doesn't make it Christian nationalist.
Because it's not inherently Christian doctrine.
Okay, but neither's abortion. It's not inherently Christian doctrine.
You think it is, I guess. But
What are you talking about? No, I don't. I think non-religious people could be against abortion.
okay.
So then
Why
it's
do you
not
want to
Christian
advocate
nationalism.
for a state policy though? Why
Because
don't you use a different argument?
what are you talking about?
Why do you use a religious argument?
Because that's where I can't help it. That's where my morality comes from.
Except it's not in there. So what exactly are
But
you using for a
again,
religious argument?
but why is that relevant?
It means that you're dangerously trying to enact law that you don't even know is in the Bible or not.
Okay, then it's not Christian nationalism
Isn't
because
that
it's not in the Bible.
kind of the dangerous part?
It's not Christian nationalism. It's not in the Bible.
It is because you think it is Christian morality.
You think it is, so it's Christian. Right.
And you're trying
It's
to favor your
inevitable. My
interpretation.
morality comes from everything that I think is moral or not comes from my Christian belief.
It's your
That means no
interpretation,
matter
man.
what I push for, it will be based in my Christian faith.
It's in your interpretation, yeah. And
Okay,
it's dangerously
nonetheless,
wrong.
if you say that makes it Christian nationalism, who cares if you think that my interpretation is correct or not? It's still Christian nationalism according to you.
No.
So just maybe let me ask Circa, for those Christians that believe, like, they'll twist up and say, oh, the Bible was actually talking about little boys as in kids. They didn't say men
That's not
can't
true,
marry
either.
men. So what about the Christians that believe gay marriage should be allowed? Are the ones that are voting for gay marriage to be allowed, is that Christian nationalism too?
No.
Why?
Is that favoring a religion?
Yes,
they believe that. Yeah, they believe that under Christianity they're allowed to have gay marriage.
Marriage is not inherently Christian, guys. It existed long
Neither's
before
abortion.
Christianity.
Neither's
What
abortion.
the fuck?
Neither's
So
abortion.
anytime you're asked a question about, like, if Christians vote for
You
a
can't just
certain
take
thing,
everything in the
Circa,
world and think it's Christian.
right? But you said if they think it is, that's Christian nationalism.
People getting married.
So it shouldn't matter. Why do you
People who
keep going to
advocate
what
for gay
you
marriage
interpret the
don't
Bible
think they're
as?
They don't think they're advancing Christianity here.
Yes, they do.
How does
I just
somebody
gave the
who's gay and
example.
wants
Why
to
are
get
you
married-
changing my example, Circa?
I don't know how I'm changing your example, man.
There are Protestants that think that gay marriage should be legal, correct?
Legal then, right?
Yes, correct. You agree with that?
Okay.
And
Sure.
they say, we
It's
think
not
the
favoring
Bible...
a religion.
Let me finish. They say, we think the Bible allows this and encourages it. Encourages people to engage in monogamous relations, correct?
Okay.
So why is that not Christian nationalism? They're voting for it because of their religious morality.
Okay, so what they are voting for, Rob, definitionally is Christian nationalism, right?
That's your
You're
claim,
correct.
correct?
What they think it is, yeah.
Okay.
Is that actually how the policy gets enacted?
It doesn't
I would
matter.
say it's wrong to think about it that way. I'm
It's still
advocating
Christian.
that.
It's still
I'm-
Christian nationalism.
Rob, I'm advocating that thinking of this in a secular way, as in trying to eliminate what you think of favoring religion as on the behalf of the state. I think that is more beneficial to Christians.
But it's impossible for Christians.
No, it's not.
You've conceded the following. Everyone uses their moral framework when voting, correct?
You don't have to completely only use Christian morality.
Do you
To vote.
completely use your morality when you vote?
I have it be informed by a bunch of different things. I told you.
But it's
my
your morality.
is informed by Christian morality as well.
It's your morality that's
Now,
always
do
being
I go
used.
and enact a policy that favors a religion?
It's your morality that you
Dude.
use, right?
I swear to God, this is not hard.
It's your morality that you use, right?
Am I favoring a religion?
It doesn't matter. It's your
It
morality
does,
that you
because that's
use.
the definition of secularism.
It
Again,
doesn't
that's the
matter. Do
definition of
you?
secularism.
Is it your morality that you're using and favoring?
It's not favoring a religion?
Is it your morality that you're using and favoring?
Sure, Rob.
Okay, so if Christians inherently get their morality from Christianity, and they always
And
use their
only-
morality when they vote, what's the conclusion there?
They don't have to only favor their section of
They
Christianity.
do, because the truth.
No, they
the
don't,
Christians,
Rob. I'm
the
sorry.
truth-
This is
That's
stupid.
not true. By definition, Christians
Everything you
believe
vote
that
on
the
does not
truth comes
favor
from
one
God.
religion or another.
Their
No, everything you vote on.
morality comes from God.
Take it easy. What the fuck?
I-
What are we doing?
I-
Like, he's interrupting me every fucking 2 seconds, and we're like moderating me. What the fuck is going on?
I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Okay. Everything you vote on does not favor a certain brand of Christianity. Yes or no?
No.
Thank you.
Everything you vote for favors your morality, which comes from Christianity. Yes or no?
It doesn't have to favor a certain sect
Does
of
it favor
Christianity
your
or
morality?
religion.
Does it
It
favor your
doesn't-
morality?
We're talking about religion, dude.
Does it favor your morality? Why can I answer your question so quickly and you can't answer mine?
I did already.
No, does it favor
I said it favors my morality.
Okay, and so if Christians' morality
That
comes
doesn't
from
mean it advances a certain
Christianity,
type of
then
religion.
every time they vote, it will favor their religion.
No, it doesn't.
Then explain to me how that's not the case.
You already said that every time you vote doesn't mean you're advancing your religion.
Like abortion.
No, you just said, you said earlier. No, it doesn't.
That's my belief, not yours.
Oh my fucking God.
Your belief was, we just went through this with abortion. Your belief was, abortion's not mentioned in the Bible, and Christians falsely interpret it. And there's other reasons to be against abortion other than Christianity. And
There
yet,
can
when
be.
Christians vote against abortion, that's Christian nationalism. And now you're like, but if there's other reasons, there's other
If they
reasons
use
you might
Christian
vote, then why is
doctrine
that
to
Christian
try and
nationalism?
favor their religion, definitionally it would be Christian nationalism, man. It's
How
about
are they
applying a
trying-
framework. It's about applying a framework of Christianity to state.
To what you
governments.
just said there, Circa, I want
I'll be right back.
I just want to read re-examination shows chat here because that's kind of what I'm getting here from what you're saying. That like if not all Christians want the same thing, then there's no measure to identify what a Christian policy is, making it secular.
Perfect. This is perfect. So why would you try and legislate it?
But
Answer
it
that.
wouldn't matter to you, right? Because
It
there's
would.
no
I want
actual
Christians to
measure.
flourish. I want Christians to flourish. If we can't figure out what Christians actually want, why would we try and legislate it like we know what they want? Think about it.
But
that's the problem.
What is you're saying? That's like a
He just said it. He
should.
just
That's
said
like
it
a
right there,
should
man.
question. But
No, he just said
we're
it.
still
If we
not
can't figure
figuring out what
we all
Christian
want.
nationalism is.
If he just said if
you
we
kind of switched to
not,
should we use Christian nationalism? We're still trying to figure out what it is to you. Like, so it's a state religion to you.
I've already defined it. It's when you apply a policy framework to a state
that is in favor of a religion. So every
Christian
single
doctrine.
state
Not Christian doctrine, but a religious doctrine.
Yeah, so every single state right now that has
some
abortion allowed is an Islamic state, right?
Yeah, not an Islamic state. What?
Well, yeah, it would be a religious state because like Islam is for abortion. So Muslims would be voting for abortion, which would mean that like they're Islamic states, I guess, religion states.
So Muslims in the Quran and specifically the Hadith, the soul, they say,
it doesn't enter the body till a certain time.
Like 140 days.
I don't care about the doctrine. I don't need to run through all that. I'm asking a simple
abortion
question.
is technically
Does it make it
illegal
Islamic states
after 140 days.
What I'm really just trying to get is like a solid definition of what like a state religion is, but like it seems like you kind
of when you try to apply a policy or
over.
framework of a certain type of doctrine that favors one religion, and you use the state to do that. And re-examination's comment is,
but when you say favor one religion, right? Atheists could also vote in things that favor one religion, and that wouldn't be Christian nationalism.
That would be non-secular, actually, if they tried to vote with the mindset of advancing like some sort of policy framework that is inherently religious doctrine. Obviously, yeah.
No, no, because I asked you about the atheists that want to just they say gay marriage spreads more STDs. We don't want to do it.
That wouldn't be favoring a religion for one, but I think we'd have to take that with
same outcome.
We'd have to weigh it on its weight, though,
gay
right?
Marriage.
We'd have to measure it on its weight.
That's why it's confusing of what you say a state religion is.
Well,
because
no, it's
if
not
Christians vote for no gay marriage, it's a state religion. If atheists vote for no gay marriage, it's not a state religion.
No, it's about applying the policy. It's about applying the policy framework of the specific brand of religious doctrine that you think it is.
Right. So as long as Christians don't say that they're Christians, they can enact any Christian policies?
No, because the framework they're going to apply is going to be.
What if atheists said, everybody has to go to church on Sunday or you get a fine? Atheists.
Wouldn't that be favoring a religion?
No, they didn't say any specific church or anything. They just said you have to do it. It's atheists.
You have to choose, though.
I'm asking you a question. You keep asking me questions. I'm asking you a simple question. If atheists vote, you have to go to church. Very simple.
Yeah, what church?
I don't care. They say you have to go to a church on Sunday.
Holy fuck. Okay, so you are favoring certain religions that have churches now.
All right, so you just...
Right? Not every religion has a church, man.
Okay, let's just say they have to meditate for a religion.
Okay, so now we're favoring religions that value meditation.
It doesn't have to value meditation. There are religions that don't value
meditation. Meditation is state mandated.
It's so crazy.
It doesn't value it. Let's name a religion that doesn't value prayer or meditation. Name
what?
Name a religion that doesn't value like prayer or meditation.
I mean, prayer or meditation. I mean, spiritually, I can't really think of one off the top of my head. How about I mean, we can think of something like Norse mythology.
Okay, Norse mythology. So even though they don't value prayer and meditation hypothetically, still we say, even despite that, you could go ahead and you could contemplate and meditate on Norse mythology, no problem. So it doesn't matter if they value that, you're still, so it's not excluding them.
It's about the state mandating what you think the policy framework of that doctrine is. Again,
okay,
that's
like I'm not this religion, this specific part of it. I just want to go back to the speak.
The definition part. Wow.
I think you're absolutely right, Speakeasy, and this is the point I was getting with murder, right? If you
Yeah,
take to
because
the
you want to engage
logical,
with the definition.
if you take to the logical extension of what he's saying, if an atheist votes to make murder illegal, then that's not a religious nationalism. But if a Christian votes and does so through a Christian framework, then that same policy is Christian nationalism. When the Christian votes for it.
Thou shalt not murder is not Christian doctrine.
Abortion's not Christian doctrine.
Yeah, but they think it is.
Okay.
If you're saying that because Christians believe murder is wrong because it is Christian doctrine, and then they advance a policy framework onto the state to enact that, then yes, it is Christian nationalism.
Right. And why do Christians think murder is wrong?
I mean, they inform themselves from the Bible.
Right. So if a Christian votes against making murder illegal, it's Christian nationalism.
Sure. Is that favoring one religion over another?
You say yes.
Is it favoring one religion over another?
Yes, that's your argument. You just said it. You 5 seconds ago just said it. Here's your argument.
Yeah, Islam thinks we should stone women in the streets if they cheat on their husbands.
So did Christianity.
Listen, give me 30 seconds. You just said it. You're making two premises, right? You're like, if it favors one religion over another, it's Christian nationalism.
I didn't know murder was proprietary to Christianity.
And then the conclusion is, you're like, yes.
I didn't know murder was proprietary.
Let me finish. Then you're like, yes. If a Christian votes against murder because of their religion, yes, it's Christian nationalism. Therefore, seeing as how you're saying that's favoring one religion over another to be Christian nationalist, yes, according to you, a Christian voting against murder because they believe through their religion murder is bad is favoring their religion over another. Yes.
I mean, some values and morals overlap, like my commenter just said. Actually.
Okay, but you just said that in that specific, you're right, like abortion.
I mean, it seems like you think they're informing themselves only of Christian doctrine, which is inerrant because that's
not true. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's scrap it.
Yeah, I know you're trying to trap me in like a definitional.
Do you acknowledge that there are at least
I just want you to realize that my definition of Christian nationalism again is a policy framework that is going to be enacted upon the state.
Yes,
legislatively.
Christians pushing policies that favor
Christians
them.
that want to say that murder is wrong simply because of Christian doctrine would be trying to enact Christian nationalism.
Correct. Well, you acknowledge this. There are at least some Christians that their entire moral framework of what they think is right and wrong and good and bad comes from their religion.
I think most Christians would probably get a lot of it from their religion, right?
All of it, let's say.
All of it?
Yes.
So murder is wrong. It comes from Christianity.
Correct. That's what they believe. The reason they might say people that aren't Christians.
Not really what happens.
Let me
not
finish.
Really reality,
Let me finish. They might say people that aren't Christians could think murder is wrong. But the reason I think murder is wrong is because my God said so.
Now, if you're trying to prescribe that policy framework onto the state, and you're using that reason alone,
before we
that's my definition.
Before we get there, I'm asking you: do you acknowledge there are Christians that believe that?
Probably, yeah.
Would you say it's most of them?
I can't say that.
Would you say it's a huge group of them?
I literally can't. I can't answer this, Rob.
Okay, but you'll acknowledge there's at least one.
Sure.
So there's at least one Christian out there that their entire morality comes from God, or what they think God says. Correct?
What they think God says. Yeah, what they think God says.
Okay. So that person, is there a potential policy that person could ever vote for because his entire morality is that it comes from what he thinks God says? Is there any policy that person could vote for the state to enact that wouldn't be Christian nationalism?
If he's doing it solely because he thinks it's Christian doctrine, he would be advancing a state religion, Rob.
And so you're saying that so the answer is no. There is no policy.
That's kind of what I think is bad.
So your answer is no then. So your answer is no. There is no policy that Christian could ever vote for that wouldn't be Christian nationalism.
If we assume every single position of his is to make the state have a state religion, Rob, then yeah.
But again, do you see the conflation of words?
Didn't you just say that his entire policy is based on religion?
Do you see the conflation of words here? Now
No,
you
no,
go
you're
back
just
to
separating them when you can't. Rob.
now you go back to if it's about advancing a state religion,
Dude,
but we're disagreeing on what state religion means. So why add that confusing?
This guy wants state religion, Rob.
You're saying
Doesn't
that
he wants state religion?
he wants policies informed by his morality, and his entire morality.
He wants his religion.
Let me
preference
finish.
by the state.
Let me finish. He wants policies informed by his morality, and his entire morality is informed by his religion. So
and he
is
wants
that
the state to preference
so?
that.
By your definition, is that him prioritizing state religion?
Yes, he's preferencing only his religion.
So then that means, last question here, any policy that person would vote for would be him prioritizing state religion.
That person specifically, yes.
So that means
I think if you asked him, Rob, he'd probably tell you.
Thank you so much.
Wouldn't he tell you I am?
So here we go. Christians that are listening.
Wait, do you think this guy is trying to not do state religion?
I define state religion differently than you. I define state religion differently.
Sorry, this guy's trying to do state religion, but he doesn't want it, I guess.
No, I don't define that as state religion. You do. Now, to the
you don't
Christians
think this
out
guy
there,
is advocating, this hypothetical guy who wants only all of the policy in the government to be informed by what he thinks his religion says to be state religion?
Yes, I do not think that's state religion.
What do you think state religion means?
State religion is the state having an official religion.
Is that when
the
you're
government
like,
says we are a Catholic government?
And who's informing that? Like, okay, let's say this guy's Catholic. He believes all of his morality is informed by Catholicism.
Correct.
Is that advancing the state religion?
It could advance what he thinks are the religious values, but that's not state religion.
I'm sorry, no, it is.
I'm not defining state religion as the same as you. No, a Catholic saying I'm against abortion, but I don't want the government to have an official state Catholic religion. In my interpretation,
dude, it's like Schrodinger's government.
It's not. I mean, this again, truly,
dude, it's both there and not there. I got it.
This is very similar to the definition of religion.
Dude, Schrodinger's state religion.
Let's get a little meta here. Remember when I said, "What's the definition of religion?" And
almost like, ironically, meta enough as Schrodinger's cat.
Could you just be quiet? Could you just be quiet? Like your little.
I want to hear you. I want to hear you call Schrodinger's government, please. Let me hear.
Right. So I'm going to explain this. So when we were talking about religion, he said, "My definition of religion is belief in the supernatural," and I was like, "Well, I think that's stupid. A person could believe in ghosts, and that's not their religion." And his response, he's like, "Yeah, that's a bad definition." And then his response was, "So you think trans are supernatural?" And I'm like, "No, that's not my definition of religion." Same thing's happening here.
You said it was religious.
My definition of advancing state religion is if
you said it was religious.
Let me finish. If you, right, he still doesn't get it. Do you see this? Holy fuck!
I know it's hard to understand why trans people are religious.
Holy fuck! You know what this is like? It's like when you hear the memes about people that can't understand per capita, and then you go through it. That's what this is. This dude legitimately doesn't get it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if that's what
this is
what.
Yeah. Let me walk you through again, audience. Listen to this.
Dude, you've walked me through a bunch of things.
No, not you. You're a fucking imbecile. I'm not walking you through shit. I'm talking to the audience.
He
believes his definition of religion is belief in a supernatural entity, like an ogre, or like a magical dragon, or a ghost. He believes that's religion. I'm like, that's stupid. That's not what I think religion is.
If you tried to enact state policy on the dragon, maybe.
He says, but wait a minute. You said that you think progressive ideology is a religion, so therefore you think it's a ghost? And I'm like, no, I'm telling you, I don't think that's what religion is. And he's like,
Did I say that?
You think that you think trans or supernatural?
Did I say it's a ghost?
You said it's a belief in the supernatural. Now let's
go
back to this.
Like
Now, do you see this? So he
it's
defines
like trans
something.
People are Casper.
So he defines something as a shitty definition. And then when I point out that definition shit, he goes, yeah, but let's look at something you believe. According to my shitty definition, that's ridiculous. And I'm like, right, but I don't believe your shitty definition. And you're like, oh, that's Schrodinger's government. Now, let me make it clear once more.
I mean, you told me this guy wants to enact
state having an official government.
Religion, so.
State government, or state religion is the state
you
having
said he
an
wants
official
to enact state religion.
State religion is the state having an official religion.
This guy wants that.
A person having their morality informed by Christianity and voting based on their religion is not state religion.
No, you declared a guy who wants state religion, de facto, like definitively.
What the fuck are you talking about?
This guy wants to do only all of his morality, what he thinks Christian morality is, and enact the state to do it. Right?
Every single person wants the state to enact policies.
He wants to favor his religion.
Let me finish. Every single
Dude.
person, religious or not,
How many
wants
times
this.
are we gonna fucking go through this?
If you would shut up, we could get through it faster. Every single person, religious or not, every single person, religious or not, wants the state to enact the policies that they push for. And those policies are informed by their morality. Christians' morality is formed by their religion. That doesn't mean that they want... That doesn't mean that they want a state religion any more than an atheist that wants policies informed by their morality isn't pushing for state atheism.
When you vote as a Christian, you're not always advancing preference on behalf of the state for your religion.
Yes, you are in the hypothetical we just talked about, which is the majority of Christians, which is if all of your morality comes from Christianity, you said that every single policy that you would push for would be advancing state religion. Every single one.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
All right. I don't know.
You're just assuming that every Christian can only think of voting with Christian morality and they know what it is. I'm sorry.
Under this hypothetical, you acknowledge that there are at least some Christians.
In this hypothetical, you brought forth a guy who wants state religion and he probably would declare that.
No, I don't believe he wants state religion. That's what you're saying.
He just wants the state to do everything that he thinks is religion.
Everybody wants the state to do everything they want. And the reason they want things is because of their morality and their philosophy. So if a Christian gets all of their morality through Christianity, that's not state religion. That's no different than the atheist.
Is not always what they think religion needs to be for everyone else.
Who said that? You just said over. You said over and over. You've said this through policy.
That's a whole different debate.
Right.
I just don't even understand why we're bringing that up.
Trying to enact law for other people in which it's hard to do that as a Christian. That's the whole debate.
No,
but right now you're talking about what a state religion is. So I don't even know why that's
right. So again, if we go back to the abortion argument,
state, man, I don't know how to make this any clearer.
It can't be. If your definition, I'm saying that your definition is so bad, and if we accept your definition that state religion, let me finish, and we accept your definition of state religion means if a Christian gets their morality informed through Christianity and then votes for a policy based on their morality, that is Christian nationalism. That's advancing a state religion. I'm saying that means that any Christian that gets their morality through Christianity, anytime they vote for any policy, by de facto, according to you, is them pushing a state religion, which means they shouldn't do that. It would be bad for Christians for them to do that, which is asinine.
Yes, it is.
Yep. Thank you for your concession, finally.
Yep.
All right. Unapologetic Preacher for $10 says, John 10:11-18 says, there is only one good shepherd, and his name is Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Do you know him?
That's why I said it.
Thank you very much, Rev Russ. Then we got Kelly Silva for $5. Says, hey, chat. Hey, speak. Alicia, Rob. Thank you very much, Kelly. I appreciate that big time. Sweater for $5 says, part one, circa at no point did you show any sign of understanding the interests of the majority of Christians, let alone the interests of any particular denomination. Part two, why should I trust your discernment on what is best for me when you don't even understand my interests?
I mean, I didn't even care about your cross at all, did I? I thought you were an Orthodox Christian, right? Did I just, not bring that up, or?
You said you understood what part of what the Orthodox cross was.
I'm sorry.
What's that have to do with his interest?
Rob, this is my question.
I'm allowed to
speak. He said no sign of shut up. He said this is no sign of understanding the interest of the majority of Christians, let alone my interest of my particular denomination. I am pretty sure I brought up Orthodox Christianity and how it differs from majority of Christians.
But that's why you said the part two is the why should I trust your discernment on what is best for me when you don't even understand my interests, because you made a claim that people like Orthodox Christians would feel excluded from the cross, but he as an Orthodox Christian told you no, he wouldn't.
A state that preferences a certain brand of Christianity would inevitably eliminate something like Orthodox Christianity in the long run. This is historically true.
You have not talked to...
I'm sorry, what?
I thought you were done. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Are you going to contest that?
I'm going to leave you finish and then answer. I don't want to interrupt you.
Okay. It's going to be pretty hard to contest. Yeah.
You want okay? That's not speaking to his interest. What he's suggesting is you did not. Let me finish. You did not speak to what their interests are. Just saying, well, I think in history, when there's been one religion, they charge other religions have been hurt. He's saying you don't even know what my interests as a Christian are. You don't know what the interests of the majority of Christians are, and you don't know the interests of my denomination. The only specific thing you said about Orthodoxy was their crucifix. That's it. You didn't talk about Orthodox interests.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
Okay, cool. Name me other things you talked about.
I mentioned some very specific things about Orthodox Christianity.
Go ahead.
Do you not remember?
Go ahead.
No, do you not remember? I thought you were a good listener.
You said it was all
Aren't
surrounding.
You a good listener, bro?
Yes. You said it was all surrounding. It was all surrounding the Ivan the Terrible and the crucifix. I don't remember you saying Orthodox Christians are against gay marriage.
Orthodox Christians.
His interest. All you talked about was the
that's
crucifix.
Not what I said.
Crucifix.
I literally said there's a communion of Acetophallus churches, which Greek, Russian, Serbian, sharing liturgy. Do you not remember this? Do I need to keep going? Sacraments, Episcopal succession, no single universal bishop with Roman style jurisdiction.
What's that have to do with his interests? You're explaining what the
I
religion
do actually care about understanding his denomination, Rob.
But I think what he's trying to say is the interest of the majority of Christians, like the things they care about,
There's
that
no
they
way
want to vote for.
I can actually speak on behalf of him here. You're right. I can't speak on behalf of his interest.
Okay, that's what he's saying.
What I can say is that it's more beneficial to have secularism where the state doesn't have a mandated elimination of his religion. That is ultimately a good thing for him.
No, it's not.
Because historically, you can't contest it. That's what's happened.
That's not true based on the way you describe
it's not.
Yes. If he, for example...
I'd love to hear your reasons for this.
Yes, the way you describe it. If he says that
something historical.
Would you please be quiet?
No, let him answer. You keep asking him for answers and then interrupting as he's answering.
He's gonna yap.
This is frustrating. Let him answer. He heard you the first time. Please.
I don't have to give you
What's frustrating is listening to a guy yap when he's not using anything historical. He wants to talk.
Why do I have to use?
Just asked him for something historical, and he's trying to answer. How can he answer that in 2 seconds, circa?
I'm muted.
Yes. The historical nature of it doesn't matter because what we're suggesting is the policy that he's suggesting better for Orthodox Christians today? The policy he's suggesting right now is if an Orthodox Christian informs his morality through Christianity and that religion, they should not be allowed to vote for policies. That will always be worth for Christians than saying if we do allow them to vote for policies, historically we've seen clashes. That's ridiculous. Telling people that they should not be allowed to vote if they're religious and get their morality through religion will prevent conflict and therefore be better for Christians is laughable.
It's also not what I said. So
it is what you said. We've seen it over.
No, it's not, Rob. You're fucking pathetic.
Can an Orthodox, if he
Quit
values,
putting words in my mouth, dude.
Can he vote
Have
for Christian? Can he vote
respect.
for abortion?
Have some fucking respect.
Can he vote for abortion?
You didn't even give me a historical fucking.
Can he vote for abortion?
He can.
You said that's Christian nationalism.
No, only if he tries to enact it on behalf of the state. Okay, if he's trying to use a Christian doctrine.
It's not voting for a law on
We're
behalf.
not doing this again, Rob.
It's voting for a law on behalf of.
Over it, dude.
It's voting for a law on behalf of the state.
It's Christian doctrine, policy framework, legislating Christianity. Christian doctrine.
You make two distinctions. You say one
legislating Christian doctrine.
You make two distinctions. One is legislating Christian doctrine. The other is voting on behalf of the state or on the behalf of the state. So let's dispense with your second one. There is it. If you're voting for a law, is that quote?
I've given you the definition, Rob. You just refuse to know it.
It's voting. It's voting. Doing
want
something.
To put words in my mouth because it's easier to actually contest the definition.
You said two things. You said there's two things that make it Christian nationalism. One, it's doing something on behalf of the state.
Policy framework, legislation, state. Religion.
Okay, you tell me if I'm wrong. You're making two claims that make something Christian nationalism.
I'm sorry. Right? How many times do I have to fucking tell you this?
Because I'm addressing it, and you're like, "Oh, you're putting words in my mouth."
You're just continually saying things that I haven't said instead of just literally repeating what I have said.
I'm literally repeating
policy
what you
framework said. Grounded onto the state, preferencing a certain Christian doctrine.
So you're making 2 points. If it's something policy grounded onto the state, that's criteria number one. Correct?
I'm sorry, repeat it.
You're saying if it's like enacted upon the state, that's criteria number one, correct?
If it's policy framework that is legislatively trying to enact Christian doctrine.
So any law would be policy framework, correct?
Is it Christian doctrine?
Okay, that's section 2. We'll get to
That's
section
part
2.
of secularism, Rob.
We'll get to section 2. You're saying
That's
there are
literally
two
the
things
prompt again.
necessary.
I am
There are
losing
two
my
things necessary, right? The
losing
first
my
is it has to be some policy framework enacted upon the state. So I'm trying to deal with that one first. And I'm saying, is voting for any law, would that, and you should say, yes, any law would be a policy framework enacted through the state. Great. So number one, now, so that means if you vote for any law that meets criteria 2, that would be Christian nationalism. Criteria 2 is that it advances a Christian framework,
dude.
correct?
Oh my God, are you done?
Policy prompt 2, or your second part of this, is that it advances a Christian framework, correct?
It's a political program, identity framework that treats Christianity as a preferred national identity and seeks to use state power to privilege Christian symbols, doctrine. I said this in the beginning. I just haven't said it again.
You've changed, but you keep
This was the first definition, Rob, or are you fucking dumb?
You've redefined it 50 times.
No, I've literally just reduced it to a few words so you can maybe understand
Okay,
it.
repeat the definition now you want to
Again?
go for. Yes.
Again?
Yes.
You mean the first one? The first one.
The one that you're now
Yeah,
advocating.
the first one. Got it. I got it. The first one. Okay. A
Okay, so
political
you changed-
program identity. The first one. A political program identity framework that treats Christianity as a preferred national identity and seeks to use state power to privilege Christian symbols, doctrines, or institutions in law and policy.
Okay, if a Christian says, my religion tells me abortion's evil, so I want to vote against it, are they promoting a national Christian framework, et cetera, et cetera?
The preferred national identity of Christianity?
Yes. Okay, there you go.
And they want to use state power to make state religion.
Yes,
Privilege it.
if you are a Christian and want to vote, you're a Christian nationalist. Yes.
No, you're not. You cannot make them inseparable like that. I'm sorry.
How? Name me the policy.
Because you've already agreed to this, Rob, 1,000 times.
That's
Just
not
because
true.
you inform yourself with Christian morality doesn't mean that you have to enact a preference of your national identity on other people.
Right. So I inform. So
What
that's
do you mean,
why-
right?
Well, listen. That's why I said there's two parts. There is. Are you trying to pass the law? And is it promoting a Christian identity? And when I say, therefore, anytime that a Christian informs themselves through their morality to pass a law, that's Christian nationalism. And you say, no, you can inform yourself as a Christian, you just can't pass the law. Right. So I'm saying anytime that a Christian does inform themselves and wants to pass the law, that's Christian nationalism.
Except every time a Christian informs themselves with Christian morality, they're not actually trying to enact a preference of their version of Christian nationalism.
If they're voting for it, they are.
No, it's not true. I'm sorry. You're making them inseparable. You're wrong. Let's just agree to disagree.
No, I'm not going to agree. I'm going to get you to concede or make you look like more of a buffoon.
That's not going to happen because your definition is fucking retarded.
Is abortion in the Bible?
No.
Are there people against abortion?
But it is their nationally preferred identity of Christianity.
Is there
that seeks to have state privilege power?
Is there people against abortion? Are there people against abortion that aren't? Are there people against abortion that aren't Christians?
Sure.
Okay, so therefore, someone voting against abortion isn't necessarily doing Christian nationalism, correct?
And what program or identity framework, okay, of Christianity here at least? We're talking about Christianity, right?
I'm asking you, if a person's voting against abortion, does that mean that it's Christian nationalism necessarily?
It would have to be Christianity preferred.
So if it's a Christian that says my morality comes through religion,
my preferred identity needs to be state privileged.
Wait, but your preferred identity is the same preferred identity to everyone that votes, right?
No, it's not.
Name me a person that votes that isn't voting for their morality of their
preferred morality. Are you the same as a Catholic?
What's that?
Are you the same as a Catholic? Do you vote the same?
That's not the question I'm asking.
Oh, it kind of is, bro. They don't all vote the same. There you go.
Every single person votes for their preferred morality. Every single one.
Yeah, and Christians disagree.
Right. So
you want to preference yours.
Let's say Speakeasy's.
You want to preference yours.
So I'm Catholic and Speakeasy's Orthodox, let's say, okay?
Dude, you're preferencing yours.
Right. My religion.
So your religion deserves state privilege.
If every single person votes for their privileged morality, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well, no, a Catholic doesn't actually have to agree that they deserve state privilege.
Yes, if they're voting.
No, they don't. They're not a Christian nationalist. If you ask most Catholics, they probably wouldn't say they're Christian nationalists.
Right, but you say that doesn't matter.
What do you mean, right?
I say I'm not Christian nationalist. I want to vote against abortion because
Except you want the state to privilege your Christian identity.
Listen. I
am listening. Very well. Maybe you should try it.
I say I'm against abortion. I want to vote against abortion because I think it's my religion informs me that it's evil.
And you want state privilege to get it done.
Right. I want to vote. That's what we're calling state privilege. I want to vote and have that policy
so other
passed.
Christians don't actually vote that way.
That's still them pushing their preferred privilege.
No, because they're not trying to enact a government policy framework.
Yes, if they're voting, they're enacting a government
If
policy.
they vote no, Rob, they're actually denying the policy framework.
That's not true. If they vote
It's
to
not?
legalize
If
abortion,
you vote no policy framework, it's somehow Christian nationalism?
if we are saying should abortion be legal or illegal, no matter what side you vote, you're voting for your personal moral feelings.
We're back to Schrodinger's state government. I got it.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's the one that exists but doesn't at the same time. It's great. It's ironically
What are you
awesome.
talking? So you're telling me if I outlaw
I didn't know
abortion,
that a Christian nationalist, a Catholic could be Christian nationalist if they vote against a policy
If they do
framework.
it for their
enacting a
religion,
privilege.
if
If they
they do
enact
it-
this. Dude,
That's
I
your
said
argument.
use state power to privilege their preferred identity.
their preferred identity is
So
my
if they
religion.
vote no, what are they rejecting?
If they vote no
If they vote
abortion,
no,
no abortions.
if they vote no against this, what are they rejecting?
So if they vote to allow abortion,
Answer the question.
when you're saying no, it's like a double negative. So I'm asking you. You're
No, it's
saying if they
not.
vote
No,
to
it's not.
allow abortions,
No, it's not, Rob. If a Catholic
you
votes no,
what do you mean
On
votes
this.
no? No abortion?
yeah, if they vote against this,
Okay,
they're
if a Catholic votes
rejecting
against
a
abortion,
policy
if a-
framework
if a
by
Catholic-
a Christian preferred
all right, so we
state
cleared it up.
identity.
If a Catholic votes against
Apparently we
allowing,
didn't.
if a Catholic votes against allowing abortion, your interpretation is that's them doing it for their religion, therefore that's state
No.
Christian nationalism.
They're rejecting the state privilege. That's integral to Christian nationalism.
So you're saying the opposite. If a Catholic votes
Dude,
yes,
this is not hard, Rob. This is not hard.
it is hard. What do you mean
Christian
when they vote
nationalism
no?
requires a political program identity that treats Christianity as a preferred national identity, okay? And then seeks to use state privilege. If you deny the
Right.
state privilege, you are not a Christian nationalist, you idiot.
What are you talking about? There's two positions on this. You can either vote to outlaw abortions or vote to allow abortions, correct?
You can vote to reject Christian nationalism.
There's only
As a
there's
Catholic.
this is unbelievable. There are two
It is.
positions
It's
on
crazy
abortion.
you don't understand words.
There's two positions on abortions: to allow them or to ban them. Correct? Now there's nuance. How many do we allow? But in general, that's it. All right. If the person you say the person that says I'm informed by my Christianity, that's where my morality comes from as a Catholic, and it tells me that it's immoral to allow abortion, so I'm voting against it.
And you
say
reject state privilege.
you say that's Christian nationalism.
And you reject state privilege.
If
you reject state privilege, it's not Christian
finish.
nationalism. You're
Let
wrong.
me
You're putting
finish.
words in my mouth.
If the person
You're putting words in my
votes,
mouth.
if the person votes to say nope,
You're
we're
wrong.
going to
It's
allow
not true.
abortion. Let me finish. If the person votes
Dude,
to
you're
say,
just wrong.
you tell me when you're done.
Okay, then how about you understand my definition again? If you use the state to get privilege, okay, then you're a Christian nationalist. If you reject that, you're not a Christian nationalist. That is inherent to my definition.
Okay, so if you vote to allow abortion, that too is you voting based on your religion. You say, as a Catholic,
But
I'm
you're not
voting
using
because-
state power.
You let me know when you're done.
Stop. Let
Dude,
him
how many
finish.
times is he going to do this, Speakeasy?
What do you mean? He
I'm-
just sat there and let you finish. How many times are you gonna do this, Circa?
Bro, he's literally
You
fucking
keep
putting words in my mouth.
interrupting, dude, and like you're jumping all over the place. Like, just
I'm not. I
please.
gave three
Stop
definitional
interrupting.
qualities. I gave three definitional qualities. He refuses to address the third one because he knows it is untenable with him.
I've heard him address all
disagree?
of it this whole time. So can you just let him finish?
As long as he fucking is respectful.
If a
Okay,
person
you're just
votes,
going. Okay, now instead of asking you, you're going to let him finish, or I'm just going to continue muting you. All right, that's how
Yeah,
it's
go
going
for
to
it.
go.
Dude.
From
You're the
here on.
moderator, but I mean, I think it's pretty biased.
Okay.
if a Christian votes for and is informed by their Christianity to vote to allow abortion, that too is pushing for something, a policy to make the country in their image of their Christianity, which would also be Christian nationalism. Now, what he's going to try to do here is talk about negative rights versus positive rights and taking away privilege. But that's untrue. For example, if I vote to allow people to have free speech because I'm a Christian, that's still voting to shape my privilege and my preference. There's no argument whatsoever that says you could only vote against outlawing things that means Christian nationalism. That's absurd. For example, a positive right would be, if he's right about this, if I vote to allow Christians, teachers to pray in school, I would say, that's a privilege. That's okay. I'm not taking away someone's privilege. He would say, no, that's still Christian nationalism. That's it. That's all you got. Great.
Yeah, what is the point, dude?
The point is, if a Christian informs their morality from Christianity, and you're saying if you vote based on your morality being from Christianity, every time you vote, that would be Christian nationalism.
Fucking ever, dude. And you literally just put words in my mouth again. I told you to stop doing that. That's all you can do. It's pathetic. Okay? Now, I'm going to ask you a question. If a Catholic who's informed of their Christian morality decides to vote against let's say advocating on behalf of program or identity framework that's in Christian nationalism, as in they want abortion to be banned. If a Catholic rejects that, they reject the state usage, the privilege of the state now, enacting the ban, they're rejecting Christian nationalism by definition. They're rejecting the use of state privilege there. That is integral to my definition.
Define state privilege.
It's when you use the state to favor your Christian symbols, or in this case, context, right? Christian symbols, doctrines, or institutions, and law and policy.
Okay, so
a Catholic can reject that.
Okay, so symbols, institutions, and policy, you said? Am I correct?
In law and policy.
In law and policy. So what are the symbols of outlawing abortion?
So the Christianity as a national preferred identity. Okay? Catholics can vote against that and reject the state privilege to enact that.
No, wait.
What do you mean, no?
Wait, you said that it's about advancing your symbols and shit like that. What was it? Symbols,
That's
what else?
The state privilege.
State privilege is, go ahead, define it again.
Doctrine is, abortion's part of a doctrine.
Says who? Do all Christians believe that?
Not all Christians have the same doctrines.
That's true. So then I could be advancing my Christian doctrine that's against someone else's Christian doctrine.
Exactly. And a Catholic can
so why
reject
wouldn't that also be Christian nationalism?
A Catholic can reject that.
I want you to listen to me.
A Catholic can reject it.
Do all Catholics...
And that's not Christian nationalism.
Do all Catholics have the same Christian doctrine?
No. It's about rejecting your privileged use of the state.
No. Why would that be? Why would a Catholic voting to allow abortion be them rejecting their privileged use of the state?
Because let's say there's going to be an abortion ban, which is Christian doctrine in your Christian nationalism.
Mine?
Right?
Sure, but not Speakeasy. Speakeasy's a Catholic that disagrees.
You want to use the state.
Correct.
The Catholic can inform themselves from Christian morality and reject the use of the state.
That's
in fact,
true.
A lot of Christian denominations actually agree and disagree on this. Some want civil only to be done in the church. Some want the state to be very hands-on. Are you not aware of this?
Again, you're making my point for me. The logical listen. Now I know you can't do it. You're gonna interrupt, but listen, because the logical entailment of what you're saying is it's that a person could have different, even in the same denomination, views of what Christianity tells them and is their doctrine. Yeah. Okay, so that means that a person could vote to make abortions illegal to advance their Christian doctrine, or they could vote to allow it to be legal to advance their Christian doctrine. The only differentiation let me finish.
Rejection is important here.
It is not. Okay, so then if it would not be Christian nationalism to say we should allow public school teachers to publicly pray Christian and have their Bibles.
You're favoring one identity over another.
But how can it be?
Privilege.
It's only state privilege if we're rejecting and taking things away.
No, the rejection is a Catholic doesn't want that because it's a majority evangelical.
Who are you to say that? You just said that all Catholics could disagree.
Dude, a Catholic can reject the idea that schools can allow public prayers because they know that where their kid goes is predominantly Protestant.
What does that matter?
That is rejecting privilege by the state.
The point is, that's not rejecting privilege by the state.
Oh, it's not? What are they doing? Allowing it?
Yes, allowing.
Oh, Catholics are allowing it by rejecting it.
If you're If your argument is that it is not state privilege because you're allowing abortion, then I would say it's not state privilege to allow Christians to preach in public school. Same thing.
Because you're favoring a certain Christian denomination.
Right, and the Christian denomination of the Catholic that's voting to allow abortion is favoring their specific denomination.
No, they're rejecting you trying to push yours on the state.
Just like the person that's voting to allow the preacher to have
No, you're not understanding.
Let me finish. Just like the Catholic that's voting to allow the teacher to preach from the Bible in school is rejecting the use of the state to stop that.
It's like you think it's a zero-sum game. It's like you think it's a zero-sum game.
No, you have no differentiation why negative rights
I
versus
do.
positive
One
rights.
is rejection. It's rejection.
You're rejecting allowing Christians to preach
So
in school.
Catholics can be informed by Christianity and still reject your version of Christian nationalism.
And they could reject the other way.
There you go.
Do you understand the stupidity of
So
this?
they're both not doing Christian nationalism, Rob.
If you're saying that Christian nationalism is what your unique interpretation of doctrine is, and one person says X and the other person says
Except
not X,
it's
both
also
are doing
needs to
Christian
include.
nationalism.
No, it needs to include using the state to enact that privilege.
Okay, so if I say, as a Catholic, I think that teachers in public schools should not be allowed to preach from their Bible, I am using the state to reject someone's rights for my religious doctrine. So that's Christian nationalism, correct?
What?
By
How
default.
do you use the state to reject? You reject someone trying to enact their version onto the state, dude.
But what do you... Okay, so
You're a Christian nationalist. You want certain things. Catholics say, I'm also a Christian, but I don't agree with you. I'm going to reject that.
Okay, here we go. I'm rejecting Catholics right now. There are Catholics that voted to allow abortions, correct?
Allow abortions?
Yes.
Or you mean vote against bans on abortions?
There are people that have voted to allow it.
Aren't they voting against the bans?
No, they're voting to allow it.
There's abortion allowance bills.
Okay, so if they're voting
is that a thing?
So just to be clear, if allowing abortion is quote just voting against the ban, so therefore it can't be Christian nationalism.
That is what it is. Yeah.
Okay, so therefore it can't be Christian nationalism.
I'm sorry. Is it called abortion allowance bill or what? What is it called?
I'm just asking you if you're saying anyone that votes to allow abortion. Right?
How many abortion allowances do you get?
I'm just asking you if you're saying that any Christian that votes to allow abortions is not Christian nationalism because they're voting against allowing the government to restrict, correct?
Or you mean they vote against restrictions?
They're voting against restrictions, therefore it can't be Christian nationalism.
Therefore,
correct?
they're rejecting a certain style of identity as Christianity.
Because Christian nationalism, it's only about voting to reject something. That's Christian
nationalism.
No,
it's not. It's about using the state to privilege.
So now you're using the state to reject abortion bans for your
privilege. You can't use the state to reject abortion rights. I mean,
yes,
if you are, you're using the state to privilege what you want, though.
Correct.
Catholics can be informed by Christianity and reject that. They're not doing Christian nationalism now. They can reject your want to use the state, Rob.
Okay, my want to use the state to what?
To enact what you think that doctrine is, abortion.
In this case, to ban abortions.
Yeah, and Catholics here can be informed by the same Christianity and go, actually, Rob, I don't think the state should be doing that, and I reject that. That's not
Christian nationalism, correct?
There you go.
And the reason is because their opponents want to use the state to make something illegal.
It's using the state to privilege their national.
No. But again, what does that mean? If my national doctrine or my Christian doctrine is to allow abortion, then
if you two disagree, Rob, then obviously that's you preferring you.
Right. We're each preferring our religious doctrine.
Except one is a rejection, the other is an active use of the state.
Okay.
One is not trying to use the state. One is trying to use the state.
Okay. So then in the same token, the Catholic that says, I want the state to not allow teachers to preach Christianity, that's rejection.
That's not
Let me finish.
That's not what
rejection.
It is, Rob.
That's rejection.
That's not what it works.
That's saying the government says
that's not how it works.
Can't do this.
That's not how it works, Rob.
How does that not how it works? It's literally the exact same thing. You're saying
no,
it can't be Christian nationalism if you're preventing the government from restricting something. Then it can't be Christian nationalism.
So you want to allow, let's say a Catholic knows that they go to a mainly Protestant school. So you want to open it up to where now they can do prayers, but they don't do prayer like the Catholic does.
They're just voting. They're voting against the restriction of not letting
that because they know the preference is being used by.
No, because they're not rejecting. They're just rejecting.
Yes, they are.
You're just
They want a
rejecting,
neutral government.
you're just rejecting their restriction. They just say pull the restriction out. That's all.
They're
Allow
rejecting the preference that's
Right,
being
just-
used by someone who wants to favor Protestantism.
So it does not matter. What you're saying is the reason on abortion. I mean, I don't know why.
I don't know.
I know I'm arguing with a really dumb person. It's so fucking sad.
Yeah,
But I
it's
guess
really
I'll
good,
just
yeah.
implore the audience
Maybe
to see
engage
what
with
he
the
said.
argument, Rob.
It's like the idea of negative versus positive rights. So the idea is this.
You mean positive
If
freedoms
the
and negative
government's
freedoms,
not there,
right?
then theoretically we could all do whatever we
You mean
want.
positive, negative freedom, right?
So if the government's not
Freedom
there,
from, freedom to.
so if the government's not there, we can all sort of do
I'm pretty
whatever.
well aware of this, by the way.
So if the government's not there, we can sort of do whatever we want, right? And so it's only could be Christian nationalists if you say, my morality from Christianity wants to go in and have the government restrict something. So restrict
And
abortion.
no, preference you.
Preference
you.
on a restriction.
No, preference you. Christian nationalism is when you want the government to preference your Christianity.
Both Christians that want abortion and don't want abortion.
No,
want their
no, it's not a
Christianity
preference of using the government, Rob. For a Catholic
So
who
then
wants to
what I'm
reject
saying
you
is
using the government.
it only counts if it's using the government to restrict something based on your
That
preference.
is integral to my definition for Christian nationalism.
Right.
You have
So
to
let me
use the
repeat
government.
that. Let me repeat that because I think it's only Christian nationalism if you want to preference your religious view by having the government restrict something.
Enact, bro. Enact.
And what does enact mean?
Is enact what your Christian preferred identity is.
Define enact.
Put in the law?
Okay, so if
Or-
right now the law says you can't have
or not put in
abortions
the
at
law, it could
9
be just
months,
because
and you
of
want to,
preference.
if right now the law says you can't have abortions at 9 months, and a Catholic says, I want you to be allowed, is the government enacting that?
I'm sorry. Again, where are the abortion allowance bills? Where are those?
There are currently bills that restrict
Is
abortion.
there an abortion
correct?
allowance bill?
Are there currently
talking-
are there currently bills that restrict abortion?
what bill are you talking about?
Are there
Rob?
currently bills that restrict abortion?
There's restrictions on abortion.
Right. So if there was a
Where
bill,
certain Christian sects want to use the government to privilege their position.
so are there potential bills out there? And there were a bunch of them after Roe v. Wade, after the Dobbs decision, that bills that people wanted enacted that gave more rights to abortion.
You mean codified against the restriction of abortion?
So,
Yeah,
but again, but it's an inaction.
that's preferencing.
But the preference part's irrelevant for this. We're just
No,
talking
it's
about
not
the
for
enact
Christian
part.
nationalism, bro. You don't
Every-
just get to like pick and choose different
again,
parts of the
there are
definition
two
and be like,
parts to the-
preference isn't irrelevant.
Again, there are two parts to your argument, right? One argument is it
No,
needs to
there's
be an
three
inaction,
qualitative
and the
parts of my
second it is
definition.
to preference your religion. Two
There's
parts to
three
the argument.
qualitative parts of my definition.
Okay, one's an action. Second is to privilege your religion. What's
Can
the
you
third
do
part?
you even remember it, dude?
No, I just said the two I remember. Give me the
No.
third.
Can you tell me my definition again?
I just said the two that I
Why
thought
not,
were
dude?
relevant. If you disagree,
Why
tell
not?
me.
Why not?
Tell me.
If you really want to engage with my definition, shouldn't you at least know it by
I
now?
just told
It's
you
been an
the
hour.
two things that you're saying is it
It's
has
been
to
an
be
hour.
an action and it has to be for your religious privilege.
No, I want you to tell me my definition
I
again.
just told you what I think
No,
your
tell me
definition is,
with-
you stupid motherfucker. You
You can't
dumb
remember it.
motherfucker. How many times you're saying there are two parts to your definition? One,
Dude,
it
you
has
can't
to be
remember
an
it.
action. Second, it has to
You
be
can't
for your
remember, I'm
religious
sorry.
privilege. If
That's
you're
awesome.
saying that's not it, here's what it is. You don't keep saying, tell me what my definition is. I just told you. Tell me
I
again.
mean,
I
I
just
thought
told you. Tell
definitions
me
were
again.
important to you.
Just tell me. Tell me your definition then.
I asked you. I've been arguing with it over
It's
an hour. You've been
enacted.
trying to tell me what
I
my
told
definition
you.
is.
Did I tell you what I thought your definition was?
You did.
Okay, what did I tell you?
No, you're gonna have to answer my question first.
What did I answered it, and you're saying your answer was
No, you
wrong.
haven't.
And now I'm
Tell me
saying,
my
then tell me
definition.
what the answer
He
is.
literally gave you an answer and you're just dodging it now. Like, why? If he's wrong about his answer, just fucking say it, man.
He's
What is
wrong.
this game you're playing? Like,
What
what's
is
the
the
point
answer
of this?
then?
Like, if you don't want to be here, just fucking leave, bro, or just fucking engage. Like, this is just goofy at this point, man. I'm like,
You know, I kind of agree with you.
Just
Speakeasy. Not that I don't want to be here. It's just that it is kind of
Then
goofy.
tell me where I'm wrong.
I mean, it's been an hour, man. and we've been circling.
Tell me where
the
I'm
fact that
wrong. Why can't
see,
you
and
tell
then
me?
more meta. Circa, just say your definition if he's wrong about it.
Yeah, okay, he's wrong. So it means political program identity framework that treats Christianity as a preferred national identity, and this is an and, not a maybe, seeks to use state power to privilege Christian symbols, doctrines, institutions, and law and policy.
Okay, and you've further defined that as two things. that the way that those things are defined is you have to enact
Sorry.
something.
Dude, what? How have I further defined it? Dude, that's my definition.
Voting for laws that expand access to abortion meets your definition.
No, it doesn't.
Why doesn't it?
It doesn't, dude.
Why
It's
not?
because-
Why not? Based on the definition you
Are
just
you
read.
using state power to privilege a Christian doctrine?
Yes, your Christian doctrine is
Which
you think
one?
the Christian doctrine that says you think there should be Christian access to abortion.
Is it asking for a preferred national identity?
Yes, because
Which one?
your definition of preferred national identity
How
is
is
as
it
follows.
preferencing governmentally?
Because it's you have a preferred national identity of your religion. This is your definition that says, listen, you said that what meets that
Awesome.
qualification is if you inform your morality through your religion and then seek to pass laws by it. So that would mean the reason that you say it's Christian nationalist for a Christian to say, I think abortion is murder and my religion says that's wrong, so I reject it. You say that that's preferring your national religion because it's informed based on your religion.
A national identity of Christianity here?
Yes, it's that preferred.
Which one?
It's
Which one?
the national identity of Christianity that says that abortion's wrong.
Abortion is wrong would be using state privilege to ban abortion.
Correct. So the one that wants
So
to
what
ban
the fuck are you talking about?
It's the person. You would say that the Christian that's voting against abortion meets your definition of Christian nationalism, correct?
No, because the person voting against the use of the state to privilege their Christian doctrine is not doing Christian nationalism, Rob.
I'm a Christian. I'm voting against abortion rights.
Rob, are they
I
seeking
Christian
to
nationalist?
use state power to privilege that Christian doctrine by
Yes,
rejecting the use
just said-
of someone trying to do that?
Listen to me. I'm saying, let's start with this. There's two sides to this issue. First,
How
issue,
am I advancing a privilege on behalf of the state by rejecting
issue-
someone else trying to do that?
First issue is the person who is a
That
Christian.
is the issue.
The first person that says, I am a Christian, and I think that my religion says
Dude.
abortion is wrong, so therefore I'm voting to
The
ban
issue
abortion. It's that
Is you
person.
think rejecting someone's use of the state to privilege themselves is somehow privileging them
I
on behalf
have
of the
to go.
state?
It's like pulling teeth. so I
That's
have
not
to,
even what he's saying.
I have
is
to go
literally what he
step
said.
by
That is
step.
literally
I
what he
have to go
said.
Circa, I as a Christian think murder is wrong. I also think abortion is murder. So I'm going to vote against abortion. Tell me why that's Christian
Is
nationalism
that
or
Christian
not.
nationalism? Yes or no?
Because you're using a Christian doctrine to try and privilege your view of Christianity, your
So
preferred view.
so your answer is
So
yes.
certain
That's,
Christians
wait.
can be informed
You
of
can
the
answer
same
yes or no.
Circa,
you
but
can
that-
answer
Let me
yes or
talk.
no.
You let me talk?
Okay, yeah, you can talk. I just make sure you please answer if it's yes or no.
I didn't even finish yet.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Answer, but just let
Is
me
it
know
fine? I
if
don't
the
feel like it's
answer to
fine.
my question is yes or no. Go ahead. You can
Is
say
it
whatever
Christian
you want first.
nationalism? Isn't Christian nationalism? Is that what you're asking me?
Yep.
Okay, you'll get your answer at the end. Okay. So are you using state power to privilege your Christian view or your preferred Christian identity, your policy framework, your Christian doctrine? Are you trying to seek state power to privilege that? Yes or no?
You tell us.
I'm asking you. I just gave you my scenario. I'm a Christian. I think murder is wrong. I also think abortion is murder. So therefore, I'm voting against abortion. Is that
And
Christian nationalism?
Here's some context, okay? A lot of Christians don't believe.
I don't
that
care about a lot of
abortion is
Christians. I'm asking you about me. Am
Exactly,
I a
so your
Christian
preferred
nationalist
national
in
identity.
that situation?
Your preferred national identity, you seek to use the state to privilege your preferred Christianity.
Yeah, my preferred morals. Yes, I'm asking you.
Okay, now
Is that
someone
Christian
can
nationalism?
reject that.
What is this game? Just say yes. That's Christian nationalism. Just
I
say
said it was. I said it
you
was.
didn't.
No, you
said-
didn't.
You
You
answered
didn't
the end,
say
and then
yes.
you never answered.
It is.
Okay, so
Thank you.
Now, what's
I'll
not
proceed to
Christian
the next part.
nationalism? Dude,
Now,
Rob,
I'll
shut up. Shut
No,
up.
Fuck you. Fuck you. We
I'm
listened
sorry,
to you,
you're
him and
just, like,
Ha there for
yapping,
15
dude.
minutes about
No,
nothing.
you're just fucking yapping, dude.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Let's hear what's so
You're
good.
literally just fucking yapping. It's not Christian nationalism to reject someone else trying to seek, seeking to use the state to privilege their version of Christian doctrine. It's not Christian nationalism. It's not seeking the state to privilege their version of Catholicism here to for their Christian doctrine here. It is a rejection of you trying to do that.
That's untrue.
Obviously.
That's untrue.
How is that untrue?
Because the idea, I could say the exact opposite. I'm not trying to preferential my privilege, my religious privilege. I'm just going against the Christians that are using the privilege, their religious doctrine to allow
So
abortion.
you're not trying to advance your preferred national identity.
Nope, I'm just
seeking the state.
rejecting theirs. That's it.
So you're not doing my definition, Rob.
Right. So I'm not a Christian nationalist to say I'm voting against abortion for my religious reasons.
Dude, you just agree with me, huh?
No, that doesn't make me Christian nationalist, because I'd say, no, I'm just rejecting the people that have religious doctrine.
Yeah, if you're not using the state, if you're not seeking to use the state to privilege your preferred national Christian identity, then yeah, it's not Christian nationalism.
Okay, but what's your preferred Christian identity?
It would be me? What, me?
It's your morality that you're pushing forth based on
Yeah,
Christianity,
so
correct?
you don't have to actually vote and prefer on behalf of the state. You don't actually have to do the second part, Rob. You don't have to seek to use the state to
But
privilege
if I'm
your
voting,
Christian doctrine.
That's true. I agree. No one
If you
says
agree to that, then you're
Listen,
fucked.
No, I agree with you. No one says I have to vote, but if I choose
I
to
never
vote,
said you don't have to vote. I said you don't have to vote on behalf of seeking to use the state to advance your Christian doctrine.
okay, but when you say vote to seeking to use the state,
You're agreeing?
Listen, you say voting to seeking to use the state. Anytime I'm voting, I'm seeking to use the state.
No, you're
correct?
not. You're not seeking
an
to use the
example.
state to privilege your Christian doctrine.
That's a
every time you
second part.
vote.
Then there's a second part.
What do you mean?
There are two parts to this. There's using the state, and then
We just said how you can vote to
privilege.
reject someone doing that.
That's still voting to use the state.
No, it's not. It's voting to reject someone trying to.
Okay, fine. So,
What do you
the
mean
people.
fine?
Okay, so the people that want to use the state, to say that teachers cannot preach Christianity, it's not Christian nationalist for me to say I reject that. I'm just rejecting their religious doctrine. That's what I tried to get to 25 minutes ago, and he had to be like, no, it's different. You don't know my definition. What I said was he's trying to say you can't be Christian nationalist if you're not voting against restricting or for restricting something. So if you're voting to allow abortion, can't be for Christian nationalist reason. If you're voting to restrict abortion, then yes, it could be Christian nationalism. Okay, that would entail if you're voting to allow teachers to preach Christianity in public schools, that can't be Christian nationalism. But if you're voting to restrict them from teaching the Bible, then that could be Christian nationalism. Do you see? Now, I knew this is where we were going 25 minutes ago, but he hemmed and hawed and blah, blah, blah. There is nothing about his definition that says that it's only the government voting to restrict something. Nothing. Now, watch him try to explain this. So, okay, so it's not Christian. Right now, we've restricted the rights for teachers to preach in public schools, correct?
I didn't hear a single word you said. I went and got water.
Right now, we've restricted the right for teachers to preach Christianity in public schools, correct?
To preach it to their students?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but they can actually still do a prayer by themselves.
So then the Christians that are informed of their worldview based on Christianity that said, my Christian view says that we shouldn't be preaching to schools or kids in public schools, that would have been Christian nationalism to vote to stop those teachers from doing that.
That's not really happening. It's also not something
it absolutely happened.
Seeking to use the state to privilege this Christian doctrine.
Sure it is. Their Christian
Is it a Christian doctrine to not allow people to
Yes,
pray?
if you're informed, you agree that Christians could have vastly
So
different opinions.
Christian doctrine. It is stemming from a religious doctrine, though. So
okay, so then that would be Christian nationalism. If
I
I say, you know what? I use my Christianity and I say, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. I see that. So I think that means, let me finish. So I think that means, so let me finish.
If you're trying to use this, Rob, let me answer the question. Let me answer you.
I'm going to finish, then you can answer.
I got water and heard you talking the whole time, bro.
You just said I couldn't hear you. I was getting water, so shut the fuck up.
I heard the yapping.
So what we're going with is, if you say, you know what, I'm a Christian,
okay, I guess we're
and I think give unto Caesar, which is Caesar's, means that we shouldn't have our religion in public spaces. Please be quiet, that we shouldn't have our religion in public spaces. So therefore, it is advancing my Christian doctrine to say, I think we should restrict teachers from preaching.
Yeah, so if you want to use the state, okay, to try and preference your religion in
No, you said restrict. Only restrict. That's what you said on abortion.
I did not say restrict.
Yes, you did. That's why.
No, I did not, you idiot.
That's why you said
it's seeking to use the state to privilege your Christian doctrine, and then it's not Christian nationalism, right? If you reject someone else trying to do that.
Okay, so you're rejecting now the people that are trying to do that. They're
That's not, no. You were trying to now use the state to enforce not being able to practice Christianity, right? Except that's not what's happening, Rob.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're leaving out something important here. We just don't allow any religion to be favored.
Nonetheless, it's part of the reason that.
So that's not seeking privilege on behalf of their national identity.
Yes, it is. If my reason
no,
for
it's
that
not.
Is, yes, it
it's
is.
Secular. It is antithetical to what you said.
Again, we've gone through this over and over and over. So let's talk about this. Is abortion in the Bible? You said no. Can you be someone that's not a Christian and be against abortion?
There's no use.
Please be quiet.
Dude, there's no use.
Please be quiet. So we've gone through this over and over. Is abortion in the Bible?
I would like to go to bed, bro.
Go.
Okay.
Who's stopping you? Get the fuck out.
It seems like you really want me here.
I'm going to talk. Your stupidity and me bouncing off of your stupidity is what I'm going to do. If you want to leave, leave.
Okay, so I need to go to bed.
See ya.
Is that okay with you? Is that allowed?
You don't need my permission.
You're definitely allowed to leave if you got.
Maybe you can tell me the results afterwards, but like it's like 12:30. I'm really tired.
Goodbye.
Yeah, no problem. If you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah, I mean it's been long. I think we covered most of it. Our closings were like 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago.
Okay, see ya. You gotta go. See ya. If you're gonna sit here and him and Han, I'm gonna keep going with my point. See you later.
Okay. Thank you for the invite, though. I mean, you can tell me the results. Okay. Thank you for the debate, by the way, Rob.
I'll give you a spoiler. You didn't do good.
That's great. I'm glad.
Do you have a poll up now, Speakeasy?
Not yet. I can't put it up though.
Oh man. So the point he's trying to make there, right? There's no reason. He's all over the place. He's one of the dumbest people I've ever seen. And it's so funny. Why can't the fucking atheist community present anyone that could fucking have two brain cells to rub together? It is absolutely astonishing. So what he's saying at the end there, he's like, what's about using the state to enact your religious privilege, right? But the whole way through the debate, he talks about religious privilege would just be something as simple as saying, I get my morality informed from Christianity. So my Speakeasy makes it very clear. Me, Rob, and you all say our religion, our Christianity says that abortion is murder, and therefore we reject it because of our religion. He says absolutely, that's Christian nationalism. Because our morality has informed us that that's murder, therefore that's enacting our privilege. That's what it's doing. Great. So then why wouldn't the opposite been true? If me, Speakeasy, and him all come to the conclusion, you know what? Our religion says that women have a right to have control over their body, and therefore we think that women should be allowed to have abortions. Why wouldn't that also be Christian nationalism? Seeing as how our morality is informed by our religion. So he tries to get out of it. He's like, no, because that's just rejecting the other Christian nationalist. And I'm like, why? And it seems to be like, he's like, because one side is restricting something and the other side saying we should allow it. So that's why only the side restricting is Christian nationalist. Fair enough. Then let's go over to the example of the teacher who wants to preach to her students in public school. One side says, my religion says give unto Caesar, which is Caesar's. And therefore, I believe that means my religion shouldn't be in the public space. So it is advancing my religious beliefs that no, that person should not be preaching in school. My morality is informed by my religion. So therefore, that would meet his definition. I am restricting that woman from being able to preach for my morality, which comes from my religion. Hence, Christian nationalism, according to him. However, if I'm the person that says, actually, I reject that. I think this woman should be allowed to preach because my Bible says that we should spread the word of God, etc., etc. Therefore, she should be allowed. He says, based on what we talk about with abortion, it would be like, okay, that's not Christian nationalism. It's just rejecting the other Christian nationalists that want to restrict. He says, no, actually, that would be Christian nationalism. But why? Well, because it's about privileging my religion, right? But it would also be about privileging my religion to want to enact laws to allow abortions. No, that's just about rejecting the other people privileging theirs. Do you see the stupidity? It's the circular logic of it. I mean, I don't know what to say.
And normally I wouldn't even have asked as many questions as I did, but like, I was just thinking about it from the viewer's perspective, and I'm like, maybe if I can get him to like stick with a solid definition, you guys would have more meat to engage with, more to actually like, but it was exactly what you said. At 1 minute it's one thing, and then when I ask him, well, what if we did this? And then he said, well, yeah, that's Christian nationalism. But then if an atheist does the exact same thing, it's not. So basically the only thing that makes it Christian nationalism is a Christian doing it.
It's surreal. And so, like, you could tell early in the debate, what I thought the debate was going to be is like, this is what I'm lining up, right? Because the way I view it, and I even said this, I was like, it's one of the first things I said, like, when you really distill it down, Christianity is just a way to get to like objective and moral truths, right? Right? Yeah. And now we could get into a big debate about, is it possible to have objective truth? Where do you get your ethical framework if not through a religion? But I figured no need to go there. So I'm just like, so we agree that's what Christianity, yes. So if you have a moral framework that comes from a different place, are you allowed to use your moral framework to enact laws? Yes. Okay, then why shouldn't Christians be allowed? And he's like, well, because the word secular says religion. And it's like, right, but that's not a reason to prefer that. That's just saying, well, the definition of the word says religion, right? But I'm saying, why ought we do this, right? And he's just like, well, you don't understand. Secularism implies religion, right? But I'm saying, if we allow people's moral framework to allow them to decide what to vote for, why is it only religious people that can't? And he has no answer. He's just like, that's a different debate. And the point, like,
when I said it, I seen a lot of people in the chat say, yeah, that is what it's saying. Because I said, when I think of your worldview and I put it in the shortest sentence possible, it's Christians shouldn't partake in democracy.
That's it. That's what it's really saying. And then when you go through it, you're like, how many specific examples did I give? It's like abortion's the one you gave. He says, nope. If a Christian is through their morality, gets their morality through Christianity and votes against abortion, can't do that. That's Christian nationalism. You could inform your views on abortion through Christianity, but as soon as you vote for it, now it's Christian nationalism. Okay. What about the welfare state? That too is Christian nationalism. If you're voting for welfare because you feel, okay, what about a progressive tax rate? That too is Christian nationalism. And then he would say it and then go, I didn't say that. And you're like, yes, you did. And I know I got a little fucking animated there, but nothing that combined with the constant interruptions, it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? Yeah, and I'm not going to leave it like the other options, just be like, all right, I'm done talking. I don't know what to say, right? And I don't want to do that. I've had these frustrations on other panels, so I'm just like, I'm going to try my best to get through it, and I'm going to fucking yell, be like, shut the fuck up. Let me finish my point. And like, he can't do it. He can't do it.
That was pretty pretty rough. I was literally timing you at one point, and it was like every 15 seconds it would come. Like I was like, oh no, this is probably the worst interrupting I've ever seen.
So when you get there, it's like at the end of the day, his prompt's unique too, because it says secular is beneficial to Christians, right? And so when you get right down to what he's saying, it's like he's basically saying Christians shouldn't vote, right? Yeah, and like he's like, well,
sounded like anyways.
And it's like, how is that beneficial for Christians? And when I said my opening statement, I was trying to be polite, but this is what I always, when I hear, I didn't know until I asked him. I thought he was a Christian, right? And I thought the debate was going to be like this. Look, Christian nationalism's like having like a state religion, and that's bad. And it was tough for me, and this is why I felt bad at the beginning, because it's like, I'm not for a state religion, right? Which shocked me when he admitted he saw me the last time I debated Christian nationalism. Because he's like, yeah, I basically know what your position is. It's like, but dude, you picked the prompt. So you basically picked a prompt that you're like, well, I agree with Rob. And it's like, why would you do that? Like, yeah. So that was a bit odd. But then it's like, okay, like, let's see if we can find some disagreement. And so I'm like, well, you're a Christian. And he's like, no. And then I'm like, well, I'm not trying to be rude, but oftentimes what I see is people that are atheists will say a real Christian should do X. And really, when it gets down to brass tacks, it's a real Christian should shut the fuck up and leave us do whatever we want. And we don't like Christians. That's what a real Christian would do. Turn the other cheek. A real Christian would allow all these fucking immigrants to come into the country. That's what a real Christian would do. Oh, really? You're Christian? No, I don't abide by your morality. I'm saying you should let me have power. That's the Christian thing to do. So and when you listen to this fucking dude talk, how could you not come to that conclusion? His incoherence is basically like every time you start, it takes you 50 fucking minutes to go down the rabbit hole. But it's like, so what you're really saying is if my morality comes from Christianity, yeah, and and I vote for something based on my morality, yeah, that's Christian nationalism. Yes. So then I can't vote if my morality comes. Well, you could get morality not from Christianity, but I'm Christian. I can't. My morality must come from my faith in my God. It's impossible for me to exist out. Now, there could be people that claim to be Christians, but I would say if you claim to be a Christian and you believe that Christ is the Son of God, who's the creator of the world and the everlasting truth, how the fuck could you make truth claims outside of that? Therefore, how could you get morality claims? All of your morality at the end of the day has to come because God says so. Because God is the objective truth. That's it. So when I finally went with the strategy of like, okay, let's say there's one Christian that believes that, which he conceded. And what did he admit? Yes, if there is a Christian whose entire morality comes from Christianity, then anytime he votes, that would be Christian nationalism. So then which I would turn to the audience and say, okay, so if you're a Christian that believes your morality comes from Christianity, which is probably all of you, he thinks you voting is Christian nationalism. That's the direction. And he would say, I disagree. I don't think it's that many Christians, but the Christians in here know. They know that that's true. And so I'm trying to debate for them and be like, do you see what this dude's saying? But he's just all over the fucking place. He says it, and then you're like, okay, you said this. No, I didn't. I never said that. What are you talking about? I didn't say that. And it's like, at some point, other than just keep hammering, you go right back through the fucking same talking train. And it might be boring, but I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. It's like, I tried the other week to be like, well, let's bring up the clip. You did say that. But I'm not going to do that anymore because that was a mess, the StreamYard through StreamYard. So it's like, I just tried to be like, okay, let's go through it again. So like when it came to the question of gay rights, I think that I'm Christian and I think homosexuality is a sin. And so therefore I think it should be made illegal. I shit you not, he gave 6 different answers. Well, 2 answers, but he waffled 6 times. Yes, that's Christian nationalism. No, it's not Christian. Yes, it is Christian. No, it's not Christian nationalism. So I guess what I would say, the audience that's wondering, do you want to embrace secularism and against Christian nationalism when it's going to be defined by guys that change their definition 15 times in a fucking debate that can't even define the word religion? I mean, I don't know how any Christian could have watched that and been like, yeah, I think this dude's right. Even if you're against Christian nationalism, you'd have had to be like, ooh, this is fucking bad. This guy is terrible. And it, you know, I should be a little polite here in that I think he is that dumb. I think there was a little bit of trolling of him, but I do think he's that dumb. And it hit me when it was like wait, Schrodinger's government. I was like, holy fuck, he doesn't get it. It's like the per capita thing. Like you could, and I don't know if he was joking, but how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast? And he was like, but I did. I don't know if he's joking or not, but.
Right, you never know.
He
If
might
they know
not have
that
been.
one already. Yeah.
And it's like it's like, no, I disagree with your definition, right? I disagree with what you say Christian nationalism or state religion is. So I don't think that the guy that's like, I'm a Christian, therefore I think abortion's bad, is advocating for state religion. How couldn't he? You just said that he's informed by his religion. Oh, it's like, right, which I'm saying is not state religion. Oh my God.
One thing I can say is like, so like I had a back and forth with him a couple weeks ago there. It started about like if Trump was a fascist, and then it turned into, or actually it was on a different time. It was about morals and Christianity. And like he went out of his way after to message me and say like, I hope you don't think like I hate Christians or Christianity. I actually don't, and like this topic means a lot to me. So like, I'll give him that. Like he went out of his way to try and like put across that he's not trying to hate on.
Well,
Christians.
and maybe I mean, look,
So-
that's a possibility.
That's why I was thinking, yeah, maybe it is. There's something he's missing there, because like I was trying so hard to hold like a solid thing of his. But when I would ask him a question to make sure I'm correct, he'd say yes and then no to what you asked him. And I was like, oh, no, what's happening here? I'm confused again.
And I do think he employed the old strategy of when it's not going good, I'll just keep interrupting and I'll keep laughing, right? And let's just move on, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, no. That game ain't gonna fucking work with me. We'll stay here all fucking night if I have to. I'm gonna get what I'm gonna say out. And like, It's just so. One of the things that I'm not saying he's a bad person or anything. By the way, he might be a perfectly nice guy, but it's so frustrating to debate people like that. And there's better debaters that debate like that, where it's like you can't take 2 steps forward. You get mired in. You have to talk for 25 minutes about the most basic thing. Like at the end there, I knew what he was trying to say, which is, if the government's restricting something, it could be Christian nationalism. But if it's lifting a restriction, it's not. Okay, simple. I understand what he's trying to say. So then I counter with, okay, so if we're lifting the restriction of teachers being able to preach, but it took 25 fucking minutes.
Yeah.
And he's just like, wow, that's not what I'm saying. Read me the definition. Tell me what my definition is. I do. That's not my definition. Tell me my definition. I just told you what I thought it was. No, tell me my definition. I don't fucking know. I told you what I think it is. No, tell me my definition. It's like, you're just wasting time. I don't know. Like, and it's, I did this style debate once called parliamentary debate. We only did one tournament, and we actually did phenomenally, me and my partner. And in it, you don't use evidence and shit. It's super weird. Like, because I was using a debate where it's like, you're talking as fast as humanly possible, you're reading evidence as fast as humanly possible, everything has to be evidence. This style debate, you couldn't use evidence. And it was like supposed to be very, like you're in parliament, you're talking like very slow. And we're debating this team, and they're just like, yeah, North Korea's got like fucking lasers on the moon to shoot down shit. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah. And I'm like, no, man, they don't. And they're like, yeah. And you can't provide evidence. So I'm like, and I've never done this style debate. And I'm like, the United States started in the 80s. It was called like the Star Wars project. And it was like, the idea was to have these satellites that would shoot lasers if there's an ICBM, right? And Russia was basically like, if you build that, we're going to fucking nuke you, right? Because we're not going to let you have defense against our missiles, but not be able to defend against your missiles, right? And that wasn't even lasers on the moon. That was just satellite lasers. Yeah. So if the United States couldn't accomplish it, I don't think North Korea has. And they're like, yeah, they have. And so I looked at the judge and it was like, I don't know what to say other than I hope you're not a fucking idiot. I just don't know, because I can't provide evidence. Like, how do I disprove that North Korea doesn't have nuclear space lasers on the fucking moon? And so in this style debate, the judge doesn't tell you how they voted, but the round ends and the judge just looks at me and smiles and goes, I'm not a fucking idiot. And of course they voted for us. But that's how I feel in these sorts of debates. Like, I don't know what to say other than you have faith in the audience to be like, do you see what's happening here? I don't know how to make it any, because at some point I give up on him.
You go back and forth so many times like a tennis
and I'm trying
match.
to explain to the audience. I'm just like, and that's why I called for the clock way early in the debate, because I could see what was happening. And I'm like, it's sort of irrelevant to try to go back and forth with them. So I got to make my case to the audience directly and just be like, look, this is what's being said. He's not leaving me. I prefer the back and forth, but it's just not happening.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean.
Yeah, certain parts needed it or else it wouldn't have got forward at all.
It's like the, did you ever see the meme with SpongeBob with Man Ray or whatever? And it's Patrick and SpongeBob, and Man Ray's like, is this your ID? And Patrick's like, yes. And he's like, and it fell out of your pants? Yes. And this is your money in this wallet? Yes. So this must be your wallet. No. Like, that's what it was like debating him. It's like, wait, what? Like, let's go through it. Like, again, it's surreal. And like, you're fucking like 40 minutes. You're finally like, look, abortion, me, you, wrong. All Christians, we're all like, our religion tells us this is wrong. We vote against it. Are we Christian nationalists? And finally he's like, yes, it's Christian. Okay, thank you. And within 5 minutes, he's like, I didn't say that. And you're like, let me bring the prompt on the screen that I just said. So you can read that. And then it takes another 10 minutes and he's like, yes, that's Christian nationalism. We're like, okay. Like, why do you have to? And it's the sign of someone that is either really dumb or really bad faith debater that they just can't admit their position. Like, this is like clear as day. This is my position. Sometimes positions are difficult. I'm not saying that if you have to explain yourself for an hour or so, but it's like at some point, it's like, I keep saying, like, you're saying that if I have my morality informed by Christianity, yeah, and then I vote on something and it gets passed, yeah, that's Christian nationalism. No, I didn't say that. Yeah, you did. No. Okay, so abortion. Yep, that's Christian nationalism. Okay, so you said Christian nationalism. No, I didn't say that. Yes, you just did. How about gay rights? Yep, that would be Christian nationalism. Okay, so you said that. No, I didn't say that. And you're just like, oh, man. Like, why can't you just be clear? And I think what it is, part of it was he wrote, his fucking own definition of secularism, and he had his idea there, and he didn't like what the logical entailments of that would be once you get to, okay, how does this play out? How does it practically play out? I suspect that he probably read something and he's grossly misinterpreting it. I bet if you had someone like a Matt Dillahunty or something, they'd be like, no. This guy, no, you're not a Christian nationalist if you vote against abortion. That's not what we're saying. I suspect that's what someone who's making that argument more articulately and is more in the know would say. They'd say, no, that's not what we mean by Christian. It can't be any time a Christian votes for something inspired by their morality, it's Christian nationalism. But unfortunately, he didn't have the intelligence for that. And so the logical
one of those one of the super chats said it really earlier that said, like, if not all Christians want the same thing, then there's nothing to measure what even a Christian policy is. Like he said, there's no not only is there no monolith, but there's no objective interpretation to what Christian policy would be. So like, how do we even say anything is Christian policy? Like, that's what had me confused. I was like, oh shoot, this is
well, even at the end there, right? Right, because where he's like, well, some Christians, some Catholics would be for abortion and some against it, right? So then if I'm using my morality that comes from my religion to advance my policy, it is Christian nationalist to vote against abortion and for abortion.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, what? You never win. There's no winning here. Like, it's always Christian nationalists.
And I suspect that, like, look, I suspect that the atheist out there will be like, yeah, I'm going to say he won. You're lying to yourself. He didn't win.
You're lying.
He didn't make anything close to a coherent argument. He did not, right? His prompt is the United States a secular state. In the United States, a secular state's more beneficial to Christianity. Understand what he means by a secular state is Christians can't vote. And that would be more beneficial to Christianity. That's laughable. I don't know what to say. And anyone who wants to debate me that that's not what he's saying, I would happily fucking bring you on right now or any other day and fucking school you on it. Because that is literally what he said. Over and over and over, every specific time that we talked about a specific policy, until the end, where magically a Catholic that for religious reasons is voting to allow abortions somehow isn't Christian nationalism. And he kept saying things like, because it's not privileging your Christianity. How? If you came to that conclusion through your Christian, what if you specifically said it? Yes, I'm voting to allow abortion because my Bible tells me so. Okay? Right? Like, and he admits, right? Like, I kept calling it a double bind. That's debate lingo, right? Like on the abortion thing. He keeps bringing up stuff that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, right? We're like, if we all say for religious reasons, we're voting against abortion, right? Is that Christian nationalism? And he's like, well, the Bible doesn't talk about abortion. Okay. So what's the implication here? Then it's not Christian nationalism? No, I didn't say that. Okay, then why bring it up? And he did this several times throughout the debate. He'd be like, well, not all Christian. Is this Christian nationalism? Well, not all Christians agree. Granted, but in my hypothetical, if I say my morality comes from Christianity and therefore I'm voting on this, is this Christian national? Well, not all of them agree. Right? But is it Christian nationalist for me? And then he'd be like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, well, if they do all agree, is it Christian nationalism? Yeah. Well, then why bring up that not all agree? It's sort of irrelevant. And it's just like, it's just designed to obfuscate the conversation, to just muddy the shit out of it. And it's like, well, we can't actually get to anything substantive because we keep, it'd be like saying this. You're like, so, okay, what if a Christian says, my religion informs me that abortion is wrong and therefore I reject it? And he says, some Christians have red hair. And you're like, I suppose, oh, you disagree? You don't think some Christians have red hair? Well, no, I don't, right? Now, so therefore, you acknowledge not all Christians look alike. So, for example, a Christian with red hair, they could preference different things that they would like about their appearance. Yes or no? Is that not true? Can you answer that? And it's like, yeah, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? And it's, I don't know. I just don't know what the fuck you're supposed to do with that. It's frustrating. I wish I could have put, the other thing is you're sort of, sometimes you're only as coherent as your opponent. And sometimes when it gets muddled like that, it's like, well, this wasn't a very good debate. And it's like, I agree, but I don't know what the fuck else I could have done. I guess I could have been more patient, not raise my voice as much. I literally can't think of an argument, though, that could have made the point any clearer. Like, it's so, I'll think about it tonight, too. These sorts of debates frustrate me more than anything, because I'm like, I mean, it's sort of, here's another debate reference I use a lot. You remember the old Shaggy song, Wasn't Me? Yeah. Coming banging in the bathroom, wasn't me.
Yeah.
Try debating that. Like, imagine someone. Like, imagine that you're at your house and you watch someone like steal your sandwich out of the fridge. And you're like, hey, man, you just stole my sandwich. And they're eating it like, Like, yeah, that's it right there. That's the sandwich. I have it on camera. I didn't do it. It's hard to win that debate. You're like, wait, what? You're literally eating the sandwich. No, I'm not. Yes, you have mustard on your jaw.
That is a great analogy.
And you're just like, I don't know what to say. Like, I just don't know what to say about this. Like, at some point, you just be like, is this worth talking to? Like, I don't know what to say. So I hear this shit, like these sorts of debates, and that's what I'm thinking halfway through. Like, I don't know how to get through to this dense motherfucker. Like, I just don't. I don't know what I could say anymore. I try to rephrase things a million ways. Wait, okay, let's take a step back. And then each time I'm doing it, the guy's being a dick. Oh, you're just going to keep talking? And it's like, so I do this thing. Maybe it's not smart. I don't know. I'll just keep repeating. I'll be like, so in other words, what you're saying, so in other words, what you're, so in other words, like, I don't know what else to do. And another thing, if you're listening, it's very hard to keep a coherent train of thought when someone's doing that over and over, right? Because you're thinking like, I have something to say, right? Here, it's going to be A, then B, then C, right? And you're like, A, blah, 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 blah. Okay, back to A, blah, 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 blah. Okay, back to A, blah, 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 blah. Okay, A. And then you're like, what the fuck was B? Because you're like, shit, man. This guy's been interrupting me for fucking 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get this thought out. I don't know. I hope the audience enjoyed it. I am sorry. I think sometimes these might be the best debates.
Oh, I think from what it seemed like the audience was definitely entertained.
Well, good. That's important. Caroline says, I see in your chat, says, can't debate if you yell and stuff. That's not true. Absolutely, you can debate if you yell and stuff. What exactly is Christian nationalism to you, Rom? Well, I explained it in my opening statement. Christian nationalism is the belief that Christians should inform the policy prescriptions they want through their morality, through their religion, and vote for people that proudly also enact policy through their morality and through their religion. That's how I define Christian nationalism. The counter to that, what you normally hear is Christian nationalism is advocating for a state religion. That's what I assumed he would argue, but he didn't. Well, he kind of did, but then most people define state religion as like, the United States is a Catholic country, right? And we will enact laws that say Catholicism, when we have ceremonies for the government, it will be through Catholicism. The public schools will all teach Catholicism. You can still be Muslim, maybe not. You can still be Jewish, maybe not. You can still be Protestant, probably. But there's an official state religion. That's normally what people say Christian nationalism is, like some form of those two arguments, right? And so he makes a different argument. He says Christian nationalism is basically establishing a state religion. Okay, how do you define state religion? Well, if Christians vote based on their preferences, that's state religion. What? So, like, I don't understand. Like, when you're like, well, can you define? Like, I don't know what you mean. Maybe it gets lost in the shuffle of what I mean by the end of the 7-hour debate, because this incoherent dude is like, just going off. I don't know. But I mean, I thought it was pretty clear. Carolina wants to come up and date. I'd be happy to. If Speakeasy's cool with it, I'd be happy to have her up. Or she could just come to my channel if Speakeasy wants to go to bed.
Wait, she wants to come up. Where is she?
I don't mind at all.
All right, give me a moment. Okay, I'm gonna put the link in the chat for Carolina.
Everybody's
Doesn't
going to
mean
jump
for
in. They always
everyone.
do that. They always do it. At least you got your goal tonight. That's awesome.
Yes, sir. Make sure, listen, this is for Carolina, so if y'all gonna hop in, you're just gonna sit in the back, all right? Just it's for Carolina to come and I guess debate if that is what was said.
Now listen, she's probably going to want to say, why define Christian nationalist different? That's fine. But what I'm interested in talking about is what his argument was and whether or not she agrees with it. But I mean, whatever, it could go wherever she wants. Mo says one asshole leaves, another one comes up. We don't know that she's an asshole. I think it's a woman. Am I getting that right? Carolyn Ain?
Yeah.
I just don't know. Hello, Carolyn? Is that fair?
Carolina.
Okay.
Carolina, I just have some questions for you, Mr.
Sure.
Ryan. Okay.
Now, do you acknowledge, real quick before you acknowledge that the way I'm framing how he defined Christian nationalism is correct?
Oh, wait, let me turn off all my other stuff. Hang on. Let me turn my other stuff off. Oops, sit there. Let me turn my stuff off. Hang on. Okay, I think I got all the things off.
I'll get to all the super chats on my end. Don't worry.
I don't want you. I want you to be able to hear me. Okay. I'm like.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, you sound good.
Okay.
So do you acknowledge the way I'm explaining how he was defining Christian nationalism is true?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I have these animals. Let me get these animals.
No problem.
Okay. No, I don't think. I think Christian nationalism. I think that's when the state decides that they want to endorse a certain religion. I don't understand what you meant.
That's not what he said, though.
I was at the last part of it, but what do you think it is?
Well, before we get to what I think it is, which I already just said in response to you, but that's not what he said. So where do you think I was?
I was coming up. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, it's all right. I'll go through it again. No problem. But what do you think his definition was?
His definition, well, when he was talking about the different Christians, like you were talking about, like how, well, you know, all the Christians are going to decide this and that, but there's so many different forms of Christianity that it's hard to decide on exactly one because we have so many different kinds. For example, Mormons, they want to have 2 wives. I don't know. I could get some of my
sure, but what's that have to do with what his definition was?
It's hard to narrow it down.
He said the following. Do you agree? He said this, that if I use Christianity for my morality, and that's where I get my morality, and then I vote for things in line with my morality, that's Christian nationalism.
Is that what? I don't think he said it like that. I said
he said
Christian nationalism was when the law brings that in and uses the law uses like religious aspects and religious teachings and religious things.
No. He specifically said, if that's the case, then why did he say? Okay, then when Speakeasy specifically said, okay, well, if me and you and Rob all say abortion, our religion says abortion is wrong, and so therefore we vote against it. Why did he say that was Christian nationalism?
Wait, hang on. I'm sorry. Hang on just 1 second here. Let me just put this up so I can get this dog. I'm going to kill it. Okay. Say it one more time. I'm so sorry.
Right. If you're correct, then why when Speakeasy directly asked him, okay, if me, Speakeasy, and him all vote against abortion because we say it's against our religion, he said that was Christian nationalism.
He said it was Christian nationalism if the law turned it into it as if the law reflected what the Christian beliefs were. That's what he said.
But we just told you what our Christian beliefs were.
Right. There's nothing wrong. See, Christian nationalism is a political idea, right? But when you use
no. Real quick. Yes, you're going to define Christian nationalism differently. You have every right.
No, I'm not.
That's fine. We're asking what.
Let me finish.
Okay.
No, because there's so many different aspects of Christianity, it's hard to make it into one. But what he was saying was there's so many different ideas of Christianity that it's hard. He was saying that Christian nationalism is when you make it a law based on your religious beliefs.
Okay, how do I make something a law based on my religious beliefs?
Okay, here's how you do it. Okay. So, like, for instance, you want to choose Christianity? Let's just choose Christianity. Okay. How about when we made, how about the policies of when we captured the Indians, the Native Indians, the Native Americans, and we forced them out of believing in their sun god, and we brought Jesus into the picture and told them they had to worship Jesus. That's one.
Okay.
That's a historical one. Another
real quick, we restricted their religious practices.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, our policies did.
Okay.
Right? We made them wear clothes, all that.
Okay.
That was the policy. We tried to amend them into our.
Okay.
That was one. That's one way.
Okay.
Another way was when the Nazis, right, when they separated all the Jews from the Christians, and then all the Christians started telling on the Jews because they didn't want to be getting on the trains with the Jews. So, right, that was another one. That's another one. That was
that's Christian nationalism. You think Hitler was like Christian nationalist?
You asked me about a law that how we can make a law out of religion based on religion.
Well, but it seems to be there's a difference between saying, like, for example, if an atheist says we want to ban Islam or ban Judaism, that doesn't seem to be like a religious nationalism, right?
Well, no, because to me, religious nationalism is when the country endorses that religion and makes it
right. But that wasn't his. That wasn't his argument.
Okay. Well, I didn't get
and like, so let me retort a little what you're saying here. Fine, whatever. So where does me voting against abortion because of my religious preferences fit into what you're now explaining?
Okay, everything that that's a social thing. Christian nationalism is a political thing. You're using your social influences to create a law or to vote on a law or to talk about a law. That's what you're doing. It's a social aspect. Everything that you do since you're a little baby being brought up, even if that includes church, that's you are socially voting from your religion.
So then it's not Christian. So then it's not Christian nationalism because it's social?
No, Christian nationalism is political. That's when you use Christianity as a political reason to make a law.
So just to be clear, you disagree with him when he said us voting against abortion for religious reasons is Christian nationalism.
I don't think he said that. He said that when you change the law to be reflecting what you're voting on, that's Christian. That was Christian.
No, but he specifically said that, and like, how would that not be the case? Even your explanation here of social. Well, my social interactions are. Isn't it true? Are you a Christian, by the way? You don't have to answer if you don't want.
I'm not anything really.
Okay. Would you acknowledge
I found Jesus once, though. Do you know where he was? He was behind my couch. As soon as I saw him, man, he just shot out the door. But anyways.
Well, hey, you sound like a good endorser of this guy. You're doing well. So if I'm Christian, you would acknowledge that my morality all comes through Christianity, correct?
And other things that you've learned.
How?
Other things you've learned. Other things you've learned, right and wrong, good versus
Where does
evil.
Where does your morality come from?
My morality comes from I know the difference between bad and good and evil, and
How do you know? How do you know?
That's
axiomatic.
Because I've been socially formed by other people around me.
So then your definition of what's moral is just what you've been told by other people around you.
I guess so.
Okay. Well, that's subjective.
But listen, everybody wants to fit in with their society, right? Everybody wants to fit in with their society. They're going to do
okay. But then, if a society allows slavery and everyone fits in, then slavery is moral.
Slavery be moral if you're in that time period. If you're in that aspect, if you're all the rest of your social friends do it, then Egypt they have slavery.
So you're saying that would be moral?
That would be moral considering where you're from or how you're brought up.
So then you don't know good and evil.
If you were born in India, you wouldn't be a Catholic. You'd be a Hindu.
So fair enough. And that's not the point that I'm trying to make. Your morality is completely subjective. You're just saying whatever the people around me say is moral.
We are formed by the people around us and our influences and our experiences, and even church. Church is part of your influence.
But that's just subjective. You have you can't say you know good and evil, because if you move tomorrow to India and they believe completely different things, then your definition of good and evil would change.
But we're looking at Christianity. We're looking at
Christianity stands apart because it claims there's an objective truth, not subjective.
Yes. Religion does. Don't they? Well, don't religion have everything based on a book and about...
yes, objective truth. Correct. Okay. That makes it stand differently. So then if I believe there is an objective truth, in other words, I believe there's an answer to whether or not slavery is moral beyond what my neighbors say. I think that there is someone who has the answer, and that's God. And that's where all truth claims come from.
You go and talk to God and ask him, right?
It doesn't matter. You could say I falsely interpret it. That's fine. But at least I could point to saying there is an objective truth.
Okay.
All of your truths. Let me go through the line, my line of thought here, right? So because of that, right, if I believe that, even if you think I misinterpret what God's word is, all of my morality is going to be based on my religion. Because my entire
religion.
No, it's not based. It's based on my religion, but it's based on. No, that's not true. I believe there's objective truth.
So you don't think experiences help with your morale?
No, I think that I said no. Experiences can help me. Experiences could help me interpret what I think the objective truth is. But I think the truth comes from God, and I always will.
God talks to you.
It doesn't matter. He does talk to me through the Bible.
Okay.
That's the word of God.
So
he talks to me through the holy men that I interact with, priests, people, right? Nonetheless, there is an objective truth. Here it is. You might say, here's objective truth, but there's noise that filters down to you, Rob, so you might not be interpreting the objective truth. Could be true. And yet I could point to that's an objective truth. You, on the other hand, say, there is no such thing as objective truth. It's all subjective. Of course.
That's not what I said. I disagreed with you and said it was objective.
How could there be objective truth if you don't believe in God?
You just said it. You said you agree.
But I believe in God. You don't.
Hang on, my cat.
You don't believe in God, so how could you believe in objective truth?
I believe that you have an objective truth because you base it on the Bible.
But no. So you believe that I'm correct, that God exists and there's an objective truth.
You think you're correct. You think you're correct. But
me thinking that's irrelevant to the question as to whether or not you believe there's an objective truth.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Do I believe there's an objective truth? Do you mean I have to have proof of the truth?
No, I'm saying even under your entire interpretation of good and evil is what my people around me say. That's subjective by definition.
Society.
Right. So that's subjective. You've acknowledged. You've said, for example, in our society, slavery bad. In another society, slavery could be good. That's subjective.
Right.
Okay. I'm saying that I believe in an objective truth.
You have proof of that?
It doesn't matter if I have proof. That's my belief.
Okay, that's your belief, and that's my belief.
Okay, so the difference is that I could point to something. All of my morality has to come from what I think the objective truth is, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Your morality doesn't. You're not limited by that. You could say my morality comes from whoever the people I'm hanging out with say.
Basically, it's what society says, not what the people I'm hanging out with say.
Well, society would be another way of saying. Okay, by society, the societies you live in, the people you interact with.
Correct.
Okay, so there's a difference. So therefore, all of my morality will have to be based in what I perceive objective truth to be, right?
Right.
So how can I separate Christianity from my moral beliefs?
Isn't Christianity your moral belief, though?
Yes, but I believe that it's an objective truth, so I can't separate it, correct?
So what does that have to do with Christian nationalism?
Because if his interpretation is, if you are passing laws based on your religious beliefs, that's Christian nationalism. It's impossible for a true Christian. It is exactly what he said. In fact, we even went through this.
If you use your religious beliefs to make a law, and that law reflects the religious beliefs, then that's Christian nationalism. That's
okay. How do we make laws? How do we make laws?
How do we make laws? First, we have. Would you want me to do it from the very beginning?
How do we decide what laws we want? We don't have to say first there's a bill on Capitol Hill.
Yeah.
You don't have to do the Schoolhouse Rock. How do we decide what laws to have?
How do we decide?
Right.
Well, I don't know. You tell me.
Don't you think we want what's good for ourselves, our family, for society?
We want what's good for everybody, not just the Christians. Well, that's the problem.
No. Maybe not. But the key thing is we want what's good, right?
Correct.
Okay, how do we determine what's good?
Well, I guess God tells you, but my morals.
That's right. I have an objective truth. I have an objective thing that says what's good and what's not.
How do you? Universal human rights. Have you heard of those? Universal human rights. It doesn't matter what religion you are.
Universal human rights are subjective.
But it doesn't matter what religion you are. There's still basic universal.
Give me a universal human right. Tell me one.
An example of human.
Yeah.
A basic human right. Come on,
like the right to not be enslaved.
Possibly, yeah. That's a basic.
Okay, but you just acknowledged that there's societies that say that that's good, and if you were in
that
society,
that societies say it's good.
Well, that's not true. You absolutely.
No, don't put words in my mouth.
Okay, so do you not?
I did not say that.
Fine. So is it your? I will ask you: are there societies that say that slavery is good?
I don't think they know if it's good or bad, but they have it.
That's untrue. They're absolutely. How would you determine that they don't think it's good if they enact it proudly? They don't think it's good.
I guess they must think it's good, but then those countries, wait, But those countries have whatever their religion is, nationalism. All right. What country? Give me a country that has slavery still.
Wait. Those countries
give me a country that has slavery. Which country?
Like you could have countries like Iran, possibly China.
Okay, what religion are they?
China, secular.
No, they're not secular. Or they wouldn't.
What's their religion? You tell me.
You were telling me. Okay, let's say that. What's the religion in Pakistan? Anybody in the chat know what's the religion in Pakistan?
They're Islamic. I said China. Islamic. Why aren't you using my example?
What were they?
What's China's religion? They're
China,
religious nationalists.
They don't have a religion.
Do they have slaves?
I don't know if they have slaves. Do you know?
Sure. The Uyghur Muslims.
Oh, I know they have them in Dubai.
That's Dubai.
Yeah, they're Dubai. What are they?
Dubai.
They're Arab. What's their religion? Muslim? Islam?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant anyways. It's irrelevant anyways. It's irrelevant anyways. Let me explain why. Even if you could let me
finish. When you have a country that says slavery is okay, and they're like of the Islamic faith, then they have Islamic nationalism in their country, which means that their laws are based on what their book says.
So any country in history that had slaves was a religious nationalist country?
No.
Okay, no, then what's your point? When you're talking about objective morality,
country actually has laws on the books that are based on whatever the religion is.
It's irrelevant to the point. We're talking about whether or not you said universal human rights. Universal implies always the case, correct? Right. Okay. Well, the United States used to have slavery. Was it a Christian nationalist society when it had slavery?
No.
Okay.
So then it's a political aspect.
Did they think slavery was moral and acceptable?
Well, they must have.
Okay. Right? So then the point that you're trying to make is let me finish. So then the point you're making here that's like, well, if you have slavery, it's only because you're religious nationalist. Of course, that's not true. That was clearly what you were implying.
I said that when you have slavery and it's allowed and it's not against the law, that means that your religion it's entwined with your laws.
Okay. So, but you're saying the United States had slavery and it was secular, correct?
Well, they didn't. Well, actually, it was secular. However, they didn't practice what they preached, did they?
Well, I disagree. What was the national religion in the United States?
We didn't have a national religion. We don't.
You said that's what's necessary to be Christian nationalist, a national religion.
To be a Christian nationalist, the religion has to be like sponsored by the country.
Okay, so the United States States was not Christian nationalist. It was secular.
It was secular,
and it had slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's your point?
What do you mean, what's my point?
I don't understand. Okay, the point I'm trying to make is you're saying that there's universal human rights, but you also said before that morality comes from what your society around you is saying. And I said those things can't be fundamentally true because the people that say universal human rights would say something like it's a universal human right to not be enslaved, right? But there were societies where the society said, actually, we find slavery good or moral. And you countered by saying, yes, but those were all religious. And I'm like, no, they weren't. And why would it matter if they were?
I didn't say that.
That's clearly what you were implying.
That's not what I said.
What were you implying when you brought up the religion aspect then?
I was saying that Christian nationalism, what we're supposed to be talking about, is the fact that that's when the government endorses or accepts Christianity as its national religion. It's like their team is Christianity. And by doing
I understand you're getting back to what you want to define Christian nationalism, but it's escaping from the specific line of argumentation we were talking about.
Okay, I thought we were arguing about Christian nationalism.
We are, and we were talking about a specific line of argumentation. For example, within this, if you said, but Rob, what religion is Pakistan? And I said, I'm just arguing we should be Christian nationalists. You'd say, that's not responsive to the argument I'm making right now. And I'd say, I thought that's what we were supposed to be talking about.
You brought up the fact that they had slaves. And I said, well, they must have slaves
I don't remember saying Pakistan.
Because they have,
I don't remember saying Pakistan.
A lot of people's laws, a lot of countries' laws are based on religion.
Sure. And
right? But ours aren't.
So the point that I was trying to make, is
that we should have separation of church and state.
The point that I was trying to make is this: as a Christian, I can't help but have all of my morality come from Christ, come from my church, my religious beliefs. Okay, that means you're not held to that. Your beliefs are subjective. You could claim there's universal human rights, but you don't.
But you're saying your Christian beliefs are objective?
Yes,
And mine
I'm
are
saying
subjective.
no.
Because-
I'm saying that my Christian beliefs are that there is truth. There is objective truth. Truth that would exist with or without humans existing. There is a
what
truth. What?
What kind of truth? What are you talking about?
God's truth.
God's truth. Oh.
Yes. Like
And
the
where do you
Ten
get God's truth
Commandments.
from? Where do you find it? Oh, the Ten
You could
Commandments?
say again, let me stop beating around the bush and get to the end. Yes, you could argue, but Rob, you could falsely interpret what God's objective truth is. Perhaps that's true. I tried to get to that truth through going to church, through reading the Bible, through talking to holy men, etc. But yes,
And
you
God
can
helps
make
that too, right?
you
God
can
helps
make
you.
the argument that you think that I'm interpreting it incorrectly. Nonetheless, at least there is an objective truth that I'm pointing to, which means if I'm really a Christian and I believe there is one truth, and that is God's truth, even if I'm falsely interpreting it, my entire moral framework comes from what I think God's truth is.
Yeah, well,
If
and
my
everything,
opponent's argument was, but if you use what you think God's truth is to push
Right.
for policies that you want and then get them enacted, that's Christian nationalism. That means that any Christian that gets their truth from the belief in God would be enacting Christian nationalism when they pass laws.
No.
Why not?
What he said. Because Christian nationalism is when you endorse Christianity as the religion, the only religion of.
That wasn't my opponent's argument. That's your argument.
Yeah, that's my argument.
Right, not his. I'm saying that
okay,
his
argument.
argument was, and you even clarified, you're like, no, what he was saying is if you pass a law for Christian reasons and because of Christianity,
No,
but
by
every
using
law that
Christian- by
every
using
law
Christian
every law that
ideologies.
every law that I want passed comes from my moral framework, correct? Same with you, right?
Correct. But when you use
So
the
if
law,
real quick, and then I promise. So if
Right.
my moral framework always comes from Christianity, that would mean that any law I want comes passed is through my belief in Christianity.
sure.
That, and if his argument is that's Christian nationalism, that means every law that I ever want passed is Christian nationalist.
He said if the law was in, he said if the law was based on Christian Christian nationalism, that's what was not good. Like,
But
for
it is.
instance-
He didn't say no. Be clear. He didn't say
Okay.
if the law was based on Christian nationalism. He said if the law was based on Christianity.
Wow. I hope he's
Right?
watching, you know.
That's what he said.
Yeah, if the
correct?
law is based, if it's a written
Okay.
law, and that's what he said. If it's a written law,
But isn't it
It's a written law
true?
based on Christianity.
But didn't you just acknowledge that every law I want is going to be based on my Christian beliefs?
sure.
Okay, then every law I push for is Christian nationalism.
No, not if it
Why?
doesn't.
They're all based on Christianity.
And he kept saying no too, right? It's your ideas are based on Christianity, right? But the law is not based on Christianity. The law is based on secular reasons, right? So in
How?
other words, how?
Yes.
Because, like, okay, so you're Catholic, right?
Sure, we'll
Okay.
go with that.
Did you meet on Friday?
Yeah,
You did? But I thought
not
you
really
were
Catholic. I'm sort of non-denominational. That's going.
All
I
right,
haven't
let's go
taken
Catholics. Catholics
communion yet.
during Lent, they can't eat meat on
Sure.
Friday. So, okay. So, but if we pass a law for the entire country that says nobody can eat meat on Fridays, that's Christian nationalism. That
Why?
is Christian nationalism.
What if I'm an atheist and I want that law?
But there's a few people that won't want that law because it's
Okay,
based on.
well, that's
because it's
true of
based on
any law.
religion. It's based on what the book says. The good book says for Lent. For
That
Catholics.
might be why I vote for it, but maybe you vote for it for a different reason. So is it still Christian nationalism?
Christian nationalism is when the government uses laws based on Christianity to influence the entire country.
If me and you vote for two different reasons, you vote as a non-Christian and I vote for a
That's why
Christian,
we
is
vote.
that
That's why we vote, though. That's the way we
is
vote.
that law
The majority
Christian?
rules.
So then it's only the person who put forth the bill and their reason for putting the bill makes it Christian nationalist or not?
If you are going to discriminate against others who are not Christians, then that is Christian nationalism. That's when they're using religion as a basis for their laws, and that's not good.
But again, there could be many reasons that.
What I mean,
there-
just think. Okay, let's do this. Let's do a country that's a modern country right now. How about Israel? What's on their flag? Star of David.
Okay.
They're Jewish, right? They're all
Sure.
Jewish. In fact, they took over that land in the 50s because Abraham had a dream and told them that that land over there was theirs. So they went over there and took it, and they were given it, by the United States. And we give them more money than anybody else, but that's a whole nother.
I have no idea where you're going with this, but go
Where
for it.
I'm going with this is that they have the Star of David on their flag.
Sure.
All their laws are based on, is it the Torah? Is that their Bible? Torah?
Okay.
Okay. So, for instance, they can't use embalming when they bury people. They have kosher food. I'm
Cool.
not sure of all their things, but
Right.
everything's based on the Jewish religion, and they use the Torah as the reason for their laws, right? which means that's why they are bombing the Palestinians, because they don't.
I think they're bombing the Palestinians for a litany of reasons, including October 7th,
Okay,
where a bunch of Palestinians came into their country and raped and murdered people. But
but see, they're Muslim,
neither here nor there.
Because they're Jewish and because they have the Jewish thing on their flag, that means that all the country is against Muslims.
Okay, I don't necessarily agree with your characterization, but let's say for the sake of argument I do, sort of irrelevant to what we're talking about. What's that have to do with if there's a specific law in this country, for example?
I made the law by saying nobody can eat meat on Fridays.
Okay, for example, what state do you... I live in Pennsylvania. You don't have to tell me where you live. Okay, so Pennsylvania, it used to be you weren't allowed to sell alcohol on Sundays.
Yeah, we had that too, the blue laws.
Okay, was that Christian nationalism?
Did the government use the law to was that law based on religious beliefs?
You tell me. I would say probably.
So, but Christian nationalism is when the country actually says we're going to be Christian now, and we're going to.
Okay. I'm willing to move on to this, but will you concede that's not what my opponent was saying, and that's not what you seem to be defending earlier, just while you were defending his arguments.
What, did he say something different than what I said?
Yes, he clearly said, you keep excusing for him. I'm like, he said that if means, this was clear cut. Over and over we asked this. Like, here's another example I gave. I said, if I say I think homosexuality is a sin as a Christian, and so therefore I want to make it illegal to be a homosexual. Is that Christian nationalism?
He
said yes.
No.
He said yes. He said yes.
Okay, maybe he said yes, but what do you think?
No.
Christian nationalism is when the country actually says, we're going to be Christian now. Is that right?
So do you believe, that's what I said.
So my question to you is, do you believe in separation of church and state?
It depends. What do you mean by it?
I mean, like right now, we have we're secular. We have separation of church and state. It's not in the Constitution, but we do have the Second Amendment, which gives us freedom of religion. Do you think that if we become Christian nationalists, if the country becomes Christian nationalist, they embrace only Christianity, how do you think the Jewish people and the Muslim people or the Islamic people are going to feel?
First off, I don't give a shit how they feel, just like the atheists don't give a shit how I feel. So I'm sorry, that line's not going to work with me. Second, people define separation of church and state vastly differently. Okay. When I'm talking about my form of Christian nationalism would be this, that Christians should vote for policies that are in line with their Christian beliefs and use their morality to inform that. And Christian lawmakers should proudly be Christian and put forth policies that fall in line with Christian beliefs. But I am not calling, let me finish, I am not calling for the creation of an official state religion.
Okay, that's weird.
Why?
Because that's what Christian nationalism is.
Disagree. That's how I define Christian nationalism. Okay, my opponent defined it in a far looser way. What I said was, and like, we'll get to this. I told Speakeasy this when my opponents left. I said, the traditional argument that I expected was someone to say, no, actually, I define Christian nationalism as the creation of an official state religion. And I said, look, I understand. Right. So when you're defending my opponent's asinine arguments, you have no idea what you're talking about. He did not make the argument that you're talking about. Just so we're clear.
So I'm better than him?
Well, yes, you've been somewhat more coherent. I will say that's true. Right. Point I'm trying to make here, though, is would you acknowledge that people define...
you don't like auditors either.
Would you admit that people define...
you don't like auditors. I'm kind of sick of the religion shit.
Would you admit that you define... Would you admit that... What the fuck are you talking about here? I'm sorry. Go ahead. You had something to get out. Let's hear.
You don't like auditors.
What's that?
I heard that you don't like auditors.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I can't remember ever talking about auditors. Go ahead. What did you have to say? No, it was important. I was explaining what I meant by Christian nationalism, but now you have something to say about auditors. No. There was something very important you had to say about auditors. Go for it.
No, I just said I was getting sick of the religious stuff, but go ahead and tell me.
You came on to talk about the religious stuff.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Now,
so do you believe in
the question, interesting tactic. Will you acknowledge that people define Christian nationalism in vastly different ways?
Nationalism.
Why can't you listen to me? What? Let me try again. You ready? Deep breath. Yeah. You listening?
Yeah.
Will you acknowledge that people define Christian nationalism in different ways?
I guess so.
Okay. I'm saying that my preference of what I'm calling Christian nationalism as how I outlined to you. What you're saying is Christian nationalism, I do not support. So if we just have a different definition of what we're defining as Christian nationalism, fine.
We're on the same page. If you don't think that we should have Christian nationalism, why are you even talking about it?
I do think we should have Christian nationalism. I define it
Or
differently.
do you think that we should have the country should say we are Christian and we should base all our aspects on Christian teachings?
Well, it's more nuanced than that, right? I think that absolutely we should say our country was founded on Christian values. We should proudly be Christian. Let me finish. We should proudly be Christian and promote Christian values and Christian laws. But I don't think that
really. Oh, I made him be quiet. You're not going to call me a mean name. No.
Good.
Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Okay. So what I don't think is that we should have an official state religion. For example, I don't think that we should say Washington, D.C. says that this is now a Catholic country or a Protestant country or a Lutheran country, and we have an official Lutheran church or Orthodox church. I don't believe that.
Say that one more time.
I think that I would be... Now I got to repeat the whole thing because you graciously
just a little bit. Just the last part.
Okay. I do not think that we should have an official state churches like a Catholic church, Lutheran church, Orthodox church, etc.
For the country.
Correct.
Okay, so why are you arguing about Christian nationalism? What is Christian nationalism then? What is it?
I define Christian nationalism for the third time that I've told you. I define Christian nationalism is the fact that Christians should proudly be Christian and push and support for laws that are inspired and true to their Christian faith. We should have lawmakers that are proudly discussing being Christian and creating laws that are in line with their Christian faith.
Okay. So, but you still believe in separation of church and state.
I believe that we shouldn't have an official state religion like an official Catholic church being the official state church.
Well, that's cool because Christian nationalism is when the government forces Christianity on the whole population, right?
No, now you've changed the definition. You said it was when there was an official state church. Now you're changing it.
No, Christian nationalism is when the government forces Christianity on everybody.
Okay, so let's say there's no official.
But you believe in you're saying like nationalism, like you're proud to be a Christian. Like
no, it's more than that.
Right?
It's
you're
more
proud
than
to be a Christian, right? And so you're going to base all your ideas and all your actions and everything on your Christian backup.
It's more than that. The point I'm trying to say is you've given two distinct definitions for Christian nationalism here.
Okay, but your definition is that
wait. Like, can we deal with that? I've been consistent with my definition. You've given two.
You're proud to be a Christian. Okay.
I before we get to what I'm saying, I'd like to get back to the two different definitions that you've given. Your first definition, you said it's quite clearly this, is when there's an official state religion.
Right. That's Christian.
The second is when you said it's something to the effect of when people are forcing like Christian laws upon people.
That's the same thing. It's the same definition.
No, it's not. Okay.
Yes, it is. Christian nationalism is when the government accepts Christianity as its religion, and then they use the Christianity faith or the books or the Bible or anything else to make their laws and their policies, right?
Notice you said the word "and" in between those two things, which implies it's necessary to have two things for that, right? That's what "and" would mean.
Two things. It's one thing. Christian nationalism is when the government promotes Christianity as its national religion, and they base the laws and their policies politically on Christianity.
Two things there, right? Let's try that again. When it embraces it as its national religion and right, so two things necessary, which is what I said. Please. And so when I said two things and you said no, not two things, you were incorrect. It actually
is. I didn't say not two things. Because I didn't know what you were going to say.
And then it embraces policy. So what if it only does
one? That's my definition of Christian nationalism.
What if it only does one of the two of those? Is that Christian nationalism?
Like what you think. Like what you think.
I'm asking you. What if it only does one of the two?
It has to have Christian. I'll tell you my definition again because you must not have been listening earlier. You know, Christian
I think I've listened quite clearly.
Is when the government endorses one single religion for its national religion politically, right? And then
wait. Before you say and then, that's a separate part. Okay, so the first thing is it has to endorse one particular religion nationally as its official religion.
All right, yeah.
Okay, so it has to do that and
it has to base its laws and its policies on those Christian ideals.
Okay, so what if it just bases laws and policies on Christian ideals, but it doesn't have the official state religion part?
Then it's not Christian nationalism. That's
great. That's fantastic. Okay. So then if we don't declare that Catholicism's the official state church, and tomorrow a bunch of Christians come together and say we want to outlaw abortion because we're Christian and we think it's an abomination to God, you'd say that's perfectly fine. It's not Christian nationalism.
That's not Christian nationalism.
Great. And if we said,
That's
we
just
think
not-
that it's, okay, real quick, and we think it's a sin to be a homosexual, and we want to ban that. That's not
Okay.
Christian nationalism?
No, because you
Okay.
didn't make the law based on a religious aspect of the Bible saying that. That's why.
Why? Maybe a lawmaker said, I'm creating this law. Let me finish. Maybe a lawmaker said, I think my reading of Christianity is that homosexuality is a sin, and so I think we should make it illegal. Now, is it Christian nationalism?
No, because Christian
Go.
nationalism means that the government takes control, that endorses only Christian ideals within its laws and its policies. It's political.
But it also has to be a state religion.
Yeah, because it's political.
Okay. So it could completely endorse Christianity as long as it's not a state religion and it's not Christian nationalism.
But what you're saying is this is what I think you're saying. I'm going to put my words in your mouth. You're saying that it's Christian nationalism if I vote because of how I feel about being a Christian.
It's more than that. That's part of it.
But Christian nationalism is when the whole country is based on Christianity.
That's fine. That's fine. We have a different definition of Christian nationalism, and as long as you're okay with my belief, that's like we should all proudly say.
You're just like proud to be a Christian, right?
No, I think it's more than that, right? For example, I'd say I'm proud to be a Christian, and I think we should outlaw abortion because of Christianity.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
Okay, so that's more than just being proud to be a Christian, though.
But
before you get to the but, you acknowledge that's more than before you get to the but, you acknelish that's more than just being.
You just said it was because
before we get to the but, that's more than just being proud to be a Christian, correct?
Wait, you said that you don't believe in abortion because why?
I want abortion outlawed because I think it's an abomination to my Christian religion.
Okay.
Is that Christian nationalism?
No.
Is that more than just being proud to be a Christian?
No.
You don't think that's more than being proud to be a Christian?
Because you based your idea on Christianity.
Okay, but I think enacting policies based on my religion is more than just being proud to be a Christian. I think someone who's just proud to be a Christian may come to the conclusion to say this: I'm proud to be a Christian, but I don't think that should influence our political system.
Why not?
But that's my point. But therefore, it's more than just being proud to be a Christian, what I'm suggesting.
Wait, well,
I don't think that's enough. It doesn't go far enough.
Abortion on the Bible and Christianity.
What's that? I'm sorry, I missed the beginning.
You based your idea on abortion on based on the Bible.
Look, here's proud to be a Christian. Here's proud to be a Christian here, right? I say go beyond just being proud to be a Christian. For example, someone who's proud to be a Christian could say, I'm personally proud to be a Christian, but I'm okay with my religion not having any influence on politics. I'd say that's not enough to just be proud to be a Christian. You must go beyond that. So I'm doing more than being proud to be a Christian.
But when you use religion to create a law, that's not right. You're using Christian. What you're doing is you're voting about abortion based on how you socially feel, not politically.
But you just said it's not Christian nationalism.
Christian nationalism is when the government says we're Christian and we're going to base all our laws on the Bible and Christian ideals.
So you might think it's bad for me to vote or push laws because of Christianity, but it's not Christian nationalism.
No, it's not Christian nationalism according to my definition. My definition is when the government says we're Christian now and we're going to make our laws based on the Bible.
I'm not suggesting that. So why is it quote bad for me to push stuff?
So then when you
let me finish. Let me finish. I
have a hand injury, so I have to say first. So when you base your ideals on your ideas on abortion on Christianity, that doesn't mean that you're a Christian nationalist.
Great, that's what I'm saying. Awesome. Okay. Now, why is that bad though? Why is it bad for me to use my religion to determine what laws we should use?
Why would that be bad?
You said it was bad. You just said it was bad.
No, I didn't.
You said you said quite literally, if you use your religion to pass a law, like because of Christianity, that's bad. But it's not Christian nationalism.
Not you. If the government says, "Yay, we're Christian now, and we're only going to make laws,"
no, that's not what you said. Again, then maybe I'm misunderstanding. So the government doesn't say, "Yay, we're Christian now." They just say, "I run for Congress and I win," and I say, "Here's my law that says gays should be banned because it's a sin."
Okay.
It passes. Is that okay?
Right. As long as the law doesn't state, because the Bible says so, and God told us to do this.
I said because it's a sin. That implies it's because of religion.
Oh yeah, you did. If that's included in the written law, then that's
the written law. The written law never says why. Like we don't have laws against first-degree murder that says because it's really mean to murder people.
Well, I mean, but murder is like against everybody's religion, isn't it?
I mean, not necessarily it's irrelevant to the conversation anyways. What I'm saying is if you're saying it's okay as long as the law doesn't specifically say this is the reason for the law, but no laws say that.
As long as the law doesn't separate Christians from other people that are not maybe Christian.
Yeah. So for example, if it's not like the law would say,
that law's not a Christian law.
But wait, it's not like the law would say we ban homosexual except for Christians. It's not gonna say that.
No, but they can't. But do they? But if they ban homosexuality based on the Bible, then that's not secular.
Okay, but I don't understand. You keep waffling on this point.
No, I'm
right?
not.
Yes, it wouldn't be Christian nationalism, but now you're saying it's not secular. Okay, it's not secular. So is it bad? That's the question I have.
Is it bad?
Yes.
It would be bad if you weren't Christian.
Oh, but is it objectively bad, or I guess subjectively in your terms bad?
If the law is based on a religion and not on a secular belief, right? Then it is bad. It's a bad law.
When you vote for a law, or if you were a lawmaker, you created a law. Yeah. Why would you do it?
Why would you do it? For the good of everybody. But actually, I wouldn't, because government, we have enough. I mean, there's enough governments too entwined with us already. So.
How would you determine what would be good for society and laws that we should pass?
It'd be based on my observations. It'd be based on the people around me. It'd be
your moral framework.
Correct. There you go.
Okay. Yes. And so cool. So why is it a good thing for you to create laws based on your moral framework, but a bad thing for me to do it based on mine?
Only if the law includes is because of your religion. Would it be
okay? What if you said, I am passing a law that says that you can't charge more than 10% interest on credit cards, and that's because of my morality, because of everything I've experienced in my life.
But the country's not. But the country's not saying, "Yay, we're Christian," and that's not a Christian belief.
The country's not saying, "Yay, we're Christian." In my example,
right? Well, I mean,
you said that even aside, that's why you said it wouldn't be Christian nationalism, but it still wouldn't be secular, and it's bad. That's what you said.
Yes, if a law.
So my question is,
if a law is discriminatory or it leaves out people of a country where they're and infringes on their freedoms, which is what we're supposed to be protecting, then it's a bad law.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
The question I have is, why is it for me as a Christian to use my moral framework? That's bad, but for you to use your moral framework to pass a very. That is absolutely what you said.
I said you're allowed to use all your background, your religion, your experiences, all your social aspects.
My background, my moral framework is Christianity. And so if I pass a law and say the reason is Christianity, why is that bad?
Because the government hasn't said, "Yay, we're Christian," and we're only going to base on the Bible.
Okay, I asked why is it bad? You said it was bad, and you just gave me a reason.
I said it's bad if the country says that the law is based on the religion.
Okay, if the law is based on the religion, or if the whole country is based on the religion, which one's it bad? If the law is based on religion, is it bad?
It's only bad if the country says we're Christian now.
So and then the law, then it would only. So, and you said that would make us Christian nationalism if we yelled, "Yay, we're Christian now."
Yeah.
So just to be clear, previously when you said, "Look, this wouldn't be Christian nationalism, but it wouldn't be secular and it's bad."
Christian nationalism.
Let me finish. Okay. So when you said that, now you withdraw that, right?
No, I didn't withdraw anything.
Okay, so is it bad for me to not be Christian nationalist? The country isn't saying, "Yay, we're Christian now." It's just me, the lawmaker, saying, "I want this law because of Christianity," and people voting on it. Is that bad?
No.
Okay.
No.
So it's only bad if it's Christian nationalism.
Right. Which my definition of we're a Christian now.
Okay,
and
so then I think
our laws because
so I don't know. I think you misspoke, right? When you said, "Well, it wouldn't be Christian nationalism, but it's not secular, and that's bad."
Well,
I believe you misspoke then.
Let's take it a step further because you've been talking about the same stuff this whole.
You admit that you misspoke when you said that. Then we can take it a step further. Because you admit that I'm more than happy to take it a step further. But what I'm not going to do. So you admit you were wrong when you said
about what?
When you said it wouldn't be Christian nationalism, but it wouldn't be secular, and it would be bad. You're now withdrawing the "it would be bad" portion. You said it 7 minutes ago.
I did?
Well, yes. If I said I'm passing this law because I'm Christian, you said that wouldn't be Christian nationalist unless the whole country said we have a national religion, but it wouldn't be secular and it would be bad. That's what you said.
I don't think I said that. Let's rewind.
You did.
I don't think I said that.
So, fine, you want to clarify? I'm not going to hold you to it. You want to clarify? I just want to be clear. If you want to clarify, say, nope, there's nothing bad about that. Fine.
You can vote however you want to, depending on
voting. We're not
social
talking. You seem to differentiate voting versus creating a law. So I made it specifically about a lawmaker. So you're saying you don't give a shit. You have no problem if a lawmaker says, I'm Christian and I want this law because of Christianity. You have no problem with that.
No. But
okay,
you have a problem with?
Last point. So if I say I'm Catholic and therefore I want to make it illegal to eat meat on Fridays, you don't have a problem with it?
I have a problem with that.
Why? What's the difference?
Because that the country would be endorsing a Christian ideal, which is Catholics.
Isn't make homosexuality being a sin endorsing a Christian ideal?
But we do that.
I just said the whole hypothetical that we were talking about is I'm a lawmaker. I pass a law that says homosexuality should be illegal because it's against my Christian faith. I think it's a sin. You said I don't have a problem with that. That's perfectly fine. So why would
as long as the country doesn't say we're Christian nationalists?
Okie dokie. So next example, country doesn't say we're Christian, but instead they say we're going to make it illegal to eat meat on Fridays. You have a problem with that?
I think everybody would have a problem with that, right?
Why? What's the problem?
Well, what's it based on? What's the law based on? Is it based on any kind of law?
I say because my religion.
Critical thinking?
I say my religion. I say my religion.
The country wouldn't do that right now because they're not Christian nationalists.
The question's not will they. The question is if they did, would it be bad?
They wouldn't, but they wouldn't because we're secular.
If you did. Let me ask you a question. Okay. If you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning, how would you feel?
Bad.
Oh, good answer. It doesn't matter, right? You understand the point that I'm trying to make is it doesn't matter if they would do it. The question is, if they would that be bad?
If they would outlaw, what did you say, homosexuality?
No, I said if we passed a law that said you can't eat meat on Fridays.
Oh, the meat on Friday thing. Okay.
Would that be bad?
Would that be bad? Well, that
60% of people say, sure, yeah, that sounds good. We want that law.
What's it based on?
Religion.
Well, you know what? That won't happen because it's based on religion and we're secular.
That's not true. Absolutely. If I'm secular.
Name one law that's based on religion here in the United States.
Murder.
Murder is based on religion?
Yeah, like so many of our laws and our foundational documents were based on Christianity and deism, of course.
But don't we outlaw murder in every religion?
No.
Is there can you name one religion that endorses murder?
How do you define murder?
What do you mean? How do you
define murder? Do you think Muslims allow them to kill other people?
Maybe.
Yes. So is that them allowing murder?
Well, why are we talking about Muslims instead of Christians?
You just said name a religion that would allow it.
That allows murder.
Other than Christianity. Why wouldn't I bring up another religion?
All right.
Do you think Islam allows some forms of murder?
I don't think all of them do. I think there's different sects.
Okay. It doesn't matter. You made it imply that every religion everywhere would outlaw murder. Do you think some sects of Islam allow it? What's that?
Satanism outlaw murder, but then we'd outvote them anyway. So that's
why are we talking about Satanism? I asked about one specific religion. Do you acknowledge that some forms of Islam would allow what you call murder?
Do they get virgins too?
It's not the question.
Oh, because they only murder if they get virgins.
Could you answer the question?
What was the question?
Are you high?
No, not yet. I can't.
Have you smoked a lot of weed and done a lot of drugs throughout your life?
I get drug tested. Are you kidding me?
I'll ask the question again. You seem to imply that every religion would outlaw murder. I said, does Muslims outlaw murder? You said, well, not all Muslims allow it. That would imply that you're saying some Muslims, some sects of Islam do allow murder. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so then your exchange that no, every religion outlaws murder is factually not true, according to you.
So what?
Why did you bring it up if your answer is so what?
Because Because you said murder. You said murder, but that was based on Christianity.
Correct. And you said,
And
no,
that-
it can't
so
be
that's
that way
why- and
because you
we
said,
have
no,
laws
it
against
can't.
murder because
You
of
said,
Christianity.
and you said, no, it can't be that because every religion would outlaw murder. I
Most-
said, no, that's
most-
not true. And you've acknowledged, you're right. Every religion doesn't
Oh.
outlaw murder.
Like 1%, maybe. Okay.
And
But
so
we
not every
outnumber them,
religion.
don't we?
Are
But
you
we
denying
outnumber
the
them.
fact? Are
Okay,
you
sure.
denying the fact that our country and the foundational documents were inspired primarily by deists and Christians?
Probably so. I don't know. I didn't
Okay.
look at that.
So then, what's the argument even about?
The argument is that you said that laws against murder are based on Christianity.
I said that that was one example. That Christianity and the Ten Commandments is saying "Thou shalt not kill."
Mm-hmm.
That our laws against murder have a basis in that. Right?
Yeah.
Our founding fathers were primarily deist and Christians, and many of the constitutional documents and all these other documents they put forth are grounded in Christianity. In fact,
So
so
all
much so,
Christians against
in fact, so much so, it was in many of the colonies or in the states, once the Constitution was ratified, they had religious tests to even vote.
But are all Christians against murder?
Yeah, I would think that
No?
all true Christians would say that
Oh,
it's a
that's
sin.
funny because here in Texas, we murder people that murder people. So,
That's not
I guess-
murder.
That's not murder? Okay. What about when the Christian
murder.
Nazis murdered the Jewish people?
Define
Is that
murder. Define murder.
Murder's when you kill somebody.
That's not true.
No? What is murder?
If someone breaks into my house and is assaulting my child and I shoot them, did I murder them?
Yeah. You did
No,
kill
I
them.
didn't.
You killed them.
That's not murder.
self-defense.
Killing someone's not murder.
Self-defense. Not in times of war. But you have
But it's
different
not
levels.
murder in many instances.
It's still murder.
There's
It's
even
just a
there's
different
even
level.
even if you kill someone accidentally, it's oftentimes
It's
not
labeled
murder.
murder. It's just a different level. It's a self-defense.
That's not true.
Right. Also, like if you're up on top
Wait,
of a
wait, wait,
ladder,
wait. Now I'm not leaving you move on from that. Based on what criteria? A legal criteria? It's still murder?
it's still murder legally. But
No, it's not. Murder's very specific.
Why do we have first degree, second degree, and capital murder? And why
Right?
do
They
we
all have different
manslaughter,
definitions.
too?
But
Is
they all have different
manslaughter
definitions.
murder?
So show me
If
which
you,
one
if you
first.
run over somebody and you're drunk and you run over somebody in a car and you kill somebody, is that murder?
It can be. You tell me which one, first degree, second degree murder. You tell me which one is someone breaks into my house and is assaulting my child and I shoot them. Which murder is that?
Well, it depends. Were you scared for your life?
Yes.
Okay. Were they running out the window or coming in?
Now they're attacking my son.
They're attacking your son?
Yeah.
Was there another way that you could have handled it?
Nope.
So it's still murder.
It's not. It's legally
It is.
not.
You took someone's life. Legally you did, but you just have
Taking
a
someone's
self-defense.
life is not murder.
They're still going to charge you with second degree murder.
You said in times of war it's not murder. That's first off, that's not true. They're not going to charge me with second degree murder.
What were they going to charge you with?
They wouldn't charge me with anything. They would say that's self-defense. In fact, we
Okay.
have states
But
with
did you-
castle
but did you-
doctrine.
But did you take his life?
Yes,
Then you murdered him.
I did not.
You just
That's
go
not
to
the
jail.
definition of murder. Murder implies an intent.
Okay.
You're just factually wrong.
I'm factually wrong about murder. Okay. I'll give you that.
Okay. Let's say you're
I
not.
just thought murder was when you killed somebody. But,
Okay,
I'll
let's
give
say
you wrong.
no. Fine, we'll accept your definition. Fine. Murder is any time anyone kills someone. Right? That's your argument.
Yeah, but there's different levels. of
Okay.
it.
Is the Bible against murder?
I don't know. I don't read the Bible. Does it say?
It says
Oh,
thou
I
shalt
think
not.
so, because they crucified somebody
It says thou shalt. Well, they crucified. Right. They didn't celebrate the
and they killed a
crucifixion
bunch
of
of
Christ.
people when the flood came. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
And then they killed that lady who turned around and turned into a pillar of salt. That killed her.
God instructed certain of his people
And
to
God
go
told
to war.
Abraham to kill his kid. But
To
he
go to
changed
war
his
with
mind
other
last minute.
people. To go to war with other people.
God tells us to do that.
Yes, God told in the Old Testament, God told people to go to war with people.
He did.
Yeah.
I think that.
And yet
people
it says-
together
and yet-
said God did it just so that they
and
would
yet-
be able to fight.
Now it seems clear then, if you say every religion thinks that it's a sin to murder, that would imply that even
That's
the
what
cop that's shooting the armed man who's stabbing a woman, your religion would say, yep, you can't do that. That's murder.
Why are we talking about murder now? Like
You brought it up.
you brought it up. You said
You
murder
asked
first,
me for
not
laws
me.
that were informed by Christianity. When I said
said-
murder,
you said
you
said
then went with
murder
your
based on Christianity law.
crazy batshit. No one in the world believes that anytime someone kills another person, it's murder.
It's always okay. So my definition of murder is when you take someone's life.
That's not murder. No one has that definition
All right,
other
so
than
we-
you.
All right.
Murder depends on intent.
I'm the only one that believes that. Okay.
Correct. As
Okay.
far as I know. I mean, there might be some other psychopaths out there, Unlawful killing of another human being with malice afterthought.
Oh, did you just look it up?
That's and Merriam-Webster, the crime of unlawfully or unjustifiably killing a person.
Okay.
It's not just killing a person. Nonetheless, you've already conceded the underlying point that our country's laws were foundationally based on deism and Christianity.
Are they?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So then what's to prevent us from becoming a Christian nationalism country?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well,
the founding fathers were quite clear.
That's a
the
good
founding
question.
Why
don't you think that we should have a national religion?
Because I do think that the founding fathers were quite clear that they didn't think that we needed an official state national religion, but they were perfectly fine with our laws being inspired by religion, especially Christianity.
Okay.
Okay. So then the question I have for you is, you're the person, you initially said, if I create a law that says I want to ban homosexuality because of my religion, first you said, it's not secular and I think it's bad.
No.
Then when let me finish. Then when I pushed on you said, actually, it's not bad. I said, great. So then what if I said, I want to ban eating meat on Fridays? You said, why? I said, for my religion. You said, yeah, you can't do that. I said, why not? If you already allowed the homosexual thing. Then we got to... Well, because laws can't be inspired. The law has to be based on it.
The law has to be based on the Christian aspect.
Sure. And there's plenty of laws that are based on concepts of Christianity.
But if the government embraces it and says we're only going to be a Christian government now, that's us.
Luckily, we are not operating within that sphere. I said that we should not do that. I said if we don't do that, let me finish. And yet I, as a lawmaker, write laws that say, here is a law because that I'm putting forth like we shouldn't eat meat on Fridays because I'm Christian and enough people vote for it. Why would that be bad?
Would it be bad? If everybody votes on it, then it's a democracy.
Great.
As long as the country's not saying we're only going to endorse religious things.
Sounds good. So you have no problem with religious people using their religion to create laws.
I have no problem with what?
You have no problem with Christian. Well, I said religious will narrow it even to Christians. You have no problem with Christians creating laws because it conforms to their religion, and then people voting on those laws and passing it.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. You're the one who seemed to imply there was something.
Only if the law is, because it is wrong if, again, the country says, "Yay, we're only."
As long as they don't say we have
all the laws are based on that.
As long as they don't say we have an official state religion, no problem.
The problem is that it could turn into something later.
But you just said it's no problem if we don't say, "Yay, we have an official state religion."
I mean, okay. How many? I mean, there's probably more Christians.
Can I ask you a different question, and then I promise I'll go back to this.
Okay.
Is there something in the water with you and my previous opponent that causes you to constantly change your position? I don't understand.
I didn't change my position.
Yes, of course you did. I asked you first. Again, let's go back to the gay issue. I said, can I say for Christian
card for a job?
I said, can I say as a lawmaker, I'm crafting a law for religious reasons to ban gay marriage? Or to make gays illegal, homosexuality illegal. You said that's not Christian nationalism, but it's not secular and that's bad. So then we went through it a little and you said, no, actually, I didn't say that wasn't bad. It's okay. You acknowledged you said that at one point.
I don't remember now.
Did you say it was okay? It wasn't bad.
What wasn't bad?
That if I, for religious reasons, craft a law that says homosexuality is illegal, that's not bad.
Well, it's okay. But did the country endorse it?
The country, under all the scenarios I'm talking about, the country never said, yay, we're Christian.
Well, then there's nothing wrong with creating a law based on what you feel.
Okay, so now let's fast forward to 3 times that you flip-flopped to the end here where you just said, well, actually, it's still bad because even if they don't declare they're Christian, it could lead to bad things in the future.
I said if the country turns to endorse only Christianity and bases all their laws and policies based on the Bible or Christianity, then it's not secular anymore.
Okay, but as long as the country doesn't do that, as long as the country doesn't do that, as long as the country doesn't declare an official state religion, you don't have a problem with this.
Correct.
Okay.
No, it has to be both. As long as they don't declare that they're, yay, we're Christian and Christian only, and then they only make laws that are based on the book, the Bible and the book, which actually leaves out other people.
Why? Okay, well, you just said as long. Let me finish. Well, you just said as long as the majority of people vote, that's democracy.
Because you know what it does? It takes away our freedom of religion. First Amendment.
Why? Who says? If all of our laws are based on
If we have Christian nationalism.
listen, if we announce a state religion, that's one thing. If we don't, and theoretically the next 20 years of laws that are passed are all lawmakers saying this is based on Christianity. And none of those laws say you can't practice Islam. You can't practice Judaism. You have to practice Christianity. None of them say that. What's the problem?
There's no problem with that.
Okay.
Because everybody bases their thinking and their actions on how they're brought up and on their religion.
Yes, that's exactly my point. That's exactly my point.
On what's right and what's wrong more.
Exactly my point. If all of us are using our morality to push forth the laws we want, why can't Christians? And if Christians' laws if the Christian policies they want are based on their religion, why shouldn't they be allowed? That's exactly my point.
But when Christians take over the country, or politically the government takes over the country, saying that they're only going to endorse Christianity, and then they create laws and policies that only
as long as they don't announce an official religion. You just said for the next 20 years, you just said this. You just said this. If for the next 20 years, every single law that was created was people saying, I'm passing this law because of Christianity, and everyone voted for it, you said, no problem, as long as they don't declare Christianity official state religion.
And as long as they don't discriminate and use policies.
Right. And laws we then put the caveat, they don't say you can't be Islamic, you can't be Jewish. Okay, so there's no problem with that then.
There's not a problem with using your social aspect of how you were brought up, allow you to create laws that how you want to create them.
Well, it's more than just social aspect. It's your morality. But yeah, I agree with the premise, right? And the premise the premise is that's exactly my point in this whole debate. That's the point that I'm making, right? So you're just agreeing with what my central point is. That I think that absolutely you should be allowed to say, I'm Christian. Here's a law I want because it's a Christian law. And if people vote for it, we should say, great, that's good. Yeah, just like if you would hypothetically say, I'm Wiccan, and here's my Wiccan principles say we shouldn't eat meat. And so I'm going to put forth this law that makes eating meat illegal. And the majority of people vote for it. Why not? You should be allowed to do that.
Well, as long as the government doesn't say, well, we're only going to be Christian. And we're only
again, like you keep going with the hypothetical that no one's suggesting. I've said over and over and over and over. Let me make it clear. For as long as this conversation continues, which probably won't be much longer, but for as long as it continues, I want to make it clear. I am not saying that the federal government should stand up and say we are officially Catholic, we are officially Eastern Orthodox. Okay, good. So when you say as long as, understand that my answer is already, they're not going to do that.
Okay. But it's not. But then, just because you based your vote or because you based your bill to make the law on Christianity, that's not Christian nationalism.
Great, you don't have a problem with it.
It's not Christian nationalism.
But you don't have a problem with it. On top of that,
I don't care how you figure out how you're going to vote or where you're going to get
or pass the law. It's not just vote or pass the law.
But as soon as the government starts saying we're Christian,
no, wait. Go back to what I just said. I said now, as long as this conversation continues, every time you're going to say, as long as the government, I'm saying right now that I'm not endorsing that.
Okay, so then what's Christian?
So you don't have to keep saying that. You don't have to keep saying, as long as they don't say, yay, we're Christian. I'm saying, yeah, okay, they don't do that.
So then what's wrong with voting how you feel? Like
voting how you feel, creating the laws that you want based on how you feel. I agree. Nothing. Thank you. That's my point.
But that's exactly what the other dude was saying. He said,
no, but that guy was saying the exact opposite. Not only was he saying if I announced a bill that said ban homosexuality because of my Christian beliefs, would that be Christian nationalism? He said, even if there was just a bill that said ban homosexuality and I voted on it because my religious beliefs, that too was Christian nationalist.
I don't think that's what he said.
That's exactly what he said.
Well, then he was wrong.
And I think that you've exhibited through your conversation here that you may not have the intellectual capacity to understand what certain people are saying.
Well, here's another thing too. What if we had the Christian nationalism and we had, yay, we're Christian and we're going to make the laws that are about religion and Christianity? Why is that bad?
What's an interesting question. I say that the reason that we shouldn't do that is because I do agree with what the foundational goals of the founding fathers were, that says because there was enough sects of Christianity that we shouldn't have one official sect, because the project was that we all had some social cohesion that came from deism and Christianity primarily, and so we should allow everyone to freely worship and not say that one of those denominations was on top. However, I have no problem saying that, so that would be the negative. That I think that would prioritize one denomination in a way that our founding fathers saw that could be problematic.
Okay.
However, if we have laws that are written and voted on, inspired by Christianity in general, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
You tell me though, why would it be bad?
Let's take it a step further. Let's take it a step further.
Based on
What if?
Wait. I quid pro quo. Why would it be bad according to you?
I agree with what you're saying.
Cool.
Okay, but what if all of a sudden the government says, "Yay, we're Christian," blah, 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 like I said. Okay, like right, all right. Look at what they could do to us. Like, think about it. If we don't keep the church separated from the state, right? If we don't keep it separated, they'd be using the Christians to get rid of all the people that they don't like here.
So what? They use the secularists to get rid of all the Christians they don't like now.
No.
Yes, of course they do.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if all of a sudden the government says, "Hey, we're Christian, and we're only going to base everything."
Your argument is, if hypothetically the government comes out and says we now have a Christian national religion and we order our people to exterminate people that aren't Christians, that would be bad.
I didn't say exterminate.
Get rid of people that arenren't Christians.
I didn't say
how do they get rid of them? How does that work?
Well, first of all, what happens is that they're not included in any of the
laws, so they're not
because they have a different religion, right?
Well, wait. Wait a minute. Just because there's an official state religion does that mean they can't practice their religion?
Well, no, because there wouldn't be freedom of religion if you have to.
Wait. That's not true. So you're saying there can't be a country that has an official state religion that you're not allowed to practice other religions?
Right. That's what
in Israel. Can you practice Islam?
They do the laws, and
in Israel, can you practice Islam?
I don't know. We're not talking about
yes,
that.
You
We're
can.
talking about Christian nationalism.
Okay, there's a country with an official state religion where other people are allowed to practice.
Okay, what about in Israel? Are they allowed to practice another religion over there?
Yes.
No, they're not.
Of course they are. They just don't have as many rights as the Jewish people.
There you go. They don't have as many rights.
Okay, you just said that it would be. You just said that it would necessarily mean that they couldn't practice. Now you're backtracking and say, well, that's not necessarily the case.
Well, do you think they'd be able to practice their laws if we were like only Christian?
They're allowed to practice their religion.
Do you think we'd still have freedom of religion if we were?
I don't know how to explain this. You're now waffling on the question and changing the question. Yes or no? Will you acknowledge that you were wrong? That would necessarily mean if there's a Christian nationalist country that you couldn't practice other religions.
I don't care about that. I'm asking you this.
No. Will you acknowledge that you were wrong? Then I'm happy to move on to the next question.
Okay. What was your question?
Will you acknowledge that you were wrong when you implied that if we had a Christian nationalist country that no other religion would allow to be practiced?
Eventually.
I don't think that's the case at all. Give me the historical accuracy.
If you're only a Christian country, we're Christian, and we're only going to make laws that are pertaining to the Christians, right? Well, how could an Islamic person fit into something like that?
Okay, is Israel a Jewish country, a Jewish nationalist country?
I'm asking about an Islamic.
I'm explaining to you how this could occur by showing you another country right now that does exactly what you're suggesting, that didn't outlaw the practice of other religions.
Are you sure? Which one?
Yes. Israel. Yes.
Well, only in Jerusalem.
You could practice. I believe other states, like Islamic states, you could be Christian. You might have less rights, but you could practice Christianity. You could practice Judaism.
Don't you think it'd be kind of hard to do that if it was a Christian?
It doesn't matter
country?
if it'd be hard. The question that you said, the statement that you said was that the statement that you made was you could not practice.
Eventually, you probably could not practice. You wouldn't have religious freedom.
How do you prove it? How do you prove that? How do you prove that's the case?
How do I prove that? Okay.
Yes. If you're just making an assertion.
That's why I asked you. I said, if we're Christian and we're only going to have laws that pertain to Christianity, policies that reflect Christianity only, how would an Islamic person fit in with us that are Christian?
Why couldn't they practice Islam in their own?
I mean, what if he said Allah and we say, no, you can't say Allah?
Well, then that would be different if they said, no, you can't say Allah. But there's nothing that entails that Christian nationalism would necessitate that they say you can't say Allah.
So you don't think that the minority would be discriminated against?
I did not say that. I'm talking about one issue particularly. You said that it would necessitate that if we were a Christian nationalist country, that no other faith could practice their faith. I don't see proof of that. I don't see proof of that. Show me the proof.
Okay, should we do a historical proof? Let's look at Nazis and Jews.
Okay, what about Nazis? What religions? Cool, Nazis. What religion nationalism were Nazis?
I think they were Christian, otherwise they wouldn't have got rid of Jews.
They were Christians. Right? Your argument is that the Nazi government was Christian nationalist.
Yeah, I think so.
No, I don't think. I think they were more atheist.
Okay, well, either way, they still got rid of the Jews, right?
Okay.
Minority.
How does that prove that a Christian nationalist country would get rid of Jews or Islam?
Well, see, that's the thing. As soon as the government has control of that aspect of our lives, the religious aspect of our lives, then they can start controlling us through their policies.
They theoretically could. You're making a claim that you have no backing for.
Let me finish. As soon as, let's say the government became Christian nationalists, we're Christian and we're only going to have laws that pertain to Christianity, and we're going to base all our laws and policies based on Christianity. Do you think that an Islamic person or a Jewish person would be able to have religious freedom in a situation like that?
I think they could practice their religion.
So and so when you have that politicalized by the government, right? That means that they're also going to finance the Christians, right? And they're going to finance all the crosses that go on all the government buildings and everything. Well, what do they have? The Hanukkah thing with the 7 candle thing? Would we be allowed to put? Do you think they would be allowed to put those things up?
Yes, I think that there's quite easily a way you could envision having a national Christian religion, but Jews would still be allowed to put up menorahs.
So you would think that Islamics and Jews would feel comfortable being that we lived in a Christian.
The question of comfortability is different than the question of would they be allowed to practice.
Yeah, would they be allowed to practice? Would they
right. Being comfortable
like,
is different than being allowed to practice.
So, but
you made a particular. I don't even understand why we have to keep going down this road. You cannot prove that it necessitates, if there is a Christian nationalist country, that no other religion would be allowed to be practiced. You can't prove it. It's impossible to prove. All I have to do is point out a hypothetical situation where that wouldn't be the case. Luckily for me, I can point to countries that exist right now that are national religious countries that allow the practice of others, thereby rebutting your argument that it would 100% necessitate that there would not be allowed to be practiced of other religions. This point is very small in the grand scheme of things anyways.
Have you been to those other countries?
No.
If you went as a Christian to India, right, where they practice Hinduism, would you feel comfortable going to church over there?
It is a completely different question than the question you asked or what you put forth. You put forth that it would be illegal. It would absolutely necessitate, by the fact that there is a national religion, that it would be illegal for other religions to be practiced. I've given you a litany of examples that shows that that is not the case. You've rebutted that by saying, but wouldn't you feel more uncomfortable? Possibly I would feel more uncomfortable. However, that's not the point you were making.
Nationalism, it's entwining with religion, right? You're entwining your government and your policies and your laws with Christianity. So the Jews
what does that have to do with the issue? All you have to do is say, I was wrong. You're absolutely right.
I'm not wrong.
You could have a Christian nationalist society.
Okay,
so then 100%, if there's a Christian nationalist society, Jews aren't allowed to practice.
If it's a Christian nationality, if we're only going to do Catholics here, do you think that they're going to let Jews practice?
Is Israel
when they're Christian?
Is Israel a Jewish nationalist country?
I don't know. I think so.
Yeah, it has an official religion.
Mm-hmm.
Do they allow the practice of non-Jews?
I don't know.
They do?
They do?
Yes.
Well, that's funny. I thought they put them over in the West Bank and they're bombing them.
Are they allowed to practice Islamic faith?
Well.
You allowed to be a Christian in Israel?
I don't know.
Or will they arrest you? That man's a Christian, arrest him.
That's what would happen here if we became Christian nationalists.
How do you know that? If I could point to you other countries, that's not the case that have national
What you're saying is that you're okay with Christian nationalism and us being going,
no, that's not what I'm... So what you're saying, no, that's not what I'm saying. You made a point. I've rebutted the point. Imagine if I said this. Well, if we became Christian, we would all fucking shrink to 2 feet tall. And you'd be like, what? That's fucking nonsense. No, that's not... Oh, so you're a Christian nationalist.
That makes sense.
No, what I'm saying is you made it. No, let me. Okay. You've made a claim that is objectively wrong. I'm rebutting that claim. That doesn't mean that I'm endorsing an official state religion.
If the country endorses Christianity, do you think they're going to allow Islamic and Jewish people?
Yes.
Really?
You know how I know that? Because I can see other countries that have endorsed official religions and allowed people to practice.
No, you haven't. You haven't
Israel.
Even been to another country. What other country have you ever been to?
Israel. It doesn't matter. So if I haven't been there, I can't know. What other countries have you been to?
A lot.
Were you in Germany in 1945?
No.
Why did you bring up the Nazis then? You were never personally there.
Because I thought it'd be an easy.
No. Well, you acknowledge you weren't there, so you can't address what was going on there.
Oh, so there's no Holocaust?
You can't say there was, can you?
Are you saying there wasn't?
Have you been to Gaza since October 7th?
No way.
Then how can you make any claims about what Israel's doing to them?
I'm asking you to put on your thinking cap.
I'm asking you. I asked you an official. Your claim to me is I can't point to other countries. Your claim to me is I can't
point to other countries.
Your claim to me is I can't point to other countries that are religious nationally that allow the practice of other religions because I haven't been to those countries. Fine. If that's the deal, if you haven't been to let me finish. If that's the criteria, fine. When you talk about the abuses going to Gaza, you haven't been there, so therefore you can't talk about those. Now, the answer to that is you would say, of course, Rob, that's absurd. I'm able to look at national reports, etc. Exactly, which is the same way I'm allowed to say that I see countries with national religions that allow the practice of other religions.
No, what I'm saying, I'm saying that if we become Christian nationalists, yay, we're Christian, and we're only going to have laws that pertain to Christianity. How is somebody from Islam? How is an Islamic person or a Buddhist person? How are they going to be able to practice their religion when they're surrounded by laws and policies that are all Christian based?
Does Israel have laws based on Jewish base?
I'm asking you to think what would happen.
Okay, I'm telling you how. It would work the same way that it works in countries like Israel and Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. What happens is the ruling class has to be a certain religion, and the laws are all informed by that religion, but it does not necessitate that people can't practice other religions as long as it abides by their laws.
Don't you think that they'll be making laws? That because I told you, Christian nationalism is when we say, yay, we're Christian, and we're only going to make laws and policies that are based on Christianity. Don't you think that they're going to make laws that impact other groups, other religious groups?
They may make laws that impact other groups. Luckily for me, let me finish. Luckily for me, that's not the claim you made. You didn't say that there could be laws that impact other groups. You said that there would not be allowed to be the practice of other religions.
Correct.
Israel is the example that I'm giving. Israel is the example. You could freely practice religion in Israel. You may not be able to be part of the ruling class, but you're allowed to practice religion. Same is true in other Arab states.
Over there? How are you treated over there if you're not Jewish?
Irrelevant. Your point was that you could not practice. It is irrelevant.
If we had Islamic,
why can't you just admit I'm wrong on this point?
I'm not wrong on this point. I'm not wrong on this point.
Just to reiterate, your point is if a country becomes religious nationalist, that by default means no other religion could be practiced there.
Correct, because they're making
even
laws.
If I could show you dozens of examples, that's not the case. You say I refuse to believe
that. You can't show me any examples.
Israel.
Israel's not an example because they don't.
Why isn't it? Can you practice? Can you be a practicing Christian in Israel right now?
In Jerusalem is the only place I know.
I believe you could do it all throughout the country. Show me the proof that only Jerusalem.
But if the laws are geared only for Jewish people, do you think that Christians really have an opportunity to worship as they please? Do you think there's any kind of freedom of religion in Jerusalem? I mean, in Israel? I mean, they have the Star of David on their flag. I mean, obviously. So I'm asking you.
So your argument is because, just to be clear, to be clear, because Israel has the Star of David on your flag, you intuit from that you're not allowed to be Christian there.
I didn't say that.
Then what's the whole point about the Star of David on the flag? I go to Grok here just to end this. Can you be a practicing Christian in Israel? Yes, you could be a practicing Christian in Israel. And in many ways, Israel stands out in the Middle East as a country where Christians generally enjoy significant religious freedom compared to neighboring countries. You were saying?
That's propaganda.
Have you been there? Have you been there?
No, but neither do you.
Okay. So you're saying that that's a lie, that you can't be a practicing Christian in Israel?
Well, of course. Do you know why they're saying that? That's propaganda, dude. Don't you not see that?
That's fucking remarkable.
Stop. Let me tell you why it's propaganda. Because Israel depends on us for money. Every year we give them more money than anything else. Most of our
name them, baby. Get them, name them.
I may be wrong, but isn't there the Church of England?
Yeah, but we're talking about this propaganda he was just reading.
You said. I thought you guys were saying, or I thought you were saying, Carolina, that there's nowhere that has a state religion that allows other religions.
I said if we've turned into a Christian nationalist country where we only make laws, maybe those countries that you're talking about, speakeasy, maybe they don't have laws against Christianity. But they don't have laws.
Yeah, but if they have an official state religion,
but my question to you is,
wait. If they have an official state religion and they haven't created laws outlawing other religions. Okay, then that's exactly my argument. That having an official state religion doesn't necessitate banning other religions.
Maybe not, but they might. But I'm just.
But your argument was it does necessitate it, not that they may or may not.
Okay.
No,
let me
you're
say this
no, no,
about
no,
your
no,
thing you just
no,
read.
no, no, no. Your argument was they absolutely would necessitate banning other religions. I said
Eventually.
maybe,
I
maybe
said
not.
eventually, like
And now
16
you're
times.
saying maybe, maybe not, which is my
I
argument.
said eventually. Now, that thing you just read about Christianity.
Well, how
and-
long is it going to take the Church of England to banish all the other religions?
Wait. And we're not. I'm
'Cause it
talking
still
about.
hasn't. That's kind
He
of
just said-
that's what I was asking.
Oh, I don't know about that. But what he was saying was in Israel that they're allowed to practice Christianity. And he's proven it to me by Googling something. But I'm telling him that that's a little bit of a propaganda thing there because they depend on our. Let me tell you why. We give more money to Israel than any other country in the United States.
What does this have to do with shit?
I'm telling you, but you won't listen. Can you?
No. What you're saying proves nothing. What you're saying is this: the United States gives money to Israel. So therefore, when people say I'm a Christian in Israel, they're all lying. No one is Christian in Israel. They're all lying. And you know how I know that? Because the United States gives a lot of money to Israel.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Let me finish.
Yes, that's exactly what you're saying.
Finish. Can I finish my statement? Okay. I'm saying it's propaganda. It's propaganda so that we don't rebel against Israel. As we're Christian here in the United States. We're not the Christian nationalists. We don't say, yeah, we're Christian and we're going to base our laws on it. But we have more Christians here than anybody else. We don't have more Jews. We have more Christians, right? So in order for them to keep getting that money going, right, they're not going to piss us off who are Christians. They don't like us, but they like that money we give them every year. So that could be a piece of propaganda that you're reading where it says, oh, yeah, they like Christians in Israel because they know most of us
No
Christians
one
aren't
said
even
they
gonna go,
like
"Oh, yeah."
Christians. That's not the argument. The argument is you're allowed to practice Christianity. Mike Huckabee.
But are you?
Mike
See, you're gonna
Huckabee.
finish again. You cut me right off.
Mike Huckabee lives in Israel and lived there even before he was an ambassador.
Okay.
He is Christian. Is he lying?
I don't know anything about him, so I can't tell you.
But you're
But what
saying
I'm
he
telling you
has
is
to
I
be
know what
lying.
propaganda is,
You're saying
and
it
I know
has
what
to be
freedom is.
lying. No. You can't.
I can't talk on that because I don't know who he is.
You're definitively saying there are no Christians in Israel.
That's not what I said. I said
Okay,
that
so then when I said actually you could be Christian in Israel and I read proof, you said I don't believe that. It's propaganda.
I said it could be propaganda, and here's why. And I tried to tell you, but you kept cutting me off.
No, what you said was, I'll steel man your position. It could be propaganda because actually,
It could
Israel.
be propaganda.
Let me steel man your position instead of your meandering, like, fucking meth mouth licking
propaganda
old
has
lady
nothing-
shit. Let me steel man your position, right? Your position would be this: it could be propaganda because
It could be
Israel
propaganda.
has a lot of influence in the United States, and the United States sends a lot of money there. So theoretically, it could be propaganda.
It could be propaganda. It could.
But you don't
It's
have
like
any proof that it is. You have no proof.
And you have no proof that it isn't.
That's not
on
true.
Google
I have
page.
Mike Huckabee, who I've seen being
I
interviewed
don't
from
know.
Israel that I know has lived in Israel that talked about it. Other notable Christians and
So you're saying
non-Jews that
it's
live there.
absolutely-
Father Gabriel Nadav, Salman Jurban, Ria
That's a really
Al
not a good
Absul, Munib Yunin, Mitri Rehab, Munther Isaac, all Christians or
You know what
Muslims that are
propaganda
living in
is?
Israel.
Do you know what propaganda is?
Yes, I know what propaganda is.
You don't think that could be a propaganda statement that you read?
Is there
Sheldon?
any statement we can make about any government in the world that couldn't be propaganda?
Well, that could definitely be propaganda, though.
I'm
because
just
they do-
asking you, can you name me one statement we can make about any country in the world that couldn't be propaganda?
I'm talking about the statement you read.
I'm asking, can you name me one country, one fact about any country in the entire world that absolutely couldn't be propaganda?
I'm talking about the statement you read.
I'm asking you, can you name one
country?
country, one fact about any country in the entire world that couldn't be propaganda?
I don't know what you mean by that question.
What you're saying is this, you're like, but hypothetically, couldn't this be propaganda? And the answer is yes. But you could literally say that about any fact about any country in the world.
It could be propaganda.
Yes, anything. For example, if I could say, this study says that England has the world's largest hot dog. That could be propaganda.
Could be, but propaganda always usually has a reason, and it always comes back
Sure,
to
the
government.
reason is they want to make Israel
hot
look
dogs
cool.
don't have anything to do with government.
That's not true.
Oh, okay.
You don't
But
think
that
so. For
same thing
example,
is-
does propaganda have to be just countries, or could organizations have propaganda?
Well, I'm sure organizations can have propaganda, just like
Okay,
cigarette-
so
the
would
cigarette
an
companies do.
organization that said like we have the best pizza possibly be lying and it's propaganda because they want you to go there?
Sure, that's
Okay, could they say
advertising, right?
that about a hot dog? We have the biggest hot dog.
I guess so, but we're talking about
So then it could
government,
be propaganda.
not capitalism.
What are
and
you fucking
advertising.
talking about? You're
What are
making
you
a
fucking
point.
talking about? You're
It's
talking
like
about
saying
hot
this.
dogs. I'm
It's
talking
like
about
this.
government.
I could listen to everything you say here and say, but all this might not be true, right? Because what if we're all in the Matrix?
Ooh, we could be.
right? Okay, now what?
What do you mean?
Everything you say, I'll be like, yeah, but what if we're all in the Matrix?
But you're not going to concede that statement you just read could be propaganda.
But wait,
because you've never been there. You never experienced it.
But what if we're all in the Matrix?
We could be. But
right? So I win.
But where are you getting? You're not winning.
Yes. Wait, because you failed to realize.
Just reading stuff off the internet.
Could it be? Wait a minute. Now think about this. Okay. Could it be that actually you're completely wrong about Israel, and we're all in the Matrix, and Agent Smith is feeding you that information to think that about Israel? Couldn't that be the case?
I don't have any kind of
No, couldn't it be the case? All the things you think you know about Israel. No, wait. Couldn't it be the case that all the things you think you know about Israel and their propaganda is a lie, because actually you're hooked up to a computer simulation right now for people that want to disparage Israel? Couldn't that be the case?
What? I guess so.
Oh, well then you can't make any more claims about Israel. Don't make any claims about Israel, because it could be propaganda against Israel.
But I was asking
people that have you hooked into a machine.
I was asking you. Gosh, we're really
no. You acknowledge now we can't make any definitive claims about anything now, because everything could be a deeper level of being hooked into a machine.
What? Maybe you're a machine. Yeah. Who knows? But I'm
right. Oh, yes, you're right. Maybe Speakeasy's a machine too. You're right.
No, Speakeasy's too sexy. He's
can't have a sexy machine.
He looks better than you, but anyways.
Well, I won't deny that. Nonetheless, at least we don't have the fucking spaced out grandma vibe going for us. Point is, I think that anyone that's in good faith, even many people that hate Israel, many people that prominently talk about it, would acknowledge there are Christians that live in Israel. They wouldn't say, I refuse to believe that. They also would say there is also a litany of other countries that disprove. Apparently, England has the official state religion, and yet people practice different. United Arab Emirates, people practice different than the official. Almost every country I can think of right now currently that has an official state religion, except some in like the Middle East that are deeply Arabic, allow people to practice other religions. Almost everyone.
I'm telling you. But if you're one of those people, come on.
Again, the whole part of this, you could have just said this. Well, yeah, you might be able to practice, but you'll be inferior.
Yeah, you'd be real inferior.
Right? Why couldn't you just say that? Why couldn't you just say that? Why make a claim that I was like, I'm not even defending Christian nationalism. I'm literally just making a claim that what you're saying doesn't logically make sense. Which is that if you are a national religion country, that you're not allowed to practice any other religion. That's not true. And you fought for a half an hour.
No, I didn't. I said eventually like 15 times. I think I said eventually. I didn't say now. It wouldn't happen automatically. I said eventually.
You said your argument for the past half hour has been as follows. The reason we went through all of this was that if you have an official state religion, you can't practice other religions.
Eventually.
It's not possible.
I said eventually. I said eventually like 18 times.
So
because that's what it evolves into.
How long has the Church of England existed?
I don't know. Do you know?
Let's say 200. I'll type it in.
Wait,
granted, this might be Matrix propaganda.
Isn't Church of England after the Louis VIII because he wanted to divorce his wife? I think so, right? He wanted to divorce his wife, Mary Ann Boleyn. So that's when the Church of England came about.
Church of England is.
It was created by King.
Like we're going back to like third, fourth centuries.
King Henry? No, Henry the
1900 years.
No, it's less than that. It was King Henry
it's part of the continuous Christian tradition in England over 1900 years since early Roman Christianity, which organized. From the Gregorian missions about 1429. It's an independent church separate from Rome about 500 years.
There you go. Not 1900
Okay, 500 years. You're still allowed to practice Islam there. How many more years do we have to wait?
Well, that's a Western country, just like us. They're secular.
They have an official church.
No, they don't. Not anymore. But that wasn't the question. The whole question was eventually, if our country becomes Christian nationalist, which would say, yay, we're Christian, and we make only laws that have to do with Christianity, eventually the ones that are not Christian are going to get pushed out and probably outlawed. That's why I said eventually, like 18 times.
The Church of England is the established Church of England. Now, not the United Kingdom, but of England. Okay. Right? And you could it's still in England, you could still practice. It's been the Church of England since 1534. You can still practice other religions, correct?
Okay. Yeah, but can I tell
Okay,
you
how?
something?
And you're saying eventually you won't be able to. I'm asking
No, you
how
don't.
long?
Okay, let me tell you. Are you ready? First of all, the Church of England was created in 15 whatever by Henry VIII because he wanted to divorce his wife and marry Anne
Irrelevant.
Boleyn.
Cool.
And that's the ones
Irrelevant
who
to
were cut
everything.
off the line. So just because it's called the Church of England, it was only because he named it that so he could break off away from the Pope. So there you go.
Church of Scotland recognizes Presbyterians, the national church. Can you practice other religions in Scotland?
I don't think
1707.
I don't think they have nationalism there. I mean, it's just called the Church of Scotland.
I
mean,
just
they
did a quick check for you. So, like, Greece would be Orthodox as the state religion. Iceland has Lutheran.
That's state
Norway
religions.
Lutheran. Denmark is Lutheran, and UK is Anglican.
Hey,
So all
you
of these
really-
have a state religion, but you can also
He gets
practice
mad really
other
easy.
religions there.
Yeah, but they still have secular. They still have some secular stuff going on in there where they don't base all their laws on that church. I asked him. My question was to him: is if we became Christian nationalists and then we based all our laws on Christianity, what would happen? But then you start throwing all these other countries in. But I said, what would happen? Put your thinking cap on. What would eventually happen? He couldn't answer. So, I'm the winner. So la ganadora in Espanol.
Well, what I would ask is, does having a state religion automatically mean banning other religions?
Could it? That's the question that we have to figure out, because if you have Christian nationalism where we endorse only Christianity, but if we make the laws and the policies that only pertain to Christianity, it can affect the people who aren't Christians negatively. In other words, then what happens is what I was trying to tell him is that the government will then have control and be able to push policies that they want, because government, I always feel like government's like too much or interfering with us too much. But if they become really Christian and we're going to make laws with only Christianity, blah, 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 that they could shape policies, right? And push onto the Christians who are like so happy to be having their national religion. They could push on policies that could be detrimental to the others.
It's a lot of coulds. You said definitively every country with a national religion would eventually mean that you couldn't practice other religions. That is what you said. That's exactly what the discussion.
We became Christian nationalists and we only made laws that pertain to Christian ideals and laws and policies that only were Christian, we could eventually, just get rid of all that.
You used that word could there. No, that's not what you said. You said absolutely would.
Eventually.
Yeah, you don't have any proof of that. If I could show other countries where that hasn't happened.
That's my belief. Just like you believe in, I don't know.
It's just your belief.
Yeah, eventually. I think eventually that it would be a bad thing.
You could say it'd be a bad thing. That's not what your initial claim was.
Yes, it was.
No, it's not. You said that you would not be allowed to practice other religions.
We're Christian, and we're only going to make laws and policies that pertain to Christianity. That could be detrimental to the people who aren't Christian.
That's a different claim than you made initially. If you would have said that, I would have said, sure, it could be. Instead, you made a different claim. That is not what you said. You said you would absolutely not be allowed to practice other religions.
Eventually.
Okay, now you're saying it could be that, not that it absolutely would.
No one can ever predict the future, can they?
But that's exactly why my point was that you're absurd to say that would absolutely be the case.
I said eventually.
Which is why I pointed to other countries that showed that it wasn't the case.
I said eventually. So, right. Don't you think that if you were one of those religions that weren't Christian, that you would want to not? Everybody wants to conform to the group, right? Eventually, they'd probably come into Christianity and conform to the group because nobody wants to be an outsider. Everybody wants to be included. They don't want to be fronted out. They don't want to be, they don't want to be not part of the group. And that's
not true. There's plenty. But if that was the case, why would it be necessary for it to be a national religion to be that? If 70% of the country is Christian, eventually it would all be Christian because everyone would want to be part of the group, correct?
Correct. Everybody conforms to the group that they're around.
Okay, but I don't think that's true at all in Western countries, particularly the United States.
I can give you other examples.
Christianity was much higher. In fact, the percentage of the country that identified as Christian was much higher. If your theory is correct, it would have only got higher because more and more people would have confirmed. And yet now we see more people practicing other religions or being atheists.
So, but we don't have Christian nationalism as I define it here.
It doesn't matter. I said that your theory that you would want to be what all the people of the religion around you were because of group thing, that would apply even if it's not Christian nationalism.
We became Christian nationalism, and we were Christian, only Christians, and only made laws that pertain to policies and that were in the Bible. Yes, that would have been. I mean, yeah, because we don't have that though. That's why
I think there'd be an awful lot of people that would push back even harder against Christianity if that was the case.
I think people would rather conform than fight.
Why don't they conform now?
Huh?
Why don't they conform now?
Because we don't have Christian nationalism.
Why do you need Christian nationalism to conform to the dominant?
Because we are secular and we do believe
But the dominant religion's Christianity.
But we still have freedom of religion.
Right. You would still have freedom of religion under Christian nationalism, not
Christian nationalism as you define it or how I define it.
Even as you concede that you would be able to practice other religions. You just think eventually everyone would conform.
Because what the government would do is that they could get a grip on us and the Christians is that they start using the Christians to make laws and policies that are against the ones that aren't conforming.
That could theoretically happen, but it's not intuitive that it necessarily would.
But it could. And we don't want to.
Could it not be? Okay. Could it be that a secular society will eventually ban Christianity?
Maybe.
Okay, so what's your point? Anything's hypothetically possible.
No, I don't think so because we have freedom of religion here. So they'd have to.
What? So? If we have freedom of religion and we become if we have freedom of religion, then why are we even talking about Christian nationalism? It could never happen, right?
Christian nationalism, could it happen?
Yes.
If we have enough Christians on board with it.
Okay, so if we have enough anti-Christians on board in secularism to ban Christianity, why couldn't that?
Christians already outnumber them.
Okay, but their numbers are decreasing.
Which ones?
The numbers of Christians in the country.
It's decreasing to what? Are they?
Yes, the more percentage of the country is not identifying as Christian.
How many?
A higher percentage now is not identifying as Christian as say like 60 years ago.
Okay, so do you know?
So if the trend continues, let's say eventually Islam becomes the dominant religion, more Islam, and they decide to outlaw Christianity under secularism. Okay, now what?
Well, then I guess Christians are screwed.
So then hypothetically in a secular society, Christianity could get banned.
What? No, only if they have the nationalism thing and they make laws that pertain to only that are based on their books.
No, that's not true. Okay. Did the Soviet Union ban religions?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yes, they lined up Orthodox Christians and shot them in mass.
They did?
Yes. Were they religious?
That wasn't very nice.
Were they religious?
Who?
The Soviets.
Which ones? The ones that did the shooting?
The Soviet Union, the government of the Soviet Union. Was it religious?
Why did they do that?
Were they religious, the government of the Soviet Union?
I think that they were political. And they got rid of their enemies.
Let me just get this straight. This is what I've just heard from you. You think that the government of the Soviet Union was let me state this so we can all hear this brilliance. You ready? Let me state this brilliance. It is your belief that the government of the Soviet Union was political.
If they did what you said they did, you said
no. Just in general, they're political.
I don't know. I don't have enough information.
Can you name me? Can you name me the government of any country that's not political?
What?
Can you name me the government of any country in existence that's not political?
I think every government's political, isn't it?
Oh, so then when your revelation about the Soviet Union is, I think their government was political, you've basically said jack shit.
No, you said that they murdered. You said that they killed.
Right, and your response is the government was political.
I said it was a political reason, right?
No, you said the government was political.
The first thing I said was I don't have enough information on that to give you a correct answer. But
dude,
you
let me tell you about the Israeli. You want to know what's fucked up? Now that I think about it, you want to know what's fucked up about the Israeli government? The Israeli government.
Mute him.
They're political.
Why
Isn't that crazy?
Okay, from your statement that you said, can you repeat the statement anyways?
Yes, they lined up Christians and shot them. Soviets.
The Soviets shot who?
Yeah, Orthodox Christians.
The Orthodox Christians.
Uh-huh.
What year was that?
Soviet Union? I mean, the Bolsheviks going back, it probably started like
Bolsheviks,
20s, 30s, yeah, the Marxists. Yeah.
That'd be before World
They're
War
famously atheist. I'll just fucking...
That would be in the 1900s. So you're saying,
sure.
So, okay, why do you think the Soviets would kill the Orthodox Christians?
Because they didn't want religion. They thought religion was anathema to their power.
Okay, so, wow. So the Soviets wanted to keep their power, and they thought in order to keep their power, they needed to get rid of the Orthodox Christians, right?
Sure.
So that wasn't political?
Yes, all governments are political.
There you go. Political.
Yeah, yes, all governments are political.
I believe they are. I think
That would be like me, like if you said, what's up with Netanyahu? And I said, wasn't he a human? And you say, oh, yeah, I guess. Well, great. What about MLK? I think he was human. Oh, yeah, I guess. Yes, every person was human. What does pointing that out have to do with shit?
I don't know.
Every government is political. Got it?
Okay, so why are you
So you're saying, aha, the Soviet Union was political.
Okay.
Yes, like every other government ever in existence. Sure. What's that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
I don't know. You brought it up. You were the one that talked about.
You said that in order to ban religions, you could only do it through, quote, your holy book and your religion. I said the Soviet Union did it. They didn't do it through a holy book and religion.
They did it for political reasons, right?
Sure.
To keep the power.
Okay. What's that have to do with shit?
They did it like that. They didn't just like eventually tune them out or make laws against them.
It was pretty fast. It was pretty fast.
I think maybe that Rasputin was probably an Orthodox Christian and they were trying to get back at him.
What does this have anything to do with anything? Your initial claim here was the only way you would ban religions is through your religious books.
I said, no, that's what I said. I said
that is what you said.
Nationalism is when the government says we're Christian and they only make laws and policies that pertain to Christianity.
Okay,
and what?
I said, couldn't a secular government eventually ban Christianity? And you were like, no. Because you were like, no. Because you could only ban you were like, and you were like, no. And you were like, no. Because you can only ban it through a religion. Only through your religious books. And I said, what about the Soviet Union? They banned religion. And you were like, yeah, but they were political. And I said, yeah, but all governments are political. And you're like, so you're right. They're political. That's how we got here.
Wait, you went like 16 sentences too far. You said secular something.
Correct. Could a secular government ban Christianity?
Could a secular government ban Christianity?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
Because they have freedom of religion. Right? Secular. What is secular?
You define it.
What is secular?
You define it.
Non-secular. I know what non-secular is. It's when you
define it.
Religion with government. Okay.
So non-secular. Wait. Define what non-secular is.
Non-secular is when you mix them.
Mix them what? What do you mix them? Nestle Quicken Milk. That's that's secular. Mix them.
Secular is when you
non-secular. Nestle Quicken Mix. You're mixing them.
Yeah.
Okay. What are we mixing them?
What are you talking about?
You said non-secular is when we mix them. I said, what's mix them?
When we mix government with the religion.
Got it. So then secular would be the opposite. When we don't mix government with religion.
Okay, and so you're saying that we could have a country that has separation of church and power, separation of church and state.
Correct.
That would wipe out a religious person.
Correct. Why couldn't you? Soviets did it. They called themselves secular.
I don't think they were secular. They didn't have freedom.
They called themselves secular. They said one of their first mandates was separating the church and the state. Then they specifically went after the church.
Okay. So they said they were secular, but they really weren't.
Define secular. Define secular. Define secular.
They just said they're secular, right?
Define secular. Okay, you're saying they said they were secular, but they're not. So that would entail that you could define secular.
Secular is separation of church and state.
Okay, so a separation of church and state. That's it. That's how you're defining it.
That's how. Are you defining it that way too? We got to be on the same page.
I'll take your definition. Secular means.
And then you said the Soviets took all the Orthodox Christians and killed them, but they were secular.
Did the Soviets have separation of church and state?
I don't know. I don't have enough information.
Yes, they did. So they were secular based on your definition, and they killed a bunch of Christians.
No. If they killed a bunch of Christians,
so you don't think. So tell me the church that was involved in the Soviet state.
I don't know. I don't have enough information on that. All I have is
you just said your definition. Correct me if I'm wrong. You gave a definition of secular, and it said separation of church and state.
Mm-hmm.
That means any state that doesn't have the church involved with it secular.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the Soviets didn't have a church involved in their government.
Okay.
So they were secular.
Well, they were, yeah, I guess
Speak easy. You remember when I told you the Man Ray, this is your wallet. So this is your ID in the wallet, right? Yes, this is my ID. And this is your money. Yes. So this is your wallet. No, it's not my wallet. That's exactly what we're doing here.
Why are we comparing the Soviets to us?
Because your argument is that a secular government could not ban religions or harm religions. I'm showing you an exact historical example based on your definition of secular that shows that that's the case.
And then I'm going to tell you, then they're not secular.
Okay, define secular.
Separation of church and state.
Okay, so that would imply that any government, you've already conceded this, but we'll ask again, any government that didn't have a church involved with it is secular.
No, that's not what I said. Separation of church. Do you know what separation of church and state means? That means that they don't. You don't? I can tell you.
Okay, go for it.
Separation of church and state means that the state does not influence the people over what religion to choose.
Okay, so
but the
any state,
because you know what they did? They shot all those Orthodox Christians, like you just said.
Okay, so any state that doesn't allow religion to influence people in the government level,
then they don't have separation of church and state, do they?
If they don't allow
goes in and kills the Orthodox.
Wait. Define separation of church and state again.
That's when the state does not involve itself with the religion of the country.
That's not true.
Separation of church and state. That's when the state.
So just to be clear, if the United States has separation of church and state,
correct,
that means, and you agree we do.
Yes.
So the United States does not ever involve itself in anything legislatively with the church.
Can you name one law that they do?
Yeah, sure. Tax exemptions for churches.
Tax exemptions for churches. Yeah. Oh, that's lucky them, huh?
Okay, disproves your point, though, huh?
No, because you. But let's go back to your point where you said the Soviets killed all the Orthodox Christians.
Yes.
Did they have separation of church and state?
Yes, the church was not involved in the official government rulings.
Why did they kill all those church people then?
Because they wanted power and viewed it as a threat to their power.
Yeah, that's what I said, right? So
that's still separation of church and state. The church was not involved in making government policy.
No, the government wasn't involved in using the religion to make government policy. And so what they did was they just got rid of them by killing them all.
No, so that's still separation of church and state.
No, separation of church and state is policy and politics. You said that the Soviets went and just murdered all the Orthodox Christians.
Okay, so let's say this. Let's say hypothetically that there's a religion that says we're allowed to slaughter animals in a really brutal way. And the government says you can't do that. Is that separation of church and state?
Huh? What does that have to do with religion?
What I'm asking you, my religion says I'm allowed to slice the throats of goats, right?
Oh, like Satanists.
Right. And the church, the government says you can't do that.
Right.
Is that separation of church and state?
Well, not if they say that they're doing it for religious reasons. Then it's
okay. So if someone says my religion allows me to do X, and the government says we don't care, we say X is illegal, that means that country does not have separation of church and state.
Yes, they do, because they base that law on something other than
that's not what you said earlier. You said any time that a government would rule on religious things, that shows non-separation of church and state.
I said it's a rule. I said they make laws and policies pertaining to religion.
Okay, well, then they didn't just kill the Christians for being Christian, because they killed a bunch of different groups for being threats to their power. So it wasn't just about Christianity. So you acknowledge now that the Soviets were separation of church and state.
No, wait. Well, no, I said that the Soviets. What did I say?
You said that the Soviets weren't separation of. You said the Soviets weren't separation of church and state because they killed people practicing religion. So that's not a separation of church and state.
No, I didn't say that. I said that was a political move.
Okay, so was it separation of church and state?
Was it? Well, they didn't even give it a chance because they murdered all the Christians.
Was it separation of church and state?
Did they make laws against the Orthodox Christians?
Yes, they killed them.
Okay, so then what does that mean?
Is it separation of church and state?
It wasn't separation of church and state.
Okay, so if we make laws against certain forms of butchering that people butcher for religious reasons, is that separation of church and state?
Okay, so now we're over here in America again?
Wherever, any country that does it, it should be universal.
And we make a law.
The concept of separation of church and state should be universal.
So we make a law about how to humanely.
Yes, this religion says and we say you can't do that.
Did you know that serial killers start off by killing animals? Where'd killing animals come in?
What does that have anything to do with it? You batshit crazy grandma. Please stay on task. It's difficult enough to talk to you.
Okay, so you're saying that is it separation of church and state if we make laws that outlaw that determine how an animal should be butchered?
that determine a specific religion is not to carry out their religious practices.
Well, wait a minute. We're not going to say you can't carry out. Well, if they have. Listen, if they have religious reasons why they can do it, then here it is separation of church and state. We can't make a law against their religion.
That's untrue.
Against their religion like that.
Yes, we're absolutely allowed to make laws that if your religious practices, for example, if your religious practice says female genital mutilation, we're absolutely creating laws that say you can't do that.
Okay.
If your religious practice say I'm allowed to have sex with a 12-year-old boy, we absolutely create laws that say you can't do that. You don't get to say, but that's my religion.
It should be determined on a case-by-case basis.
So in other words, you're just talking out your ass and it's just completely subjective.
You are, because you're bringing up butchering animals and all kinds of stuff.
No, what I'm saying is when you say, no, if a country targets a religion, then it's not separation of church and state. And I say that's nonsensical because that would imply any country that has any laws that restrict any religious behavior would then by definition not be separation of church and state, which is absurd. You're like, well, it's case by case.
No, is that what I said?
Yes.
I think I was talking about separation of church and state.
Right. Separation of church and state, you defined as that the church isn't involved in the state and the state's not involved in the church.
I said that the state does not make laws that say, hey, we're Christian, and we're only going to make laws that have to do with Christianity.
Okay, the Soviet Union did not say, hey, we're Christian, and it didn't make only laws to do with Christianity. So, therefore, it had separation of church and state.
Who cares? I mean, really, like...
We care because I was saying, if you're going to talk about...
That's your example?
Yes.
Because
Yes, my example is, you're implying, what I said was, you were like, look at all these hypothetical situations that could be. Let me finish.
Okay,
look at all these hypothetical situations that it could be if we had Christian nationalism that could lead to all this bad shit. And I said, but in the same token, couldn't we say, look at all these hypothetical situations, if we had separation of church and state, it could lead to all this bad shit. And you were like, no. We can't say that. And I said, because I said, it couldn't ban religion. And you were like, no, it couldn't do that. Because you could only ban religion. You could only ban religion through religion. And I said, but the Soviets didn't. They banned religion and they weren't religious.
You said all that. I said
no, that was the exact order that we went in.
I said separation of church and state means that the state does not make laws that are based on religious reasons.
Right. So that means the Soviets had separation of church and state.
And then you brought in the Soviets and you said the Soviets.
The reason we brought in the Soviets. Did I not say, you tell me if this conversation happened. Under a secular government, could we see the banning of like Christianity? And you said no.
You cut me off.
You said no, because you could only ban Christianity like through a religious book or something. Right? That's what you said.
That's not what I said.
Okay, then what did you say?
I said the Soviets must have killed those Orthodox Christians.
No. Well, I bring up the Soviets later.
Why do I? Okay,
I said, did I not say, could a secular government ban Christianity?
A secular government, could they ban Christianity?
Yes.
Could they ban it? No.
Yes.
No.
Okay, and you said no, right? And I said, why couldn't they? I said, what do you mean? Why couldn't they? And then what was your response?
I said secular was church separation of church and state, right?
Got it.
And then you said,
no, you're almost there. So you said because it's separation of church and state, so therefore you couldn't ban Christianity because no country with separation of church and state.
Because if you're secular, you can't make laws that are
okay. I said, was the Soviet Union secular? Was the Soviet Union secular?
Oh golly, mister.
And you said yes, and I said they banned Christianity and killed them.
Okay.
And now you're like, why are you bringing that up?
No, you said, okay, secular, separation of church and state, right?
Correct.
That's what I wrote down right here. Okay.
No, wait.
You said could a secular country kill a bunch of religious people?
Correct.
And I said, no, not legally, because they're not using Christian nationalism or whatever religion they want to use.
I didn't say kill a bunch of people. I said,
and they're not making, they have to make a law.
I said ban Christianity, but irrelevant.
Okay. Could a secular country ban Christianity?
Sure.
And I said, no, they can't. Because secular countries don't make laws based on religious aspects or religious Bibles or books.
Because they have?
Separation of church and state.
Okay. And then I said, what about the Soviets? Did they have separation of church and state?
I said, I don't know. I didn't have enough information.
And
on
then
that.
we went through it and you
And
said
then you
yes.
go, and then you go.
So now you know why we brought up the Soviets.
No,
Now, when we
okay,
got
so
there,
you got the Soviets, and then you
I said the Soviets called themselves secular. They pushed a big movement on separation of church and state. That was their whole big movement, right?
That's what
Which
you
resulted in them killing Christians. You said that's not real secularism. I
That's not
said,
real
what's
secularism?
secularism? You said separation of church and state. I said they didn't have the church involved in their state. You said, but they passed laws against Christians which show it wasn't separation of church and state. I said, but that means that any country that passes laws that say a religion can't do something don't have separation of church and state. That's exactly how we got here.
Okay. You said the Soviets killed a bunch of Orthodox Christians, right?
Correct.
And I said, well, they must not be secular, right? I said that must have been a power move so they could keep power, right?
I said why?
Because of
define
course,
secularism.
do you think they made a law that said we have to kill all the Orthodox Christians? Do you think they passed a law if they were secular?
I said define secularism. You defined it.
I said separation of church and state.
I said, okay, it was separation of church and state because the church wasn't involved in their governance. You said
no, you said the Soviet Union.
I said it was separation of church and state because the church was not involved in their governance. And to which you responded,
they must not be secular because they killed all those guys, killed all the Orthodox Christians.
Because they enacted laws and did things against a religion.
Correct.
I said, okay, but if that means that it's not separation of church and state, if we go to a country that has laws that restrict any religious practice, would that mean that they don't have separation of church and state?
Say that one more time. If we go to a country that
we go to a country that restricts people's religious practices via law, does that mean they don't have separation of church and state?
Correct. Because they made laws against
so for example, certain religions practice female genital mutilation. The United States says you can't do that. Therefore, there is no separation of church and state in the United States.
We have separation of church and state.
We do not. You just said you absolutely just said by definition, if the United States would have a law against a religious practice, that means there's not separation of church and state.
You said female circumcision,
female
right?
genital, yep.
Okay. We made that law based on human rights.
What's it matter? It's a law that restricts religion.
Nope, it's not religious.
Of course it is. It's their religious practice.
It's not their religious practice. It's their social practice.
It doesn't matter if there's any practice that a group does religiously, and we say you can't do that. They'd say that's restricting my religion.
That's not religion. That's a cultural.
Who do you get to decide what's religion and what's not?
How do I get to decide?
Yes. What's the difference between your religion and your culture?
Well, can you tell me the difference between religion and culture of this female circumcision?
Yes. Right. I could say this. A religious is something that your holy book says that you're allowed to do to practice. Culture is something that could exist outside of the religion.
What religion actually says that female circumcision is like a thing? What religion is that? He's Googling it. What religion, go to ChatGPT, what religion says female circumcision is okay? It's not a religious thing. It's a cultural thing. And I didn't even have to look it up. That's a cultural thing. Yeah. It's not a religious thing.
Practice religiously in cultures such as Somalia, Egypt, Sudan, certain groups religion? Like the Dawoodi, the Bahra, and Shia sects.
Gosh, we got so many of those over here, don't we? Oh my gosh. We got to make sure that they don't do that to their children. That's why we have to
African religions. Many African religions practice female genital mutilation as part of the rites of passages with their religion.
What religion?
Several African religions.
What religion?
Several African religions.
Okay. So we have that over here in the United States.
If an African came here and said, my religion says I'm allowed to mutilate my daughter's genitals, we would say no.
Yeah, I think I would say no.
Right. So is that does that mean we're enacting laws to restrict their religion?
If they can prove that basically.
So that means so then we don't have separation of church and state.
We have separation of church and state.
Why? You just said any law that restricts someone's practice of religion would mean there's
I
not
said
separation
that
of
they
church
could
and
use
state.
that religion and say that it's their practice of their religion, so they're going to do it anyways.
Right?
Right?
And would that be outlawed?
Can we outlaw it?
I mean, yes, people can do things and break the law if they choose. That's not what it's in hand here.
I don't think, but when they do that kind of stuff, I don't think they tell anybody they're doing it.
What's
they know
the
it's against the
relevance
law.
of that? If someone finds out, would it be against the law?
Dude, if they want to do it, they can go back to their country and do it.
What does that have to do with what we're talking? Let's say they don't. Someone says, my religious practice says I'm allowed to do it right fucking here on Main Street. And the government says, no, you can't do that. That's illegal. Then they've restricted their religious practice.
They got to go back to Africa and do that because the law here says no.
Okay, so then the law here has restricted their religious practice.
You're using a kind of an extreme little thing there, aren't you?
It doesn't matter.
You're really grasping straws. Like, oh my God.
It's not grasping straws. That would mean that there's no separation of church and state. My argument is, no, I do not believe that the definition of separation of church and state means that a government could not pass any laws to restrict some religious activities. I don't believe that. That's your definition.
You don't believe
your
that.
definition is that. So I'm pointing to you how,
That's not my
okay, if your definition is correct, that means that
Come
countries like the
on. You're
United
trying to
States...
separate things.
That means that
Yeah,
countries
isn't it
like
like
the,
you
that
trying to
means that
do it?
countries like the United States don't have separation of church and state based on your definition.
We do have separation of church and state. 'cause
No,
we don't
if
make
your
laws that
definition of separation
But
of
we
church and
didn't make a. But listen, the law was not made to say to violate their religious rights. The law was made to stop female circumcision in the United States because it's a human rights thing, not because it wasn't based on a religious aspect.
Okay, let's say this hypothetically.
Yeah,
Let's say
I got you.
no, you don't. Let's say that the United States
Yes, I do.
hypothetically bans the hijab.
Okay,
Is that separation of church and state?
nope, because they
Why
can't
not?
do that because they use a religious reason.
But the United States says it's illegal. Now has the United States violated
not.
separation of
It's
church
not.
and state?
That's a stupid example. That's not.
It's not what?
It's not illegal to wear.
Right. So they changed the law that says that it is.
Oh, so we have to. Okay, so we have to like put on our thinking caps now, and what would happen?
Yeah, I know it's
eventually?
very difficult for you. It's a lot like those drugs that you're snorting every day. Try that. Yep, put it on. Let's go.
I guess you don't know me.
Thank goodness. Okay, so the United States passes a law that says you can't have a hijab.
Okay.
Okay, is that
You can't do that.
now? Have they violated separation of church and state?
Yes,
Why?
because they're not letting them practice their religion.
But they say because we find that this is oppressive to women.
So what are you trying to say here? That we don't
I'm
have
saying that
separation
the
of
United
church and
States would say we have a human rights reason to do that.
Well, you do believe in Christian nationalism, and now we should go, yay, Christian, and only base laws based on Christians.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Because you just said we don't have separation of church and state here. Because if we wouldn't have separation of church and state if we told those
No,
ladies.
I'm
that
saying
we
I
don't have
disagree with your definition of separation of church and state.
My definition of
Any
okay.
law that would restrict religion is a violation of separation of church and state. I disagree.
Separation- Oh, you disagree?
Correct.
So we don't have separation of church and state here.
I think we do. I don't agree with your definition.
Oh, well, what's your definition?
My definition would be that we don't have official churches that are involved in state activity. So we don't have like an official church. I don't think that separation of church and state means that there is no rule for the government to regulate religion. There are things that would violate it possibly, but I don't think it means that there could be no rule.
So what if an African guy comes over here and he has 6 wives?
Okay, that's illegal.
Let
here.
him- It is legal?
It's illegal here.
So then you don't believe in separation of church and state?
No, I don't have the same definition of separation of church and state as you.
But we're not going to let him have his 6 wives?
Correct. If
Then you
we
must
say
not
that
believe in
that's
separation of church and state.
no, I disagree with your definition of separation of church and state.
But you're saying that he can't have his 6 wives.
Okay, if this
So that means that
situation,
we're
okay,
infringing on his religious
all right,
stuff,
fine, great. Does the United States have separation of church and state?
It's supposed to.
Does it?
It's not written down anywhere.
Does it?
You tell me.
You tell me. I'm asking
Not in the
you.
Constitution. It's not written down anywhere. It's just a.
Does the United States have separation of church and state?
You tell me.
I want you to tell. It doesn't matter what I think. I have a different definition of separation of church and state. So I'm asking
what's
based
your
on your.
definition of okay? Well, then I'll tell
I
you my
gave my
definition.
definition. I'm
And I
asking you
showed
based on your
mine, you show me
definition.
yours.
Based on your definition of separation of church and state, does the United States have separation of church and state?
I believe they do.
Okay. If a guy comes over from Africa with 6 wives, is he allowed to have 6 wives here?
If he doesn't tell anybody, right?
Oh, but what if he does?
But what's your definition of separation of church and
I
state?
just gave it. Now we're asking you.
You did?
Yes.
Mine.
You said, what's your definition of church and state? And I said, I think that means the church isn't allowed to have like official state actions that are going on.
That the church shouldn't have official what?
Correct. State actions that are going on. We shouldn't have an official church, etc. But
Okay.
I don't think that means that there's not
So should we
room for
make
the
laws
government to
against the
regulate
Bible and
religious
six wives?
practices to an extent. And we did the whole thing. Now
The
that we've
government
gone
should
back to
what?
the red,
About
now
religious
that we've
practice?
gone back to the
Wait, you
red
said it too
herring,
fast.
now that we've gone
That's
back
too
to the red
fast, man.
herring, now that we've gone
That's too
back to the
fast.
red herring, I go back to this. You're claiming the United States has separation of church and state. I say in the exact scenario you outlined, African guy has 6 wives. Is he allowed to do that in the United States?
According to you, no. So that means we must.
What do you
not
mean,
have-
according to me? Either he is or
You
is.
said it was against the law.
It is.
It is. So that must
Polygamy,
not. That must mean that we don't-
polygamy is against the law. Yes.
It is.
Correct. Polygamy is
So
against the
then,
law. You didn't know that?
So then, according to your definition, if you're thinking polygamy is against the law, then we don't have separation of church and state.
According to your definition of church and separation of church and state, no, we wouldn't.
So
That's
then,
why I don't embrace that definition.
So why don't we? So what's your definition? Why do you have? We don't
I
have to,
gave it twice now recently.
Okay,
I'm not giving
I'm
it
going
a
to write
third
it down.
time.
Tell me your definition of
I
separation.
gave it
of church and
twice.
state.
I'm not giving it a third time.
Because you don't have it. You don't know.
I
you don't
gave
remember
it twice. I just literally gave it to you like
Say it
2
again.
minutes ago.
Say it again.
Separation of church and state means that we can't have an official state religion and state
Can't
controlling
have
our
an
state
official.
functions.
Can't have an official what?
State religion
Uh-huh.
that's controlling our government.
Okay, that's what I said.
No, it's not.
It is.
Okay, so then
I said.
you never. Okie dokie. That's your definition as well.
I said the
Okay,
same
so
thing.
then the Soviet Union was separation of church and state.
No, what I said is we can't have government using religion to make laws, and you said we can't have an official state religion controlling our government.
Okay, that's
That's
it.
what I
That's
said
your.
too.
That's now your definition of separation of church and state.
That's what I said too. I said the same
Okay,
thing.
so then the Soviet Union was separation of church and state. You were mistaken.
No, because you said that the Soviets, or actually they weren't really Soviets, they're Bolsheviks, and it was during the 1900s. And I don't even have to look that up on ChatGPT to know. You said that they jumped the Orthodox Christians and killed them all.
What part of that definition that you just agreed to said that wouldn't be separation of church and state?
That's not because wouldn't they have to make a law before they killed all the Orthodox
What's it
Christians?
matter? There's not an official state religion to make the law, so it would still be separation of church and state.
So there wasn't an official. Okay, so there was not. It was a power move. It wasn't any kind of.
Okay,
religious move.
based on that definition that you just said, I agree with your definition, Rob. I totally agree. We just can't have a state religion. That's all separation of church and state is.
Wait.
Then why the Soviet Union falls into that definition? So how could you claim, if your definition is the same as mine, that they didn't have separation of church and state?
Okay, let's talk about the Soviets again. That was a dictatorship, right?
Sure.
So dictatorship is completely different than a democracy, right?
What does that have to do with whether or not they had
It means
separation
that
of church and
separation of
state?
church and state is a doctrine that can only thrive and survive in a democracy, not in.
It's irrelevant to the question of.
Did you just cut me off again?
That's not true.
Golly.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me speak. So, if the Soviet Union at that time was a dictatorship, because it was Stalin, I think that took over. Was it Stalin? Yeah, it was Stalin, and then Lenin. Stalin killed like 12 million people, and he took away their guns. And he didn't do that because he was a nice guy and there was a democracy there. Nobody got to vote on it. So there was no separation of church and state in a dictatorship such as Stalin erected. Democracies, that's a church separation of church and state only thrive in democracies, which is what we have here.
That's not true. You could have a dictatorship that has separation of church and state easily.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, so
If separation of church and state's no state religion,
So,
yes,
but
you could
what-
actually,
what-
yes, yes, you could absolutely have a state dictator that's not involved in religion.
Okay, so then why did he kill all those Orthodox Christians?
Power. Your definition of separation of church and state is no official state religion making laws. Soviet Unions did not have an official state religion making laws. In fact, it literally was founded on the antithesis of that. Right? It literally said we must have secularism. We must have separation of church and state. That's what they said. They did not have. Did the Soviet Union have an official state religion?
I don't know.
No, they didn't. Therefore, they, based on the definition you've conceded to, had separation of church and state. You say no because only democracies. That's not true whatsoever. There is no evidence anywhere nor any logical conclusion that would say that only a, quote, democracy could have separation of church and state. It doesn't even logically make sense.
Yes, because only in a democracy do we have freedom. In a dictatorship, we don't.
What does that have to do? Separation of church and state's not synonymous with freedom.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Because it gives people freedom of religion.
It is not synonymous with religion.
Now let me finish again.
I gave you a big chunk of time to talk. You could have a dictator that absolutely says all of you worship as you see fit.
Okay, now you made me lose my train of thought. Okay, in a dictatorship, you cannot have separation of church and state.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. Define separation of church and state.
Let's define democracy. In a democracy,
define separation of church and state. Then you can define democracy.
Okay, I already explained to you what that was, but I'm going to even
right. And so there is no state religion in the Soviet Union. So there's no separation.
Don't let me talk. That's so weird.
Go ahead.
Okay. So as I was saying, in a democracy, we have separation of church and state.
That's not true. Based on your definition of all democracies have separation of church and state.
Most democracies have separation of state.
Do all democracies have separation of church?
All democracies. I'm talking about my democracy.
Do all democracies have separation of church and state?
I don't know. I can't answer that because I don't know.
Why would there be any relation to the two?
Hey, can I answer the question, or are you just going to keep talking?
Yes, I asked the question. Intuitively,
separation
why would there
of
be
church and state means that we have freedom of government not interfering with our religion. That's what separation of church and state means.
What does democracy have to do with that?
Because if you live in a dictatorship, then that's a dictator does whatever he wants to you.
Again, definition of separation of church and state that you agreed to was no official state religion. Soviet Union didn't have official state religion. You make two claims here. One, if you're a dictatorship, you can't have separation of church and state because you wouldn't have religious freedom. That's not true. There have been dictators that have not ruled based on religion and have allowed people to practice religiously. Therefore, disproves your argument that any dictatorship couldn't have. Secondly, it's not true that all democracies would have separation of church and state. In fact, a pure democracy of 51% of people voting some way would mean that you wouldn't have separation of church and state because 51% of the people could vote to outlaw a specific religion, and that would still be democracy.
But your example of the Soviets killing all those like Orthodox Christians, I guess you said, right? Was that separation of church and state?
I think that there was still separation of church and state because of my definition,
which
you agreed to. Now, see, here's what happened. Let me explain to you what happened here. You bullshitted everyone when you said, your definition is the exact same as my definition. And I said, that's not true. And you said, yes, the exact same. It's just that we can't have state religion. I said the same thing as you said. I said, really? You said the same thing as me. You said, yes, the exact same. I said, oh, so then you agree that the Soviet Union had separation of church and state because based on the definition I just gave that said what separation of church and state, they meet that definition. You said no, I disagree because the definition you gave was different.
No, you said that separation of church and state means that you can't have an official state religion controlling our government.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And I said the same thing but I switched it. I said we can't have government controlling the religion, right?
Oh, so your definition wasn't the same as mine.
You said can't have an official state religion controlling our government. And I said we can't have the government controlling our religion.
So your definition wasn't the same as mine.
Why'd you switch up on me?
Your definition wasn't the same as mine. So
you're saying that you can't have an official state religion controlling our government, but it's not the religion that controls, it's the government that controls, not religion. Religion doesn't control the government.
Was your definition the exact same as mine?
Mine was that you could not have, I said that the separation of church and state means that the government can't make laws, right, that pertain to religion, that are using religion as a base for their laws. That's what I said.
So your definition was not the same as mine?
No, yours was wrong.
So then this whole point where I pointed out using the Soviet Union example that your definition was different than mine, when you kept saying our definitions are the same, they're the same. Can you say I was wrong? Our definitions were not the same.
You're wrong because
I didn't say our definitions were the same. You did. Now you're saying no. My definition is different, and yours is
basically
wrong.
the same as yours. But
no, it's not.
I wrote down what you said. You said we can't have an official state religion controlling our government.
Correct.
That's what you think separation of church and state is?
Yes, that's what I said. You said, I agree. You said, I agree. I have the exact same definition.
I was wrong on that because I don't think that.
Thank you. Yes, you were wrong. So the past 15
But you're
minutes were
wrong.
irrelevant.
But you're wrong.
All you had to do was say this. I'd say, well, you can't have the same definition as me because based on my definition, the Soviet Union would have had separation of church and state. And you would have said, you're right. I did say there was more to it. But you didn't. You argued the whole time. No, we have the same definition. We have the same definition. And you were wrong.
Well, I thought your definition, even though I wrote, you can't have official state religion controlling our government, I thought you were just like, blah, 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 talking too fast.
That's why we went through the whole thing of,
but how does religion control government? How does religion control government?
If the Pope becomes the ruler of a country, is religion controlling the country?
Is that what's happening? Well, no.
Is it or not?
So you're giving an example of the Pope?
Yes.
The Pope has his own country. It's called the Vatican.
Okay, is that okay? So that's a country where a religion controls the country.
But does the state religion control the government?
Yes.
How? Do they both?
The Pope. You just said, he has his own country.
Pope's not a dictator. He's not a dictator.
So what controls the Vatican?
What controls the Vatican?
Yeah.
Money.
Religion?
I think they have like voting and stuff there.
Their religion runs the country.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yes.
They're 2 square miles. They're a little postage stamp country. Okay. What does that have to do with the Soviet Union killing all those Orthodox
Holy fuck. What it has to do with the Soviet Union was me saying separation of church and state was the Soviet Unions were a secular country that were founded on the principle of separation of church and state. Once they got into power, they started to specifically target Christians. I said that you could have a secular country that would eventually target religious groups. You said that would be impossible. The Soviet Union proves that you're wrong. You then said, actually, I don't view the Soviet Union as separation of church and state because any government that has laws restricting certain religions or religious practice doesn't have separation of church and state. I retorted by saying, yes, but the United States has laws that would restrict certain religious practices. So does that mean we don't have separation of church and state? You said, well, what was your definition again? I gave my definition. You said, I agree exactly. That is, let me finish. Okay. You said, I agree exactly. That is exactly my definition. I said, no, that is not exactly your definition. And I can prove it because let's go back to the Soviet Union because my definition would mean the Soviet Union had separation of church and state. Then you hemmed and hawed for 15 minutes and said, oh, my definition is different than yours. I said, yes, exactly. That's why we went back to the Soviet Union.
The Soviet Union doesn't fit your definition because your definition is, you said the definition of separation of church and state is that you can't have an official state religion controlling our government.
Correct.
But it looks to me like the government controlled the Christian Orthodox.
What was the official state religion of the Soviet Union?
Can I talk without you talking for just
What was the official state religion of the Soviet Union?
I don't have enough information on that. But what
so then they didn't have one?
Can I talk? Can you let me talk? Okay. Your definition of separation of church and state, and I wrote it down, says can have an official state religion controlling our government. Can't have an official state religion controlling our government, right? Okay. So how did the Orthodox Christians control the Soviets? They
didn't.
So then they must not have been secular, like you said they were.
Wait, so wait, your argument is if the Orthodox Christians didn't control the Soviet, then they must not have been secular?
You said that the Soviets were secular.
Correct.
Right? And according to your definition, you can't have an official state religion controlling our government. So you're saying it's the Soviets, the government, killed the Orthodox Christians. So it wasn't really the Orthodox Christians.
No. You just said, let's go back.
You just said. Let me finish again. Why do you got to cut me off, man?
Go ahead. I'm so sorry. Go ahead and misconstrue what you just said, and I'll correct it again.
You're wrong. Okay, so your official definition of secular is you can't have an official state religion controlling our government. That's what you said. But then you said the Soviets killed the Orthodox Christians in the 1900s. It was the Bolsheviks, actually. So you said, but they're still secular. And I said, well, how can they be secular according to your definition? Because your definition says you can't have an official state religion controlling our government. So they must not have been secular because it wasn't the religion controlling the government. It was the government controlling the religion.
So then it would be
So who's
secular.
wrong? You.
So just to be clear, my definition was can't have an official state religion controlling government.
Right.
And you're like, but Rob, there wasn't an official state religion controlling the Soviet government. So how could you call it secular?
Secular.
That's your argument?
Exactly. Yeah. Because you're saying.
Let me repeat that. And now I'm going to say it real slow and think here.
Okay.
I was like, in order for a government to be secular or separation of church and state, you can't have an official state religion control the government.
Right.
And you're like, but then you're like, but Rob, you said the Soviet Union did not have an official state religion control government, correct?
I didn't say what I said. I said I didn't have enough information on that.
No. You're saying that's what I'm saying.
No, you said they're secular. The Soviet Union is secular.
Let's repeat. Your argument is this, that you're like, this is a gotcha. Rob,
Yes,
you
it's a gotcha.
said that to say separation of church and state, you can't have an official state religion controlling government.
That's what you said.
Okay, then you say, aha, but Rob, you're also saying that the Soviet Union did not have an official state religion controlling government.
Yeah.
And therefore,
they didn't. How could they killed all
so
the
then they were secular.
No, because you said that the government, you said you can't have an official state religion controlling our government. So I'm asking you, that's your definition, right?
Correct.
And then you said the Soviet Union secular, according to your definition.
Correct.
Can't have an
it was
official state
separation of
religion
church
controlling our
and state.
government.
Yep.
So you tell me, how did the Orthodox Christians control the Soviets?
They didn't. That's why
Then
they're
they must not be secular.
If they did control, would they be secular?
But you said that's not what you said.
No. I just want to ask you for a second. If the Orthodox did control the Soviet
But
Union, would that?
You said they were killed.
No. If they did, would they be secular?
If the Orthodox controlled the government,
Correct.
The Orthodox Christians controlled.
Yes.
According to your definition,
Right.
No, because you can't have an official state religion controlling our government.
But that's not what I'm saying happened, right? I'm saying that it was the opposite, that they didn't have an official state religion.
So which is it? Is it what your definition is? You can't have an official state religion controlling our government?
Correct.
I mean, you said the Soviets are secular because they can't have an official state religion controlling our government.
Right. So I'm saying my definition. Let me try it again. Let me try it again real slow. I'm saying to be secular, you cannot have an official state religion controlling government.
Okay.
And then I go to the Soviets. They did not have an official state religion controlling government. Therefore, they're secular. It literally meets the exact definition of what I'm defining secular as.
Official state religion controlling the government.
Yes, and I'm saying they did not have an official state religion controlling government.
But is that the real definition of separation of church and state? What does ChatGPT say?
Oh, so wait. So now you acknowledge, whoops, I fucked that up. That whole spiel where I was like, I got you, it was a big fuck up. You just kept reading exactly the proof that was saying as I was.
But you're saying they're secular.
Yes,
Union, right?
I define secular as not having a state religion controlling government. I say the Soviets didn't have a state religion controlling government. Therefore, they're secular. And you keep arguing, but if they didn't have a state religion controlling, you keep arguing, but Rob, if they didn't have a state religion controlling government, how could you call them secular? I'm like, that's literally my definition. And you're like, no. And I'm like, yes, that's literally the definition that I'm saying. Do you acknowledge your mistake here?
No, but you're saying they're secular.
Yes. How do I define secular?
Your definition is they can't have an official state religion controlling our government.
Okay, and if you don't have an official state religion controlling government, that means you're secular.
The government is secular?
If you don't have an official state religion controlling government, that means you're secular.
Did they?
If you don't, I'm asking you. I'm saying if you don't have an official, I'm asking, right. So my definition says if you don't have an official state religion controlling government, then you're secular.
So,
I'm asking you, is that what I'm saying?
So what you're saying is that
listen. Is my definition that you wrote down? If you don't have an official state religion controlling government, then you're secular.
That's what you say, right?
Okay, and then I'm saying the Soviet Union did not have an official state religion controlling their government, right?
That's what you say.
Therefore, you tell me. Therefore,
since they can't have a state religion controlling our government, but it's the government, not the. Let's see. Can't have an official state religion controlling our government. But the Soviets murdered the Orthodox Christians, so they're not secular.
But my definition, you're saying, according to your own definition, Rob, you've disproven yourself.
Yeah.
Premise 1, in order to be secular, you can't have an official state religion controlling government.
Okay.
Premise 2, Soviet Union did not have an official state religion controlling government. Therefore, conclusion.
So they're not secular.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Because why? Because they murdered them.
Do you understand your mistake now?
No, because your definition's wrong.
Now you're no. That's a different argument. Your argument was based on my own definition. It was disproven by the fact that the Soviet Union disproved it.
And have an official state religion controlling our government. That's what your definition of separation of church and state is.
Okay.
But I asked you, I said that how can that happen in a dictatorship?
Do you acknowledge the Soviets were a dictatorship?
Yes. Do you?
Did they have an official state religion controlling the government?
I don't know. I told you I didn't have enough information.
They did not, and
so they must have not been secular, huh?
No, the definition of secular that we're going by for this argument is don't have an official state religion controlling government.
Oh, so now you're saying that separation of church and state does not have anything to do with the government. It has everything to do with the religion controlling the government.
It's a state religion, yes.
Okay.
That's what I've been saying the whole time. You understand. Like, I have to say, you may be one of the dumbest people I've ever met, and it's amazing.
I'm dumber than... Okay,
yeah.
So.
If like, for example, if I said...
Go ahead. Ask me.
If I said, like, any basic syllogism.
What's a syllogism?
Right? A syllogism is like where you have one premise, then another premise, therefore a conclusion.
Is that your definition, or is that the real definition?
That's what a syllogism is.
Okay. A syllogism is what?
So it would be like premise 1. Caroline likes everything that is red.
Okay.
Premise 2. Roses are red. Therefore, conclusion.
Violets are blue.
All right. We'll see you later.
Don't you agree with freedom? You don't think we should have freedom?
No, I think you're an idiot that's not worth talking to. You're trolling.
All right. It's like, it's 10 and a half hours. I think we've all had a night.
You loser.
But thanks for coming up, Caroline. Is there anything you want to say before you go?
Yeah. What's Rob? What do you do for a job? Is that your name, Rob?
Why would I even tell you? You can't comprehend it.
I can.
No, I'm not.
I comprehend more than you think.
Let's try that syllogism one more time. You like everything that's red. Roses are red. Therefore,
violets are blue.
Okay. My job is dealing with stupid ass fucking meth head grandmas like you. See ya. Take it easy, bitch.
Bye.
All right. Thanks for coming up, Caroline. Yeah, see ya another time.
They're out tonight, man.
Violets are blue.
I mean,
damn.
Of all the ridiculous shit tonight, like to just hear someone's like, Rob, you're saying official state religion is secular. Yeah. If you don't have an official state religion, you're secular. Yeah. And the Soviets didn't have an official state religion. Yeah. Therefore, they can't be secular. No, that's the definition. I don't even know. Like, that's what I'm talking. Like, I don't know what you do. I don't even know if she's fucking around there at the end with the violets or blue thing. I don't think she is. I don't think she understands. I really don't.
I don't know either.
I really don't. Like, it's like, I don't know how to, like, it's so hard to talk to people that can't just follow like a coherent chain of thought. It's insane. I should apologize. I was getting a little frustrated. I'm late. I'm sure she's a nice lady. Like, all the fucking insults aside, I don't mean any of that, right? Just a little frustrated after everything tonight. But man, that's brutal. That's brutal. Like, I thought eventually she'd be like, oh fuck, I'm looking at that the opposite. My bad. But she just kept doubling down. It just kept doubling down.
That was where I was like, wait a minute. I didn't know if she maybe didn't get what she was saying, or if she was.
I don't know if she figured it out at some point, was like, I'm just going to be an asshole and keep saying. Because eventually she was like, well, then your definition's wrong. I'm like, okay, now you're getting it. If my definition's correct, then the Soviet Union fits within it, right? But then she's like, no, it still does. And I'm like, man, I just, Christians can't exist in Israel. Yeah, but they do. It's propaganda. Wait, what? I just, like, look, at the end of the day, like, she agreed, like, the first half of that, she agreed with what I wanted, which is, as long as we don't have an official state religion, then I have no problem with Christians saying we want to use our Christianity to pass laws. Great. I think she brutally misunderstands what that other guy's argument was, but that's neither here nor there.
True.
So, but it was fun. I hope everyone had fun. What a fucking shit show, though. They're out tonight.
Yeah,
like, and it's
the violets are blue is gonna be. I'm gonna make a beautiful clip out of that. That's my favorite.
I mean, that's really good. That's really good.
That was my favorite.
What's weird is, though, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just gonna have to debate myself. Like, if you could I gotta get, like, blackout drunk and then come up with a topic for you so I don't remember it. And then it's like, who's the debater? And it's me. And it's like, yeah, Rob, you told me this would be the prompt you would argue against yourself. And I'll be like, oh, fuck. And then, like, try that. Like, because I just don't know. Chris Lestrange was good. And bass guitar was good. Like, they're smart. They're making arguments. And Teriak, too. But, man, tonight, holy smokes.
Oh, yeah,
as long as the audience had fun. I enjoyed it. I mean, it was 11 hours for me. I'm having fun. So it's infuriating. But so I hope the audience enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think they did.
Made a man. Is that? Congrats. It's not mad. It's frustrated. It's like I'm not really mad. I would say I was a little mad at that guy for, like, the constant interruptions and shit. But with you, it was just frustrating. It's like, like, imagine being like, I don't understand basic logic, and that frustrated him. I showed him, Hey, when that officer had to pick me up in the car, I shit myself all over him. I showed him. I shit my pants all over that waiter's chair. I showed him. That'll show you. Okay, I guess. So, well, I'll let you go because I'm gonna get to bed.
Yes,
my son's waking up for school here in like 20 minutes. So.
Yeah. That's how it is. That's how it is. It's human life. But I hope you had a great night. Everyone over there, hope they were entertained.
I think they were. I think my audience thoroughly enjoyed it. So, all right, guys, you take it easy.
You as well. Thank you for coming, Rob.
Speakeasy. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. See you.
And everyone in the chat, thank you all for joining us tonight. That is another Rob NOerr prep debates. All right, that was amazing. We had an impromptu debate there as well with Carolina, so ended up being 2 for 1. All right, chat. So it was just it was great. It was great. First off, huge thanks to all the people who came up and joined tonight. Amazing. Thank you. If you think you can take on Rob in a NOerr prep debate? Always looking for challengers. Join the Discord, discord.gg/bearcave. Let us know when you're ready to step in with prep while Rob gets none. We're going to do this about twice a month. So on Thursdays, 2 Thursdays a month. And yeah. But now I am going to go and lay in bed, put on something, and get some relax. But don't forget tonight, verbal combat. Don't forget, okay? Verbal combat tonight should be absolutely amazing. All right. Come take your shot at winning some cash with some blood sports debates. All right. And also you get yourself a cool little character. Lots to be won on verbal combat night. All right. Shout out again to everybody for the super chats. Again, can't thank you enough. Sorry we didn't get through all of them when we were doing it with the questionnaire there. Rob and Circa were at each other. I told you guys to expect blood this week, and look, you got 2 for 1. All right, didn't even expect it. So check it out. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, if you happen to hear this, congrats to Rachel for the Joe Rogan appearance. Yeah, congrats. That's what's up. Hope you guys get much more of those. And yeah, listen, like I always tell you guys, all right, it could be 30 in the chat. It could be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. All right. Love you guys. God bless you all. Have a beautiful morning, night, evening, whatever it is, wherever you're at. All right. And for now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?